I'm not sure. That's another thing I don't know. But
And
he's the one that
it was
started all
used. I
the
think
things.
it was the byproduct. I think it was
He
depleted,
he
wasn't
said
it?
it would. He said
Wasn't in its
that
raw state.
it's the same thing that they would call. He goes, this is what they would call a nuclear. What do you say? Like a contaminated site when he sprinkled it on his hands. He said this is what they would consider a nuclear contaminated site just from him sprinkling it on his hands. Then he puts it on his tongue and he puts the freaking Geiger, the Geiger counter, is that what it is? Up to his mouth, and it's like, clicking. It's clicking away, and then he eats it. And he talks about how it's really not radioactive, and that it was all nonsense. And listen, why else do you think they stopped all? I mean, they literally the oil. Basically, my guess is the oil companies didn't like it. They made up a big freaking lie and said it's scary, radioactive, and now I got no proof of this, but dude, money makes things freaking happen. And if you're gonna take all the oil cartels' money or who you go, not the cartel, whatever, anybody who freaking sells oil, big freaking companies, right?
So I think what we need to do.
You're gonna shut all that down with clean nuclear energy.
Yeah.
What do you think you would do? Would you make up a big scary story about nuclear power?
Is we need to feed paraplegic some yellow cake uranium and see how well he is like a week after.
Dude, I'd freaking be like num 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 num.
You would.
Get me some.
Checked for suicidal ideation, dude. That's just wanting to kill yourself.
Dude, now I don't know for sure, but I'm just telling you that's my personal opinion that it's probably all nonsense.
So you'd be you're so convinced that
have you looked up Hiroshima? Do you think that was really nuclear bombed, or do you think it was firebombed? Because they made that all up too. You know that? The people were out the next day in the markets, dude. The trolleys were moving. How come they wouldn't let everybody report on it? How come they wouldn't let everybody report on it in the United States? They only let one guy. I
think it was a pretty big thing, dude. I don't think there was one reporter. Hold on, my dog's spurging.
All right, well, yeah, I hate to go, man. I'm like 5 minutes from the post office with a bunch of packages, but yeah, laugh at paraplegic. It's all good. He didn't pass Algebra 2 in 7th grade, so ball earth, right? Ain't that right? It's all good. I'll come on and just say what I think. You can love me or hate me. I'll be listening.
Yo, Ariel, you here?
What's up?
Yo, rocket engines can't work like that. What do you mean?
Yeah,
How are you accelerating a subsonic gas to supersonic velocities? That's not it's not how it works.
You have higher pressure in the chamber.
I know, I'm trolling you. I was gonna say something about how it's impossible.
Yeah. I don't know, I like posting that now and then just to see the new cope that comes out from it. Yeah, quad. So jet engines obviously are pulling their oxygen from the air, right? Rockets already have that on board, so they don't need to suck in the air.
Yeah, I have a model hybrid, 50 Newton, and then I'm working on a 1 kilonewton liquid engine, and then a 4.5 kilonewton gas turbine or a gas generator.
That's a pretty big gas generator.
Yeah.
God damn.
I was hoping some flat earthers could be able to help me on it, but I haven't got anything yet.
It's a pretty good comparison quad. If you look at the the thermal curves, thermodynamic curves for both jet engines and rocket engines, there are some differences, but by and large they're pretty close. Rocket engines are just skipping the suck and squeeze part because that's already been done on the ground to turn the fuel into liquid fuel and put on the rocket, right? So rocket engines jump straight to the bang and blow part. And then, most jet engines are not accelerating their exhaust to supersonic speeds, right? That's why, like on in the diagram there, it's just a converging nozzle. Whereas with the rocket engine, you have a convergent divergent nozzle. Once the flow hits sonic, and then you can fucking accelerate it past that to supersonic. Yeah, if you accept that jet engines work, the same fundamental principle that applies to jet engines applies to rocket engines.
But it has nothing to push off
So,
of, bro.
oh yes, because supersonic particles are somehow gonna push off something in the air and then hit back onto the vehicle again to provide that forward momentum. Because that totally makes sense.
Thing. I don't know. We forgot about Newton's third law, I guess.
Yeah, so again, quad, it skips the first two steps. Rocket engines are literally... Basically, a rocket engine is just the second half of a jet engine.
Well, it doesn't
except
skip it.
its exhaust is faster.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, like, what this physical piece of hardware does, right, it doesn't have to suck and squeeze its oxidizer. That's already been done on the ground to provide it with, a liquid fuel, a liquid oxidizer. Yeah. So if you accept the principles of how a jet engine works, then you accept the principles of how a rocket engine works.
Yeah, so must be in contact with a physical working fluid to produce thrust. Yeah, because jet engines have to accelerate the working fluid.
Exactly.
What?
Yeah, like the next line in that quote, by the way, it's a dead link. You should update your link. Thrust is generated most often through the reaction of accelerating a mass of gas. So, yeah, you're accelerating either the combustion products, right? Either in a jet engine or in a rocket engine. Yeah, same thing, except on a jet engine, you can actually do turbofan where you're also accelerating air, but that's getting into the weeds.
Why are flat earthers so dishonest? Some of them.
No, it's not pushing off itself. It's pushing off the exhaust gas, right? You're leaving behind the exhaust gas, and in exchange, you're going forward. It's not pushing off itself, right? It's not like taking the exhaust gas with it. Yeah, so you have a very high pressure source, right? I drew a really shitty paint diagram of this. Hold on, here you go.
High pressure, high temperature.
So here's the most basic, right? This is not including like any nozzle physics or anything, right? Literally just you have a container with a hole in one side of it, right? The container is continually maintained at some certain pressure by burning shit inside of it, right? When we burn stuff, when we combust it, we get a ton of gas that's produced, right? And that's how we maintain this pressure because there's a certain leak rate through that hole, and so we can, fill in that leak rate inside the container and keep a constant pressure. And if we have, one total area unit on the front side of this container and less than one total area unit on the back of the container, well, we know force is equal to just, pressure times area. So we get a net force forward. That's the fundamental. Now we get into like real rocket engines and stuff. You have the acceleration of the gases through the nozzle, and you have like more force, more area to push off against. And you have the physical like velocity, which matters. It's more than just the pressure, but the fundamentals is like you can easily have pressure just from
Aaron,
from the engine.
You're gonna have to teach every flat earther in here nozzle geometry.
Fuck no, I'd rather. So many other things I'd rather do than that.
Nozzle geometry is a cope. Okay, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Am I coping because I
in a space? Come on, read the rest of it, you stupid numpty.
Oh no! Am I coping?
Yeah, what's wrong about it being in space?
Well, you don't have a medium.
Okay, so there's nothing outside. Why does that matter?
How do you build pressure in a vacuum?
Sure. So do we agree that when we combust something, that produces a lot more gas volumetrically than
Yeah,
the
just
liquid?
explain thrust in a vacuum. How do you build
Sure, I'm
pressure
getting
to
there.
thrust off of? Well,
I'm getting there.
you're coping. So just answer.
Yeah, I'm getting there. That's why I asked you the question, right? So we got to start at the fundamentals. Do you agree that, when we burn stuff, right? Like let's take liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen. We burn it, we get CO2 and H2O as the byproducts, right? And those are gaseous, and they take up far more volume than the liquid versions of those two substances, right? We can agree on that? Yes? No? Maybe so? Okay, well, assuming his silence means yes. So we have this large production of gas, right, in a very small container with only one exit, right? And as we continue to burn and burn, we have more and more gas being built. Now, eventually, the gas is going to start bumping into each other, and it's going to start exiting that hole, right, at a certain rate. And that rate is relative to whatever that pressure is inside that container. So as we build the pressure higher and higher in the container, more and more stuff flies out of that hole, right, as we burn more and more material. And so there's a balance, right, where
Like
we can determine, hey, we want to burn, 1,000 kilograms a second, right? Well, that means 1,000 kilograms a second of exhaust gas is flying out of that hole. And depending how big that hole is, that'll equate to some consistent pressure inside that container. There's some equilibrium.
Why does it go forward?
Sure. So if you look in the amazing paint diagram I put up there, the fundamental reason that's very easy to understand is the pressure difference. So you can think of the top of the rocket engine has one area unit of total area, versus the bottom of the rocket engine, right? Well, there's a hole in it, so there's less than one total area unit. So you summate the pressure on those two sides, right? And they're obviously the pressure is acting in opposite directions, so we subtract from each side, and we end up with a net force, to the top.
Okay, where's the reaction?
What do you mean? Reaction for
Newton's
what?
laws, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the equal and opposite reaction is the gas particles bouncing off the walls of the rocket engine.
No.
Yeah. So you have the force that the gas
It's
imparts.
pushing off itself.
So you have the force at the containers of the walls of the rocket engine, right? Push on the
Pushing off
gas.
itself.
So they push off the gas, right? And then you have the opposite force,
gosh.
which is the gas pushing off the wall, right? But because there's more wall on the top of the rocket engine than the bottom of the rocket engine, it means there's more force on the top of the engine than the bottom of the engine. And so the engine goes up while the gas goes down. And it just dumps the gas, it leaves the gas behind. We don't bring it with us. Did he leave? I think he left.
Hmm.
Damn.
Well, I guess he's intimidated.
Very sad.
Bro, do you remember the movie The Great Mouse Detective?
Wow, it's quiet in here for so many people.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
we kind of just wait around and wait for a person who believes in the globe and then, kick them in the balls, so to speak.
Ah, gotcha. You mean who believe in round Earth?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I do. I believe in round Earth. I know my head's on the chopping block now, but I've heard some interesting theories.
Yeah.
but
what's up?
so far, none that have convinced me that Earth is flat. Not yet, and that's why I'm here.
Well, he won't be
So
kicking you in the balls. He won't be kicking you in the balls. That's a good news.
Yeah.
well, you never know these days, dude. You can't just assume like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No, you won't. No balls. Trust me. I'm good.
So he was just talking rocket. He was just talking rocket.
Yes, you are allowed to assume. This isn't a democracy in here.
It's a republic,
Rockets are pretty based.
or is it a what is it? Just thinking
They
sure.
were just talking about rockets and the thermodynamics violation. People think about
Okay.
rockets.
No violation.
They gotta prove they're in space first. That space is real. You got to prove that before you can prove that rockets are flying there.
Well, we know the pressure
Yeah.
goes down pretty substantially, right? So we go higher.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden, poof, and then it's no pressure, right?
No.
So you need a container for that.
No, there's no like sudden line where all of a sudden the pressure just like goes to zero.
Well, how does it happen then?
Sure,
At some point-
it's a very
at some
gradual
point-
change.
Right. So yeah, you're registering pressure. Then all of a sudden, no pressure. Can't have that.
There's still pressure. You can go like out, to the moon, right? And you can still find like a trace like higher than like
Traces of
deep
pressure,
space.
Stop
pressure.
making up stories, dumbass.
I'm just citing like other organizations that have done it. My point is that like there is no hard defined edge
Nobody's
of
done
like.
it. You're just telling stories.
Come
Okay, well, you can believe it's stories. My point being, right, is
Well-
that there's no like hard defined edge where it's like, hey guys, this is the atmosphere and it has like this pressure, and then we take like 2 feet, we move 2 feet, and it's like, hey guys,
No,
this
but
is
that's
space.
what
It
they
has
say.
zero pressure.
Space does exist because it's basically the
No.
meaning of vast expanse beyond Earth's atmosphere, right? We know
So that's what. So
it
space
exists.
is real because space is real because somebody wrote that down. Are you high, kid?
Because somebody
Well,
made a
that's
definite.
you know what I said 2 days ago. I said the exact same thing that you did. Then how do we know space is real? So believe me, I'm on the fence, but I haven't seen any data that tells me otherwise.
Yeah. So
All
I've
right,
seen
there's
lots
no
of data
air magically forms around a ball in a vacuum is what.
So
you
well, let me
still
ask
believe.
you this: when I look through, a telescope, right, in my backyard, what am I seeing in the
God.
sky?
You're seeing
You don't know what
lights.
you're looking at because we haven't been there. You can't prove that that's a vacuum, first of all. And to have vacuum,
I don't know about
you need
that.
a container. To have pressure, you need a container. And we're breathing pressure, so yeah. Like
But
rockets.
you didn't
in a
answer my
vacuum,
question though.
Yeah, you
That's
didn't
a
answer.
fairy
What am
tale.
I looking at through the telescope?
We
What
don't-
am I seeing?
We
Why
don't,
are you
we don't
looking
know,
in
and
the
neither do you.
sky? Why are you looking in the sky when I asked you how do you form air around a ball in a vacuum?
Can I answer her question for her? When you look through your telescope and you look up, you're just looking up at lights in the sky. That's it. Because that's all you can do is look at them.
Nope. Nobody's been there.
We can say we have direct observation. We have space exploration so far.
Wrong.
That's what
You
they
don't
say,
have
right?
space
That's what they
Wrong.
say. Just hear me out. I'm not done. Hear me out. That's what they say.
We already heard
We
all
have
the stories. You don't got to tell us the
satellite-
stories.
Well,
Yeah, some
can
of
I
us have been
finish?
here since 2015. We've heard all of this.
Satellite technology. I mean, there's so much.
I mean, what?
What about the Aurora Borealis?
That's all
Oh my
ground
God,
technology, honey.
You must be
Well,
reading from a website.
don't call me honey because you don't know me yet. But
I'm sorry.
I'm just
You're
asking these questions because I am new. This is my first time here, So
You're
you
going,
have to
you're
expect these
scattergunning. You're
questions.
just going, you're just talking and talking and talking. You can't stay on topic. You want to look at lights in the sky, so pick something.
Okay,
Sorry.
obviously you can have a
Space
conversation.
exploration.
You're
All
very
things up in the
angry.
sky.
Why don't
Never
you get
asked
that in
about the
check,
ground yet.
doctor?
You're new. You're new. We'll be nice. We'll be nice.
Exactly. This is my first time here.
Hey,
so
it's
I've
all
been
well
here
and good,
15,
all of
20
that stuff,
minutes.
transparency.
Topic, then. Let's stick
It's
to the
I'm
topic,
sorry
then.
if I sounded mean.
So now I'm an
sorry if
expert in my field. I'm not an expert in this. So that's why I'm here. I'm asking questions. You got to expect that being in this channel.
All right. Well, like, all right. So we all right. The
See,
one thing you do know.
that's why people think
Well,
flat earthers are crazy because they can't
Just
hold
let it, just let him
conversations.
speak. Then
With you.
we
We need to,
let him speak.
yeah,
But that's why I'm here. I don't think you
we
are
need to
at
start from the
all.
beginning with you. I guess we need to start from the beginning with you. Shapes and
Sure.
stuff like that.
there you go.
We're not
Oh
looking
yeah,
in the sky.
the basics. Okay.
Yeah, you need the basics because you want to look in the sky for what's on the ground, and we don't do that in here.
Okay, what are you doing here?
Misunderstand
Debunk the
concepts.
globe.
We
What are you
measure
doing
Earth
here?
and scrutinize the globe. We scrutinize the
scrutinize the
globe
globe.
and
Okay.
measure.
We try to
Okay.
verify the claims that there's a globe, and the trouble is we can't verify anything that's been told to us. That's the issue.
Right. Well, I've seen
So if you've
a
got
lot
like
of
what would you present?
documentation.
What
See, I have a Freedom
documentation?
of Information channel
That's
server.
good.
That,
You
and
know
I'm
what?
not trying to
I'll just ask
self-promote.
you this transparency.
Listen,
Just let me
I have
let's
CIA
okay.
documents. They're documents. They're CIA documents, FBI documents that talk about space and all of this stuff going on in space.
Yeah, you got
That's
CIA
all well and good,
documents
okay?
too. You got CIA
Now-
documents too that tell you that the Twin Towers fell from two planes hitting it also. But
No,
you know,
actually, I found documentation to tell me otherwise.
honey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
So we're going to stick on topic.
We basically just like to take it back to basics for a reason. Because when you take it back to its simplicity, you really see how it doesn't, there's no logic to it, okay? So if you're claiming that the Earth is a globe sphere, then that means a few things, right? Geometrically speaking, is that true? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so the issue we have is we cannot detect any curvature or spin or any of these other bold claims that are put on the table. So that's where we start. That's why we take it back to basics. All these documents you're talking about, they're irrelevant. They have nothing to do with the Earth. You're talking about space, okay? So when we take it back to what we're actually looking at, we cannot find any evidence for that. And that is the issue.
But okay, all right. I see where you're coming from. I understand. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it.
Everyone gets so wound up in everything else, but when you take it back to what you're actually looking for, that's where you run into the issues, and that's what drives everyone here. So everything else is irrelevant.
yeah. Remember, we used to all be ball-hearted too. We used to all believe in space and planets and all that nonsense. I literally called my brother a retard until I went and got a P1000 and took pictures of things that were way too far away, that were supposed to be behind the freaking curve, a big hump of Earth. So once you actually go out and like do some observations of your own on the water, and you can see something that's 30 miles away, then you'll start to question how is it a sphere when we can't find any curvature anywhere? You know, that's a funny looking shape with 70% flat, and then all the curving happens on land. even though most land is flat. Also, like if you want to draw that shape, it would look like nothing like a globe. I can assure you. Like,
I have a genuine question for the flat earthers. So, I'm part of a rocketry organization that probably within the next 5 years or so will be sending a rocket up 100 kilometers or more, probably around 130.
I'm proud of you.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, carry on.
So
Just
if
keep
it
kicking
has
that can.
a big ass or multiple cameras probably, and I get the footage from all that because I'll probably still be in contact with people who actually launch it. And I have the raw footage directly from the cameras of this rocket going to 130 kilometers. And I have the specs on the lenses and the exact cameras used and all of that shit, right? So we can exactly account for any fisheye effect or anything like that from the lenses.
Get to your point.
Yeah, and it shows it's round. Would you guys accept that?
No.
No? Why not?
Because the Earth doesn't measure
Because
curves.
all my measurements on Earth
Okay, so even if I
show that
provide
water is horizontal.
video and photographic evidence
Yes,
of it
yes, I
curving,
would not
and we
believe
can
you.
account for
Yes, it doesn't
all
count.
contingent variables.
Yep,
right?
it doesn't count. Yeah, it doesn't
Why
count.
does it not count?
Because there's no curve measured at the ground.
I hate to say it, I don't believe that you freaking set anything up that high enough to actually see a ball
Oh,
or
many people
even
have done it.
a horizon. I mean, not like an actual edge.
Yeah, many
of
people
a
have done it.
curve. No, dude.
It's
Nobody's
not
done it.
easy.
The ISS,
But-
the ISS can't even see the freaking edge of the globe card. So why would
does.
you be able to?
The ISS has a very defined curved horizon. Yeah, we can go
Dude,
pull
you
up the
better be
live video right
listening
now. Hold on, I'll show it up right now. I'll
Holy
pull it up right now.
crap.
We're not live.
Oh, they're
It's
not
not
live right now.
live,
Let's
first
see.
of all.
Let's see.
No.
NASA.
Loop. It's just a loop, dude.
Okay, well,
Shows the
at
same
least
shit
the
all
footage,
time.
right? He's saying at the ISS they don't see a curved horizon. I was just going to show that they do.
No.
We can
Okay, so
debate whether or
let
not.
me attempt to complete a rebuttal to you because you're not letting others complete a rebuttal to you. So you are obviously in here to try and convince yourself because you're not really taking the time to listen to others. But consider this: I tagged you in the open chat. I have several syllogisms that succinctly touch the issue. Now, this is an issue concerning geodesy itself. Do we detect the Earth's surface to be convexing at all? And the first clip I tagged you in addresses that issue, where your spheroidal geodesy is inescapably caught in a dilemma. And then because you think that you live in a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of humongous solid, liquid, and or gas balls, including the Earth, then the ad hoc retort for that, so that you don't have an entire world where everything falls into oblivion, is universal gravitation. And so I've also refuted that below the first clip I tagged you in. So we'll see if you can engage on the subject on those very succinct arguments.
Okay, I don't know what the relevance was of what I was talking about earlier, but cool. I'll go through it.
So I'll say this in the meantime while you're reading. I'll say this in the meantime while you're reading, because you're appealing to supposed artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum. You need that universal gravitation in order for your cosmos to remain intact, right? But without it, everything will fall into oblivion. So I refuted both mass attracting mass and bendy space-time. So given that, that would imply necessarily that the scientist cosmological doctrine with the globe Earth has an irreconcilable discrepancy, which necessarily implies that the world would be falling into becoming dismayed. So there would be no artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, so all I was talking about is literally just seeing a curve, right? If I send up an object very, 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 very high, right, and it shows a curve, and I can give the exact specifications of the camera and all the equipment used, right? So
I said no.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy.
Hang on a moment. Hang on.
Sure.
So as you were saying, the curve.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to parse this out now.
Mhm.
Seeing curvature doesn't necessarily mean you're seeing spherical convexity, because if you are rising above an object with a circular horizontal surface, then if you get high enough, you will see that curve of the edge of the horizontal surface. So you have to take that into account also. And so even if you do detect curvature, and you would detect curvature because every object has a finite size as it extends in free space, if you get high enough above a horizontal circular surface, then you would see curvature. What we don't ever see is spherical convexity. We don't ever see the objects on the surface of the Earth dipping away from us as we ascend.
We don't find humps of
So
water.
if the
Hey,
Earth was
yeah,
a
wait.
planar surface, as you would rise, first off, the horizon wouldn't dip, right? And second, you would have a fairly like flat vanishing line in any direction.
Horizon is where the sky meets the ground. It's always below your eyes. So why would it rise?
Sure. So again,
Yeah, let's acknowledge this also concerning the horizon. Let's acknowledge this now.
Sure.
Every
So if you have an
material
infinite
object has
plane,
a finite size. Hang on, just let this be said. Every material object has a finite size, right? There's no such thing. It's metaphysically and logically impossible for a material entity to have an infinite size. That necessarily implies it has no shape, and if it has no shape, then it doesn't exist. But it does exist. So it has a finite size. So
okay, so it's
with a
finite.
horizontal circular surface, as it were, in principle, with a finite extent, if you get high enough, then the extremity, right, the edge, is only extending so far. So then you would see the edge right below your center line of sight if you ascend high enough.
Sure, but we would then, predict that edge would follow the edge of the object itself.
Say
it
again?
would not. It wouldn't. So, for example, like imagine you're rising up above a square, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would see the square edge, right, of that object as you got higher and higher and higher. Yeah. So, on like a spherical object, right, we would expect a continuous circular horizon, right, across the entire like part of the sphere that we could see at any given point. Whereas for like other objects, say like an ellipse or like a more oval, like flat shape, etc., we would see a more succinct, defined edge that would not be changing.
But you get that with a circular, flat, horizontal surface also.
Only if you were rising from the exact center of that disk, not if you were rising from any other point on the disk. One edge would be closer to you than the other
you're
edge.
going to see a circle surround you. And what we don't observe, you have to acknowledge this. Right?
If you rose from any other point, hold on, no, you made a claim there.
I didn't
that's wrong.
finish yet. Just let me finish. But it's a really annoying tactic where you just refuse to let people finish their replies to you. So you would see the same thing, right? You would see the same thing on a circular horizontal surface. And again, what we don't observe, even though we would observe it if we were ascending from a spherical surface, is the objects on that surface dipping away from you. And we never observe that. We never observe the mountains or the towers or the clouds dipping away from us in a convex manner as we ascend.
What are time zones?
So with like the flat circular plane, again, if you rose from the center of that plane, then yes, you would see a continuous circular horizon, right? However, if you rose from any other part of that plane, you would not see a circular horizon. You would see an oblong horizon, right? It would look more elliptical.
It's false.
No, it's true because one edge would necessarily be closer to you. One edge would necessarily be closer to you. Yes.
No,
just
that's
like if you're rising from like a square.
You cannot treat the surface of the Earth like you're just arising from a pizza plate. You can't do that. The Earth is humongous.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth is humongous in both paradigms. So just because you're not arising from the exact center point, if you're like a mile or 10 miles, even 100 miles away from the center, you're still going to see a 360 degree. You're still going to see a 360 degree curving horizon wrap around you.
Why would it be curving?
If you're high enough, you're going to see the curvature of the circle of the horizontal surface. So there's no reason to keep quibbling about this.
Curvature of the circle of the horizontal.
There's no need to keep quibbling about this. This is a very minor point. we can
this
see
is quite large. Actually.
if we ascend to a high enough height above a circular horizontal surface, we will see us being wrapped around of a circular extremity. It's very simple. You're either observing
but
yourself
again, now you're
ascend above
going
a
to the
ball
extremes.
or ascend above a circular horizontal surface. So we don't need to keep quibbling about that. So moving on.
I don't think he's talking
observe it. What we don't observe,
Gregory is talking about
observe, even though we do. What we don't observe, even though we would observe it, is the objects along the supposed sphere to be convexing and dipping away from us, right? But we don't observe that. So the implications are false of your position.
Yeah. So again, you are taking things to like an extreme where like, sure, if we go extremely well, I'm getting to it in a minute. I'm just staying on the point of like that in contention here. If you rise from the surface of like of a circle, right, a disk, you have a consistent horizon all around you, right? Consistent distance to like the edge. Versus if you're not in the center, right, that distance is not like similar. It's not the same. Now, as you get really, really, really far away from the disk, that difference becomes negligible. Right, and then I would agree. Like, yeah, if you go like a bajillion miles away, right?
But are you saying that the
horizon? I'm not quite done.
The horizon is the edge of the disk?
So if you go quite far away, right, it wouldn't really matter if you weren't at the exact center. I would agree with you. Like, same with a sphere. If you go really, really, really far away, it basically just looks like a circle. But again, we're not going like a bajillion miles away, right? We're going, at most like 100, right? Which is still like fairly close to the surface, given how big the surface is, which we both agree. At which point that difference between the two edges, right? If you're not at the center, hold on, I'm not done talking. So
acknowledge it.
I'm not done talking.
What edges, man?
You complained about me interrupting you, so you got to let me speak.
Acknowledge. You're talking past the point.
I'm not done. So when you go up, right, not at the center, that distance, right, that difference between one edge versus the other is going to be quite extreme. That would inherently cause the horizon, the shape of the horizon from your perspective, to be different because those other areas would literally be farther away from you. So when you look around, you would not see consistent circular, curving. You would see an oblong or elliptical curving.
No.
Yes.
It's a false implication. Your eyes are not that fucking powerful. Stop pretending that you can see such finite details at such extreme heights, at such extreme distances. Stop.
Yeah.
I never said anything about extreme detail.
Yeah, hold on, bro. Ariel, you got some assumptions on the table, right? That you're both not speaking out loud, right? And that's why you're talking past each other. So, for example, if you're a certain distance off of a surface that has an ambient atmosphere, for example, let's say the standard Rayleigh atmosphere extinction coefficient results in 300-mile visual range at ground level, right? So in that 300-mile visual range, that would be 300 miles in a circle around you. If you jump up in the air, it's still going to be roughly 300 miles. So as you go higher, you're going to get more range, but that's still a limited range. So you'd have to know some of these other factors. For example, as Greg is saying, you don't have an infinite amount of reception angles available for all the propagation angles. So there has to be some point where these two things take over each other. And that's what Gregory's talking about here. It's an economy of scale. So in order for your point to stood, Ariel, you'd have to demonstrate that all the available propagation angles of the surface that you're in question at the height you are would result in a differentiation in the horizon rather than just a circle being the extent of your vision and angles available to you at that point in space. Does that make sense?
I get where you're coming from. The main issue I have with this. So when you're talking about like the distance that before light attenuation becomes like too extreme, right? First off, that's heavily dependent on what wavelength we're using, right? So obviously it's going to affect visual more than like IR as an example.
Refutation.
Hold on, I'm not quite done. Chill. The second thing, right? This limit is not like all of a sudden light from 300 miles away will not reach you. The issue is that you are no longer able to differentiate like different sources. So in other words, you can't get any detail. You can't get like any information out of it. However, you still get light. There are still photons from those locations reaching you. They are just scattered. Hold on, I'm not quite done. So they're scattered with all the other, and you don't have defined detail. But if there is a defined edge, like way over there, right? Let's say 5,000 miles away, right? I'm not going to be able to, resolve that edge at all, right? It's far, far beyond my ability. However, I will still be getting light from that area, so I can see where does. Hold on, I'm not quite done, buddy. I'm getting there. Calm down. So if I look at where 300 miles, right? I draw that line of like, okay, I can resolve information from 300 miles in this area, but I'm still getting light from this band past that. Right, there is still light there, and then all of a sudden, there's no more light.
Third time you
right,
said
because that's where the edge actually is. Right, so I have this region of like undefined light, then I have the region of defined light. We would still see in that undefined region, you would still see a difference.
Fourth time you said
right,
it's non-refutation.
Okay, buddy. Well, there's no point in you keep saying it. Just wait until I'm done. You would still have in this undefined region, you'd still have light coming in, which would show that differentiation. Right, between you not being in the center of this circular plane.
I don't know. So
you said the same non-refutation 5 times.
From my understanding of the extinction coefficient is that it's described as the atmosphere is opaque at that
yes
range.
Well, kind of.
Can you put that into a shorter answer for us, man? Like, you kind of lost me there, brother. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about now.
He's talking about the articulation angles, bro, or the propagation angles, I mean.
Yeah, that's right.
He's missing the point that it wouldn't resolve. Like, it would just all converge. So
Dude, just read
it just
the Bible.
doesn't make sense.
Honestly, like the firmament, like, what are you talking about? Angles and shit.
Right. So everything he said doesn't refute the fact that AI said that beyond the limits of your perspective, you're just not going to resolve. There's a limit to your perspective, so you're not going to see this change, especially at such extreme heights above the surface and at such extreme distances away from the extremity of the face of the horizontal circular surface, for instance, just in principle. You're not going to see this oblong change in the pattern of the horizon as you move away from the center of the circle, as where your eyes are not that powerful.
He's essentially saying you could see forever. It's retarded.
Hold on. The extinction coefficient has nothing to do with like how powerful your eyes are. That's talking about the physical like absorption of light as it travels, or absorption and then emission of light as it travels through a medium. Right? You could have the fucking biggest telescope in the world, but like if all of the light in the spectrum that you're looking at is being deflected and or absorbed and re-emitted in different wavelengths, you're not going to see anything. And again, that was my point to bring up. We can use other wavelengths than visible, right? Which visible has a fairly poor extinction coefficient compared to something like infrared, which can see thousands of miles theoretically.
Acknowledge that your eyesight health is a factor. Acknowledge.
It has nothing to do with the extinction coefficient, which is what AI Overlord brought up.
Acknowledge that your eyesight health, the ability for your eyes to do the act of distinguishing, has to be of a sufficient degree, or else you won't see it.
I'm not talking about using my eyes, period. I'm talking about using equipment. I don't know why we're bringing up eyesight.
Oh, fair enough. But
you're just walking around the issue.
Right?
You're the one doing
I'm
the
talking
observation
about
with a camera. I'm going to finish this reply. You're walking around the issue that you are the person with your eyes doing the observation with or without technology. Now, especially even with technology, you're still using technology to aid your perspective from your eyes, and your eyes cannot see everything. You cannot leap to the presumption that if we're above a circular horizontal surface, that if we move whatever given distance you want to pick from the center, away from the center to the extremity, that if we then turn around again, we're going to see this oblong, uneven change in the horizon line in our perspective that is presumptuous that your eyes can see that far even with our technology. And this is all hypothetical in the first place, and isn't as though anyone's done the observation. We have the high altitude observations, which are not consistent with the geometric implications of us living on a ball. Acknowledge.
Yeah. So again, if we're talking about like eyesight so poor that you can't look at like a computer screen or something that's right in front of you, then like sure, if you're completely blind, then obviously like it's not going to help if you use a camera. Although I doubt you'll even be able to use a camera if you're fucking blind. as for, again, like what the perspective would look like, what the shape would look like as you rise above the surface, taken to the extreme, right? Let's say we get fairly close to the edge, right? And you go from there. Well, like it would just be like overtly like a fact that it would not look like a fucking circle that's, you know,
all right, let's say that's
equilateral
true.
distance.
Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Let's use the given radius and circumference, quote unquote, to make a circle. We'll call that the extent. So how close would you have to be to the extent in order for the differentiation to your left and right to be of such a degree that it would create an oblong at particular height with a particular field of view and resolution power?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers offhand.
Okay, so then this point is moot.
No, not at all.
Jesus fucking Christ!
So the point
I
is
just
that
say
when one argues that, oh, you know,
ambiguity.
hold on. So when we go over and someone says like, no, it would look the same, like what we see, you know, when it curves in this high altitude rocket footage, for example, is like consistent with this plane. Well, I'm going to bring up how, like, you know, no, that's not necessarily true. We can't just, again, assume that, because like physically we would see a difference, right? Now, depending on how extreme it is, I would agree, you know, might be harder or easier to detect, right? But physically, it would not produce the same image.
Okay, that's fair. Or it might be the case that the territory we have available to us is not possible to reach an extent where this effect would be pronounced. Because, I mean, it's pretty rational to say. It's pretty rational to say if I went to the edge of a giant object and I was, you know, like 100 feet from the edge, then obviously my field of view, I'd see, you know, what will appear to be a horizon on one side, but when I turn my head slightly, it would cut off immediately. Now, that's not unreasonable.
Okay, so I'll give you a different argument then. So if we had this high altitude vehicle, right, and we used both a visual camera and an infrared camera, and they both showed the same like edge, right, the same defined edge of where they couldn't detect anything else, right, or no more specifically, no more light from that location was entering the camera's lens, right? That would indicate that we're not having like an extinction coefficient causing, you know, the light to not reach us or anything like that. It would indicate that that is actually like a hard to find edge, because regardless of what, you know, two different frequencies of light we're using, which would have different extinction coefficients, and one would have a far lower one, we would still see the same image.
And none of our observations are that.
Of your rocket?
Like,
those pictures of your rocket.
None of our observations. None of our observations are that.
Hold on, I'm just asking. I'm asking more theoretical. I don't have like a rocket that had both like an infrared camera and a visual. But again, I'm talking about something where it's like, you know, in the near future, I could probably hold on.
None of our observations are that.
Okay, well,
right, so that's
I'm talking with the other guy right now, not you. So I'm just curious,
Stop trying to ignore my rebuttal. None of our observations
bro, the world doesn't revolve
that.
around you. This is a whole conversation with other people.
To any of our observations.
You have like
Don't pull Biden.
Yeah. So again, right? I'm asking this more like theoretical. If that was the case, right? If I had like a video.
You already said that. We don't need to hear you say it again.
Okay, so then what's the answer to that? That's what I'm curious right now.
So that's what I just said, right? You're just ignoring the rebuttal.
No, I'm not. I'm going to discuss it in a minute.
One of our observations is the nature that you're describing in your hypothetical.
I understand that's your belief.
The exact extremities. All the high altitude footage that we have, we're not seeing the very edge itself. We're seeing we're seeing what we can see. We're not seeing the entire circle all the way to the very concrete edge thereof.
Yeah, so for example, if you went to the extent that you would think would be the extent, and then you went up and got a picture which looked like a circular horizon, one could just argue that the extent is further than the extent you claim. You'd then have to provide proof of the extent separately from the photo.
So the rebuttal
it's not as unimpugnable as it may appear at first glance.
There wouldn't be a way to differentiate it.
Well, unless you had concrete, measurement of the extent, right?
Sure, there is a way. The fact of the matter is that our observations that have happened, that we repeatedly post in the open chat, we're not observing the very edge of the surface of the Earth itself. It's not what we're observing. We're observing what we can see, which is not the entirety or all the way up to the edge. So this point is moot.
Yeah, that's right.
So the geodesy dilemma for the sphere
the moral of the story is,
and the refutation against mass attractive mass and bendy spacetime still stands also.
the moral of the story is you have to be at a significant distance so that the extents are within your field of view, definitively. So, for example, there's only 20 people, or less than 20, if I remember correctly, who've ever even allegedly been in a position to see the extents of the Earth. Everybody else has been within the bounds of the Earth to where the Earth is larger than their field of view, and they can't actually make a definitive claim about the entirety of the Earth from that vantage point.
Sorry, I was talking with some other people that came in.
So you weren't listening then? Or...
No, unfortunately, I had some people I had to talk to. I apologize.
It's amazing how that keeps happening when the thrust and completion of the argument is being said.
I can't control other people and they gotta talk to me, man.
So I reposted these rather long passages in relatively in the open chat again. I tagged you again. So this photogeodesy dilemma still stands. It necessarily follows that if the surface is not curving, then it's horizontal, it's level, and you don't have the ad hoc appeal to bendy space-time, mass curving space-time, nor mass attracting mass. Those are also refuted. They're unverifiable. So given that you don't have these ad hoc appeals to these supposed metaphysical doctrines, it necessarily implies the patent falsehood that we live in a cosmos where we never live in a cosmos in the first place, is in total dismay. So there is no artificial operations in the cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, so just really quickly on the other thing, and then I'll address each of these ones that you posted. When we're talking about like the edge that can be seen, if the argument is that there's more, like if the edge that we are seeing is not the actual edge, right? It's the limit of whatever the optical wavelength we're using. Then if we use two different optical wavelengths, we should see two different edges, right? As those two different wavelengths have different abilities to traverse across this distance. If we use two different wavelengths, then we see the same edge, right? We see the same image, and that would indicate, or using abductive reasoning, it would be most reasonable to conclude that, in fact, what we're seeing is like a more physical phenomenon, and not like different lights.
Interesting. So, that's interesting. So, which refracts more, infrared or visible?
Refraction is fairly similar, but when we're talking about extinction coefficients, visible light has a much higher extinction coefficient. It'll die.
Yeah, but we're also talking about what we see when we look through one spectrum and what we see when we look through another spectrum, right?
Yeah. So when we're talking about refraction is like very dominant by like material density changes. There is some impact of wavelength.
Right, fair. But what was the question was which one refracts more?
It would be visible light than infrared.
Okay, so if it's the claim that supersediary observations of globe geometry are explained by refraction, which bring things from a far distance because they're being refracted in visible light, then looking at it through infrared should cause you to see less, correct?
Marginally less, yeah.
Marginally?
Yeah. When we're talking about like...
How much marginally?
Well, sure, we could go through some math if you want. But like
I don't want to go through any math. I don't want to go through any math.
That's what we would have to
tell me the margin. No.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers offhand, but we could go through the math if you want to. Because like when we're talking about the extreme distances involved here, wavelength becomes less of a determining factor, and more like density change becomes a more determining factor in how much bending you're getting in the light from refraction.
Okay, so at this rate, you should just relinquish the attempt to try and make it seem as though the extremity of the Earth is visible from any of these high altitude observations that we have done. There's no good reason to say that.
Why would I do that?
Because you want to be honest and actually attain knowledge, not just
Why would it be
persist with
honest to say that?
scientism, apologetics, and polemics.
It seems unfounded to make that assumption that you're suggesting.
About demonstrating outside air refraction.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, see, for the audience that's struggling to keep along, Ariel is trying to argue that with all the high altitude observations that we have, that the extent of the Earth that we see in the shot is the very edge of the Earth itself. And there's no good reason to say that. Instead of just acknowledging that it's just as much as we can see at that height, given all the factors that factor into what we do or do not see, what is or is not visible, he has to persist with the premise that the extent of the Earth that we see, that the horizon line of the Earth in the shot with any of these high altitude observations, even with the highest ones, is the very edge of the Earth itself, and it's patently false. And he has no good reason to say it.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Well, now he's refusing to acknowledge that's what he's been arguing, but he only has two options.
I know my argument. I think you're misunderstanding my argument.
I'll finish this eventually. I'll finish this eventually.
Are we talking about the globe now or the flat Earth?
He tries to, right? He has only two options. Either we are seeing the very edge of the Earth, if it is a horizontal circular surface or not, a horizontal surface. Either we are seeing the very edge of the surface in the shot with these high altitude shots, or we're not. If we are, then he may have a case. If we're not, then his point is moot. That's it.
No, so again, I already went over this. So if we're on this flat circular disk, right, there is going to be a region where we have defined features, right, where we can distinguish things visually. Using the visual spectrum for now, right? As we go higher, we'll be able to distinguish more as there's less atmosphere in the way, interfering with things. Depending on how far the edge is, there will be a point at which we are no longer able to distinguish information, right? All the information will become a blur. But that doesn't mean that we're not still getting light from those locations. Now, when we get into extinction coefficients, that would depend on exactly how far the edge is away from us, as to whether or not we would actually start getting to whether or not it's relevant for the light to start becoming extinct from being absorbed or reflected, etc. But even then, we can go to a different wavelength, such as infrared, which has a better coefficient, and we should be able to see even farther. So
okay, we're going to say this one last time because you keep trying to obfuscate this. Either you see it or you don't. And a part of seeing something isn't just receiving unresolvable, indistinguishable data of light, right? If you're looking at something and you can't resolve any distinct characteristic, is that an instance of you seeing the object, yes or no?
By a technicality, yes, but we're not able to distinguish anything of that object.
There it is again. Right.
No, it's a fact. So
I'll say it again.
So if I am really far away from
trying to suppress the scrutiny.
I'm not suppressing.
I see dead people.
Stop trying to suppress the scrutiny.
I'm just responding to what you're saying.
No, you're trying to suppress the scrutiny. You can hear me with a follow-up question. You can clearly hear
one of you yield, or I'm eating both of you. Those are your options. So choose which one yields. Go ahead.
So, the scrutinizing question. Acknowledge the distinction between just receiving light versus resolving the distinction.
Sure. So, when we can just see light from something, right, we know that something is there. But because we are not able to distinguish it, we are not able to identify it, right?
Right. So,
but we still are having. Hold on. I'm not done.
Dude, we still have.
I'm not done. Yes, I took a breath. My apologies. I have only a limited amount of air in my lungs. So when we are still getting light from something, it means we are still getting information from that thing. We may not be able to, again, like determine exactly what it is, right? If I have a cube, for example, really, really far away from you, you might not be able to distinguish whether or not it's a sphere or a cube, right? Or exactly what shape it is at all. But you'll still be able to know that I'm holding something, right? And the same applies here. We would still be able to know that there is some limit, some edge, right? Again, unless the edge is like extremely far away, at which point extinction coefficients start to matter. But beyond that, like really extreme, we would still be able to, be able to discern that there is some limit to the edge.
Okay, so acknowledge, even with the heights that we're observing these high altitude shots at, acknowledge that not resolving the edge is an instance of not seeing it.
No, disagree.
Right, so he has to obfuscate this. This is the
It's not
sophistry.
obfuscation.
The common person is not going to understand these things. And I'm not even near the best at understanding these things, but at least I have the acumen that I have and the perseverance that I have to understand these things. He has to stake his flag and die on this hill. He refuses to acknowledge that with the high altitude shots that we have, you're either going to see the edge, right? You actually see the edge. You're above this horizontal surface that is the Earth, the horizontal surface of the Earth. You're in this high altitude. You're looking away in the distance. Preferably, your body is perpendicular to the surface, right? You're not leaning forward or leaning back or anything like that. You're looking out. You take the shot, and that horizon line. You're either seeing the edge or you're not. What he wants to do is obfuscate that if he wants to obviously appealing to the fact that the light is coming to your eyes are detecting the light, but he wants to obfuscate the fact that just because your eyes are receiving light is not necessarily an instance of you seeing any distinct features.
Sure. So again, I think I gave a very simple example that almost anyone could understand, right? If I'm holding an object, let's say a sphere, right, and it's bright red, right, very different color
Why is
from
he
my
repeating
skin.
himself?
Hold on,
I'm
talking about it. You were able to speak, right? You had your chance to speak.
Why is
my
he
turn now.
repeating this part?
All right, I'm just gonna ignore you for now. So when I hold an object, right, above my head, and I'm really far away, and it's a very different color from the rest of my body, so it's clearly distinguishable, right? Now, you might not be able to see exactly what object I am holding, right? Or in other words, you might not be able to distinguish what it is I am holding. However, you will be able to distinguish the fact that there is something in my hand, because you are able to distinguish the difference in color, right, between the object and my body. So we are able to identify that there is something there, but we don't know what exactly is there. In the same way,
that's cool.
right, when we are looking at something like the horizon, right, in this circular plane, right,
this has to
we would be able to define, we would be able to see all the stuff fairly close around us. And then as we start getting really far away, right, farther out, everything will start to become hazy and we're not going to be able to identify stuff anymore. But we still know it's there because we're still getting stuff. Right? So we still have knowledge, and so we're still seeing stuff. So we're still seeing
get it. We get it. So at what range will you holding the red ball become unresolvable to the point that there's not enough information to even claim that there's a person there, let alone a ball? What range?
Sure. So we'd have to go through like the Rayleigh criterion on taking my entire body in terms of how tall I am and how high I'm holding the object, what angular resolution that is versus like the angular resolution of the ground at my feet, right? And then at what distance that, like, we would not be able to distinguish a photon that's coming from the top of the ball that's in my hand versus my feet.
Right. So there's an angle to where if the reception angles and the propagation angles are consumed below your ability to resolve, everything in that angle will be unresolvable, correct? Indistinguishable, right?
Correct.
It'll only be known as one color value, right?
Correct. Yes.
So what if, just throwing this out there, now we got to parse out the particulars, obviously. What if that angle of propagation to reception represents 1,000 miles? Would it all be represented as the same color value?
If you're talking about like from 1,000 miles away, we wouldn't be able to, like, that would be the Rayleigh criterion?
No, the angle, right, the extent of the angle represents a portion of land, let's call it, that's 1,000 miles long, but all the light from that portion is entering below a resolvable limit. Would you be able to resolve any color information? Well, the answer is obviously no, even though it's 1,000 miles, right?
Yeah, you would have a single like color bit for that
Right.
entire
So
area.
if you took that surface and you put it at an acute angle enough relative to the propagation angles, then thousands upon thousands of miles could be consumed in a single color value in a single angle packet and represent as a thin line essentially in your field of view, right?
Correct. So this is then the difference here, right? Is then when we get to there is no more Earth, right? We get to the edge of the disk. Well, now we don't have any new light coming in, right? It's black. So we then have.
Well, that's the same thing. Well, hold on a second. That's a good point. So when you do traditional perspective, you essentially cut your page into halves or thirds depending on the angle of view you're attempting to portray, and you have a color field that reaches to a certain point, and then after that color field, there's a different color field which represents the differentiation between the sky and the ground. Now, the entire ground is represented in that lower color field, and the entire sky is represented in the higher color field. Now, rest assured, the color field stops in your field of view axially, which is represented as a y-axis if you to look at it as a planar image and put a graph on it, right? So that y-axis is also the z-axis. The y-axis and the z-axis, which is depth, is compounded into one axis, right?
Well, it's a 2D space, but yeah.
Yeah, so you'd have no way of knowing whether the extent of that is the extent on the z or the extent on the y.
It's all the same information packet.
Not exactly.
Did you hear what he said? Yes, it is, because it all comes into one thing.
No, so when you have two different color spaces, right, there's going to be like a margin where, again, through like Rayleigh criterion, we're going to have a mix of like intermediate values, right? We're going to have a gradient between, like, let's say, the bottom's all red, the top's all black, right? We're going to have a gradient at the point at which they intersect where it goes from red to black. But that is in and of itself like defining where, there's some limit here. And my argument this entire time is that distinction, right, is going to be different, right? That if that edge is closer to you than if it's farther away when you're above this, circle and you're not at the center of the circle. Hell, those bands will be different sizes, right? Because they'll be different fucking, excuse me, my language. Different sizes,
Fuck
from
niggers.
the fact that
I hate niggers. I fucking despise niggers.
Yeah, we understand, brother. We got you.
So that angle, right? There's going to be larger angles of the ground when you're off the center axis and you're looking on the farther side than the closer side. So there's going to be like physical differences, and also like when we're getting to Rayleigh criterion, that's also dependent on what wavelength we're looking at, and also how big our aperture is. So if we use like really big telescope, right, that's in like the infrared, for example, we'll be able to identify far greater detail than if we're using like the human eye.
Yeah, that's great. So why don't we get a 5-meter telescope at high altitude and get some actual juicy content rather than these penny ante cameras that can't even see far, quote unquote.
Sure. Well, I'd love to send a 5-meter wide infrared telescope to high altitude, but unfortunately that's a very heavy object and a very big object and quite hard to get to that high of an altitude, quite expensive. So usually, for like practicality, at least on an individual level, we have to, go to.
Why don't they just have Sophia do it, bro?
Who's Sophia?
Oh my god, you don't know Sophia?
No,
holy crap!
Name doesn't ring a
bell. Chuck it on the
now.
shuttle with the Mars.
Yeah, bro. Sophia is kind of like Karen, only cooler.
Oh, okay.
The latest sex doll.
Hell yeah.
No, Sophia is an airplane-borne telescope platform.
Mm-hmm. Oh! I know what you're talking about now. Okay, yeah.
He knows about it.
That was very clever.
I've heard of NASA having that. I didn't know the name of the aircraft.
Yes. Now, for the slow kids in the back, not knowing about Sophia is a double entendre, triple entendre, because Sophia means knowledge, and to not know about knowledge is in itself incoherent.
Yeah. So the issue with with this, right? This plane does not get to anywhere close to the altitudes that I'm talking about. It's
Man,
getting
who
to.
cares, dude? I
Well,
don't care. Think about it this way: you got to accept the good rather than the perfect. So, for example, let's say that we put an infrared 5-meter scope in Sophia's, rear end, and then we took it up high and we tilted it so it can look out over the horizon rather than out into space. Which, by the way, I just would submit to the audience that spending all this time looking out into the space is highly irrelevant. It's a big waste of time. We could actually do something on the Earth that might be interesting, like see the extent of the horizon through infrared. That'd be cool. What I'm trying to say is that sending up an infrared telescope to look at a quasar, a million light years away, that's never going to affect us in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion, is a big waste of money. I'd much rather see something more interesting here on Earth that actually is going to impact my life.
In terms of Earth observation, we have plenty of other satellites doing that, so that's probably why they're not wasting.
Yeah, like what?
The time
like
on this
what?
one.
The GOES fake crap.
The
epic
one?
that can't even the epic that can't even show the moon rotating while it's transiting the Earth with the same clouds. Those ones.
Well, all of them. The hundreds at this
So
point.
let's take this back to the main point of contention, because this entire time he's trying to argue, like I told you before, he's trying to argue that with these high altitude shots, like we posted, like people have seen, is seeing the edge. But it's just a sophistic obfuscation where he's talking about the eye detecting the light, while he obfuscates that there is a clear difference between just the sheer detection of light versus actually resolving any particular feature, like actually seeing the grass, actually seeing the wall, actually seeing the door, actually seeing your child, actually seeing your wife, et cetera, actually seeing the thing. So in the shots, he only has two options. Either we are seeing the very edge or we're not, and we obviously are not. So his argument is moot.
I would argue that, in these photos like the one I just posted, we are seeing the edge of, the surface, the spherical surface, right? At least from the altitude that this is taken at.
What's your argument for that? Say the argument.
My argument.
Say the argument for that concluding premise.
The Earth is round. We are seeing the round Earth.
Okay. The problem is the spheroidal geodesy still stands as it is above. So you can't just take it for granted that this shot is a shot of the supposed convex surface of a ball.
Well, it heavily implies that, considering when we do comparative analysis with a simulation of what we would expect with a spherical object the size of that we believe Earth is, and we compare the two, it comes out pretty similar.
Let me help you. This is the point where you actually say the argument to refute the geodesy dilemma that I've tagged you in twice. Not just reaffirm your presumption that I've already critiqued your presumption.
When I read through your whole thing, it just relies on a bunch of assumptions on your part. That's why I've been basically ignoring it.
Okay, well, that's not a refutation, right? That's just a vague critique that you haven't justified. So I hope you don't think that's a refutation.
So, sure. So, in the first, 3 lines, right? Number 2, the surface of the given object is not curving. That's your assumption. You have to demonstrate that. The second one, number 5, they're not curved. You have to demonstrate that. The first horn, number 2, the horizon is only an optical phenomenon. You have to demonstrate that.
Back up.
I'm going through them all right now because you have.
Actually, listen to the people talking to you.
Second horn, number 2 again. You have to demonstrate that.
Hello, back up.
Hold on, I'm going through your things,
just
buddy.
Go down a hill like a ball.
I'm just going through your things.
Up. Make sure your audience is tracking with you. Back up. Restart.
I don't need to restart. I am giving very simple statements. I can't imagine that anyone's not, following with me saying number 2, you have to demonstrate that. Number 5,
okay, so you're not going to be cooperative.
I am being cooperative. I just said
the beginning. I'm waiting for you to actually repeat the list of your critiques.
Sure. So in the first paragraph of the post that you tagged me in, right? Demonstrate number 2.
So you're missing the point. Okay? So, as it concerns the first syllogism with the second premise, If the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving.
Yeah.
That's not
So number
talking about
2
the
was a
Earth.
claim.
I'm going to finish eventually. You need to learn to listen. The second premise is not talking about the Earth specifically. It's a general argument
okay, then I agree
concerning
with
the. Say again.
Sure. If it's just saying in general, if an object is not curving, therefore, you don't even need the second and third line, just the first statement.
Well, no, I need the next 2 lines to complete the. What is this? The modus ponens. Thank you. Yeah, I need the next 2. I need 2 and 3. So okay, so there's that. You agree with the first modus ponens. The second one is a natural deduction, just to use the names that logicians have called these types of arguments, not to get bogged down on that.
Yes. Demonstrate the fifth premise.
Okay. The surface of the Earth and oceans are not curved, right?
Yep.
Hence the spheroidal geodesy dilemma.
Yep. So demonstrate the fifth premise.
You're not tracking. I'll try again. Hence the spheroidal geodesy dilemma.
So again, please demonstrate the fifth premise.
Okay, you're not tracking. Right?
I don't think you're not tracking what I'm saying.
Let me help you. Let me
help
you.
That was the wrong way.
Let me help you. This is the point where you engage the dilemma, because that's why
you haven't given me a dilemma.
With the 6. I'll finish eventually. You need to learn to listen. Hence the dilemma, and that's why I have that natural deduction with those 6 premises. If it's not curving, right, and especially in the instance where you cannot prove that it's curving because you have a dilemma, then it necessarily follows to the conclusion that the surface of the Earth and oceans are level, horizontal. So this is the point. Let me help you. This is the point where you address the dilemma.
Okay, cool. So I'm like attacking the entire list, right? Because the dilemma requires that this, entire line of reasoning is valid, and clearly it's not. So again, your fifth premise is unsubstantiated. It is a bald-faced claim, right, which you have not substantiated with any prior, modus operandi. So please, right, either show me the deduction that leads us to premise 5 being true, right, being able to be demonstrated deductively that it's true, or demonstrate, that it is true, with, empiricism at least. Show me some reason to accept premise 5 as likely true.
Okay, you're just being stubborn.
No, just show premise 5.
I'm going to finish eventually. Stop talking to me. You're being stubborn. If it is the case, and it is, that your spheroidal geodesy is in a dilemma where it cannot be verified, then it necessarily follows to the concluding premise.
Incorrect.
That's not an argument. Would you like to say an argument with that retort?
Yeah, sure. So again, your deductive line of reasoning here has no inference or even discusses any kind of dilemma, period. It is simply, again, premise 5 is just stating a claim, right, which has not been substantiated with any of the prior premises or any of the prior deductions. So again, even if you want to say you can't demonstrate curvature or not, one way or the other, that still doesn't lead to premise 5 being valid. So again, please demonstrate premise 5.
So he's just being stubborn, right? He's not acknowledging. See, there it is again. You need to exercise some self-control. He's refusing to acknowledge that if it is the case that the surface is not curving and he cannot verify his spheroidal geodesy dilemma, right? The observations and measurements is observing a horizontal surface of the Earth and oceans, and especially the oceans, right? I will show him the videos in just a moment, but I gave him at least 3 chances to just stop being stubborn and acknowledge that the logic sequence follows to the conclusion, at least in principle, but he's just refusing to do that. So now this is the point where I post the videos, especially the one with D Marble. D Marble is not concentrating this video to refute the TikTok clip that I'm going to post in the post, but it does refute it. So the D Marble video with Mark Sargent is doing the observation and measurement over a 10-mile distance. The laser is horizontal with the surface of the waters, even though it wouldn't if the Earth was a ball, and given the specs, all the details, there's 66 feet of curvature missing, right? The globe is falsifiable, right? It has a particular, figure for its radius. It must be the case that the horizon is no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But that's falsifiable. The horizon is much further away than it should be. So there's me speaking. Now I'm going to do the act of pressing the buttons.
True. There are no other variables to take into consideration. You're so right. You're so right. Now, why are there time zones? Why is it 4 a.m. in Russia right now?
Yeah. So again, I never argued with like whether or not logically, if premise 5 was true, then premise 6 wouldn't follow. Like, I don't think any reasonable person listening to this conversation would have that takeaway. What I said was that, again, premise 5 is never been substantiated. I'll keep saying it because clearly you don't understand that. Or maybe you're finally understanding it because that's why you're posting like 12 different videos to try and just, dump information on me to like force me to go for like 40 minutes going through all this stuff. So now you're actually showing you're trying to at least empirically demonstrate that premise 5 is likely true, right? Given evidence. So I'm glad we could agree that premise 5 is not even deductive.
Yeah. So it is substantiated, like I just told you and like I demonstrated. So either from this point forward, let me help you. You're either going to critically consider the evidence that's in the videos, or you won't. If you do, then you'll do well. If you don't, then you patently demonstrated your belligerent ignorance and invincible ignorance.
Sure.
So those are your options now.
Sure. So I've already gone through, I think, most of these videos. I've seen most of them. We can get into those. However, just straight off the bat, these videos do not have like a slam dunk like, hey guys, the globe doesn't exist. I can post a list of, or not even list, I just will post a bunch of different documents also, showing that no, there is actually detectable curvature. So even if we did go through and say, oh, these videos are showing something, right, that is not consistent with the globe, which again, I'm not granting, that would not be like a slam dunk of like, hey guys, premise 5 has been shown to be true. So there's a bunch of different photos. There you go, and a couple videos.
Okay,
so you can go through and look at all the things I just sent. No, I'm not filibustering at all. I'm not done yet, right? As you had your time to talk, right, and you get so uppity when I even make a single noise while you're talking, right? So I'm saying now I posted a bunch of stuff, right? You posted a ton of shit. It's gonna take me probably 15-20 minutes to go through it all, right? So in the meantime, while I'm going through all of these videos you sent, right, you can at least go through like the handful of things that I fucking posted there. And then we can reconvene when we've both looked through each other's evidence. How about that?
Yeah. So obviously you can hear him becoming irritated because he's getting afraid. So from this point forward, this is the point where you either I'll finish eventually. This is the point where you do your homework and you study the issue, not just flippantly toss out. Well, I saw these before, right? Especially with the D Marble video, you're either going to critically consider it or you won't. So those are your options now. Right, not refute it before you've even seen it, because you can't possibly refute it if you haven't even seen it yet.
Sure. So in the meantime, right, I will go through all the stuff you've sent, right? And if you're also a good faith actor, right, you'd go through all the stuff I just sent. And then we can reconvene when we've both, looked at each other's videos and or pictures.
Yeah. You want to up the stakes? How about we pick one from each guy's camp that the other guy must look at and be ready for, where if they're not, the other guy can call them out for it, and then they get just logistically censured for their lack of good faith. You guys willing to engage in that game?
Yeah.
Oh, we got one taker.
I could go through and try and find the best one, sure.
All right, so you got to pick the best one, put it forth to Gregory.
So that's superfluous.
Hey, Gregory, you got to pick your one that you want him to unavoidably look at.
Yeah, the D Marble video, which refutes. You might as well watch the TikTok clip first, and then that'll deepen your appreciation for how the D Marble video refutes the TikTok clip. What the TikTok clip is featured.
All right, so fair enough. So the stakes are, you have to put it in this text here, ping the Gregory, ping the AI, so that I know that that's the one that's going to be held to account later. And then you can call those stakes in later, if you so desire. The punishment will be having to massage my feet. Metaphorically, of course, because we can't actually accomplish that over the internet.
We get to mute each one of you down to 1 minute only when you talk for the next month.
I like it. Now, for all of you who don't know, is we're trying to bait the arena rules. If you don't know what that is, we'll tell you later. Whoa. Wait, so I'm screenshotting Mr. Gregory here because our text chat doesn't survive past 48 hours.
No, past like 4 hours.
Really? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Even less than that. It might be 2 hours.
2 hours. That's why you got to log all your stuff at the 24/7 main, because we keep it there and you can search it and index it and pull it up for later. You can put timestamps and videos.
In the meantime, I'll say this right now. Look, scrolling through his little gallery.
You can feed it
So
into an AI like I did and have it give you back 24/7 answers.
So this is my retort to the first image in his gallery. So when I say refraction, then they're going to try and call foul as though we're being hypocritical, when the fact of the matter is that we appeal to refraction in ways that are actually observed, right, and don't imply falsehood, right? So it's nothing more that needs to be said about that issue. Bottom-up obstruction does not necessarily indicate, nor even strongly indicate, that the Earth's surface is curving. You can have bottom-up obstruction, especially with refraction, on a horizontal surface. So there's that concerning that. Same thing concerning the second image. The third image. Yeah, look at the third image in his gallery.
Gallery. Man. Yeah, what gallery?
From Ariel. Might have to scroll up a bit. You can't miss it. There's this gallery posted.
Oh, a bunch of. Oh, okay. So the third would be left to right, top to bottom.
Top row, right hand side.
Yeah, so is that X or Y axis curvature? That's the first question I'd ask.
Right. Which is what I told him in the first place, right? We don't have that. I always get these confused. Which one is vertical, X or Y?
Well, it depends on which application, but a 2D image, the Z is considered the depth, the Y is up and down, and the X is left and right.
Okay. So the X is left to right, right?
Yeah, but in surveying, certain surveying applications, the Z is the up and down. So you just gotta whatever.
Yeah, so we don't have that vertical convexity, right? They'll never have that vertical convexity. It's not just horizontally, but it's that vertical and depth convexity. We don't ever observe that at any height.
Oh no, not the Soundly Bridge. Oh crap. Oh, so Gregory, notice in the black and white image the curvature rate, and then notice in the Soundly Bridge the curvature rate. Which curvature rate is more pronounced, the ground level one or the high altitude one? You'd think the high altitude one should be more pronounced, but it looks like the low altitude one is more pronounced. That's the problem with all these curvature, wervature camera lens stuff, is that you get all different, visions from different altitudes. Even it's like the Chinese ISS one. Well, not the Chinese ISS, but the Chinese space station even has pictures of a flat horizon. Oh man.
So another appeal to sunsets, presuming that the sun is a humongous ball of gas in a cosmic vacuum. So there's that presumption. So that's not sufficient.
Ding dong ding. Is Ariel doing his homework right now? If he comes back with his homework already done, and you're not doing your homework, you're gonna be behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, what are you doing, Gregory? Talking? Aren't you supposed to be studying?
I'm doing it right now as we speak.
Yeah, he's decompartmentalized his brain, so his left eye is reading and his right eye is studying.
You seen those videos of those guys that can speed read? Like, see, that always blew my mind. The speed readers, they just like got their finger going down the page. Wonder if that was mostly nonsense.
Oh, dude,
I've never seen anybody. I've never seen anybody do it in person, so I don't know how much you can actually retain. Running your finger down the page and reading. They can't read every word. They're just picking out, I guess, specific, important ones, or
Dude, you gotta train your mind to see the words as symbols rather than spoken, because it takes extra time to cognize. Your inner dialogue. You know what I'm talking about? If you converse with your inner dialogue as you're reading, it takes more time. If you skip that fact and just look at it as an icon or a token, you can read much faster.
Yeah.
That is so clever for you to say that. I'm very glad
Like
you said that.
Yeah,
like an abbreviation
got a question
almost,
for you.
but maybe better.
Question away.
You there?
Yeah, what up?
Yeah, I've been listening to this while sitting in my pool, listening to you talk about these things, and just hearing you talk about these images, right? And you're acknowledging that you see a curve in some of these images, and it seems like your first hunch, your first thing is to try to explain the curve away. Why is that?
I didn't say that.
But
I
it
said, why is it
sounded like
there?
it. Yeah,
Yeah, that's fair.
and so you see the curve, and what's your first thought after that? Is it to say, "Oh, look, curve," or is it to try to figure out how we can explain this away?
Well, what did I actually say? I said, what axis is that curve on, right?
Well, but I'm
If it's a
asking, what
curve,
is your
what
first
axis
thought?
is it on?
That's why it's a question. What is your first thought when you see a picture with a curve in it?
Well, you mean you obviously mean context like these pictures, not just any picture. So, so you got here, you got x and y axis, right? You got edges here. You got a linear extent here, right? Now, one distortion that all cameras have, even rectilinear, I believe, is an increase in the y-axis as they extend out from the center, right? So me just looking at this image and seeing that the image is curved doesn't necessarily mean that the surface is curved, right? Which is why I started asking parsing questions. The main reason why I'm speculative about a lot of pictures is because there's so many pictures with varying altitudes with differentials in the curvature rate. Some so extreme that they would make the Earth an eighth the size. So it's not as simple as just, oh, I see curve in an image, therefore this represents the curve of the Earth. Even if you have like a controlled situation, you still have to be. Oh, hold on a second. Was somebody playing something just now? Weird. Oh, sorry, I had Ariel's thing up in the background.
Well, it
Like
sounded
the
like you
comment that I
said
made
right
is
there.
like one of the
Go ahead.
comments I made earlier is that it looks like the Soundleys Bridge has a more pronounced curvature rate than the image taken at higher altitude, which should be the opposite, I would think, right?
I wouldn't know. I would think the opposite. I would think it would have more curvature at the ground level.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because the higher you get, the more you flatten out the circle. You moved away from the circle.
What? I thought it was the other way around, that the closer you are to the surface, the Earth appears more flat because it's so big.
No, it depends which way you're looking. If you're looking along the bridge and it's going away from you, you're gonna visualize more of a change in the y-axis than you will up high. You'll
Okay, fair
shift from up
enough.
high to
This
changing
is
the
the first
y-axis to the
time.
length of the bridge.
Yeah. That's the first time I heard someone say that the higher you go, the less curved it looks.
But it depends, right, on what you're looking at. Using your axes, well, what I would say is, the way I'm used to talking about three-dimensional axis, X, Y, Z plane, X and Y are on the ground. Basically, you're horizontal and the Z is vertical. So I will talk about like that. So if you're looking at the bridge and all the movement is the length of the bridge is all along the Y-axis, which is the one going away from you. And if you're on the XY axis and looking, you're going to get variation on the Z-axis. And when you project that to a 2D plane, you're going to get more variation from the ground, from right on the XY axis or XY plane, than if you're at some Z level above the XY plane. Then you look down, and you're going to get movement along the Y dimension or the Y-axis. But since you're looking down, you can't distinguish that movement or that from the Z-axis anymore because you're looking down at it. I don't know if that makes any sense. It made sense in my head.
Good enough. Yeah, the reason why I always use Z as depth is because that's how it is in renders imagery. Created imagery. That used to be a hurdle in rendering days. I used to have to do extra math on Z because, for that very reason, the Z and Y are compounded.
Yeah. No, that's one of the, when I was, physics and mathematics, the Z is always vertical. And you think, really, why? I mean, because, when you have two-dimensional, the Y is vertical, the X is horizontal. And why,
Yeah.
when you add the Z, don't you just make it going away from you? It's like, but they don't. And it's like, that's so confusing.
Well, you know what, dude? You know what? Listen, hear me out. When you have a map, right, and you hold it straight in front of you, vertical in front of you as if it was a graph, your X and Y, right, would be just like a traditional graph. But that map represents the ground. So when you lay it on the ground, you now have the X and Y horizontal. And so now
Yeah.
the altitude is Z. That makes sense from that
Makes sense.
perspective.
It does. It does.
So we had a mistake go down here, Scott, is that it looks like Greg and Ariel thought that they had to go do the homework immediately and that they couldn't continue to discuss until they completed it. When the actual task was they had to do it before the next time they met.
Oh, I think
But yeah,
they're in a
I took
hurry to
advantage
get
of the
that 1
silence.
minute mute. They're in a hurry to get the 1 minute mute by somebody. The challenge now. Ariel
do the
can
1
stop
minute.
Gregory from droning on and on when he does. All right. Yeah, I'm kidding, Gregory. Or we can stop Ariel from telling us space stories.
Hey, I'm down for high altitude adventures. I'm of Neil deGrasse Tyson's opinion that going to high altitude is not the same as going to space, and that people who claim they've gone to space, who've only been, above the Earth to approximately 3%, are not actually spacefaring at all, and that they're just wannabes. So, like all the people that have allegedly been to the ISS, right, hanging out in high altitudes, we're like, we're in space. No, losers.
Well, we have a
I
rocket
would still
going up
say
in 5 years. We have a rocket going up in 5 years that's going to take pictures of the curved Earth.
Who does?
I would say the key distinction is whether they're in orbit or not. But yeah, that's just me.
Ariel,
Key
he's putting
distinction
a rocket
is
up in 5 years.
the key distinction is, in my opinion, is that you're far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth in its totality. If you're not that far away, then you're schmuck. Because really, I mean, imagine you go to high altitude, you look out at the Earth, you can't see the whole Earth, you can only see a portion. And you're like, yeah, I'm seeing a bigger portion of the Earth than I saw before. Versus the dudes that allegedly went to cislunar space and saw the whole Earth, right? That's a big difference. So to try to claim the glory, quote unquote, that allegedly belongs to the astronauts that allegedly went there, it's kind of a shiesty move, right? Going up to the ISS is like peanuts.
But I guess that just brings up the question: is if they're faking it, why don't they just keep faking it? Why pretend they're in low Earth orbit when they could just pretend they're on the moon? Or on Mars even, right? They can pretend they're on Mars. Nothing's stopping them.
They do already.
The same reason any other deceiver is inconsistent with their deception.
But they're already doing that, already done that. It doesn't enough for people to believe that it's real now. You don't even have
Nobody pretends they've been to Mars. A couple of rovers, but no people.
The rovers, yeah, they pretend to go.
But why wouldn't they pretend to put people there?
The same
who
reason
knows why?
any other deceiver is inconsistent when doing their deception.
Movies do it all the time. Why do they pretend to put people there?
Hey, what was the plot? What was the plot of Capricorn 1? Wasn't it that very plot?
I thought it was the moon.
No, it was Mars.
I'm pretty sure it was the moon, but it doesn't
It was
matter.
Mars. You're just confusing it with reality because you know they didn't go to the moon.
Why you flat earthers doesn't know what they are planning to do? That's strange. I mean,
Just you know.
If flat earthers must know what they will do. Is that correct, Scott?
I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Yeah, you're asking some questions like why they are not faking the Mars.
Have all these
Yeah.
letters, or why don't?
I'm just wondering what you guys think. If you have any thoughts on it. Sorry.
Well, why they are not faking their own Jupiter?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. I think because Earth is spherical. That's why.
Well, maybe because they made up the lie that Jupiter's a gas ball in a vacuum, and they would be too unbelievable to say they went there, right?
Why
Their mistake was saying it was a gas ball.
Why they are not faking everything what is coming in your mind? Why, Scott?
It's your conspiracy theory. I'm just trying to see how deep and wide it goes.
Conspiracy theory. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I believe they did the things they said they did. You guys think they made it up, and I'm trying to see how it all works together.
You think that Atlantic oceans want to deceive us?
The what?
You think that Atlantic Ocean wants to deceive us?
Atlantic Ocean. What's the first word? What ocean?
Atlantic.
Do you think that people want to deceive us, or the nature would want to deceive us?
I don't think anybody wants to deceive us.
Because people saying that water is curving, but nature does not show that. Now,
nature does show that, though. Nature shows that.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
You know, because
it does.
No, it doesn't. Water disagrees with you.
Stop talking to him. Grow up.
Well, he keeps saying it doesn't, and it does. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Stop talking to him. That's what you do.
Can you show me where?
Yeah, everywhere.
Where? Precisely where?
Everywhere. Look anywhere. It's curving.
I can precisely
anywhere and
tell you
everywhere is not a place.
I can precisely tell you where it's flat, but can you precisely tell me where it's curving?
Tell me where it's flat.
In Hungarian plain.
Uh-huh.
The place where I'm born, but more. The place where I'm born, but more south. I'm more south. You know, I'm 200 kilometers south.
Yeah.
Yep.
And how did you test it for flatness?
I was living there. I saw with my eyes.
Oh, so you looked. Okay.
Yeah, I was traveling also from
okay,
that,
but you think looking is sufficient to determine flatness of something this size?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think that I think that if you don't change elevation in 100 to 200 kilometers, that there's nothing curving. I think that.
Well, yeah, I don't know what to do about that because it seems obvious to me it's not sufficient. If it's not obvious to you, I don't know how to convince you that it is.
If I don't change, I'm telling you, if I don't change elevation 100, 200 kilometers, you know, then it's not curving. That I'm telling you.
Well, if you think you're supposed to change elevation over 200 kilometers, then you don't understand what we're saying.
Sphere. If you're on the sphere with 200 kilometers, your elevation will change.
No, it won't.
No, it will.
That's not our model. I don't know what you're thinking
No,
we're saying, but that's not what we're saying.
That's your geometrical model, you know. And
No,
you
it's
have
not. No, it's not. It's not mine.
yeah.
It's not
No,
mine.
no. It's written there. You can read. It's written on the internet how much of drop you have on 100 kilometers, and you will see.
Yeah, but drop is not elevation change, though. This was you're confusing.
Drop. It's a drop, you know, in the middle of the
Drop
continent.
is not elevation change.
Yeah. Okay. How you can have 20 meters hill in the middle of the continent?
But you understand, drop is not elevation
How you
change,
can
right?
have the 20-meter hill in the middle of the continent?
A 20-meter hill, because you have hills. They're all over the place.
Yeah. How much is 20 meters?
I got an 800-meter hill right next to me.
100 meter. Okay. How you can have a 100 meter
800.
hill? 800. Well, you can have also 800. Okay. How much is sea level from you?
How much is sea level?
Yeah, distance.
How far
How
is this
high are
ocean? It's
you?
about.
How far is sea level?
Oh, I think I'm probably about 300 feet above sea
300
level.
feet.
I'm not sure.
300 feet.
Yeah, that's just a guess.
Okay, but
I'm trying to in my mind.
I ask you about the hill. Let's say 100 meter in the middle of the continent, USA.
Okay.
100 meters. What's that? 100 meters.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand the question you're trying to ask.
I want to understand what that means. 100 meters.
That means 100 meters above sea level.
Okay, where is the sea? How far is the sea from the middle of the USA?
It's irrelevant.
How far is the sea? Can you tell me?
How far is the sea from the middle of America?
Yeah, that mountain. What I said, hill. It's 100 meters. You said it is from sea level. Let approximately. Can you say how much it's sea level?
Couple thousand miles.
Okay. How much of drop on of the sphere we have on that couple?
Over 1,000 miles. I have no idea how much it curves.
Okay.
I can do the math.
Is it there a sea level?
I don't know
there
it
is
offhand.
after 2,000 miles, there is a sea level.
Sure.
Okay.
There's always sea level.
After 200 miles, 2,000 miles on the ground, there is a sea. You know, Atlantic Ocean. Let's say.
Yes.
Yeah. And in between.
But you know the way we calculate sea level is distance from the center, right?
What center?
Center of the Earth. That's how we do it.
Where is that?
It's at the center of the Earth. I don't understand the question.
The center. If I tell you, can you show me the center of the basketball? Can you do that?
No, I can't show you the center of the Earth either.
Oh, why?
Because it's long ways so deep. Very deep.
Oh. How do you know that there is a center there?
Oh, because I can see the circumference, and we can measure the circumference.
How you can see the circumference?
We can measure the circumference by looking at stars and then walking a few miles and.
You look into the stars to
looking
measure
away
the
from the Earth is okay.
Yeah, that's how intelligent people can figure these things out.
Oh, really? Can you tell me now? Can you tell me now? Can you look the stars, and can you tell me the distance between New York and London?
Yes, I could.
Yeah. Can you please pause that? Oh, Matt.
I can't do it right now, but I can definitely do the math.
Scott, can you do that without any help? You said any clever man can do that. You do that with equation, math, stars, you know, take 1 week and come here and post that. Okay?
I can just go to Google Maps and tell you the distance between London and New York.
No, Google Maps is a flat earth map, man.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's not,
because
though.
on Google, no,
I posted
it
it
is.
in the chat already, Scott. I've been
simple
posting it
denial
in
of
there.
reality.
You know,
I posted Google
reality.
Earth.
On the Google Earth, you have that
Google,
area.
I posted Google Earth's elevation, and it's a flat baseline.
Yeah.
You have that
Horizontal,
Hungarian
the whole
on the
way
Google.
across the whole plane.
You have that Hungarian plane on the Google map, and it's there, and it's also in reality. You have on the Google map, you have the Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, and it's also in reality. You have Suez Canal, on the Google map, and it's also in reality. You have Florida in Google map, and it's also in reality. And also,
not a
all
single
that
one of
flat,
them. None of those are flat.
they are, unfortunately.
No, they're not. They're not.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now you against me, my word against your word.
They're all curved.
Now
Hang on,
people
No,
Scott.
listen.
Can I just
it's
Now people
your
listen.
word against the people. It's your word against the
Yeah.
can
people who
you
made
show
Google
us
Earth.
a curved
No,
elevation profile?
it's your word against the nature, and you said
No.
that it is in nature. Okay. Now people will see that there is a curvature in nature. You said so.
And why do you think you get to speak for what nature says?
You said that I'm wrong.
Why do you think you speak for nature? You just said it's my word against
I don't
nature.
speak for the nature. I'm observing the nature,
Nature's not in this conversation, is it?
when I look the nature, then I describe the nature. I don't know what are you
This is your
doing.
but this is
Yeah,
your interpretation of what you see,
yeah,
right? Your
yeah.
interpretation, right?
But you said that I'm wrong. Is that correct?
Yes. But can we agree it's
Good.
your
Now,
interpretation of what you see?
yeah, but now there are people, who are listening
How
this,
do
and
we know your interpretation is accurate?
we can look into the reality, and see who is wrong and
Okay.
who is right. Okay.
Okay. How do we do what process do we follow to do that? I'm all ears. Go.
For the heliocentric model, we were looking for the sphere because we have the size. Like you have the basketball, and then you realize, look, basketball is not 20-meter ball; it's a 2 feet ball. Then you take.
What's the process?
The process is you use the geometry and measure the sphere.
Okay, what do we do with regard to the Earth then? What do we do? Just tell me. What do we do?
We look
Get
the size
specific.
of the we look the size of the Earth.
Where do we look for it?
In the heliocentric model described in every book.
Okay.
He just reversed the burden on
What's
you,
next?
Sasha. He's asking you the
No,
questions instead of
don't
you
worry,
need to
Miggy.
ask him the questions.
Don't worry about that. It's a heliocentric
It'll
model.
be
It's
okay,
written.
Alpha. He'll be
Okay,
fine. He's a big
But
boy.
you need to be answering all those questions that you're asking him. Why are you
He's a
asking
big
him those
boy.
questions?
well, I'm
Just pointing out the facts,
I don't
man.
think
You're asking him.
I don't think we're going to be able to finish this conversation, Sasha.
Yeah,
Miggy's got to step
because
in and shut down
you're
any
asking
attempt
him
to gain
you're asking him
knowledge.
all the
I know.
questions you need to be answering.
I'll just
All those
put myself on
questions you're
mute
asking
now.
him, you need to be asking.
I know that.
Yeah, go ahead and run away, Scott, like you always do. Show the people that you're disingenuous because you can't answer any of the questions you're asking him. None.
I can answer all of them, but that's okay.
Yeah, then answer them. Then don't ask him, and then just tell him
Ask
how
me a
you
question,
do it.
I'll answer it.
Every single question you asked him, answer your own question. Let's see if you got it. Go.
Yeah, I would get me a theodolite or a total station or something along those lines that can measure angles of elevation to a given star. And I'd take an angle of elevation and pace off a certain distance and take the angle of elevation again.
That's
And
called
then
tool
see
abuse.
Yep, and everybody knows it because he doesn't know how to
No,
use a
not
theodolite.
everybody knows it. Not
Yeah.
everybody knows it. You
Is
guys
that
make
what
it up.
theodolites are? Are they created for
Yes.
that specific? Really? To look at
Yes,
stars?
they are created to get angles of elevation. Yes.
To stars?
In azimuth. Yes, it doesn't matter what they're going to.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What type of theodolite? Just any old garden variety?
Doesn't matter. Yeah,
Doesn't really
anything
matter,
works.
huh? Anything works. Yeah. Okay.
Anything works.
Using theodolites to get elevations to stars now.
Yeah, he has no.
Sure. Why not?
Where theodolite is.
Yeah, I do.
He's never used one, Rob.
measures angles.
Ever. Which one did you use? Tell Rob the model number of the one that you used, Scott. Go ahead, tell him.
I've never used one. Never used one.
There you go.
I just rented an auto level. That's all I did. It matched it up to my water level, and they were identical.
How far'd you go?
200 meters.
And how much would you expect it to vary on 200 meters if it were the globe the size we say it is?
Well, if it was the globe, I'll give you the globe numbers that didn't match mine. Give me 1 sec. I'm just driving. I'll
Okay.
pull over.
Cool.
I'm pulling over right
What
now.
would you do next, Scott?
I have the numbers.
Well, what I would do next is then I'd pace off a certain distance and
Right?
get the
We're
angle to
worried about
the.
the globe, right? We want the globe's numbers, not the
Yeah.
water actuality in reality. Hang on, give me
What?
one
Yeah.
sec. I've got it right here.
What would we expect on a globe? Yeah.
Yeah, what we would expect on a globe is right here. They're coming. Sorry, I'm taking so long.
AI, are you there?
I sent a wiring schematic as well. I didn't mean to. Ignore the wiring schematic and just click on the other image. And it says baller, local curve calculation, 16, individual, 100 meter unsighted water levels, calculated each individual level from the start position. Does that make sense to you? So if we were to go
16
200
individual.
meters, I should see a 3.1 millimeter difference between the horizontal plane of reference and the water level. They were identical.
How many millimeters? 3.1.
3.1, so 3 millimeters. They were 0 millimeter difference between the auto level and the water level. If you do
So
this
can you?
yourself, you will see the same thing. I'm done. Thank you.
Can you tell me the?
problem is
Can you tell me the process you followed?
process. You wouldn't even do it even if he told you. The problem is that he's giving you a method by which you can also do yourself, or you're not going to
He
do it.
didn't give me. He didn't give me a method though. He just said he did a water
Didn't he
level
tell you
and
use an
some
auto
auto
level?
level. Yeah, but he didn't say how he did it and how he figured
That's
out it
pretty
wasn't
much it.
3.1
That's
millimeters.
what else do you need to know? Like, do you know how to water
Exactly
level
how he
functions?
did it.
Okay. So how would you think he would do that if he told you
I have
that?
no idea. I have no idea.
Okay, so he'd set up his water level.
Okay.
Over his distance of 200 meters.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep. Following? You're tracking here?
Yeah, I'm tracking
And
here.
he'd get his auto level and he'd shoot that. And he would see if they line up at the same point over that distance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And if there's any variation, that would be the test. So what don't you follow there? What are you missing?
How did he line up the auto level with the first point?
The water?
Yeah.
Oh, probably sat it right beside it. How did you do that?
Yeah, find a wall and make marks on it.
The fucking hell, man.
He found a wall and made marks on it with an auto level. I don't think auto levels make marks on walls.
Can't you just put a mark on the wall where it shoots onto the wall? Does that not work?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Because you're fucking retarded. Like, think about it.
What's an auto level?
Alpha, are you there?
Sorry, my headset died. I lost the last minute.
Yeah.
Was that you, Alpha?
Yeah, what's up?
So look in the open chat at the very bottom. You're going to see me tag you. I tagged AI, but he was gone. So I'm going to switch his username with yours. This is the very succinct refutation to Ariel's supposed refutation, appealing to this video from Dave McKeegan. See if you see any errors with it.
Did Dave come out with another one of his shenanigans?
This was 3 months ago, this video that he appealed to.
Oh.
And so he appealed to this video that he posted 3 months ago. And then I just posted the refutation to this appeal.
No, Gregory, you've got it the wrong way around. It's not the Earth is a ball, therefore the sunlight is visible on the bottom side of plains and clouds. It's We see sunlight on the bottom of plains and clouds. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
No.
Yes.
No. So that's not his argument. Right? That's the only thing that you have left. No. So that's the only thing that you have left.
Yeah, dude,
No.
your mom.
That's the only
your
thing that you have
mom's,
left. I'm going to finish
tits
this
are
reply.
floppy.
So the only thing that you have left is try to distract away from the Earth's surface. So you're going to
Is that
whistle
a black
past.
dude who
Right?
believes in the Earth
I'll
being
finish
flat?
this
That's
reply
crazy.
eventually. Every time I begin speaking, for some reason you think that's the time for you to begin speaking.
Tuna, just
What is it
relax,
for?
bro.
Listen,
Tuna.
I'm just
Relax, bro.
surprised.
All right, you don't want to relax. Go ahead.
yeah, so not only does his argument affirm the consequent, but it whistles past the falsification of his globe geodesy and the verification that the surface of the Earth and oceans are horizontal, such as what I posted with the two clips, the TikTok clip featuring Nat Geo, and then the video from D Marble, which patently falsifies the globe geodesy and verifies the Earth's surface is horizontal. That's all it is.
The other issues you've got is when you're calling this an affirming the consequent fallacy is within affirming the consequent fallacy, the thing that we're concerned with is the conclusion. Your conclusion that you've written out here is sunlight is visible on the bottom side of plains. Your premise is that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, that's where I got a little twisted around too.
See, they don't want to acknowledge this, but that's all they reduce to. Because if they try to affirm a modus ponens, it's going to be a terribly weak modus ponens, where it's not at all inductive, necessarily indicated, right? It's not. They
they'd
appeal
rather look
to
at life in
the
the sky.
sunlight under the clouds and plains. It's not necessarily indicative of the Earth being a ball, right? They can't do it. It's an inductive appeal. It isn't as though it's impossible for this to happen with the sun and the clouds and the plane while the Earth's surface is horizontal.
Yeah, you.
Yes, it is.
If you want to ask it this way, it's almost like maybe getting them to answer. So if there's sunlight on the bottom of the clouds that we see, right? Does that mean that the Earth is a globe of a radius of 3959?
Yes.
Well, are you the only glober that's
That's
going to answer
affirming
that?
the consequent.
I know. Is there any other glober that will?
No, that's not affirming the
But
consequent.
yeah, can I just quickly make sure that I'm tracking and understanding?
Yeah, but before you do, I want to make sure that all the globers in the chat are going to co-sign with what Scott Mackey said. Does everyone say yes to the question I just asked?
Well, except for
I'll say it again. Do I say it again?
But globe, yes.
Shall I say it again?
No, not 3959.
All right.
The
so
globe part,
I'm gonna
yes.
but I'm gonna say it again because the globe that we're speaking of is only one. There's not many variable globes. The globe of the 3959 is what's been stated by mainstream rhetoric. So you either say that that's what you are saying as well, or you abandon the idea that you're going to make up your own cosmological globe. You can't make up your globe. It's either what it states to be or it's not. You have one or the other, right? It's either the globe that you have been told that it is, or it's not that globe at all. You got those two options to deal with. So once again, with the question, if there's sunlight on the bottom of clouds, is the Earth a globe of a radius value of 3959? The answer is yes or no. It's a close-ended question. Globers in the chat, it's up to you.
Then no, Alpha. I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so Scott.
I would say no.
Scott.
Not if you include 3959. No.
Okay, so anyone else? Anyone else? We need a glober that will say yes to it. If not, I'll just go ahead and toss it out.
Yes.
Yes.
That's not, no. Flat earthers can't say yes.
Very, very
All right.
cute though. That was
All
funny.
right, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll toss that argument out because it can't be used any longer. Once we don't clarify whether or not it's a radius value of 3959 geometric shape, then we can just hand wave dismiss. Easy, one and done, all good. I guess we're
okay. Yeah, we can dismiss that argument. That argument's terrible. But the argument, if the sunlight is visible on the bottom side of plains and clouds, then the Earth is a ball. I like that argument. That argument's good.
Yeah, I go with that one too. I can go with that one too.
You can say listen, you can say whatever you want.
I agree, Scott.
Yeah, but
are there any other globers that would agree with that?
This isn't an agree to disagree.
How do you verify it?
Sorry,
they're taking over.
I'm gonna say something if you guys will stop. This isn't an agree to disagree position. It's stated that the Earth is a globe of a specific radius value. You can't pick and choose what you want.
Yeah, we
it
can.
is either that or you can, but you're making up your own cosmology. So
sure.
Here's the problem, right? The issue is you can't pick and choose your cosmology. You either go along with what mainstream is saying.
Why can you pick your own cosmology, but I can't? What the fuck, Alpha?
Can I just make sure that I'm understanding? Because I definitely, because I really kind of intuitively for me, I feel like I understand both perspectives of this argument, because I absolutely understand what you're saying, Alpha, right? This idea that there is a specific model, a specific paradigm that is being put forth. When people say that they believe in a globe Earth, they are kind of aligning themselves with the dominant model that's being presented, and that entails all of these things that go past, kind of the personal observations, or kind of the more simplistic ways that people can break it down and separate aspects out. And so it sounds to me like you're making the point that's, I think, valid, that if you're going to kind of make these lines of argumentation, or you're going to rely on these kind of more experientially based forms of evidence, that those kind of have to go part and parcel with the whole model. You don't get to kind of jump on board when you think it's convenient and then kind of hand wave away the parts that are difficult to prove.
Yep, that's true.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
absolutely true.
You subscribe to all of it.
Yeah, all of
Sure.
it. It's an all or nothing, because the problem
Absolutely.
is the radius value is tied into a lot of the cosmological distances. So when you start to parse out the first rung of the cosmic ladder, you're going to have to figure out, how am I going to know distances to anything
Sure.
if I don't know the size of the Earth? So that
Oh,
has to be
absolutely.
paramount in a glober's explanations. When you abandon the 3959 radius, you've abandoned the cosmological first rung of the distance ladder. So it's the problem is, you make that decision. I don't really care, but we're not talking about your cosmology that's in your head. We're
Yeah.
talking about mainstream rhetoric. We're going against that. So if
And
you're talking about a
ironically,
different cosmology, then this is the wrong chat for that. The cosmology where you make up your own idea of what you think the space and all that is in another chat. This chat is for those who believe that the Earth is a globe of a radius of 3959. You got it, guys? Once you
So like I
abandon
already
that,
said, just to clarify my argument to
sorry,
refute
Fox.
Ariel's appeal. Yeah, so in light of what Alpha just expanded on, so once again, to clarify, if they want to substitute, if they want to reverse premise 2 and 3, for the audience that cannot see the open chat, of course, premise 2, the Earth is a ball, therefore the sunlight is visible on the underside, the bottom side of the clouds and plains, etc. Right? If they want to reverse that, right, then they have an invalid deductive argument. They can't have a modus ponens. It's an invalid modus ponens if they want to switch the two
Sure.
premises. It does not
Right, because then
necessarily
you
indicate
get
the Earth is a ball.
right, because that's the
No,
same thing as
that is a modus ponens.
Well, hang on, because it
It's a
sounds to me like
modus
there'd be
ponens.
something.
I'm sorry, Fox. Hang on,
No, go
because
ahead. Go
you
ahead.
just interjected. And then let me say this again. If you want to go with a modus ponens, it's invalid. That's an inductive appeal. No inductive appeal is necessarily indicative of anything. At best, it's strongly indicative. If you want to say a modus ponens, it's going to be an invalid deductive argument as you make an inductive appeal.
Right.
Go
So
ahead, Fox.
just to clarify, because it sounds like what you're saying is the difference between all men are mortal, Socrates a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, versus
Holy
all men are
fuck, dude.
mortal, Socrates is mortal, therefore Socrates is a man. Which is that kind of your point, that when you rearrange the argument, or you kind of lose the structure, you're just kind of relying on describing observations, and then kind of the conclusion isn't drawn from the premises. Is that kind of what you're?
You got the heart of it. It just your example wasn't good enough, because that would be a natural deduction, and so
Well, no,
that
because there
wouldn't
are other
really
things
work.
that are
But you
mortal
still got
besides
the heart of
men,
the
right?
issue. Yeah, if they reverse the premises, it's going to be an invalid modus ponens, as they make an inductive appeal to try and then form it in a weak or invalid, deductive argument.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the issue that I have with the idea that if you start to make conclusions with what you see, like in your observation, and you haven't tested it, is going to be something that's also invalid, because how do you know if you haven't done any measurements, or if you haven't checked it out? You just basically, because like anybody that let's just say we get 5 people, right? We all stand outside and we see sunlight on the bottom of the clouds. Everybody's going to come up with maybe their own cosmological difference, and that's the issue. We have to be standing on the same reality, being able to come to the same conclusions, or at least being able to reason with each other. Now, if we can't do that, then we're going to become people who are just making up whatever we want, and it's not going to be something where we're all saying a reality is objective. We're all making subjective interpretations of what we see. So that's the issue I'm having. So if, let's say, the people that believe that the Earth is a globe Well, that information was given to them by the academic, realm. So they went
No,
to
it
school.
wasn't.
They heard that the Earth was a globe when they were very young. So all this information is tied into the radius value, the circumference, all that. You can't get away. You can't, at the moment you start thinking of globe, you can't say, well, I don't think that the Earth is a radius value is the same as what I think. My idea is a bigger globe or a smaller globe or whatever. But then you start to go away from what the claim is. The claim is set. It's basically set in stone. You can't say deviate from that and say I believe that's wrong, and I say that I believe whatever I want, because you haven't given any measurements.
Why?
You're basically just saying
Why?
you. What measurements have you given to your new Earth that you said that is not the cosmological one that, according to mainstream, is the radius value of 3959 mes?
I
If it's
haven't.
not that, then what is it?
I don't know.
Well,
There's only three options.
Well,
Concerning
I think
Alpha's
this is
point, there's
so
only three
interesting.
options. Go ahead, Fox.
Yeah, just really quick, because I think this is actually super interesting. Because Alva, you and I have kind of talked a little bit in the past about the way that I think sometimes people, especially like you said, right, people are taught from a very early age the globe model, and I think for the majority of people, it's not an actively held belief. It's not something that they consider. I don't think most people are really as familiar with the intricacies. I don't think most people who believe the Earth is a globe could tell you the radius of the Earth according to the globe model, right? So for me, I find it really interesting because I think I totally understand where you're coming. That's the power that people ascribe to the globe model, right? Is that it's so complete, it's so unified. That's what gives it its predictive power.
So big. Is it so big?
Well, no, that's my point, is that I think people fail to recognize that when they're when they're making these lines of argumentation, even if they don't know or they don't understand all of the claims entailed by the model, that is what they're signing on to when they make those other kind of more
Globe
basic.
doesn't make any.
why are
Globe
we
doesn't make any
forced?
predictions. Yeah, Globe doesn't make any predictions. So we'll
Now,
take that
concerning
away.
what Alpha just said, and Fox got what Alpha said, there's only three options. Either you affirm the mainstream orthodoxy, as it were, or you have some sort of heterodox view that is held somewhat in academia, but is the minority view or not the majority view, or you have something that's just a conspicuous heresy that is profoundly at odds with what academia teaches. So for the
Right,
person
an
that wants to
incomplete or
affirm
mistaken
some
belief.
other radius, right? The person that wants to affirm some other radius or just no radius at all, they would be in the category of just heretics as it concerns the geodesy question. So the point is that if they want to reverse the two premises, in fact, let me say this about your comment to me when you use the classic instance with the natural deduction with Socrates and mortality. If you form it into some type of modus ponens or modus tollens, right? If Socrates is a man, then he is immortal. Socrates is mortal, therefore he's a man. Well, that's also affirming the consequent, because it's not necessarily the case depending on your metaphysics.
Exactly.
People want to contend with this, but the fact is that men are not necessarily, absolutely necessarily mortal. There can be a immortal man, right? So
Sure,
it
but
doesn't necessarily
there are also
follow,
other
right?
things that are mortal, right? So the mortality itself is not enough to deduce that that Socrates is a man purely on its own.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the really
Right.
interesting thing for me, because I think when we're talking about it again, I find this really interesting because I do find that a lot of people who ascribe to the globe model, they are so unfamiliar with the details of the actual
Right.
model
Okay.
itself,
I
and I
agree
think
with
this is
that.
where people get really tripped up. And I actually think it's really interesting is
Why
that, like,
can't
when
the Globers respond at all? Like, why are we hearing a meta narration, a
sorry, no,
meta
I'm a globe.
summarization after every single statement?
Because
Because
it's parceling it out.
it's simple.
This is a good
Steven,
I can
comment.
tell
You
you
might not
why.
understand what she's saying,
Listen,
but it's a good comment.
I can tell you why
She's
though.
showing you
I can,
how they're all trapped in their mindset
yeah,
they are.
I
Yeah, and
can
to
tell
be
you
clear,
why
I'm
though.
also I'm a globe
Real quick,
person
guys, and
myself, so I'm not trying to
I
just
can
kind of
tell you.
circle jerk.
I can tell you why. Because when I gave them the floor and the mic, they didn't step up and say that they actually co-signed on the Earth being the radius value circumference. They abandoned it. So what happens after that? You lose all credibility to speak in here when you say that's not the cosmology that you ascribe to, because that's the one that's propagated out there in the world. Everybody is being told that the Earth is a globe with a set radius value. Now, that's not something to say that you can abandon. You have to stick by that if you're going to stay in this conversation. When you leave that, then you leave everything. The cosmology is broken by the time you leave that. So it's up to you. You can abandon it. I don't really care. But when you don't hold to that because you don't want to be held accountable for the Earth being that said size of radius, then you become somebody who's just making up your own idea of whatever you think cosmology is. And that's the issue I have.
look,
I don't care, like the logic form of the way it's specifically said, could be affirming the consequent or whatever it is, does not matter. If you abandon the radius value, you've lost all credibility. You can't
So
be
there's
in
that
this call.
subsequent critique from Alpha after I said my initial refutation.
Yeah, you can't be in this call saying that you believe the Earth is a globe if you abandon the radius value. That's what I'm saying. So it's up to you.
As it concerns geodesy, there's only orthodoxy or heresy. There is no middle ground with heterodoxy. It isn't as though there's a heterodox view of the radius of the Earth in academia. There's just the orthodoxy of 3959 miles, or there's just the heresy of denying that.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's it.
It's a complete model that is, and this.
What
is
if you just say, I don't know?
Right, no, but that's exactly my point. This is exactly what I'm trying to get at. And I do apologize. I understand that I'm kind of looping into the meta a little bit. And it's specifically because, like Alpha said, I'm uncomfortable planting kind of these hard flags because I recognize the limits of my knowledge and understanding. So I'm far more comfortable kind of poking things a little bit more at the meta stick. I'll try and be brief, though. I know it's irritating for a lot of people in here. But I think this is really interesting. Like I said before, well, a lot. I'm glad, but a lot of people who aren't familiar with the details or the nuances of the globe model, I think it's really easy for them to reject lines of argumentation like this. But I think it's really important to emphasize, because this is what again is emphasized so much by people who back the globe model, that part of what gives it its value is the totality of its quote unquote predictive power, that
That's
it's
correct.
able to pack in all of these details, including the radius and the rotation and the speed and the angle. Right. So it has to be part of the model. And I think it's a really good, interesting challenge. And it's a good thought, exercise for people who are believers in the globe model to challenge themselves to become more familiar with it and recognize what it actually is that they're ascribing to when they purport these beliefs. Again, it's the difference between an active and a passive belief set. I think most people who are coming from the globe side really haven't critically engaged with the issue in a meaningful way. I think it's a really good way to get people to start to do that if you want them to really actively engage with their beliefs. But I will back off the meta. Apologize.
That's
So
What
very
about
clear
those
the
of us who considered all this stuff?
So it's very
already, and
clear
we know
that the
everything
radius
you're
value
talking
is a
about.
principially essential premise for their cosmology. Without it, it all falls apart. So,
Yes, and we can
back to the
defend it.
refutation, they either have an affirming the consequent, which is obviously a fallacy, or they have an invalid modus ponens. That's the only option they have when they want to appeal to light being on the underside of the clouds of the planes.
Why is it invalid, Gregory?
I pointed out the flaw in their logic, and Mez and Scott Mackey are ones who are ready to abandon it because they know the accountability that's going to happen once they ascribe to it. So they don't want to be held accountable.
Not
That's fine
every
with
bit
me.
of evidence can prove
It's fine with
both.
me. No, you've
Not every
abandoned
bit
it
of evidence can
earlier.
prove both.
Yeah, the earlier conversation when I asked you that if light is shown on the underside of clouds, does that show that the radius value of the Earth is what it said to be? You said no.
No.
You abandoned it. At the moment you were held accountable, you don't want to be ascribed to it. That's you.
No, Alpha, that's not. No.
And
you're not following.
Mez, No. both
We can
of
have
y'all.
one bit of evidence that shows ball, we have another bit of evidence that shows the size.
Yeah, so does that show radius value?
No,
Underside of
it doesn't
clouds?
show radius.
Okay, good. So it's not evidence.
Oh, it is evidence.
Interesting.
Not of the size.
Interesting.
It doesn't show ball either.
It's evidence of
No
ball,
argument
not
is
evidence of
justified.
size.
No, ball, that
Yes, it
means
is.
geometry. And geometry leads us to understand that radius value can be deduced from that. But you said no ball.
But this is just
No,
alpha.
yes, ball.
Alpha.
Showing
Yes,
that we
ball.
can't know anything
Okay, so
ever.
if it's a ball, listen, if it's a ball, what size is a ball?
Doesn't matter.
What size is a ball?
Oh,
We
it
don't know.
doesn't matter. You see
Whatever
what I'm
size you
saying?
make it.
You guys are picking and choosing right now.
No, we're not picking and choosing. You're not following
You're
Alpha.
picking and
Mez is
choosing.
just hopping back and forth between the premises.
Haven't they given you
once
a
again,
size
he
already?
only has two options. He's either going to affirm the consequent, like I've already refuted, or he's just going to assert a false and invalid modus ponens. If the sunlight is on the bottom side of the clouds and plains, then the Earth is a ball. Affirming the first half of the conditional, then affirming the second half of the conditional. It doesn't follow. It does not necessarily follow from that conditional and the affirmation of the first part of the conditional to the conclusion that the Earth is a ball. You can have that phenomenon while the Earth's surface is horizontal. There's no justification to say that.
So
Yeah,
this is like my
they're struggling.
How can you have that
As
phenomenon?
we can all see, they're struggling right now. And
Well, hold on. Let's watch Gregory struggle. Gregory, how can you have that phenomenon on flat Earth?
Go ahead, Indio.
I'll tell you. Reflection.
Not Gregory. Okay. Reflection. So the sun's reflecting off of the what?
Off the ground.
Off the ground.
Onto
The light's
clouds.
reflecting off the ground and lighting up the bottom of the clouds.
That's right.
But the sun that's also above the clouds isn't lighting up the top of clouds.
It's a reflection.
So the sunlight comes down from the sun, bounces off the ground, and hits the bottom of the clouds. What's so hard to
Okay.
what are you confused about?
So we've got some incredibly bright light that we don't have any other way of picking up.
So it's small,
Well, it's bright enough to reflect off the ground and light up the bottom of the clouds. But we also, for some reason, the sun is not lighting up the top of the clouds.
Wait a minute. Are you picking and choosing?
Isn't that strange?
How do you know it's not lighting up the top of the clouds? Are you above the clouds too at the same time?
Indio, you know what he's
Because you
denying
can see
right
it.
now? Hold on, Mez. You know what you're denying?
So you're under the clouds and you can see the top of the clouds?
Yeah, hold on.
Yes, you can see part of the top of the clouds. You can see part of the other bits of the clouds.
He's denying.
You don't need to see the whole cloud at once.
Hold on a minute, Mez. I'm going to stop you if you don't stop. You're denying Earth shine. You're denying that the moon, which is the surface of it, is partly dark. It can also be reflective as well. You're denying all the things that within the globe paradigm.
No, I'm not denying that.
Yeah, what's Earth shine?
Well, that would be when the light from the sun reflects off the Earth.
Really? So it's reflecting off the Earth?
Yeah.
So light can reflect off the Earth.
Yeah.
It only reflects off the clouds.
But it doesn't reflect off bright enough to light up the bottom of clouds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Listen, it reflects bright enough to light up the moon, but not underneath clouds?
Yeah. No, it doesn't light up the moon.
That's Earth shine, moron.
No, it fucking isn't. It's the sun, you fucking retard.
Yeah, off of the Earth.
You're embarrassing
Off of the
yourself now.
Earth.
Just stop talking, man.
What's Earth shine? Go look it up.
Yeah,
You're
Alpha,
laughing
stop
for no
talking.
reason.
Yeah, you think
No,
it's Earthshine
man.
lighting up the moon?
Well, no, clearly,
claim
in my mind
Go
here,
look it
people
up.
are talking about different experiences. So what I find really interesting about this conversation, and I will try again to stay out of the meta. I apologize, but it's so fascinating because what we're talking about here is obviously people are having different experiences, right? It sounds like people are talking about specific instances or specific kind of context or situations wherein you'll see certain phenomenon. People will make certain observations. This is what we do in science. People oftentimes neglect to recognize that when we talk about making observations, we're talking about kind of continually observing things around us. So when people have these experiences and they see things or they recognize a phenomenon that they are kind of what we're doing, right? We have these observations and then we try and come up with explanatory models that would make sense of the things that we see and experience around us. And so I find it really interesting because the challenging question here is always going to be, how can you break your model? How can you break your hypothesis to explain the pattern of observations that you're making? Is there a way that you can make sense of things in a different way that would still line up with what you're seeing and observing? And it sounds like a lot of this comes down to what are the specific things that we're talking about? And this loops to what else is
this, Fox.
it ultimately. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to hold him to this. I need you to go look at chat. Everybody right now that's in chat. Because he said sunlight can't reflect off the Earth. Look at what this is for Earth shine. I put it in the text.
That's like the opposite of what I said, Alpha.
I want you to read it. Now, silence time and time for you to read. Because you're going to eat crow right now when you see what it says there. So you're saying sunlight can't reflect off the Earth good enough to it can light underneath clouds, but yet in your own paradigm it says that it can light up the freaking moon, which is, according to the globe paradigm, 230,000 miles away. That's weird. How do we get sunlight shining off the Earth, bouncing off the Earth onto the moon? That's so strange that we can do it that far away and not underneath clouds, Mez.
No, Alpha, what I'm saying is that when we see the moon lit up, that's not because the light is reflecting off of the Earth and bouncing.
That is Earth shine. Look it up. I put the freaking thing in the text channel. Can you
don't listen?
Just to be clear, is the
Fucking hell,
disagreement here over whether or not all of the light that's seen reflecting off of the moon is due to Earth shine versus
Fox?
part of
Fox, we're getting the idea that they're saying. Listen. Thank you, Greg.
We're missing the forest through the trees here.
What we're saying is that sunlight bouncing off the Earth's surface cannot light underneath the clouds. That's weird because it's shining on the fucking moon and lighting the moon up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my point that he's not looking at. So he's arguing for that sunlight can only happen on the globe, shining underneath the clouds.
I thought maybe he was a little bit. I thought maybe he was thinking that you were saying that all of the light that is observed. I'm not sure. I thought that there might have been some crosstalk there because that's what I thought you were saying. But.
No, Alpha is saying with the link I posted there and the screenshot he posted.
Yeah.
Look at the link that I posted.
Their claim was, hold on, Miggy. Their claim was only this can happen only if on a globe. That was their claim.
Right.
It's impossible on a flat surface.
And
now we know. Well, let me finish. We know that every surface, no matter how rough it is, no matter what the material is, no matter what it's made out of, at a small angle of incidence, meaning the light is not coming down like 90 degrees from the surface, but it's coming at a grazing angle, right? A very oblique angle, that the light will reflect 100%. It's called internal reflection. We know this. You can demonstrate this. Like I said, it doesn't matter how rough the surface is. It could be the tops of trees. It could be the tops of the waves.
Darkest black, Vanta black, the way that they were able to create the pigment was specifically because they were trying to reduce that effect. And even with the darkest, most like light absorbing pigment available, you're correct, right? There's still that oblique reflection of light.
Yeah.
It's actually a really interesting phenomenon.
Yeah, so you'll always have this. So the the impossibility claim, which is typical of globe earthers, is that they claim X is impossible on a flat Earth. They never demonstrate it. They just say it. They just say,
Right,
"Hey,
because
it's
and that's why I
impossible."
brought up the point. I think it's important to challenge I think people have, and I understand why, right? People have emotional or intuitive assumptions about how they perceive or believe the world to be around them, and I think you're making a really good point.
About
People
other
don't
people.
challenge. Okay, I
India,
challenge
where
my
have you
assumptions.
demonstrated that the
I'm
sun
going-
lighting up the bottom of clouds? How have you demonstrated that?
Well, we don't have the right to just
How did you
disrespect her
demonstrate
just
the
because we
globe
don't like
part?
what she's saying.
No,
No,
you
that's
said
fine. I've
that
been
the
talking about
reason that
other
the underside
people
of
who she
clouds was
doesn't
lit
know
up was
anything
because the
about.
light was bouncing off the Earth. How have you
Okay, well, if
demonstrated
you're
this?
proceeding to disrespect one another.
Well, hold on. If you're going to speculate that it's the sun underneath the clouds, then I'm going to speculate it's the sunlight bouncing off the Earth.
I think the sun being underneath the clouds is far more reasonable and actually matches what we see
That's
more
not
than
an
the
argument.
sun bouncing off
That's
the
not
Earth.
your subjective opinion
That
about
is an
what is
argument.
reasonable. No, your subjective opinion
I think
about
it's
what
more
is
likely.
reasonable.
Well,
Can I
this is
finish? Can I finish? Your subjective opinion, Mess, about what's reasonable and what's not reasonable means nothing. It's not evidence for your claim.
It's
No,
not
it's your
unreasonable because, I only have to think
According
about this
to
for
what?
like about
You
3
don't have
seconds
a
and I
reason.
think, well, we somehow have the light source above the
Let's all
clouds, which will be lighting
outsource
up
our brain
the
to
top of
what
the
Mess
cloud,
thinks
and then we've also got the light bouncing off the Earth and lighting up the underside. So like
That's
the
how he
whole all
operates.
of the clouds should be lit up. Why that not happen? Very strange.
Yeah,
Because you have a
doesn't
thorough
match
and
what C.
comprehensive understanding of the
Light
behavior of light,
sun under
right?
cloud does match what
Because
C.
you have a
I
thorough
think Earth
and
ball.
comprehensive understanding of the behavior of light, right? Right?
But this is where the breakdown happens, right? Because we all come in with assumptions and intuitions and
No,
beliefs.
we
Yes,
don't.
no, and yes, we do. Everybody does.
No, we
and the
don't.
ability to
Here's
have
my
a
assumption, right?
Stop
Euclidean
over-talking
geometry.
her.
Light goes in reasonably straight lines.
No, and again,
Stop over-talking her. Let her finish.
Thank you. And I will try and be fine. I've been talking a lot and I appreciate your guys' patience. But I think, again, it's people do, everybody in every situation. You're coming in with a perspective, with previous information, whether that's predicated on careful and considered research or that's predicated on just kind of emotional gut instinct. People are coming in with assumptions and intuitions. And I think this is where the breakdown happens a lot of the time. And this is what people very correctly have been bringing up in this conversation. How willing are you to challenge your assumptions, to be critically aware of what your assumptions and intuitions are going into engaging in these kinds of conversations? And I think this is where, again, the breakdown happens is people can get really emotionally or kind of, I guess, ideologically rooted in one perspective that might not be based on considered reasoned thought, but might be rooted again in kind of assumption, intuition. I think it's an important thing to kind of push the fact that people should challenge their models and ask themselves, is there another way this is possible? Is there a way I can break my hypothesis? And really push yourself to do that. But again, I appreciate this space to kind of ramble.
You know what? You are right, folks. I think we should kind of criticize our own beliefs. So when I think, maybe the Earth isn't a ball, maybe it is flat, and I think, well, what would I expect to see if the Earth was flat? And I think, well, I wouldn't see sunsets. The sun wouldn't go through the Earth. There are some people that see the sun above them when it's night for me. Okay, so that means the sun must be going around the Earth somehow. I also think, well, we have 2 points of stellar rotation in the sky. We have, the North Pole. We have Polaris, and we have the Southern Cross, where they rotate in opposite directions.
Since the 6th century BC,
that doesn't seem possible on a flat Earth.
It doesn't
we see
seem
boats
possible.
disappear bottom up as they sail away. That doesn't seem possible. So
hold on a minute.
I think
shut your dumb ass up.
Yeah, Mez is all feelings. He's going to just sit here and tell us how he feels.
Dude.
Right? He made all these claims of what he feels is not possible on a flat Earth. It's given zero evidence for any of it.
Fucking since the 6th century, the celestial sphere. The 6th century, the celestial sphere has been operational to have the predictable movements of the heavens. And you were saying that way back when they were still looking at the night sky and thinking of the Earth as a globe, dude. You are so far gone. they had no idea or conceptualization of the terrestrial sphere. That's not a part of the cosmology. The cosmology was one of an observer centric point of view and or Earth centric, but it had nothing to do with the Earth being a terrestrial sphere. And if that was the case, then you need to provide evidence of that in history.
Let me say this in 20 seconds.
Well,
'cause
why
they
do I
keep
need to
repeating the
provide
same
evidence of that in
points over
history?
and
I'm
over
going
again.
off
I
my
did
own
begin speaking
observations.
before
I'm
him, by the way.
criticizing
I
my
did
own
begin
beliefs.
speaking before him. I did begin speaking before him. So I'm going to say this in 20 seconds. So they keep repeating the same points that we already refuted over and over again. So it's
You haven't
amazing how they
refuted
just
them.
keep repeating the same points that's been refuted repeatedly. So again, the appeal to
No.
sunsets. The sun is not necessarily being obscured by Earth curve. The sun is going away from us. It's going too far away above the surface of the Earth for us to see it. Very simple. So stop appealing to it. Secondly,
No, it's not that simple because that doesn't satisfactorily
again, it's
explain the
very
phenomena
simple.
that
So I
we see.
already
If the thing
refuted.
was
So
going far
again, you're
away
just
for us
going
to
to only
not
talk
see,
and
then it
suppress my
would
voice with
shrink.
yours.
It
So I'm going
would.
to keep talking to the suppression of my voice until there's moderation. Thank you. So, in the second point, the supposed two central points of two supposed orbit sets, and the reason I emphasize supposed is because we don't have any footage. We don't have any 24-hour footage seeing the entire 360-degree revolution. We just see two different points of what seems to be orbital sets. But again, that's another affirming the consequent. If there are two supposed points of two supposed orbital sets of celestial bodies, then the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball, therefore there are two supposed points, central points of two supposed orbit sets. Or if they want to go in reverse 2 and 3, like earlier, it's going to be an invalid modus ponens. It's not necessarily the case that you could not have that on a horizontal while observing it from a horizontal surface. That doesn't necessarily indicate the surface is a ball.
Yeah. I really
Well, your
like
logic
that
sucks.
argument. I think you articulated it really well. 'Cause I think this is a critical thing. And again, I don't
Really?
fault you for this. When people,
Wow.
just really quickly, and I'll back up. When people, I think people have a model or a perception or a framework for understanding reality, and I think that most of us, most of the time, its function is to help us navigate said reality. So we're not actively aware of it consciously, consistently, 24/7. For a lot of people, that means when you have an experience, when you observe something, when you kind of engage with something, some kind of qualia, your brain is filling in the gaps. You are making assumptions whether or not you're aware of it. You are ascribing cause and effect relationships to things based on your model, based on your framework. The question is, how willing are you to challenge that, take a step back and ask yourself genuinely, is there some other way I can make sense of it? And maybe there isn't, but maybe there is. And I think this is where I see, especially in this space, I think I see a lot of people coming in who haven't really been willing or able to critically and actively engage with their beliefs or challenge themselves to come up with another. Is there a way that I can explain sunlight reflecting off the bottom of clouds that doesn't automatically entail a globe, right? These are questions people don't tend to ask themselves because it's an emotionally rooted issue. And I'm really glad that this is the conversation that's happening. So I think this is a really critical way to get people involved.
I want to ask him as a question because I'm going to expose this tomfoolery real quick. You said that nothing you've said has been refuted. Steelman, the flat Earth argument for sunsets. Said it's never been refuted, so you must be familiar with the argument. Steelman argument.
It's a mixture of perspective, angular resolution,
a mixture.
Rayleigh criterion, which is angular resolution.
Just like saying buzzwords at this point.
Angular
you have no
view.
idea what the argument.
Say mine.
He doesn't know anything.
That's what you guys have.
I don't know
no,
your
say
specific
Yeah, so
explanation,
you guys
Alpha,
don't actually pay
but generally the alpha is that it becomes not visible due to distance rather than it being obscured.
Are you flat earthers?
And this is where it should be interesting, right? This is where it should
thanks,
become almost
Mark.
like a fun game.
Hang
like,
on,
can
Fox.
you?
Hang on.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Indio.
Mez, that's not the flat Earth argument. Other than the sun moves away from where you are, right?
Maybe I've missed it.
Years, I never heard one.
Hi, Scott. You can just interrupt when you feel like. Anyway, so have you seen the demonstrations of the RC boats disappearing on the small lake? Steve knows.
Oh yeah. This is another one. Yeah, this is another one you bring up, which is mirages.
Oh, they're mirages. So not Earth curve.
No, well, these RC boats. Yeah, they are
But
mirages.
they disappear, right? It's not impossible on a flat surface, right?
What we see with the sun is impossible.
Okay.
Because the way the RC boats disappear, it's due to it's a mirage where the light is
so the sunset
refracting
we've never
upwards
seen a
off of the
sunset
surface.
Okay, but we've never seen a sunset mirage, right? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about never, but it doesn't always happen, so it can't always be because of this mirage. But the thing is, with these RC boats that you've brought up, the reason they disappear, which you can see in all these videos, is when the light is refracting upwards off of the water that it's on. And you can tell that this is happening because you get a mirrored image. You see like an inversion of the boat, and then it kind of disappears with that inversion, and then the inversion sees like the grass or whatever is behind the boat.
That's not all the
since
videos.
Since this is not what we see with the sun, and this is not what we see.
That's not all the videos, Mez.
With large cruise ships disappearing multiple miles away, this can't be the explanation for why these things disappear. So your explanation of it's a mirage doesn't hold up.
No, you just straw man.
Earth curve is the only one that's held up to scrutiny.
Hey, is your speakers working, Mez?
Yeah, but I was speaking and you were attempting to interrupt me, so I just didn't let you.
Yeah, because you mischaracterized everything, and you know.
Oh, sorry, please.
And you know you did. Okay, so there's 20 to 30 demonstrations of it. There is not an inferior mirage in every single one of them, not even close, and you know this. Okay, so why are you saying that?
Are you talking about the sky something?
No, the sky free. Why is there a horizon at all? Tell me, why is there a horizon on a 1,000-foot lake? Why is there a horizon there? Because the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So why is there a horizon on a 1,000-foot lake?
I don't know.
Forget the boat. Forget the boat. Why is there a horizon at all?
I think the question I would phrase it.
Don't let him off the hook, please.
No, I'm not. I'm saying to get somebody to engage.
Yeah, Mez. Why is there a horizon at all, Mez? There should be no horizon. From the 2-inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,600 feet away from the camera. The lake is 1,000 feet long. That means there should never be a horizon on that water surface. Ever.
You're saying the camera's 2 inches up?
Yes, it's it's 1.5 inch camera height.
1.5 inches.
Yeah, 1.5 inches.
The closer the camera is to the ground, then the closer the horizon is going to be. If it was like right on the surface, then the horizon would be,
so if you punch
0
the numbers into the curve
unit of measurement away.
Yeah,
so
cool.
How?
So if you punch
it wouldn't be very far away if it was very close to the ground.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's 2,600 feet. We did the calculation.
Well, I don't believe your math at all because I think you're all dishonest.
It's not my math. It's not my math. It's your math.
And that's not a refutation either.
I didn't do the math.
That's not a refutation.
No, it's the 3,959 mile radius math. And you can't claim refraction's making the horizon look closer, can you? You guys have to use that for the horizon to look farther away.
Right, to extend from you.
I don't know. We'd have to scrutinize whatever evidence you're going to provide.
Yeah, the evidence.
Then we can figure out what's causing it.
Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. That's what I thought. The evidence that you claim doesn't refute anything you say, but you don't know what that evidence actually is.
Well, you haven't provided any evidence. You've said the horizon is in some place that it shouldn't be, and you haven't provided the math for that. And then you've said it can be refraction, which you also haven't provided any evidence for. So you've made a bunch of claims with no evidence.
So when you see the math is correct, and I'm going to give you the formulas and everything, when you see it's correct, then you're going to concede, right?
No, not necessarily.
Of course not.
Well, you'd have to provide. Show me the video that you're talking about. Show me where the camera is. Show me where the horizon is, and then show me your math.
Look in the chat. You see that lake? You see your horizon?
RC boat proves over the horizon is an optical phenomena.
Just look at the thumbnail. You don't even need to watch the video. Do you see a horizon?
Well, the thumbnail's quite small. I don't see much of anything. This video is very, very, very blurry.
You see a horizon?
I don't know what I see. But this camera is clearly not 2 inches off the ground.
Muted. Shut the fuck up. Okay, if you're going to be dishonest. This is why people get mad. This is why people get mad. Okay? Dishonest fucktards.
So, what do we have so far? We have someone trying to dig in their heels to try and affirm the consequent or affirm an invalid modus ponens as it concerns the observations of the sky, whether it be the sunlight under the clouds, in the plains, etc., or the supposed two central points of the supposed two orbit sets of the celestial bodies, or as it concerns this here, where either they're going to appeal to refraction to like Indio just said, extend the horizon away from us, right? Or make the horizon be closer than it should be with this video here with the RC belt. And while they make this song, while they dance back and forth between the Mott and Bailey and just moving the goalposts, what's the Mott and Bailey? You try to affirm the more controversial position, and then when you see that's untenable, you abandon that and go to the less controversial position. Or that's kind of just a version of moving the goalpost. We attack your position, and then you abandon it, and then you affirm that, then we attack that, and then you go back to the position we just refuted, and then we refute it again, you abandon it, and you just do the song and dance. You just refuse to stay consistent with the position that you assert.
Yeah, they're just trying to make everything unfalsifiable, which was like when I came in here, that's what Miggy was talking about, the radius and how they have to abandon it to make any arguments.
Yeah.
Right? So
We don't
the
abandon the
radius.
radius.
Okay, so why is there a horizon on this lake, Scott?
I don't know.
Okay,
Why
you're
are we
done.
talking to you? Why are we talking to you then? I'd rather talk to Fox. I'm gonna unmute Fox because I want to bring something up that she said, which I thought was important. You still here, Fox?
I'm here.
Yeah. So you talked about like you're sorry about talking about the meta, right? But these conversations about the globe versus flat Earth, they always going into the meta, and there's a specific reason for that because the globe model is a concept. It like you're never going to experience it. You're never going to, regardless of what Scott says, right? So the whole like your actual just if you take a direct experience of reality, right? Just what I perceive with my senses.
Yeah,
Without
no, I don't
imposing
believe
any
that I have.
worldview on top of it, right? Just so I'll give you an example. So when they had this presupposition thing that you're talking about, people import it already. They just import it without even knowing it. They see something and they inject their interpretation to what they see instead of just describing what they see. So an
Absolutely.
example of this is a solar eclipse. Everybody will swear up and down they saw the moon go in front of the sun during the solar eclipse. But during a solar eclipse, it's a new moon, so you don't actually see the moon.
Huh.
But
No,
they
that's
really
an
think
excellent
but they
example,
really
actually.
think they see the moon. They really think that I went out there and I saw the moon, where it's impossible to have seen the moon.
Yeah, I mean it's understandable too, right? So the only thing that we really
Yeah.
have is our subjective
Everyone uses
experience.
presuppositions.
Yeah, and this is what's really, and I'm glad that you brought up this point, right? Because I think it's actually a really kind of astute point to make that ultimately, and I know this is again, but this is where the conversation lives with a lot of this stuff. Because like I said, a lot of people, especially coming from the globe side, I find aren't really actively engaging with their beliefs. The people that come in here and actually kind of critically engage consistently are obviously more actively engaged than than the average like kid that went through high school science class. But you're right. People have experiences, their brains fill in the gaps. They don't really take the time to critically unpack and really observe in a kind of attempting to be neutral way what they're actually experiencing. And again, I don't fault people for this. I think it's the default way. Our brains have to do this to help us navigate reality in a way that allows us to not die and fall off cliffs and eat food and stuff. So yeah, and I think
I
that's
don't
really good.
blame them because I think that this is I would call it a conspiracy, but it's kind of something that's been imposed on humanity for a long time. That this is how you should view the world in this abstract way. That you
It's the
shouldn't
dominant
see it the
narrative.
way it really is. You should come up with some abstract, almost like a simulation of reality that you make in your head that isn't actual reality.
But that's what our brains do, right? I don't believe, I mean, personally,
It's,
I don't believe that I have
No, they
access
don't
to
have to do
objective things.
that. We've been trained to do that, all of
you
us.
think it's a dominant narrative by chance? It could have been anyone.
Pardon?
You
I didn't
think
get that.
the globe Earth is a dominant narrative by chance? It could have been any narrative that could have taken effect, and people would have
Oh no, I didn't say that.
glommed onto it just as readily.
No, I'm only saying that it's absolutely. I think, like I said before, in terms of, I don't think most people who purport to believe in a globe Earth are intricately or intimately familiar with the details and nuances of the actual globe model as presented by mainstream scientific paradigms. I think most people think Earth's round, Earth goes around sun. If you ask most people, okay, is the solar system expanding or moving? I mean, most people don't conceptualize it that way, right? They have an image that they got that was presented to them in their second grade science class. Most people don't think much beyond that, is my only point. It is a narrative. I don't think most people are engaging with like I said, the dominant scientific model here.
How does that apply to here?
Pardon? No, he said
How
specifically
does
the
that
people that
apply
come
to
in
the?
here, I think, are much more engaged and much more informed. I'm saying the average, like the average normie, I think part of the reason that people struggle to engage with this belief set in particular is because it's such a dominant paradigm that's presented as something that shouldn't be critically engaged with.
Or
What she
maybe
says
it's
is not
because
only
every
applicable to the
last bit
normie,
of
it's
evidence we've
applicable
ever
to those who
found
are the
point to a globe.
sophistic polemicists also. They're not engaged in self-scrutiny and critical consideration. They're just engaged in
Or
stubborn argumentation and combativeness to protect their pride from being stung by the refutation.
It's emotionally rooted in identity.
or maybe it's because
What are you
every
talking
last
about?
bit of evidence we've ever found points to the globe.
Sure,
Ever.
sure, and that's
all
most
evidence.
right, but that's what I'm
There you go,
saying.
chanting again.
If you ask the average person on the street, if you ask them, do you believe the Earth is a globe? They will say yes. The average person. And if you ask them why or what is it that justifies that belief to you, most people are not going to have critically engaged with or thought about that belief in a meaningful way. It's just true. And here's the thing: is I think, again, as somebody who is admittedly coming from the globe side, but enjoys challenging their own positions and assumptions, I think this is where it's an interesting conversation, because I think there are ways to get people to actively engage with their belief, to challenge their assumptions that will help them be more aware, be more metacognitively active, be more engaged with their own thought process that will extend even beyond this specific topic, right? That will make them
Okay, what are
more
those
self-aware.
ways?
Right, so equipping people with
I
this
want to go to
metacognitive focus,
philosophy
even
class.
asking people to just be like, take a moment to reflect on or articulate explicitly, what is it that you believe? Most people don't take the time to clearly articulate what their beliefs are, especially around scientific phenomena. So asking somebody to do that will oftentimes lead them to ask themselves questions that will prompt, I don't know, thoughts about observations or experiences that they've had, or
What
prompt them to engage in new
what
experiences.
makes you think that's true?
Working in education, engaging even on Discord, right? I think if you approach somebody in a way that's encouraging them to challenge their beliefs so that they feel like it's a good faith or good natured conversation, I think a lot of people are open to that. I think people will engage with the issues, but there aren't a lot of environments or situations where that's a natural occurrence socially or culturally.
You must be living in a different universe than I live in. Interesting.
Well, no, we self-select in Discord. I'm here all the time, right? I enjoy, like, I'm somebody who absolutely is more kind of actively engaged with. Everybody in here is. We self-select in
Scott
this space.
doesn't.
We're all in the
Yeah,
flat earth.
exactly. Scott
Yeah.
doesn't comprehend what you're saying. Scott, if we went and asked Kim Kardashian what the shape of the Earth is, what do you think she would say? What evidence do you
Don't
think that
know,
she would
don't
give?
care.
Kind of like my boobs, like
Exactly,
roundish, I
exactly.
think.
Don't know, don't care. Why? Because you know that she's a freaking shallow, just human being that, like, other than money grubbing, she has no skills, right? She's famous for being
Okay, so
famous.
Indio. Let's use a little bit of what Fox just said. What would change your mind about the shape of the Earth?
Direct measurement of curvature.
Great question.
And how would we do that?
Well, I mean, demonstrate curvature with a laser or mechanically or radio waves, X-rays. Well, couldn't use X-rays. So,
And so you would use light for a direct measurement.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. Because when I say reciprocal zenith angles, you guys say, no.
Because you're not using your measurement, your primary measurement, your reference is the direction of gravity, right?
No.
Because you're leveling the instrument, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that's
And we're
even they
demonstrating.
did this in surveying, Scott. Like, you're arguing against what they say in the field you're trying to cite.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You just don't know any better.
So if we take two theodolites at total stations and we level them out and we point them at each other and
What does
their
level mean?
reciprocal zenith angles are greater than 180 degrees, what does that indicate?
What does level mean?
Level is 90 degrees off perpendicular, off vertical.
Yeah, so what do you actually measure?
Sorry.
You're not measuring level, right?
We're measuring we're measuring plumb, yeah.
Yeah, and
we're measuring
it's well
verticals.
known. It's well known in surveying that the so-called direction of gravity, plumb, is not 90 degrees from the surface that you're on. So what are you measuring?
So once again, nothing I can do can convince you that the Earth is a globe, right? Because these are really good.
No.
Okay, what would convince
your
you?
foundational. Listen, you have a faulty premise. Your premise
Okay,
is
what
that
would
lung
convince
is
you?
perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, and it's not. It's not in the freaking. Nobody thinks that. Well, other than
Okay.
crazy anti-flat earthers on the internet.
Okay, so now you have one reason why what you won't accept. What would you accept?
You mean accept? You don't accept the flaw in your own so-called test.
You're not saying what you would accept. You see that,
I
right?
already told you when we started off. You asked me initially, and I told you.
You said something about lasers. What would you do with these lasers?
Shoot it far enough where there's no way that the laser should go over the curve of the Earth.
And how do we
India, looking
determine
up in
that?
chat. I tagged you and Scott. Tell me if you see an error in any of those arguments.
It's going to take me a
I'm going
minute
to
to
get
read
3
it.
words probably, and I'll find an error. But okay, so we have the laser. How do you determine what's too far?
What do you mean what's too far? You use the globe prediction. 3,959 miles. Right? You do a calculation. And you do you can come up with what's reasonable. Now,
Okay, what's reasonable? How do we determine that?
well, I mean, say you make a prediction of what you should expect the laser to be visible at, right? Some distance, right? So, say 25 miles.
Okay, how do we make that prediction?
I think this was Alpha's point a little bit earlier, right?
Use the globe mathematics, right?
Right. There's a
All of
model
them,
that's being
including refraction.
Oh, you can include standard refraction, right?
What happens is more than standard refraction? What happens?
How do you determine that? How do you determine there's more than standard refraction?
I guess you can measure the temperatures and measure the gradient, right?
Along the
I
entire
don't know
line.
how. I'm not an expert on this, but we can read about it, figure it out.
So you don't
Is there
know.
any?
So you
Hold
don't
on,
know
hold
your
on.
position is
hold on.
true.
Is there any observation that we can make with the laser that can't be just like hand waved away by refraction?
Yes, Jewish space lasers, they're killing us.
brilliant, insightful. No, I
Yeah,
think this is a really good point to what Alpha was saying before, right? That like there are entailments from the globe model that kind of have to be baked into, quote unquote, seeing too far,
means
right?
they
That's
don't
how
have
you're going to get those
geometry.
predictions, right? You have to rely on those predictions to challenge those assumptions.
They don't actually make predictions. That's the thing. The globe model doesn't actually make predictions. It has band-aids and ad hoc hypothesis stapled onto it to make the globe unfalsifiable. Right, and that's what refraction is. So if I have Scott, is there any distance we could shine a laser that can't be explained by refraction? He'll say no.
No, I'll say yes, of course. Because we know the limits of atmospheric refraction.
How far?
I haven't done the calculation, but from what I can tell, there's
1,000
limits to
miles?
atmospheric. I don't know. I'd have to do the calculation, but
No, I'll
You're
tell
very
you his
consistent
answer.
again.
I got
doing
his
the
answer.
calculation.
He emphasizes every time he says, I don't know. He just conceded. He doesn't know his position is true.
No, I'll tell you his answer because he said it before, and he can say that he said it before too.
He's already admitted it. So
When
I
he
don't
looked,
even know why
when he looked across the horizon and he saw the sunset, he said you could see up to 93 million miles away. Right, Scott?
Fraction.
Every time I look at the sun, I'm seeing 93 million miles.
There you
Gee.
go. See?
I can see light years every time I see a star.
There
Those
you
things
go,
are light
Neil.
years
That's
away.
your answer. That's your answer.
Chant harder. It'll make it true, Scott. Go ahead. Chant again. Chant it. Go ahead.
No, you're the one who chants, Gregory, not me. So
Go ahead. Keep chanting. It'll make it true eventually.
you wouldn't know truth if it bit you in the ass.
Yeah, so every
But
time he
anyways.
appeals to angle of elevation angle measurements, he refuses to concede, but it's obviously self-defeating, like Indio just explained to him again.
No, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean we don't.
Yeah, Scott's magic
You
eyeballs can see 93
gotta
million
realize,
miles away.
Gregory, that you're not the arbiter of things we can do. There's people
Yeah,
doing
Scott
things out there in
is.
this world, regardless if you agree
What's
with
wrong
them
with
or
you,
not.
Gregory? Scott is the arbiter, not you. What are you talking about?
No,
You know
the
what?
people who do
I
the
bow
work
down
are the
to
arbiters.
to the epistemic ultimacy of his authority.
Well, obviously.
No,
I mean,
the surveyors.
we just got to get more
the
people on board.
surveyors. The surveyors know their tools. They know their trade.
Yeah,
and they're going to
they
do their
don't.
work.
They don't sign
They're
off
going
on
to do
what
their
you're
work
saying. What do
regardless
you
of
think
whether
they would
Gregory
say?
thinks what they're doing is
Scott,
correct.
what do you think they would say if you told them exactly what you said, that you could see 93 million miles looking through a theodolite? What do you think they would tell you?
Okay, they'd be fine with that. Sure.
Yeah, right. They would fucking
Sounds
be
like
like,
the experts
what?
in the field would disagree with you, Scott, by your own
Yeah,
admission.
they would.
Which
They would
experts
look
in the
at you
field
and be like,
disagree with
dude.
me?
They would
That
look at
doesn't
you like
sound
you
like
have
anything.
10
You
heads,
just
bro.
made that up, Gregory. Which experts you think would disagree with me? Find one.
The ones you just conceded that would disagree with you, Scott.
Yeah.
None of them would disagree with me.
No, Fox does agree with him on everything because she had already admits no matter what, she knows it's flat, but she thinks it's a globe.
There is no problem with looking 93 million miles through a theodolite. It works just fine.
Dan,
It
where's
says
that
you
in the
for no good
manual?
reason, without any argument at all.
You don't need an argument. It's what the
Where
tool
does it say that
does.
in the manual?
You need to come up with a reason why it wouldn't work.
No, you need to justify believing that you are doing that.
No, I don't.
You do.
Why? For
You
you?
affirm the premise. You affirm the affirmative. You have the affirmative
Tell you,
premise. You have the affirmative proof.
I don't
Go ahead
give a
and go ahead
fuck
and
what
carry
you
your burden.
believe.
I'll
I
say
don't
again,
give a
just get
fuck
talk to
what
the
you
answer that you're
believe.
asking for. You have to give the argument for the affirmative that you just affirmed. So, given that you affirm the
No, no.
affirmative, you have the burden to prove your affirmative. That's why.
Nope.
Basic
All I
logic
need to do
101.
is use the tool, go about, get stuff done. And you guys can sit back here telling me I can't do these things
As
when
you
I'm out
affirm the
there doing them.
consequence. So, once again, humans accomplish various sciences. Humans accomplish
Yes.
various applications in society for the Earth as a ball.
Exactly.
No. I'll say it this way. I have to clean it up. If humans accomplish several applications of the sciences, then the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball. Therefore, humans
No.
accomplish various applications in the sciences. Or another invalid modus ponens. If humans accomplish various applications of the sciences in the world, therefore, then the Earth is a ball. Humans accomplish various applications of the sciences in the world, therefore the Earth is a ball, which is patently an invalid modus ponens. It does not necessarily follow
No.
from the premise that you can
That's not what
observe
I said, though.
something 93 million miles away, with especially also with a theodolite, nor that the Earth is a ball if humans accomplish various applications of the sciences in the world. So stop repeating it. And if you repeat it
That's
again, I'll
not
just
what
read
I
it again.
said, though. But that's not what I said, though. You suck at logic. Sorry, man. You're just really, really
Yeah,
bad
he's
at
just
it.
hand waving the obvious refutation of what he just said.
No, your
He doesn't have
reputation
a
is
reason to
stupid.
say
That's
that
not what I
is what he
said.
just said. He just retorted with the retort. Well, people apply this. Right? Just flippantly toss out. People apply this without any good reason to believe that people apply what he's saying, which is patently erroneous. Even though he just
What
also
good reason
conceded
do I
that
need?
his assertion was what the experts would disagree with. So he can't make up his mind. Either the experts, by his own concession, would disagree with him about his supposed usage of the theodolite, especially 93 million fucking miles away, or they do apply these things. It can't be both simultaneously. You got to pick up your mind, Scott.
I never said the experts would disagree with me. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see if the new people in here will want to chime in. So we'll give them a bit of floor space. We got Meppy that just joined us.
You
Meppy,
guys
welcome to
scared
the
off
forum.
Fox.
No, you did, dude. You talked longer than she did.
I know.
All right, so
She's annoying as
I'm fine with
fuck.
that. I didn't like her.
Coming in here telling me how I
who do
think,
you like, Mez?
bitch.
All right, Meppy, are you there?
I like Scott.
Coming exposing my vices. How dare you critique me, bitch? Because that's not pride at all.
All right, Meppy's not there. How about Naxi? Naxi, are you there? Welcome to the forum. You guys jumped in when it was a bunch of conversations going on, so welcome to the forum. We got Sergeant Larson. Sergeant Larson, if you're there, welcome to the forum.
Hello.
You hear how much
How's
it
it going?
irritates Scott that another Glober, especially a woman Glober, would critique his vices? Isn't that amazing? But he's so humble, so virtuous.
Yeah, shut up, you little.
All right, so we got Sergeant Larson in
idiot.
here. Sergeant, how did you hear about this forum? Or maybe you have questions about what we're talking about in here? I mean, and
I'm just playing NBA 2K, listening and learning.
okay. Is there
I
any
heard
questions
that.
is there any questions you might want to ask? I mean,
No,
you have the
no.
floor. I actually want to afford you at least a couple questions if you like. We can answer
Nope.
them directly if you have any.
I got no questions. It's great listening and learning.
Let's give him a show, Miggy. He wants to listen to the show.
Well,
Let's give it to him.
yeah, but we can't do we got to go around the table first and see if there's anybody else.
All right.
I have a quick question, if that's okay for Scott.
Who's that?
Rebel Andres. I'm down here by.
Oh, Rebel. Yeah, we're gonna continue with the Scott Mackey show in just a moment. We have intermission right now. You can get a drink and grab something to eat. Because he's exhausting. All right, to say the least.
No, he's exhausted.
Yeah. All right,
I'm still there. I'll keep going. I've got stamina for days.
You're basically lower on the totem pole. We don't really want to talk to you. So we got James Soa. James.
Alf was afraid of me.
No, dude, you just don't.
No, you think you're like doing this Rocky Balboa kind of like I can just take all the hits, but you're really just like Tom. You just get beat every time you come in.
You know
every
what?
episode.
I'd rather let Scott talk than you, Mez. That's saying a lot. A lot. So anyway, But we do
The
have
more you refute me, the more true I am.
we do have Meppy that's in here. Meppy, you're welcome to open up your mic. And I'm only clearing the floor for a little bit because once these guys start talking, you're not going to get a word in edgewise. So that's why
That's why they're here.
Meppy, you there?
Work, but thank you.
Hey,
That's not
yeah, we can
intelligible.
barely hear you. What did you say? Say again, Meppy.
I'm at work, but thank you.
Oh, at work and no thank you. All right. Well, it's good to hear that new people are joining, and you'll hear if you want to hear our perspective or you want to hear what the Globers think, and we're probably going to get into some arguments here in a moment.
No
everybody else?
observations nor measurements of Earth curve. Their spherical geodesy is in a dilemma. They ad hocly appeal to refraction to account for the counter evidence that is not reconcilable with their geodesy.
All right, so we're gonna ask the question to everybody that's in the room. Usually the Globers will come in and say what they want, but we're asking the question: how in 2024 do you know that the Earth is a globe? Even as absurd as that sounds, if you're first joining this forum, I want you to hear the responses from these guys who think the Earth's a globe, and you as well. If you want to, you can chime in. That's why I'm saying the question this way, so you guys can jump in if you want. So in 2024, why do you think that the Earth is a globe? And if you have any evidence to back up the claim that it actually is a globe, then please present your evidence, and then we can talk about it. So we'll start with that. Is there any evidence for the Earth being a globe? You can talk if you want. I'm going to go ahead and unmute Mez because, like I said, we don't have anybody else in here. So
let me help you before anyone answers. Appeal to the Earth. Appeal to observing and measuring the Earth. That's a very key part of this.
We can have a few interlocutors. I mean, it don't matter, but ultimately, we want to stay on point. No red herrings, please. We don't like to go off to other topics. Stay on one topic until you exhaust that one to its conclusion. We'd like to keep it a bit succinct and not have you wander off to other topics. And it's
Can I
hard.
ask you a question,
It's really
Miggy?
hard. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm not going to argue with you. I just want to know if the other night you were talking to some guy about celestial navigation, and I had to go to bed, and you had gone on for like a half hour, 45 minutes. Did you ever get to the point where you told him how to get his location?
Yeah. He found out.
And
W30.
how
You
did
talking
you
about
how did you get the
W30?
location? Yeah.
Yeah, the ground
Yeah, we
position.
concluded.
Yeah, we talked about it all, man. We actually went into it with him. And he was very inquisitive. Like, honestly, he didn't want to hear from you guys, which I don't. I actually, to be honest with you, I wanted him to hear your side, like the way you articulate the points.
I remember.
The reason, yeah,
no
he
thanks.
he was like nothing, but that's him. Everybody's different. Somebody, I would want them to hear both sides. That's just my perspective, because in this arena, it's only worthy if the person like me or somebody else that can stand for articulating the point for flat Earth will be able to rebut what you guys say. If we can't do it, then that's just showing that we're biased and only want to have an echo chamber. So that's not what we're trying to do here.
There's been at least two persons in the past 2 days. I mean, last night and now, W30 and Fox. There's been Globers that have explicitly and in detail recognized the obnoxious antics of anti-flat Earth sophists and polemicists.
Well,
it's kind of telling.
It's trending, but
Well, maybe to you.
It's trending, but the I guess I would say it this way: the overwhelming majority are still kind of the normies that come in here, and some of them don't know how to articulate their points. So it's even worse for the guys that are in here that are defending the Earth as a globe, because they would even say like, "This guy is just his arguments are trash." Like, really, I mean, most of them. Like the other guy that was in here the other day was showing us how to tell us that the Earth is a globe from like a a school standpoint. He was showing us little like videos of like planets of with smiley faces. It was just ridiculous, but we get into those kinds of arguments, and I don't think they're worthy to have in this particular arena. But hell, if you guys think so, I mean, people are articulating their point for the Earth as a globe in a very redundant manner. So we just take it for what it is, because people don't know that the Earth is a globe. Really, they just think it is.
Okay, so how did you finally tell him to get your geolocation? What's the last step?
The interlocutors are going to either be cooperative and cordial, or they're just going to be combative. The best option is the former, not the latter.
It's
so what was the last step in your explanation?
Well, we talked about a lot of things. Are you talking about W30? I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Scott.
Yeah, what was the last step in your explanation of how you get your location through celestial navigation?
What do you mean last step? We were kind of a bit all over the place because there was a lot of questions he was asking. So it wasn't
Yeah,
one.
that's
It wasn't
true.
regulated to one specific like thing that he wanted to know, but we were answering everything that he wanted. So based on that, I mean, I told him, the thing was that we're not gonna. There's a lot more to look at, so make sure that you just keep doing research, and if he has any more questions, to come back in here. So always, like I told him too, it was like, if you come in here and there's a glober and you want to ask them. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, to us, it helps us because we know that we're gonna stand for our points. But if you have some way that you're gonna be able to challenge him, then do so. But I'd rather like let the person decide for themselves. I don't want to force feed them answers for them to think what I think. I think that's pretty, disingenuous of me for me to do that. I want to challenge them, of course, but they have to come to the realization for themselves. So, yeah, man,
Well,
you
we're
can
just
fuck
in-
off if
Mez,
you
snoring.
could fuck off if you want. How about that? You know the way
Well,
I
we're just
deal with
interested
your
in the
ass.
celestial navigation part. Can you
Yeah,
explain
well,
that?
we're interested in not having you here on this forum, so we can fix that permanently. We can do that for you. Would you like
Come
that,
on,
Mez?
Nikki. You don't
No,
need to do
he's
that, man.
I'm
That's
not
not very
pushing
nice.
his buttons. He's the one doing it to me. So fucking.
Well, I just want to know about the celestial navigation thing. How do you do
Scott,
that?
can you be honest? Can you demonstrate that you are honest?
about
It is obnoxious for Mez to snore in the microphone. Yes? Yes?
Well, it's obnoxious
Yeah,
for
he
Alpha
didn't
to
need to
go on
do
for
that.
20 minutes about some irrelevant shit.
You're not Scott. It's fix your identity crisis. Scott, can you demonstrate that you can be honest? It is obnoxious for Mez to snore in the microphone. Yes?
I would prefer he didn't do it because he's going to get kicked, and I like him here.
Well,
I find
I
him
didn't
very
ask you that.
entertaining.
I didn't ask you that. I said, is it obnoxious and disrespectful? Yes or no?
Sure, we'll go with sure.
You
yeah,
you
why
can say
not?
yes, Scott. I don't mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're in trouble, Mez.
Never answer a question.
Mez is in deep shit now. Says Supreme Court has ruled cities can punish homeless people for sleeping on the streets. You're in big, deep shit, Mez.
Oh no, I hope I don't get a spanking.
You can't be underneath the Chick-fil-A sign anymore. Anyways, nobody gives a shit. Look, check it out, man. We all do that to each other in here, right? But at the end of the day, we're still here. So don't be a total cheese
Miggy,
pit when
celestial
you're here.
navigation, explain.
Do you have
Angles to Polaris. That's all you need to know. And they don't work on a curve.
I don't know where I am. Where am I? Help.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
I
on
know
Earth.
that. You never know.
I've
where
only
you
got
are.
a sextant and some stars to look at. How do I find out where I am?
How did you get a sextant?
You don't
and
need
why
to
did
worry
get a
about
sextant?
where you are.
Why did you get a sextant for? If you don't know how to use it.
I'm lost in the desert.
No, you're lost just completely in life. You don't know
And I'm
where
left
you're at.
with a watch and a sextant.
He got one because he heard Nathan Oakley's sister had one.
You know what? That would be the best case scenario for you, to be lost in a desert. How about that?
Can you help me escape?
No, I'd rather you just stay there in the wilderness.
When you say, I want to know where I am, what do you mean by that?
Well, when you're lost in the desert and all you've got is a sextant and a watch, how do you find out where you are?
What do you mean by find out where I am? I want to know exactly what you
How do you find out your position on the Earth? By looking at the stars.
What do you mean by your position?
How do you celestially
What do you
navigate?
mean by your position? What does that mean?
Your position on the Earth.
Navigate using the stars.
Yeah, like
latitude and
my
longitude.
position. I'm 3 miles southwest of San Antonio. Like, what do you mean by your position?
Yes.
Latitude,
Your
longitude.
long position.
Oh, latitude and longitude. How do you find what's latitude? What is that?
How do you find it using the stars?
Yeah, what is it?
Stop changing the topic. Stop using this
No,
nice
this is
shitty
on
argument.
I'm asking you about what you mentioned.
So we're
what are you
trying.
talking
So
about?
You're on very thin line right now, Mez. Really, you are.
no one's changing the topic.
It takes
Trying
it
to point
takes a
out
bit.
your circular logic.
It takes
That's
a
what I'm
bit for
trying to
one of
point
you guys to
Let
actually
me
get
guess.
deep.
I
You're
have
going to
to
go
build on
to
it because you're
angle
such
to
a weasel.
Polaris
You have to
requires a flat
continue
base
in.
line, which means the Earth is flat. Is that what you're going to?
No,
Listen to India's
I'm
reply to
trying
you.
to guess where I'm going. You have no idea where I'm going because you don't know what you're talking about. So Mez, real simple. If I can't,
All right.
so we can't see the stars, sun, and moon. What's my latitude?
If you can't see the stars, sun, and moon, what is your
Yeah,
latitude?
how do I determine my latitude? Does it exist without the stars, sun, and moon? It's a cloudy day, and it's going to be cloudy forever. I can't see anything in the sky. What's my latitude?
I don't know.
And you'll never know.
Oh. Well, let's assume it's not a cloudy day. It's a very clear night. You've got a clear view of the stars. You've got a sextant. You've got a watch. How do you find out your position?
No.
You don't even understand what's being said to you, do you? The coordinate system is in the sky, has nothing to do with the ground. We've decided by convention that if you see stars in a certain place at a certain time, you're at this position, but that's just a convention. We could agree it anywhere. We could make up any number to be that. So actually, if you look in the manual of the International Terrestrial Reference Systems, it says latitude and longitude are positions that are agreed upon by convention. That means it's just a human construct, dude. That we've agreed, hey, this is 49 latitude and this is 60 longitude. We just all agreed to it.
Okay, so we've got agreed upon positions of places on the ground. How do you figure that out? By looking at the stars.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
How do you figure out
say
a fiat convention?
45 long is somewhere on the Earth.
We've decided that when Polaris is 45 degrees above the horizon, we're on 45 latitude. That's what we've decided.
Okay. Now, how do you find your longitude?
Of your question.
Oh, that would be
the nature of your question. How do you figure out a fiat convention? That's Indio's point to you.
What if you're in the south? What if you're in the southern hemisphere?
What about it? There is no
southern ring.
How could you be with no depth? You don't
okay, you're on the southern ring. How do you find out where you are? You can't see Polaris.
You gotta have
people
depth.
Can do it. Can you do it?
Yeah, I mean we've used a different convention, right? We use a different coordinate system.
Okay, how? Using only flat Earth geometry. How do you find out where you
have
are?
to look in the nautical almanac, and then you would have particular stars that you would use, right? So you'd have to cite some stars that were in that almanac that would give you its latitude and longitude in the celestial sphere, right? And your relationship to that would determine where you are.
Yep, that's what I was.
Pick any stars you want.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, usually it's 3, right?
Yeah, it's 3 because you get an angle, and that gives you a ring around that place relative to its ground position. You need 3 to kind of triangulate your position. And then you need the watch to correct for the
how do you do triangulation with
rotation
parallel rays?
of the celestial sphere.
How do you do triangulation with parallel rays of light? How does the fuck does that work?
Do you know how celestial navigation works?
Just hang out by the machine, just in case any leaks or some random shit happens. That way, if you need to step away or whatever, grab me and I can cover for you. That way, just with this warm ethanol, it doesn't take much vapor.
Do you know why you need 3 stars, Indio?
I do know, but I want you to tell me.
No, please, you tell me, because I don't think you do know.
No, I'm not telling you.
You don't know, do you?
Yeah, so
I do know, man.
Yeah,
so Alpha, why do you need 3 stars?
Yeah, so
look, you're new to this topic. I'm not, dude.
I just said, but I don't think you can repeat it back to me.
Yeah, but
why do you need 3 stars, Alpha?
I don't know. India, do you want to keep going? I don't want to interrupt you, bro.
You don't know. You haven't got a fucking clue, have you?
I do. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, please tell me. Say it.
What, you want to get circles of equal altitude, right? Is that what you're saying?
Circles of equal altitude.
Oh.
Well, you need 3 circles. I won't say of equal altitude.
Equal altitude elevation is what you're looking for,
So,
and that's flat. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what they say. But like, what I'm saying to you, Mez, is that we've been using the celestial sphere this whole time, right? Or no?
Sphere, not hemisphere.
Listen to what I'm going to tell you. The celestial sphere is useful it's a conceptual tool that's been used in astronomy and navigation, celestial navigation.
It's got to be real, though. True. It's got to be a real thing. It has to really exist. Our model has to really exist in reality.
Yeah. And Gregory posted exactly what I was talking about, Mez, so you can look in the text chat while I'm speaking to you about the celestial sphere. But the celestial sphere...
Nathan Oakley's shitty argument.
Nathan Oakley's shit argument. But that's the answer to your question. Why are you now discarding that and making it sound like you're not going to look at it? So you need to look at it. All right, so the celestial sphere is a conceptual tool that's been used ever since the 6th century BC. And you know that before the advent of the Earth being a globe and thought of as a terrestrial sphere of a radius value of 3959, this is the conceptual tool that was predicting the movements of the heavens. Excuse me. The movements of the heavens were being predicted with this. So there was no need for the Earth being a globe to do so. And also, traversing the Earth with the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere was also used as such. So in astronomy and celestial navigation, the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere was being used, and it was concentric to the Earth or the observer. So it could be thought of as a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. Now, this is something you should have known right now, getting into this argument, because it's the baseline for your understanding of celestial navigation and or astronomy. So when you're looking at things in the sky, you're looking at them at an angle of view. Depending on what angle, that's all you're going to use for, with the baseline being the Earth. So it's pretty easy. And you were laughing a moment ago, but I don't hear you laughing now.
Yeah.
So the important thing is that because of that, before the advent of the Earth being a globe, they were thinking of the Earth, using it as the baseline for their observations. So that, my friend, was the way that they were actually navigating across the Earth prior to the terrestrial sphere that you're appealing to, which they didn't need, which was used on a flat horizontal baseline. Yeah, and I can show you a diagram if you'd like. I have them saved, so I will put that in the text.
So I'm going to ask again. How do you find your position using celestial navigation?
Well, it is the
without
same way
using
because,
any reference to a globe.
Yeah, but it doesn't use it now because you're always at the origin of coordinates. You're not on a globe, you're on a point.
Yeah, and so
exactly.
Yeah,
in the mathematics, the spherical trig, you're just doing a rotation. It's a rotation, dude.
Point of reference, yeah.
All right. So, do you know what the celestial sphere is meant?
Yeah, it's all the stars we can see around us.
Yeah, but how is it described? Give me the definition for the celestial sphere.
Definition for I don't know about a definition for celestial
can
sphere.
you look? Yeah, can you look it up real quick? Because that would help us right now.
Okay. Do I have to Google it? Why do I have to Google
Yeah,
this?
you can. You can Google it. I got some snippets. If you don't got, then I'll just go ahead.
How do you not know your own argument?
Just fill him in.
I don't know about a clear definition for it.
Well, I'll put it in. I'll put it in
arbitrary
for
large
you.
radius and is concentric to Earth.
Yeah. Let me put it in. I got 2 snippets that I can put in for you, and then
Why do you always post fucking AI shit? Why do you?
Well, there's that, and then there's this.
Why do you wank off ChatGPT so much?
I'll relax. All right, let's read it together, shall we? Because it's really cool.
How do you find your position? Stop changing the topic.
Relax.
I am wearing. I am booing. I'm not getting an answer. Come on,
Mez.
I'm trying to win 10 grand from MC Toon.
All right, you're not gonna do that. So
he's flailing.
It's all
going to come together.
Hold on, Gregory. They were getting mad at you for clapping, and then he's clapping while he's.
No, he's snapping and clapping.
He's snapping and clapping. All right, relax, Mez. I will walk you through it though. I'll go with the first snippet because it's important, right? The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in astronomy and navigation to help visualize the positions of celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere with an infinite radius that's concentric to the Earth, with the Earth at its center or centered on the observer. The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth to the sky is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. The celestial sphere can be thought of as a transparent dome with the Earth inside and the stars, planets, moon, and sun fixed to it. The celestial sphere is a coordinate system that uses a set of coordinates placed on the inside of the sphere to establish reference points and mark the positions of celestial bodies. The celestial equator divides the sphere into northern and southern hemispheres, and the horizon circle is divided into 360 degrees with 90 degrees between each of the 4 cardinal directions. The celestial sphere's equivalent of latitude is called declination. The acronym's there, DEC, and its equivalent of longitude is called right ascension. The celestial sphere is useful for determining the rising and setting points of celestial bodies and for locating stars and planets. However, it's important to note that there is no physical celestial sphere, and the stars are not all equidistant from Earth. For example, stars that appear close together in the sky may be actually hundreds, if not thousands, of light years apart. That's a little bit of the global explanation, but you get the gist. All right, let's go to the second snippet, right? So when I typed in celestial sphere, the celestial sphere, it says the celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in spherical astronomy to specify the position of an object in the sky without consideration of its linear distance from the observer. Wow, that's a huge one right there. Without consideration. You don't need to think about how far stuff is, right? The celestial equator divides the celestial sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. So, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, they're appealing to the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere. All right, I'm going to continue with the snippet in the bottom. the celestial sphere in astronomy and navigation. The celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrarily large radius and is concentric to the Earth. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of the celestial sphere, which may be centered on the Earth or the observer. We could continue, and find out the history, find out when they were using it, and all that good stuff, Mez. But what you're appealing to, the foundation for it, is exactly what I'm telling you right now. The conceptual tool that's being used, not some idea that you live on a terrestrial sphere. It's appealing to the celestial sphere. That's the foundation for astronomy and celestial navigation. So you were incorrect in everything. So if we're doing it concentric to the observer is using a horizontal baseline, and he's using the stars as a dome projected above him, transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. So that's it. So that's how it works on a flat Earth, with the flat plane of horizon being that the observer can see a flat horizontal plane, and the stars are affixed to a dome of perspective. Very cool, huh? There you go.
Well, that was a brilliant. You give a lot of things there that only seem to work on a spherical Earth.
You're such a moron.
You can't get away from that because they were using it prior to the terrestrial sphere. That's what they were doing prior to that. Because if it's concentric to the observer, that means that concentric to the observer means that radially, from the observer's point of view, they're the center of the universe, not the Earth. Got it?
And no one claimed it wouldn't work.
The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon.
That's correct.
How does that work on a flat Earth?
It's a conceptual tool.
Yeah, it's a conceptual tool. There isn't a real physical sphere in the sky. I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, there's no real physical sphere underneath.
Right, but what I'm asking, which I haven't got an answer for yet, is how do I find my ground position using flat Earth geometry?
That's why I asked you.
You're just going to whistle past all that.
Yeah, he's going to whistle past it because he knows
you fucking numpty.
Listen, can anybody just read what I posted? Because he's like asking.
Yeah, no, but he's
He'll
getting
just
away from
ignore
what I
it.
said. Yeah, he's getting away from what I said.
It doesn't matter what his name is. What? Just read it. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but he's getting away from the point that I told him. So he's going to whistle past it to skate around and say that he can't use the celestial sphere.
How's he going to whistle past and skate around? I mean,
I think you're whistling past your lack of ability to find your ground position using flat Earth geometry.
Listen. Okay, so first of all, it's a citation, right? From who? The military. So it's a military grid reference system. So I think it's a pretty good citation for, probably what the military uses for navigation and whatnot, and trying to figure out where they are. And I just thought it'd be interesting to read it.
All right, let me unmute him. Go ahead, Mez.
What are you asking me to do?
He ain't paying attention, dude. He ain't here for any honest freaking conversation. You just keep exposing yourself.
So, are we in agreement that you cannot demonstrate celestial navigation using a flat Earth?
No, you can. You can.
Okay.
Go on. Listen, hold on.
Can we just put a pin in this? All right. Can we finally say, are you going to do this or are you not?
It's already been done. You can go on. I'll post a link if you want. Shane St. Pierre did all this. I can post it in the chat. A link to his website. It's actually been done by like 3 different flat earthers, but Walter Bislin even did it. So what are you even talking about?
He just can't comprehend how there's not an extra part of the half a sphere of stars.
He doesn't understand that coordinate systems are arbitrary.
Right, that also.
It's saying, hey, why can't you make my spherical coordinate system work on a flat Earth? It's dumb. It's like saying, why can't you make my Cartesian coordinate system work in a hyperbolic geometry? Stop being stupid, dude.
That's not what he asked. We just want to find, how do you find your latitude and longitude? Simple question.
Yeah, those are, is that a spherical coordinate system, yes or no?
What's the process, though?
Okay, what's the spherical? Is that a spherical coordinate system? Yes or no?
So you don't know the process. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So answer my question, Scott. Is that a
You know what it
spherical?
is.
Oh, is it a spherical coordinate system?
Yes, it is.
So why are you asking for the flat Earth position in a spherical coordinate system, which you can't even express a flat Earth in?
Okay, so you can't do celestial navigation as we know it on a flat Earth.
No, you can if you do a geometric transformation. You can do it that
Okay,
way.
how do you do a geometric transformation then?
I can give you a link to it. It's too complicated for this chat. So you just do a rotation, right? The sky just rotates around you wherever you go. It's really simple.
Does anybody who has ever done celestial navigation have done that, or they skip that
It's
step?
mathematically identical. They are doing it without knowing it.
But
So
do
when
they
you
have
do
to
this,
do that?
yeah, you do it because when you do the spherical trig, when you actually do that, the Haber sign, to take one vector and move it to another vector, that's actually just a rotation. You could actually do it in quaternions. You could do it in geometric algebra. You could do it in a bunch of systems. And geometric algebra doesn't even have a coordinate system. Like, this is what you got. You just don't understand, like, really what you're talking about. Sorry. That coordinate systems are just arbitrary.
Yeah. And?
Yeah. So say we made a flat Earth coordinate system, and I said, hey, we mapped all the stars to it, right? And we had our own unique coordinate system. And I said, yeah, prove the Earth's a globe. Yeah, do this in a globe geometry, our flat Earth coordinates. You wouldn't be able to do it. It just wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, I know, because it wouldn't be possible you map it to the flat Earth.
That's why you could prove to yourself.
You could do a transformation, right? You just do a mapping function, project one surface onto another surface.
That's a word. You can't do it.
Oh, God.
Stop drinking,
I guess
Scott.
topology is not a field of study. It doesn't even exist, Scott.
So Scott,
me
you're
wrong,
telling
do
me
it.
that a flat piece of dirt is smarter than you? A little bit of water and dirt and flat.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
In
Yep,
every
you
coordinate
got me, Denmark.
system that
You
you
got
could
me,
ever.
man.
Well, I mean, why is it so hard to make a flat map when that's all we see everywhere? Why would it be so hard for you to comprehend something that exists everywhere in books and atlases? This to me is weird, brother. It's really weird.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
So, Scott, in 1897, the HMS Britain was stuck in a dust storm that blew off Africa, and you couldn't see the sky. You couldn't even see the horizon. They navigated 2,000 miles by dead reckoning. Dead reckoning, right? It's not spherical triangles. It's planar triangles. 2,000 miles by dead reckoning with no view of the sky or the horizon.
They also use their hand, also certain islanders and certain people.
How did they do that?
Don't know. But apparently you know
Okay,
how to use
so
celestial navigation when they do
use
this. So
they didn't use celestial navigation.
I know. So why do you think come with the instant in which they
So I'll
didn't
give you
use
another.
celestial
I'll give you
navigation?
another
Explains how they
example.
did use it.
I'll give you
Is there
another
another
example.
example in which they didn't use celestial navigation?
No, I'll give you. No, they didn't use celestial navigation. That's an example where they didn't, and they navigated a distance where you would, if it was the globe distances and all that stuff were correct, you would need to use it, right? So that's one example. Now I'll give you an example of a flat Earth conception where they didn't use a globe model or a freaking celestial sphere or anything like that. So the Carolinian Islanders, in the South Pacific. They couldn't see Polaris. They didn't have a magnetic compass. They were flat earthers. They didn't have any concept of any celestial or spherical anything, right? But they could sail 600 miles, no fucking problem. By just sailing under what they considered a road in the sky, they would just sail under it, right?
Yeah, it's like the Polynesians, same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, all the Pacific Islanders, they traveled all over the place. No fucking problem. They weren't globers. And allegedly, even though I don't know if this has actually been confirmed, even though the Chinese say they did it, the Europeans dispute it. The Chinese were supposedly the first person to so-called circumnavigate the globe, right? A Chinese emperor, and they were flat earthers. How'd they do that? So you have ideas about what's possible and what's not possible, right? Because you're fucking brainwashed.
I didn't say anything about possible, did I? I just want to know
Yeah.
how you do celestial
No,
navigation.
because he's
That's it.
regulated to
Just that.
think.
Okay, I'll tell you. You assume you're on a fucking point in space. You're at the origin of coordinates, and you use spherical trigonometry to figure out your position. It's real fucking
On
simple,
a
dude.
flat
And we've
surface.
mapped those
What
positions of the
what
celestial
spherical
sphere.
trigonometry do you use?
How many? There's only one, dude.
So what do you do?
You want me to walk you through celestial navigation? That's like a
Yes.
30-minute fucking course,
Yes.
dude.
No, it's not.
That's
I
like
can do
a.
it in 5 minutes.
Do you know how many times that's been done for the last
I can do it.
8?
I can do it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, Scott, you can listen, you could calculate your ground position, but that's not how people actually do it in practice because there's errors, right? You don't actually know your ground position. You have to take multiple measurements over time, especially if you're sailing, because it's more complicated than that because you have the direction you're sailing and then the direction you're pointed at, right? So you'd be pointing in one direction, but the current's kind of blowing you up. You have a heading in your actual course. Right. So what they plot is like a run line. They take a bunch of measurements. It's more complicated than you guys are making it out to be. You think that the people just take a shot of the stars and go, "Look, I'm here."
Yep.
That's
That's
not
what
how
they-
it fucking works.
They don't even have anything to reference out and see. Like there's no like
How
ground
would you
position.
even know
Oh,
if you're
that
correct?
Because he's only regulated his mindset to only thinking about it in one way. He hasn't like really researched in history that they've actually navigated without using that, and they've navigated just fine just using the waves. I was kind of stumped
You
by
have the
when I
wisdom to
heard
use
that.
this as a learning opportunity, Scott.
Oh, shut up.
Islanders used to get
You
paid.
come up with
and,
you can come up with 1,000 instances in which they did not use celestial navigation. It says nothing about celestial navigation. You get that, right?
So they did traverse the Earth without having to think of it like a globe, right?
It
Is that what
doesn't
you're saying?
matter.
It does
No.
matter because you're
It's a way
saying
to
that that's
handle
the
your
only way.
reputation, Scott.
The only thing that you're saying is
shut
that that's how they would get around,
Scott,
the
what is
seas.
your argument? Is
Just
your argument like
explain why it
celestial
doesn't matter.
navigation? Hold on. Is your argument celestial navigation assumes Earth is a sphere and it works? Therefore, Earth's a sphere.
My argument is celestial navigation assumes Earth is a sphere. Yes, because without
And
it
it
being a
works. And your
sphere,
argument is it works, so it's true.
yes.
That's a dumb fucking argument.
His
Why?
argument said he said it doesn't
Lots
matter.
of things work that aren't true,
Classic.
dude.
Like what?
Okay, did you see what I posted? A little while ago?
Nope.
Hold on, I'll just fucking read it to you because you're fucking. A physicist might have nightmares on the studying of the standard electronic engineering text, finding that the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer with no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. These are all mental constructs and are dealt with in a utilitarian way, producing the results required for system design. Right? It is pure utilitarian. Your argument is a utilitarian argument. It works, therefore true, which is a logical fallacy. But you don't have problems with those.
That's very pragmatic too.
Yeah, we know it works.
And so when you point out the Polynesians using something else that worked, and
Yeah, it
implying that it proved the Earth was flat.
It didn't use
What
the
were
Earth
you
as a
doing?
globe, dude.
First of all,
So
I didn't imply that at all.
they use the Earth. They use the Earth the way
so
it
Miggy.
was represented to them. No, yeah. So you're saying that in some way the people that navigated the oceans had to think about the Earth as a globe, otherwise they'd be lost at sea, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And that's wrong because they traveled
not.
without that notion over the surface
far?
of the water. What do you mean
How
how
far?
far?
It
You're
makes a
so
difference.
you
How
right now.
far?
2,000 miles.
Yeah, this is the thing that you do. You want to know distances now, so that you can see if they're actually traveling over distances that would equate to you saying, "Well, that's not far enough." So if we
How
said
does it
2,000
work if it can't work, Scott?
listen,
That's all it is.
but the problem is though, even if we said 2,000 miles, is that good enough for you, Scott? When is good enough for you? When?
Never.
When?
No, if you can get
Answer my
from San
question.
Francisco to
What's the
I don't know,
distance
I've done
that's
the
going to satisfy you?
calculations.
What's the distance that will satisfy you to know that they traveled across a great distance without using the globe as their navigation?
5,000 miles. We'll throw that
See?
out there since you want a number. I'll go
There you
5,000
go.
miles.
I knew it.
Greater than the
What's wrong with
radius of
that?
the Earth, Scott.
What is the radius
That's
of
travel
Earth?
more than half of the entire Earth.
That's not how it works, Gregory.
I'm asking you about your answer, Scott. You said they at least
So
have to travel 5,000 miles for you to be convinced, for you to be, for it to suffice for you. So they have to travel more than the radius of your Earth, Scott.
Yeah, so what? 5,000 miles is not more than half the Earth. Not even close.
What's the radius of the Earth, Scott?
Doesn't matter. You're traveling on the surface of it.
No. It's directly pointing to my point. What's the radius of the Earth?
I know you're not very good at this math stuff.
I'll say again because you're not going to obfuscate this
5,000
issue.
miles is nowhere near half the size, half the Earth.
I'll say again. What's the radius of the Earth, Scott?
3959.
And 5,000 is greater than 3,959, right?
We're talking about their circumference, not the radius.
You're obfuscating
my
point. What I said is correct,
Try
right?
to follow along. No.
Well,
You're not
let's,
following.
let's be more. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. It's
5,000
irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Let's use a practical
is
example.
irrelevant.
That way we don't have to argue about it. So,
Okay.
Savannah, Georgia to Milan, Italy is 4,088 nautical miles. So would that be sufficient?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Now we have a practical example. Let's use that. Go ahead.
So at this point, we're waiting for you to abandon
tell me how
your
it's done.
either affirming the consequent or your invalid modus ponens.
I do not give a fuck what you were waiting for. And you don't speak for everybody.
So you don't
So
care
you
to
really need to
actually
drop.
engage in the
You really need to drop
as
this.
usual.
You need to drop. You need to drop this we shit. It's not we. It's just you. You should say I. You start using the word
You're
I.
getting angry.
I
You're
am
getting
waiting.
angry.
I
The
am
more you
waiting.
drink,
You're
the
so
more
angry. You hear
angry
him?
you get.
Yeah. So
Honey.
we are waiting for you to abandon your
No,
affirming the
we aren't
consequent, where you
anything.
basically
We aren't
argue if
anything.
celestial navigation is successful, then the Earth is a ball. Celestial navigation is successful, therefore the Earth is a ball, or therefore the Earth is a ball, therefore, or the Earth is a ball, therefore celestial navigation is successful. So either you're going to abandon the affirming the consequent, or you're going to abandon your invalid modus ponens, explicitly in the microphone for everyone to hear.
Celestial navigation, the entire principle behind it is based on a globe. Period.
So he's not abandoning the invalid modus
Well,
ponens.
can I say
I
something?
don't tell you. Celestial navigation is based on a globe. End of story. You can accept it or you can reject it. I don't care, Gregory. I really don't.
Conspicuous demonstration of invincible ignorance. Rebel, please go ahead.
Let me try to refine what Scott's saying, because not every method of celestial navigation is going to require Earth to be a globe or treat Earth as a globe. So just to be specific, like when you're doing like a 3-star fix, in that case, yes, you have to treat Earth as a globe. But yeah, it's true. Not every single method requires Earth to be a globe, because some of them are agnostic on the shape of the Earth. Like if you're taking a reading during a meridian passage, then it doesn't matter the shape
All
of
of
the
your
Earth. Like, you
demos
can
have
work out.
failed every time you've been in here, so I
Gregory,
don't believe
Gregory,
you.
listen to this, Gregory. I accept your correction, Bacon. You're correct, and I thank you for the correction.
Welcome.
Some modicum of honesty.
All right. Now
But the
we
difference is
apologize to
Bacon knows
Gregory.
what he's talking
Hold
about.
Hold on. Now you got to apologize to Gregory, because you can travel 5,000
what?
miles in a method that Bacon said. So,
I don't know if Bacon said you can travel 5,000 miles for these through these other methods.
What's the right past
If
what
he
you just
does
said?
say
I heard that.
that
Well, dude, listen. In order to make it across the ocean, you got to travel about that much, right?
yeah, but can you do it without these other methods?
Oh no. Why don't you ask Bacon, since you trust him? Go ahead, Bacon. Let
I'm
him know.
asking.
Sorry, what was the question?
You said there's agnostic methods to travel, right?
Yeah, like
one of
meridian
those
passages.
methods.
Yeah.
Sure. Can one of those get you 5,000 miles to your destination? Yes or no?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's just going to be way harder, because you're going to have to wait for every meridian passage, so you know where you are.
Yeah, have you studied wayfinding, Bacon?
Wayfinding, no.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's the Polynesians, their course for navigation.
I think
Anyways,
they did, like they would follow lines of latitude, right?
Well, they use the waves, very knowledgeable people about traveling certain places. so they would be very understood, and like reading of the clouds and waves, and like they were, even when there was no stars present, they were able to navigate, which is very, very interesting. It was a video that I basically going along the lines of the other methods that were used to navigate the oceans, and it wasn't just this like one kind of method that I think people that think about celestial navigation traveling over the Earth as a globe, I think they're only
Yeah,
regulating it to one type. I think there was many different types of methods that they used when they were traveling. So it's,
yeah. I think the point is like, yes, there are methods that don't care about the shape of the Earth, and you can figure out where you are without having to know if the Earth is flat or a sphere. But there are methods that do depend on the shape of the Earth, and those are like the most modern ones, the ones that you can spot where you are the quickest and with the most precision. And those ones, they do depend on Earth being a sphere. I think that's the strength of this argument.
yeah, well, it's talking about like what is the foundation for celestial navigation as well. And we were talking about that previously before you jumped in here. So there has to be some way to understand that people before used to think about the Earth in a very particular way, either concentric to the Earth or to the observer. And it wasn't a rotating spheroid. It might have been a spheroid, but it wasn't rotating. And then also they could think about the Earth, their observations being concentric to the observer as well. So it wasn't just regulated to the Earth, it was also the observer, because you were essentially the center of the universe, as it were. So you could think about your observations as being that way when you were making your observations. So it wasn't just that people thought of it only being the concentric to the Earth, but also the observer. And in that way, the celestial sphere, which is a conceptual tool that was being utilized for celestial navigation. So the foundation or the argument of celestial navigation rests on top of the celestial sphere. That's what it's resting on top of. So every time the derivative topic for celestial navigation comes up, it's forgetting the fact that you have to talk about how they conceptualize the Earth in their observations in the first instance. That's what needs to be spoken of. This celestial navigation is a derivative topic. It's after the fact that you already have established a conceptual tool. Do you understand? Like that's already understood. Like you guys that come in here arguing for celestial navigation need to talk about that first. How did we arrive to celestial navigation and think of the Earth as a globe if there wasn't any way that people long before conceptualize what they see in the sky and the predictable movements of the heavens? That's what I've been saying for a while now, and you guys still haven't caught on. You always jump to the derivative topic of celestial navigation, but the foundation needs to be spoken of prior to that. And establishing the foundation, you move on to the topic, and that's important. Like otherwise, you're gonna bypass the whole understanding, and if you're still gonna be stuck on thinking because at my derivative topic of celestial navigation, I know the Earth's a globe. Well, you forgot to mention that it could be concentric to the observer, which means that the observer would be standing on a plane of the Earth, being that that's the baseline that they're using for their observations, and everywhere about them, 360 degrees is radially from them. That's how they would figure out 0 degrees from their position. So everything concentric to the observer being 90 degrees to the observation, right, from the observer, them being the center, that's how they get 90 degrees. And every angle that precedes that is going to be from that observer, not concentric to the Earth. They could think about it that way, but it would be more precise to say concentric to the observer, because that's what it is. When you make your observation of an angle to a view of something in the sky, you're actually saying, I see the star at this specific degrees. You do, from your position, radially from what you're observing. Not from the perspective of an orthographic view of the Earth, but from you. That's what's important here. And I think that's getting lost in translation, arguing over the derivative topic of celestial navigation. Keeps getting bypassed every time. So I don't understand, like Scott Mackey, Mez, and all them guys coming in and arguing for this point if they don't address the foundation. I think that's super important.
Well, we can test
the consequent after
which
another.
understanding works, regardless where it comes from.
Yeah,
So
but
if I want to
the
test,
point, do you understand, Bacon, what I'm saying? So even if you say it works because we think of it like a terrestrial sphere, that's still going back to, well, how did we get there in the first place? How are we looking at the observations that we make? Is it concentric to the actual Earth or concentric to the observer making it? Bacon?
I'm not sure I understand that question. Like,
So when you
if what's sent,
let's think about it. Like if you conceptualize the Earth being the center, right? Everything radially from the Earth will be viewed as an angle of degrees from the Earth perspective. But we don't see that way. We see it concentric to us, the observer. When I say that the star is at 45-degree angle, I'm telling you that from my perspective, I see it at 45-degree angle. Now, if there's a gentleman that's like maybe 500 miles away from me, that star that I'm looking at, he will see it very differently at a different angle of view. So therefore, everything that person's seeing is very specific to that person, that observer. So when I make my ground position, I'm telling you where I see that star in an angle of view specifically to where I am. So I'm telling you that from my perspective. I'm seeing that from me, the observer. So it could be thought of concentric to the Earth, but more precisely be concentric to the observer. And that's how we see it.
Well, there is both. I understand both ideas, but I don't see them as mutually exclusive, because when you're taking a reading, of course, that's centered at you because you're taking the reading, you're the center of that observation. But when we're mapping the stars, we're mapping them relative to their ground position, so that would be Earth-centric. So we have
I get what you're saying, but the point
both ideas.
The point that I'm making is that because the person made the observation from that specific geographic location, or whether it be on the seas, they're telling you from my perspective, I see these stars in this place. So when I catalog them, I'm going to tell you where I was and where I made the observation. So that whenever you go through the almanac, you're going to be able to go pour yourself over the knowledge that from where I was to where you can be, and so on. It kind of helps you, guide you, because I already cataloged the positions, but I'm always making the observations radially from my perspective. So it does appear to you and me that we're all making observations as if it were a transparent dome affixed to concentric to us, to the observer. And it's always that way. So it'd be foolish for us to say that it's some kind of orthographic view, that we're looking at it from a side view, and then 90 degree could be taken from, you know what I mean? We're just basically giving people what we see. And that's it. Like, that's the reason why the people that come in here arguing for celestial navigation fail to realize that it's always been done perspectively from the person making the observation. That's why a long time ago, they didn't have to think of the Earth as a terrestrial sphere. They just had to make the observations in the sky and catalog them, and it kind of the way they seen it, the angle of view that they would see the star. That's correct. That's the right way to do it. So if the Earth, let's say, is not a globe and you're seeing it on a horizontal plane, it doesn't matter, because the way you see the night sky is the only thing that's important here. So it would be like a dome of vision that you would see it. That's the perspective that you have, because everything in the sky is an angle of view to you, to the observer. Do you get it? That's why it's important for us to use the celestial sphere in that way. It's a conceptual tool, useful in that way. But the ground, as far as the ground goes, it doesn't tell us what the ground is in any way. We're just standing on the Earth, so you don't have to conceptualize the Earth in any way. You're just using the way that you see the angle of view of the night sky. That's it. And everything follows that. The angle of view of perspective. So I've never found that to be anything wrong with that. I don't know if you guys do. What I'm saying is it should be something similar to like your observations.
Do you know why they have a problem with it?
What's that?
Because they're hooked into the Copernican principle. They don't like the idea of anything being you being at the center of anything. They always want astral projection. I'm outside of reality view. It's fundamental in their brain. It's like a frickin' that worm in Wrath of Khan, right? It just drilled into their fucking brain to think about the world. That you're never in a unique position.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why it was stated in the way the conceptualization of the celestial sphere was that it could be thought of as concentric to the Earth or the observer, because you could think about it in orthographic view, like you standing away from the Earth and saying, "Okay, I see all the points radially out from the Earth," but in reality, where you and I exist, everything's radially from your perspective, from your vision, because you say, "I see the star at an angle of degree from where I can see it." So you're telling somebody, that's where I see the star, at that angle. Well, nobody can see that angle but you, unless somebody's standing next to you. But that's what I'm saying. If somebody's far away from you, they're not going to see the angle of view that you have. So yeah, it is perspective. It will be exactly what you say from that geographic location. and that's all it is. Everybody everywhere is making these observations, and it's radially from your perspective. So therefore, when you go into celestial navigation, it does work on a horizontal plane of reference because you're using that surface as the baseline, and it doesn't need to be any specific curved surface. You just need it to be. Need to see the stars and the sun and moon at an angle of view. That's the only thing that's happening. And if they're in motion, which is what India was talking about earlier, that's how they started to reverse engineer that specific idea to superimpose that it's a globe. It's an abstraction. The Earth as a globe is not a real thing. It was a conceptualization on top of the one that was already being done with the celestial sphere. It's just another one stacked on top of another one. Does that make any sense? Because that's
no,
exactly
you
the
lost me like
explanation.
5 minutes ago.
So you don't understand the celestial sphere at all. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said. I said I couldn't follow you for all
if
the
you can't
monologue.
follow me, then you don't understand the celestial sphere, right?
I don't think that follows. No.
Okay, so what is the celestial sphere?
Yeah,
It's a mapping of celestial bodies, usually using right ascension declination or sidereal angle declination.
Yeah, what's its radius?
There's no radius.
Oh, there's no radius? Then how's it a
No,
sphere?
it's because it used spherical
It's a sphere
coordinates
with
to
no
map
radius?
points. There's no like,
really?
specific radius.
So there's no actual radius, right?
Yeah, it's not like a physical thing. It's a mapping. Well, it maps directions.
There you go.
That's called a checkmate. You just fucked yourself up.
Yeah.
How? How so?
Because you admitted the entire thing is conceptual.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a mapping.
There
I
you
didn't
go.
say the celestial sphere was the Earth. It's just a mapping.
I know that. But
the mapping is not the Earth. The mapping is the celestial sphere.
Yes, correct.
I agree. But that wasn't the argument. The argument is that because the celestial sphere is the sphere, the Earth is the sphere. That was never my argument.
Yeah,
that would be a checkmate if that was my argument, but that's not my argument.
You know why? That's the Glober argument because they're saying because the foundation for celestial navigation is the celestial sphere, right? Because in astronomy and celestial navigation, that is the foundation. The celestial sphere is the foundation for these two. You can't escape that. So if you're saying that it's just a mapping, then you agree with us. You don't need the Earth to be a terrestrial sphere. That's checkmate, bro. 100%. So Scott Mackey and Mez and everybody else can skip along because now you've said exactly what's true. It's just a mapping. Doesn't tell you what the Earth is, and it's not your argument, but it is theirs. So their derivative argument has been gone by the wayside, and you helped us get them there because you said it's just a mapping. That's great. That's all we're saying.
I actually thought of a good analogy for that, right? You could so you're in Walmart and they got all the ceiling lights. You could freaking number all of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 200 ceiling lights. And then when you're under one, you just call that I'm at 1 latitude, and then go to I'm under light 2 and I'm at 2 latitude. Now the lights don't have to be spaced evenly. They could be in any freaking random order.
Right.
How are you gonna know the difference considering that the Earth is mostly ocean?
Yep.
Yeah, well, we can just strictly talk about star fix that use stars that are when their GP are over land. That doesn't make it less.
Yeah, with the argument though, Bacon. The argument was talking about it being over the oceans. So you're now getting away from the point that because
it works on land just the same. So it does to me.
You don't understand what I'm saying, obviously.
You didn't understand.
Say so.
He doesn't want to understand what you're saying.
Okay. So you have all the samples of possible locations you could take a celestial measurement, right?
No, but I've taken enough.
70% of them are going to be unverifiable, like the distances between point A and point B, between two celestial observations, are going to be unverifiable as the distance traveled. Because current, wind, waves, freaking, no landmarks, right?
Yeah, it's still just on land then.
Yeah. So you're going to have a 25% sphere?
No, we can solve that for just the points on the surface of the Earth. Pick 4 points on the surface of the Earth, where 3 of them are GPs of the stars, and try to figure out the 4th one based on the observation of the other 3.
Yeah, that's not a problem because they're all in the sky. So what?
Oh, but you're going to be dealing with how far those GPs are from you using the angles to the stars, and that distance is over the land. It's over the Earth's surface.
How are you going to get those distances? How are we going to get that?
6 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, that's just circular logic, dude.
I mean, are you
No, we need actual
challenging the
ground
idea?
distances. How far you actually traveled on the ground?
Well, if you have ground distance between those 4 points, you don't need celestial navigation to begin with.
Fucking Christ. We don't
Why are you
use celestial
abandoning?
navigation to measure distances.
Why is he abandoning it now? Is he
Dude,
losing?
No, I'm saying
dude,
if we
here's
have,
the-
if we have, no, if you have distances between points on Earth's surface, you don't even need celestial navigation to tell what the shape of the Earth is. The distances alone would be able to tell.
Oh,
But
yeah?
we're not using.
How does that work?
Well, take 4 points for example. If you know all the inner distance between 4 points, then you can rule out them being flat. And if you have more, you can start modeling what the shape of the Earth would have to be to accommodate those distances.
Okay, so let's take Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, and Ontario, Canada. I have 4 points. I know the distances between all 4 points. Now, with that information, how do I tell the shape of one thing versus the other?
So you just shrink down those distances and try to accommodate that on a plane, and
What
you
does that
won't.
mean?
Okay, so let me give you an example. Then. You pick first 5 of those distances. So 3 of them give you a triangle. Then you pick a 4th point, and you connect to the other 2 of the points you already have. That's going to give you a second triangle. So you're going to have 2. You're going to have 2 points to connect, and you already have a distance for those 2 points. So either that distance is going to fit those 2 points, or they're not. If they don't fit those 2 points, those distances don't match a plane. You'd have to either curve those lines, or shrink them or expand them unevenly to accommodate the remaining distance. So with distances alone, you can figure out whether they're coplanar or not.
Yeah, so that's nice, but the surface of the Earth's not smooth now, is it?
Those distances are not related to topography. Like if a mountain
What are you talking about? If I have a mountain, so I have the distance between 2 points, that's 1 mile, but I'm going up a 45-degree slope and down a 45-degree slope. What I measure on the surface of the Earth is going to be a longer distance than that 1 mile, right?
Oh yeah, if you're
right.
measuring distances with the topography, then of course the topography is going to affect.
Topography doesn't matter. I think you just want to argue, man. That's like your third contradiction.
Oh, if you allow me to respond to you.
In the very next sentence, you refuted your previous sentence.
And he got away
because in the
celestial
previous sentence,
navigation, like quickly.
Yeah.
As well.
Let me defend myself. I got
It's
3
just
people.
not to
answering
defend.
me.
We heard what you said.
Yeah, you're not allowing to elaborate on why that's not me contradicting myself. So the first time I was still thinking about we're getting distances like from 6 nautical miles per degree. If that's the case, you're taking the angle of a star to determine the distance to the GP. It doesn't matter if there's a mountain in a way. That obviously doesn't affect how high the star is. That's why I said the topography wouldn't matter. But if you're talking about measuring distance like with an odometer on a car, then yes, in that case it will matter. That's why then I said, okay, then it does matter. Because that's all. That was not what I was thinking the first time we talked about it.
What do you think we're talking about? Okay, you said, hey, you can't use water. Fine. I said you can't use water. You said, fine, use land. Okay, we're going to do this thing on land. And then you're talking about where are you going to get your distances from other than by measuring them? Where did you think they came from?
Oh, it depends on how you're measuring them.
We're going to measure the distance, dude. Like in units.
No,
kilometers,
I know,
miles,
but
watch out, Indio. He's got his track shoes.
yeah, but
on,
if you're using a car's odometer, then topography affects you. If you're using, let's say, line of sight radar, then topography is not going to be a thing. You're going to get a direct distance between the 2 points. So that's why I'm saying depends on how you're measuring. If you're measuring in such a way that topography affects it, then it does. If you're measuring in such a way that it doesn't, then it doesn't. So we have to know how you're measuring it.
I don't think we're going to leapfrog electronic distance measuring frickin' instruments fucking between Boston and Ontario. Sorry. And you still get the problem with topography because you're still going to have to go up and down slopes, man.
You can measure the distance in an airplane, right?
Not really.
Absolutely. Why not?
Because you got an airspeed.
Is
how are you going to measure the distance?
Yeah, how are you doing
Inertial navigation is accurate to 1/2 mile per hour traveled, right?
That's
that would even with the error present in that measurement, it would still account over long enough distances. It would still measure enough to determine the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, it says who. Like who determined that error?
It says me. Inertial navigation systems are
how
accurate
is that
to 1/2 mile.
error? Yeah, that's a claim. What's the evidence for that claim?
Go look up inertial navigation systems.
Yeah, so the goddamn
Indio,
marketing
you are
fucking
a nigger. Indio is a nigger.
you would know. I fucked your mom.
Damn.
Bacon is absolutely correct. You cannot map a 3D coordinate system on a 2D plane. Done. Over.
Sound with Bacon. First of all, Bacon didn't say
Wait,
that.
what?
And-
Is that a claim?
Anyway,
You
hold
can't?
on, hold
You
on. No,
can't?
I want
Is
his
that the claim?
evidence for the accuracy. I don't
You
care
cannot
about.
mathematically. You cannot
No, listen.
mathematically map a 3D coordinate system on a 2D plane. Done.
That's fantastic. You're trying to get off your claim of accuracy. I want the evidence for its accuracy.
Google
I want the.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, no. I don't go look for your evidence.
I'm not going to Google for you.
I don't
something
go.
Stupid,
No, I don't
stupid,
look for
simple.
your evidence. Why would I go look for the evidence of your claim? You're supposed to bring your own evidence. This is BYOE, man. Bring your
Yeah,
own evidence.
I'm not in front of my computer right now, but trust me, you're wrong. We're
Oh
gonna
yeah,
be done with
trust
this.
me, bro. Source me.
Have I ever said anything I couldn't back up? No.
Yes.
Trust me, bro.
Yes, you have. You're doing it right now.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I don't know what's worse. This, the other day, an interaction with Callie, who says, "Here's the evidence," and throws a 1,000-page PDF at you and says, "There's your evidence." I have where's the citation? I don't know, man.
Would now, after that
When I
being
asked
said,
the
be
citation,
an
1,000-page
appropriate
evidence
time?
for refraction. Was it about refraction?
So would
Because the whole
now
thing,
be
every page was about refraction.
so maybe he has like some kind of lag or something, but would now be the appropriate time to read the citation that I posted in the chat?
Yes.
So okay, I posted it
vote
again. Who's gonna is the guy who said what he said? Is he gonna post it? I mean, is he gonna read it?
Or Phil. More like Phil.
Who's gonna step up? Why are you so quiet now?
I would think the person who made the claim. Yeah. I was muted. Just responding to that ridiculous claim. You can't turn 3D into 2D. I mean that's exactly what the globe claim is. That's why we have the Mercator map, for example.
Yeah, the Mercator map.
Are you gonna read what?
Of a 3D.
Are you gonna read what? Are you gonna?
The Mercator map is
No.
inaccurate.
Is that?
How do you know it's
that was the
inaccurate?
question? Who's gonna
You
read it
cannot map
though?
a 3D.
I asked it. Like,
Bacon's
I
point
asked
is
like
exactly
25
right.
minutes ago,
You
and it
cannot
didn't
convert a
happen.
3D coordinate.
Read what's put in there.
Yeah, I asked 25 minutes ago, and it didn't happen. So I can't get the way, seeing is that it's only one paragraph.
Oh man, dude! I guess you got to do it yourself. Be the change. Be the change you want to see in the world.
Where was that person who was making the claim?
Bacon.
Please step up.
Bacon and the duck. Both you two read that.
Me?
It's also
What
in the
claim did I
chat
make?
twice. I reposted, so you can't miss it.
What claim are you guys talking about?
Someone made a
Look at
claim
look
that.
at oh god, they get so just read what's in the chat. This is the only voice you should be listening to. All right?
Isn't that the
Read
response to the
what's
claim?
in the chat.
Yeah, isn't that the response to the claim? I don't know. I want to know the claim, not the response.
Bacon, they want you to pronounce the words.
You just need to read the. That's all. Anybody, Matthew, you would read it. Go on and read it for the room.
The military grid reference system is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the universal transverse Mercator grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere.
Where's that citation from, Matthew?
It's tactical.com.
Keep going.
What do you mean?
Read the rest of
by
it.
definition, as a flat earther, actually,
Hold on. It's almost done. It's almost done. Just let him read the rest of it.
I would disagree with that.
Just let Matthew read the rest of it.
The rest of what?
It's tactical.com.
You want me to pronounce the entire URL? It's in the chat.
Yeah, why not? Go ahead.
Sure. https://www.itstactical.com/skillcom/navigation/the-complete-guide-2- land minus, navigation minus, with minus, the minus, military minus, grid minus, reference minus, system slash.
No, you got to
You
do it
are
again.
such
That's
a
dash. A
valuable
dash, not a
player.
minus.
If you use the dash,
Come
people
on.
confuse it between an M dash and an N dash. You just use the minus.
Come on. Yeah,
He's
let's
good.
not.
He's a good sport. He's a good sport. Let's not digress.
Yes, please.
Wait,
I would
asking
just
me to
address
pronounce the URL was not
Pretty
digressing?
specific. It says based on a flat world, not a sphere. So it's like a true, it's this and not that kind of scenario. I don't know. What do
Yeah,
you guys think?
yeah. My point of contention here is the aspect of the claim that was claimed that said you can't have a 3D object being addressed in 2D. That was the initial claim.
Well, guess what? This is based not on a 3D sphere. Just so you know.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
No, what the thing is, he said you can't find 3 reference points, and something to do with 3 reference points is only on a sphere, and then 4 proves they're not. That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like
I'd
saying
like to just finish my sentence, please. Please, please. Just let me finish. The Mercator map, right, is not any way, shape, or form based on the 3D surface. It's not. That's the clarification I want to make very clear here. It's based on a 2D surface.
Thank you.
Well, technically, a sphere is a 2D surface. You'll make the Globers go crazy. Say that.
I thought it was the other way around. That you go. You guys disagree with that.
A sphere is a surface only.
I agree with you.
3D is a ball. The technical term is ball, or 3-sphere. But the sphere itself is just a surface. The sphere is equidistant from the center, so that would only be a surface.
The fact that the citation there talked about the geographical aspect of the map rather than the projection aspect, because these are like 2 ways to differentiate a map, whether it be geographical or based on a projection, right? And that citation there was talking about that, but I think it went over a lot of people's heads. Maybe not Bacon. I think Bacon is very well versed in mapping.
He's well versed in all kinds of trickery.
Thank you, bro.
Just saying weird stuff.
Hey,
By the way,
Bacon,
long time no see you.
Yeah, I'm still here, but do you know the difference between like a geographical aspect of a map and a projectional aspect?
I never heard about this differentiation between types of maps. Go ahead.
No, you don't know what a projection is versus.
I know that. I know
Uh-huh.
what a projection is, but I wouldn't contrast that to like
to what?
To the geographical
What would you
aspect of a map.
No. So what?
No, like,
what would you contrast it to, if not geographical?
I don't know. It's just its own thing. Like
What? Okay,
Yeah,
so
like,
you want a reference?
Sure.
Okay. Geo.
I just want to know why they think it's so hard to triangulate on a treasure map.
Well, dude, flat earthers like actually believe gravity.
Okay, so what's the difference between a geographic coordinate system and a projected coordinate system?
A projected coordinate system. I don't know what a projected coordinate system is. I know what a coordinate system is.
It's
and I know
not
what a projection
real.
is. But
one's
There are
not
two
real.
types of coordinate systems when it comes to mapping. One is geographic and one is projected.
Okay.
Do you not know the difference?
Geographical.
I don't know what yeah. I mean, I know what a projection is.
Okay,
what do
so
you mean?
I'll post it. I'll post it in the chat here. Here you go. This is one example explaining the difference between a geographic and a projected coordinate system.
All right.
This is a system I use on a daily basis for the past almost 3 years now. I mean, I was a banker at one point, but now I'm not. I use this in my job. So
Okay, so
making
I think this is specific of this software, right? So this is showing how, like, this software has these two options: geographic coordinate system, projected coordinate system, and is it explaining like within the software what those things are? Okay,
exactly.
that makes more sense. Right.
Yeah. Not just within the software. I mean, this software is within GIS. Do you know what GIS is?
No.
Okay, Geographical Information Systems. Right?
Okay.
Esri does dominate the scene in essence. It's the one I'm using, but there are so many out there that have the same explanation. Do you want me to post their explanations as well?
Sure. I'm still reading the first link.
QGIS is another one. Okay. So I'll post that for you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but GIS survey is what you use to look up property lines and property markers and maps.
No, GIS is just geographical information systems. It could apply to any sort of mapping. It's how you use it and make a system out of it. Software that
it's actually a field of study. Yeah, they actually give courses. It's a field of study now called geoinformatics. It's like, so you can go to certain universities and actually take just this.
Yeah.
It used to be integrated into geography, but they actually broke it off into a separate thing. If you want to take that.
No, but it's pretty much geography, but just integrated with today's IT capabilities. That's all.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Everything just gets so specialized that it's kind of dumb, if you ask me.
Not really. I mean, this is where I actually understood where maps come from. They're just ideas, in essence. I mean, when you say Mercator, when you say, these are just projections, in essence. And if you understand the difference between like a projected coordinate system and a geographic, they're all based on ideas. That the Earth is a globe. It's just an idea. The measurements have nothing to do with the idea.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I try to tell these guys, I was just saying it earlier today, that like any particular coordinate system you choose, you just choose it arbitrarily. It's not required. You can choose any one. You can just pick it. And you can map anything to that coordinate system. Nothing's stopping you. I mean, topology is a whole field of study in mathematics. It's been known for freaking 2 centuries, at least 4 centuries. You can map any surface to any other surface.
Exactly.
You just can't. No,
and that was the point of contention. That person made that claim. Right? You can't map 3D onto 2D.
Scott, I thought you were in IT. You don't know anything about 3D video games? How they make 3D
What's that do with
models?
mapping anything to anything?
Because
You basically said you can map any terrain to any.
Okay, because the way 3D video games work, they make a wireframe 3D model, and they have to skin it. They have a texture, and they wrap that texture. They map that texture to the little triangles. Right? Yeah. It's the exact same thing. They're mapping one surface to another surface. The texture, 2D texture, they mapped to a 3D polygon.
Yeah, I mean, it's very prevalent in GIS. I mean, someone asked, what's coordinate system got to do with it? I mean, how do you have a map without a coordinate system? And a coordinate system is either geographic or projected. And that was my point of contention. If you don't get that, then what are you protesting against? Honestly, I mean, I thought it was Bacon. Bacon was saying, I don't know what you're talking about. So, do you maybe now know what I'm talking about when I say geographic versus projected in relation to
I'm still
mapping?
reading. I'm still reading the link you sent me, but I think
Yeah, and I sent another one too.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I'm still reading the first. Can you give me like, if you give me an example, like
Okay, I'll give you an example. See, for example, right, the Mercator projection, because that's what it's a projection. It's a projected coordinate system, right?
Yeah.
It's based on projecting a globe onto a flat surface.
Yeah.
Right. You have coordinate systems that are just based on the idea of a globe. It's not a projection. That would be a geographic coordinate system.
Yep.
That's the difference.
Okay. Yeah, so you have the coordinate system in real life, that would be the geographical one, and want to project that, then that's
it's
a
not about
projected
real
coordinate
life.
system?
No, it's not about real life. Because you have multiple geographic coordinate systems that contradict one another. So which one is real if it's based on reality, as you just claimed?
Well, they actually mean different things, so they are going to disagree with each other. Yeah, so
they're not real.
No, they are. They
By
have different
definition.
definitions. No, they have different definitions.
What do
So
you
the
mean?
fact that they disagree.
The definitions that you didn't know just 5 minutes ago? That you
No,
just
I know.
read?
Which one's real?
No, I know
Is
how
the
you can get.
geoid, hold on, dude. Is the geoid real or is the
Well, he asked
reference
me a question.
ellipsoid real?
Yeah, none. Okay, so those are two examples. If you want to reference the sphere, you're going to get a certain pair of coordinates. If you want to reference the ellipsoid, you're going to get a different pair of coordinates. And if you reference the geoid, you
Yeah, but
get
that's
another.
not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm answering AI now. But when I say in real life, doesn't
what's that
mean
got to do with projected and geographic?
Well,
What's that
those would
got to
all
do
be
with-
geographic, wouldn't they? Like what? Let's say the latitude and longitude you get from GPS. Wouldn't that be a geographical coordinate system?
No. Why would it be?
Because it's not being projected. It's being measured.
Measured in what sense? What do you
By your
mean?
GPS
I don't get
receiver.
it. I mean, that's not the, like, by definition. I provided you with the link and you read it. So
I didn't read all of it yet.
thought-
I was in the middle of it reading it.
Yeah, but I thought you understood the difference.
I said I'm still reading, so I'm still getting there. I think I get so far, but maybe I didn't. So that's why I'm asking you the question.
Okay, what's the question? Repeat it, please.
Okay.
So it's clear.
Well, I was asking for an example, right?
An example
so
of what?
you the difference between using a geographical coordinate system and a projected coordinate system. Of course, a Mercator is being projected. I understand that. But what constitutes then a geographical coordinate system?
A geographic coordinate system is one that's based on, let's say, a sphere model of the Earth, right?
Okay.
With a certain radius, and you create a model around that sphere to create your coordinate system. That's an example of a geographic coordinate system. Without
that
getting
doesn't
into
tell
the
you.
nitty-gritty. Yeah, I'm giving you your example that you asked for. I'm not going to help you here.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we have an idea of a sphere, and we have a coordinate system for that imaginary sphere, and then we have a projection of that sphere. Okay.
Here we go. Exactly. These are the only two coordinate systems you have. What else do you have?
Okay, but
is there another
when
kind?
we have
that's not imaginary, like you just said. You confirmed it.
There must be another.
It's imaginary.
We can measure. Okay.
Flat Earther, you said your answer was an example, so there must be another kind. Yours was just an example.
No,
right?
that No, that was me showing you that any kind of mapping is based on these coordinate systems, which Bacon confirmed are imaginary. That was my
No,
whole
in the
point.
example I gave you.
He made it for me.
So yeah, in the example I gave you, we are just talking about a conceptual sphere. So of course we can always establish coordinate system for conceptual spheres. Okay. However, in real life we can measure latitude and longitude, right? So like if you give me a pair of coordinates, if you give me your latitude and longitude, I can find you. Like I can go where you are and I'll see you there, right? Like
How's that measuring a sphere?
I didn't say that. I'm saying you're getting latitude and
No,
longitude.
that's what you just said.
I didn't.
Oh, so it's not a sphere then.
Not yet.
Yeah,
We haven't established that
you
yet.
can't make it. You can't.
Thank
you
you.
can't make it like that. Nah, you can't put the corners together.
Yeah, we didn't establish whether
sphere.
those. Well,
No
not
sphere.
yet.
Yeah.
So
where do you get the
far,
sphere then?
yeah, I'm trying to get there, right? So I have coordinates. You have coordinates. If you give me your coordinates, I can find you. So like that's a real place on
No,
Earth.
I don't have coordinates. I'm saying your coordinates are just made up bullshit.
Okay, so if you look at your GPS and you tell me those numbers, don't think I can find where you are?
Based on what? A globe? Based on a globe?
That's yet to be established. Can't I find where you are based on your GPS coordinates?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the globe. That's my whole point.
I didn't say it has. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
But you didn't answer. You didn't even say yes to that. I'm trying to get a yes so
Yes
we
to
can
what?
try to get somewhere.
Yes to what?
To whether you actually have coordinates like latitude and longitude that represent your location.
No,
Of course you have
no, you can't get
coordinates.
latitude and longitude.
No, you can. You
GPS,
have
no,
coordinates.
GPS
Yeah.
doesn't spit out latitude and longitude. It's an
It
Earth-centered.
doesn't. Let's not get complicated. He
That's
asked a simple
after the
question.
fact. That's a transformation that's done in software after the fact. You don't actually get
Sure.
GPS. There's no latitude and longitude data in the Rhinex data that is generated in the Rhinex.
Because the signal
measurement.
can't. The signal can't curve though.
Okay, so let's talk about the XYZ of in a CF coordinate system that you
The
get your
tangent plane?
GPS.
Tangent plane? Yeah, let's talk about the tangent plane.
Okay.
Yeah, plane.
What plane?
Or is that an imaginary abstraction?
Are you talking about the XY plane, the ZY plane, or the ZX plane? Which one of those three planes are you talking about?
Up, down, and east.
A random tangent. It could be any.
Oh, ECF is not up, down, and east and west, right? We have more than that. We have 3 coordinates. We have 3 axes. So we had 3 degrees of freedom.
I'll show you.
That's not a plane.
I'll show you.
I'm gonna go in a bit, so I'd appreciate my conversation with Bacon. So where do you get longitude and latitude from, Bacon?
Well, we can measure them using celestial bodies.
Measure what?
Latitude and longitude using celestial bodies.
How do you measure them?
You can grab something like a theodolite. So when you get a meridian passage of a star, you can get a vertical angle.
Yeah, so you're
from that
measuring an
star.
angle, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, an angle from what?
From a celestial body in zenith, let's say.
In zenith.
Yeah.
Okay, how does that help you create a coordinate system? If you're measuring an angle of a celestial body from zenith, how do you create a coordinate system from that?
I'm not creating a coordinate system. I'm just trying to
that's what
figure
I'm
out so
asking.
far
How do you get a coordinate system of longitude and latitude?
how I'm
You
reading
said-
my latitude. Oh, let me explain how you can get your latitude first.
Sure.
Okay. So if you observe, like if you take a time lapse of the stars, you're gonna notice they like form circles. Of course, they're gonna have half a
Yeah,
circle.
but that's
if you
not
wanna
how
observe-
they created latitude and longitude, right? How did
can I
they?
try to get
how
there?
did they fix? Yeah, but not a time lapse. I mean, you're walking me through something
I'm not saying
that has nothing to do with the question.
I'm not
I
saying you're
asked.
gonna use a time lapse. I'm just trying to
No,
give
I
you some
asked you
context.
how do you get longitude and latitude measurements?
Yes, I'm trying to get there. So I'm trying to explain
Okay,
how to get.
so not time lapse because that's
I
not
didn't
how
say you're
we
gonna
got
use
them.
a time lapse. I didn't say you're
Well,
gonna.
tell me
I'm gonna
what
use
they
a-
used.
This is so
If you
painful.
let me
Just let
speak, I
him
might get
speak.
there. Yeah. Okay. So the time lapse that I was referring to is so you understand what the celestial equator is. Because once you know the orientation of the celestial equator at where you are, that's your latitude. So, for example, if you take a time lapse of the stars, you're going to notice they make circles, but there's one particular part of that that makes a straight line. That's the celestial equator. If the celestial equator is vertical, then the tilt is 0. You're at the equator. If it's tilted like by 5 degrees, then your latitude is 5 degrees. So the orientation of the celestial equator is your latitude. And you can determine that not just by taking a time lapse, you can actually measure the stars like you can pick the same star and read its angle more than once. From that alone, you can already tell what's your latitude. The time lapse was on.
Okay. They make circles, and one particular part determines which particular part determines your latitude.
You're saying all these angles are measured from zenith? From 90 degrees?
I'm saying you can do that. Yeah, you can. No, from zenith. Zenith is not 90 degrees. That's a point in the sky above your head.
Above your head, which is 90 degrees.
It's 90 degrees to another point that is not of your head.
Yes.
But itself is just a point.
That's where you get a zenith, by definition. By definition.
You can get it.
I mean, bring up any definition of zenith that doesn't use the term 90 degrees. Go ahead.
Sure.
I'll give you 3 that give 90 degrees right now.
Okay.
Zenith.
Yeah, it's 90 degrees to the horizontal. So
yes,
it's 90 degree reference to something else. Yeah, but but you don't get.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you don't need. But you don't need the horizontal to have a zenith. You just need a plumb.
Well, you just said it was 90 degrees from horizontal.
Wasn't horizontal?
Which doesn't mean that's how you get it.
You don't need to have a horizontal.
Isn't a horizontal only relative to like if you're actually like on?
Wait. Okay, so
horizontal part of
that's not. Wait. Let me please interrogate, because he's saying you don't need horizontal. I'm thinking he's saying you might use vertical then, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Well, how do you get vertical without horizontal?
Line.
How do you get vertical?
Exactly. Plumb line.
Based on horizontal. Yeah, based on horizontal.
Plumb line is not plumb lines are not based on horizontal. They are just plumb. You don't need to establish horizontal to get a plumb line. You just drop a plumb line.
He's not wrong, but he's not right either.
Not right.
What do you mean?
Which part's not right?
Plumb lines aren't 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth. We already covered this.
I don't think anyone said that. We're talking about 90 degrees to the horizontal, not to the Earth's surface.
Now you just said you don't need a horizontal. What the hell? You just contradict yourself all over the place. You said zenith. No. Zenith is directly over your head. But if you hang a plumb line doesn't hang 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth. So what's directly overhead mean? You're tilted sideways?
It doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, no one talked about the Earth's surface.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much. It doesn't make sense. Welcome to the globe model. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, your argument doesn't make sense because it doesn't follow. That's because plumb lines are not.
Because there's something called deflection of the vertical. Okay, plumb lines do not hang straight down in the globe model. They are not 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, right? So zenith and the plumb line are not the same thing.
Yeah, we're not referencing the Earth's surface so far. We're just dropping a plumb line, and that's your local vertical.
A plumb line to what?
What do you mean to what? That's just where things fall. The plumb's going to point where things fall at where you are.
Okay,
that's
so
plumb.
What if your plumb is like a degree off from directly over your head?
What do you mean degree off? That's by definition where over your head means. You can't be off.
Okay, so you need to familiarize yourself with the globe model and something called deflection of the plumb line.
I'm well aware of that. Okay, that's in reference to the ellipsoid.
No, that's
which we are not talking about.
It's because they infer deflection of the vertical from looking at how far off the plumb line is from zenith. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you want a citation, I'll post it in the chat because I just literally read it 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, please do that.
Yeah, okay. You'll never read it.
How? No, I will.
Can I ask you a question, Bacon?
Sure.
I know you switched. Well, what tool are we measuring this angle? Now, you said plumb line, but before you said a theodolite, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we using a plumb line to measure, or are we using a theodolite?
Could use either. I mean, a theodolite would be very accurate too, but the only difference there is accuracy. Conceptually, we're doing the same thing.
So if you're using a theodolite, what is the first thing they do when they set it up on the tripod? They level it.
You level it. Yep.
That's what they're talking about. And I know you used a plumb line instead. I get it. But that's their angle. That's where they're coming from.
Sure. That doesn't make zenith less zenith than, like, zenith is overhead. Whether you have to establish, yeah.
I understand.
You
totally
have to
understand.
establish a horizontal to establish the 90 degrees above your head. Exactly. That's how you do it. 90 degrees from horizontal.
That's by definition what zenith is. That's not by definition how you get it.
Thank you.
For example, plumb and horizontal are by definition 90 degrees to each other. So you could argue that to get vertical you need horizontal, but you could just like the same argue that you need vertical to get horizontal. So you never get either because they're both. Yeah,
no,
you can't make.
You get either or based on one or the other. Which
one. Yeah, if you want to use
you're
one,
dismissing.
If you want to use one of them, and you establish the other one first, sure, you can do that. But if you're establishing the one you're going to use, then you don't need the other one. That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
How do you how do you establish one without the other?
Well, that's what I was going to say. You could have a gimbal weighted, right, like a plumb blob with a telescope or an optic, and it auto levels. You know what I'm saying? It auto shoot straight up, just like a plumb bob.
No, it auto level. It levels itself based on horizontal.
Or an auto plumb. Same thing. It's a gimbal. It's weighted. Automatically points straight up perfectly. A plumb bob.
Based on horizontal.
How would you create a device based on horizontal?
What? Yeah, we're talking. He was talking about.
How would you create a device based on horizontal?
Use the horizon.
Level.
How do you do that? How do you build
it? In like the most basic thing, a bubble level, like just water.
What does the bubble do?
Water.
What does the bubble do?
Okay, it puts it like to establish to make a measurement of level. That bubble will fall exactly in the middle of a measurement on that level that you're using.
What is it actually in the middle of?
The level, the instrument that you're using.
Yeah. Is there a little tube on this thing?
Is there what?
Is there a little tube in which the bubble exists in the?
Yeah.
Here, in a little glass tube, right?
Yep.
You think on the inside that glass tube is perfectly cylindrical, or do you think it's got a little bulge in it?
I would say I don't know, and I'd ask you, what's the point?
It is arced a
because little bit, what's that bubble doing? That bubble is going to the top of the bulge. It's going up. That bubble is not finding level. That bubble is finding vertical. Because it's
what's
going
up? What's up?
Is the top of the up is the top of the tube.
Top of the tube. So what's that got to do with the globe?
You can't make a device that finds level. You can make devices that find vertical. And you base your horizontal 90 degrees off that vertical, but the devices can't find level.
That's exactly what they do. That's what you just
find vertical. No, they find vertical.
Can you have vertical without horizontal?
The bubble found vertical.
So you're telling me like you know physics and you believe the earth is flat at the same time?
Do you have something to say that's important, or are you going to just like give us your gay opinion?
Why? Is that a problem with being gay?
No, it's a problem having a gay opinion.
I don't know where you get vertical from if you don't have horizontal.
The bubble finds
by
vertical.
definition.
The bubble.
Yeah, it does find vertical, and then you orient the level, the object, to center the bubble. His point is the bubble found vertical. You know, it went up.
It didn't.
Yeah, it does.
It found horizontal.
No, the bubble doesn't find horizontal. This is not a globe Earth, flat Earth thing. It's a fact. You orient the level.
Well, what if you just use a pan of mercury? Let's just use a pan of liquid.
Same
So
thing.
now we're not talking about a little bubble.
That's different.
The point is,
it's kind of
so-called
not, because all
gravity
these
vector.
things, they use gravity to level these things, which is relative to up, or zenith, or plumb.
I thought we were establishing plumb.
You guys don't even have up or down. I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's the funny thing. We were trying to establish plumb by establishing plumb. Well, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
Like,
what is
plumb is only established based on
can I explain
horizontal.
Can I explain it? Right. So if you have a theodolite, there's a little microscope on it, and there's another way too. They also have a prism inside, which they use sometimes on the newer ones. But that thing hangs, right? What it's finding is the so-called gravity vector, and then relative to this gravity vector, that you orient the telescope 90 degrees from the gravity vector, and that's how you establish horizontal. But it's only valid at that point. But because this deflection of the vertical thing, horizontal could be, in their paradigm, could be pointing fucking anywhere.
Yeah, so you're basically saying the instrument is placed in a horizontal aspect to establish the vertical. That's exactly what you just said.
Now, the first thing you do when you set up the instrument is you level the instrument, right? You level the instrument.
Horizontal.
You level it.
Okay. Yeah. So you level the instrument.
Yeah.
What that means
level?
is to place bubbles. So there's a mineral oil, spirits, right? So it's called spirit level, right? There's mineral oil in it, and the bubble goes up and the liquid goes down. And when the bubble goes up and it's in one of the circles, you call it level. Okay? That's what it's called. But what it's actually finding is plumb.
If it's vertical, it's called plumb. Right. It's not called level. It's called plumb.
Level
you're
is the
using a
opposite
bubble
of
level
plumb.
inside of it. I mean, this is like
Horizontal.
pedantic terminology.
Synonymous. Level synonymous with horizontal. I just don't get where you said you made the claim you don't need horizontal to establish plumb. Actually, the other way around, which I'm fine with. I mean, whichever way you want to establish it, you need one to establish the other. Do you agree?
No, because you can establish plumb by just having a weight on a rope. Right?
You're doing it.
That's what a plumb line
You're
is.
doing
That's
it
how
again,
we build.
man.
No, that's how we build walls, right? If you want to make your wall perfectly vertical, you hang a plumb line and build that wall.
How do you establish perfectly vertical?
You hang a plumb line. Just told you.
And that's according to how do you establish it as being perfectly vertical? And relative to what? I'm helping you here. I'm helping you.
It's vertical. We call it vertical, but all it does is indicate the direction of the gravity vector.
No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do with whatever you're calling gravity. I don't even know what that means. I don't think you know that.
That just means the direction of the acceleration. That's all that means.
No, that I don't think you know what that means.
Yeah,
you're just saying words.
I'm not even a globe earther, and you're just being a dick.
No, so okay, define it.
You're denying that, like if I hang a weight, something they've been doing for fucking 3,000 years to build a wall
has
vertical.
Nothing to do with the word gravity that you just used.
Well, call it whatever you want. Call it magical dust fairies. I don't care what you call it. We put a weight on a string, and we hang it, and we call that vertical. And then we'll build a wall, say 1 inches from this line, and we know the wall is also vertical. And then if we build a bunch of floors on this wall, they'll all be horizontal.
Based on a horizontal. That's how you establish vertical.
You don't even need a horizontal. Why do I need a horizontal to hang a weight on a string?
What are you measuring it from to establish it as being perfectly level? Or perfectly plumb, as you put it?
We that determines what it is. We take a weight and hang it on a string. It's called a plumb bob.
Yeah. What are you measuring From what to what? To establish it as
Parallel.
perfectly plumb.
You can
God.
eliminate
What are you
variables
measuring?
that are
The
going to cause
gravity
the
vector. I
vector of
already
your
said it.
vertical.
I'm like repeating myself at this
Okay,
point.
so
You can find the variables that are going to cause your vertical to deflect, right? Like wind or whatever kind of whatever. You could stop it from deviating from vertical, and that's when you find plumb. Yep.
Thing is, you don't need a priori knowledge of horizontal to freaking hang a plumb bob.
Of course you do. By definition.
How can something be vertical?
You're
Right,
saying like
it
the
needs to be
dumbest shit
relative
I've
to
ever
something.
heard in my life, man. For real.
It needs to be vertical relative to something. Like vertical means something in context. You need an up and down.
Like somebody who has been believing in flat Earth, like basically the number one question somebody asks me all the time is, "Where's the edge?" Like, what do I tell them? Because like I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you don't believe in flat Earth, so just stop lying. You're not fooling anybody.
Okay.
Like, you know, you try to sneak into the Mexican embassy because you're wearing a sombrero, thinking you're gonna fool all the Mexicans. Yeah, I go
I mean-
Mexican. I got a sombrero on.
Even if she
Dude, that's how
doesn't,
dumb your shit is, dude.
even if she doesn't, do you have an
I don't
answer to
think
that
you
question?
believe.
Yeah. Do you have an answer though? Like for real? 'Cause,
Nobody
Answer
like,
thinks
to
there's
what?
an
A stupid
edge.
question?
Okay, nobody thinks there's an edge.
So what do
Edge
you?
is the flat Earth you made up in your head.
Edges
Okay.
only exist on a
So what do
globe,
you?
actually.
So what do you? So when the sun
The
goes down,
globe
where does
has
the
the
sun
edges.
go? Where does the sun go?
Away. It moves
Away
away.
where?
Leonardo, how about this?
Wherever
Yeah.
other part of the world is over.
How
On
about
the
if you
globe,
find out?
it
What
goes
about?
below the edge of the globe. On the globe. The
I'm
edge
sorry. Like
of the globe.
I'm
The
sorry.
edge that
I know you
you're
guys love
claiming.
talking about like gravity and centimeters and millimeters, but like, what about a lunar eclipse? Like,
Gravity, centimeters? What's
okay,
gravity
like
got to
you
do
guys
with
love talking about that
centimeters?
kind of stuff, but I
Okay,
want to
you
talk
just like
about
reading
kind
the list of like 7 proofs that Earth's not flat or something, just reading that off.
No. I'm just going off of the
I
stuff
think
I'm
they're great,
reading.
Bruce.
The thing is that
That's
is
because
just
you're a fucking moron. Anyway.
the thing is those are just that's common sense. Those are things everybody knows.
Horizontal
Common
and vertical
sense.
is the topic here.
Tell me, what
So
sense
how
did
do
you
you
use
get
to send the globe?
horizontal? How do you get vertical if not from horizontal?
Right.
You get it from a plumb
I
bob.
told you how, if you hang a plumb line. I mean, I don't know how
Yeah,
many times I gotta say it.
which is a reading from horizontal.
Okay,
Well,
so
Yeah,
where
it's
did
confirming
it's the vector of gravity.
Yesterday I was told
How does the plumb line work?
I can't
Bro,
even
look, to
speak.
say something is perfectly
Antarctica is
vertical,
the
perfectly
fucking edge.
straight.
So I'm just going like everybody keeps telling me something else. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
come into this VC, somebody says Antarctica is the edge. Then next day there is no
No,
edge.
no one ever told
No,
you
Yeah,
that.
we're
you know
not
No
why?
one
into
ever
going
told you that.
When the sun sets, it
whatever someone
disappears.
told you. Let's address the point that was just made. So vertical plumb is not according to horizontal.
No.
What's it according
Okay,
to?
so say I have a tree, right? And I just tie a string
Uh-huh.
to the tree and I hang a
Mhm.
freaking 10 kilo weight to it.
Yep.
What's the horizontal part of that?
The angle measurement that you're making to make it a plumb.
No, I don't have to measure the angle. I know it's plumb because
What
it's
are you
hanging.
measuring then? What?
Plumb.
It's hanging. So anything that hangs is plumb.
Yeah, as long as it isn't like a chain or something that's gonna like distort its angle, right? As long as
What the fuck
it's
is
not
this
like
so controversial? Cannot the matter be settled by
Right,
now?
right.
he's like
No
trolling.
shit.
He
It's
has
already
to be fucking
settled.
trolling.
We're just fucking
Hey,
around here.
Batman,
Let
please,
them let them realize what they're claiming. That's the whole point.
Batman, please unmute Gabs. He has something
Look,
important to say to this as well.
Oh, I'm sure. Here's a run up
Yeah.
to something dumb.
Real profound.
Well, give him the benefit of the doubt at least, please, because there's a few people that were muted here.
You
And
don't
they're not.
deserve it.
$100 says this bitch is just gonna ask for an explanation again.
Not
She's
even.
looking for explanations. That's why she's getting horse shit.
He just called me a bitch, and you're not muting that. But my friend saying he's a pilot, that gets him muted. Okay.
You're
Yeah.
asking
Oh,
for
you're a friend?
explanations. That's your problem.
Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Who's muted? That's a pilot. Who's muted? That's a pilot.
Gabs.
Was Gabs the one who was told to go get his evidence of the accuracy of an inertial navigation system?
No, he just needed to fix his microphone, and that was actually the issue.
Oh, so he wasn't muted for any fucked up reason. It was just because he had a
Changed the
problem.
reason that he was muted.
First you blamed it on us, now you blamed it on him.
He's a pilot, and he wants to
Yeah,
say
so
something
fucking what?
important.
Yeah, I'm sure he
Okay,
does.
so you're
He
not
was
gonna
talking.
unmute him.
Tell me what he
Okay.
flies.
He was
Tell me what
talking
he
about
flies.
gay shit. He was talking about gay shit and got muted.
He wasn't talking about gay shit.
India,
He's a pilot, dude. He's a pilot.
He's
So
flying to
pilot.
Singapore. He's flying to Singapore as we speak. He wants to show you guys the freaking view from the.
Wait, he's flying while he's having technical difficulties? And on Discord while he's flying?
He wants to show you guys the view.
That's got to be against some kind of rule or regulation.
He wants to show you guys the curve.
If pilots tell you this Earth is curving, that means Earth is curving. It cannot be flat, because pilot is saying that.
It's okay. You can take a break from your piloting to take a picture. It's all right. Don't crash.
Yeah.
Picture what?
No, but like genuinely, like, wait, can you guys not unmute him?
No. He's the one who said something stupid the moment he came in and interrupted on top of it. That's why he's muted.
Oh,
Yeah, so back to the topic. So vertical
And
is not measured.
with your dumbness.
Vertical is not measured.
You should probably be muted as well because you're disrespectful.
Yeah, that's right. I am.
So
I think you need to appeal to Amnesty International now.
Don't contradict yourself in this, at least. Like,
No.
it's like if you're gonna make a point, make a claim that somebody was interrupting, and
He
We were
was.
doing the same shit last night. Shut up. You're doing it again. You were here last night doing the same stupid shit, asking for explanations. Go ask the corner drunk for an explanation.
And I bet you if I follow you around, like after you get booted from this channel, which is you're eventually gonna do, you're gonna go in different VCs and do the same act over and over and over again,
So,
like all you clowns do.
I'm a flat Earth fanatic.
You're just so lame.
I really like listening to this because I genuinely believe the Earth is flat, but I don't know how to prove it.
Why?
Then shut up and listen.
I just need to find the edge, and then I'll believe it.
No, but
brilliant.
Well,
You're never going to yourself. I'm a flat earther, and I won't believe the flat Earth until I see the edge.
But if surface is flat, you will not believe it. You are waiting for edge.
Which one
Like,
is
look, the thing is, like,
Which one is it, Leonardo?
every
Do you
time I
believe it or
fly, like, I see a curve. So I'm sorry, but like
now you're just lying.
Yeah.
Now you're just
lying.
Inebriating yourself,
Now,
and you won't
now
see the
you're
curve.
just lying. Nobody claims you could that an airplane goes high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Okay, it's nowhere near high enough. The radius of the Earth is supposed to be 8,000 miles. What do you think 10 miles above an 8,000 mile ball does?
Well,
Nothing.
Gabs is flying at 40,000 feet right
No
now.
what? Yeah, I
That'd be the
Googled
diameter, not the
how
radius.
high do you have to be to see the curvature of the Earth. Google told me 47,000 feet, so that's what I'm going to tell these flat earthers.
The
They
radius of the
changed
Earth.
that number like 5 times, and I've heard you clowns say all 5 numbers.
The radius of the Earth is 4,000, not 8,000. By the way.
I said diameter.
No, you said radius.
Well, then I misspoke.
So what?
Well, whoop-de-doo, you got that point.
Don't worry, they'll disavow the freaking.
Yeah,
Listen, they'll
like,
be claiming there's 8,000 mile radius refraction in 5 minutes. So
What?
Okay, like, are you guys here to debate me? Like, I'm one of you guys. Like, I'm one of you guys.
okay, so first of all,
Uh-huh.
there's no outer space from which the Earth to have an edge in the first place. So the flat Earth you made up in your head to try to, like, I don't know, infiltrate or be part of the team or whatever you were thinking. There's no outer space, dude. It's not a space disk.
You're feeding the troll.
Well, there'd be an edge to where like the dome is, right?
I just kind of want to be. I just want to
I don't
be
believe
a
in no dome.
flat Earth moderator, so I can unmute Gabs.
So there's no edge and there's no dome. So it's infinite.
No, that's a false dichotomy. Finite and infinite
so
is
it's-
actually
there's no
not
edge.
a dichotomy.
How
Finite
what
and
is it?
infinite. Massive, you're gonna address what I said. Infinite and finite are actually not a dichotomy. Infinite is where you can always count another number, right? You could always be something after it, which is an action. It's a verb. Whereas
Yeah, I
finite
could always take another
is
step.
Yes, that's right. And finite is not the opposite of that.
So if I just kept
It is
walking,
not an action.
there wouldn't be a point where I could not take another step and either fall off the edge or hit the dome. And there's
drown.
not, and I wouldn't be able to.
No, you drown, dude.
further.
You'd drown. You'd drown in fucking water, unless you think you can walk on water. You're the modern day Jesus.
Okay, so it's an infinite water then. I could always swim another stroke.
No.
Yes, how you will prove infinity?
So I won't be able to walk. I won't be able to swim. I won't be able to
How
fly.
you will prove infinity?
What is it?
I really can't believe. Go ahead. Sorry.
How you will prove infinity, man?
I don't think he's claiming it's infinite.
How somebody can claim this is infinite, whatever it is? How?
I don't think anyone was claiming that here, though.
No, he's trying to force it on us.
Yeah, but
well, if it's not infinite, if there's not an edge, it has to be infinite.
Man, can you?
I already told you that's a false dichotomy, and I told you why.
So what's the
No, it's
third
a true,
option?
it's a true dichotomy. It's a true dichotomy.
Because
Yeah.
no, it's not, because infinite is an action, because it's counting, and finite is an adjective. It describes something. They're not even in
Finite
the same
is something
category.
that has no end. It's not finite. It describes something that has no end or limit.
No, they're not even in the same category.
Sorry,
I just
but
described
infinite
the
is
definition of
adjective.
infinite.
Infinite is not a verb.
Infinite is a verb because it's the act of counting.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It is actually an adjective.
Counting
Yes, it is.
To count is a verb. Infinite is an
This
adjective.
isn't a good
I'm sorry,
thing
but
to
that's
dig in
just,
your heels on,
that's
India.
just English grammar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Infinite is an adjective.
Counting is a verb. Infinite
Okay.
is
So
a way.
when we
that
say
is described
when they're
counting.
in the context, they're talking about infinite. It's in the context of mathematics. What is the distance, right? So that means we're going to count the distance. He asked me. He said steps. Is there amount of steps I can take, and I won't be able to take anymore? That's the act of counting. Okay.
If you have 5 apples, is 5 a
Infinite
adjective?
is actually the inability to measure.
If you have
or
infinite
count
apples,
anything.
infinite's an
Okay.
adjective.
That means you can. Oh no!
It is
Shut the fuck up, dude. You guys are trying to deflect. Okay. Stop trying to deflect.
It's not deflection. It's just correcting something you said. Look, finite.
No. So
look,
you gonna let me
infinite,
finish?
Infinite
you guys,
is the
all
same
three
as
of y'all
saying.
interrupt.
What do you mean let you finish? What do you mean let you finish? I was talking. You were not talking.
No, I was interrupted by 2 other people, and I was trying to finish.
Yeah, you were interrupting someone else.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
please,
mute you.
Indio, finish your gobbledygook.
Yeah, I'll finish my gobbledygook. So, the act of counting a distance, right? Which infinite means we're always going to be able to count another step, another increment of distance, another unit. It is a verb. Counting is a verb. And to say, oh, is the flat earth infinite? He means, by what he said, steps where I can just keep taking another step forever and ever and ever and ever, and I can count infinite amount of steps. Saying I'm wrong, you're wrong. Okay? Finite is a description of a limitation of some object, body, idea, thought, whatever you want. It can apply to anything. It means that there's an end. It will stop somewhere. There'll be a place where it stops. They're not a dichotomy.
Yeah. So with
They're
the
not
Earth, is
even
there a
in the
place where it
same
stops?
category.
Is there a place where it doesn't stop? Or why is that not a place where it stops?
Okay.
Is it finite or is it
Because
infinite?
listen, and I'll tell you
Will
why.
I
I'll
always be
explain
able
it to
to
you.
take another step and
I'll
count extra
explain it to
distance, or
you.
will I not?
Listen, child. Okay. So I could tell you anything. I could literally say, "Hey, it's 100 million light years across," and you'd say, "Well, what's after that?" And I say, "Well, there's metaspace, and that's 100 million more light years across." And then you'd say, "What's after that? How far is that?" So you're basically trying an infinite regression fallacy. It's not amusing, right?
That's
so
not
a long
an infinite
time ago,
regression fallacy.
it's an infinite regression, right? You can go forever and ever and ever. No matter where I say it is, you can say what's after that, right? And I can play the same game with you.
No,
Where's
that's
the
not
edge of the
fallacy.
universe? So I can say, where's the edge of the universe? And you say, well, it's 90 billion light years that way. And I go, okay, what's after that? And then what's after that? And what's after that? And what's after that? Right? So it's a game you're
guess what?
playing.
And guess what? We
Shut
don't
the
know.
fuck up. Let me finish.
We don't know what's after it.
You don't know what's after it. Really? So that's the flat Earth answer. Good
Right,
enough for
but
you is good enough for me,
the
right?
difference with you is that when you come to the edge, because you invoke
What
this
edge?
dome, which is like
What
keeping all the
edge?
gas pressure in,
I don't believe in any dome. What are you talking about?
we would have to hit a dome.
I don't
Well, if you
think
don't
the
believe in a
Earth is
dome, then you probably believe that it's an infinite plane.
No.
That's a straw man.
Back to the bullshit, dude. So a long time ago, there was this guy named Zeno, and there's something called Zeno's paradox. You can't prove reality is bounded or unbounded using logic, reason, mathematics. Okay, you can't prove it either way. This was proven 2,000 years ago. I'm glad you guys are just catching up with your little childish games, because that's all this is a childish game. Nobody thinks there's an edge. The Earth is not inside of some larger space, right? Because no matter what, when you say, hey, where's the end of something, that automatically incorporates, oh, it's in some larger embedding space. That's what they call it, an embedding space. So I have to say, the only way the Earth could be finite is if it was embedded in a space. And if it was infinite, that would mean it just goes on forever, and nobody even really knows what infinite means, but it's just some concept we have in our head that no one can actually ever demonstrate actually exists. Yeah, great. We deal with a crazy abstraction or something that presumes we're in some embedded space. Right? You guys don't want to dig too deep.
So just to be clear, edge or no edge?
You had your choice.
But it's not possible for a material entity to be infinite in size. That necessarily implies that it doesn't exist.
So Gregory's going for edge. There is an edge.
Geo had you, and you said that you don't
keep
know
going. At some point,
I'm not even entertaining your stupidity at this point.
Exactly.
So no edge of universe. No. So no edge of universe. No edge of universe. Okay.
No edge of universe?
I mean, it's not a problem to affirm that a material entity, including the Earth, has an extremity. That's not a problem for our position. So
Yes,
what they're trying to do is they're trying to build up to this erroneous critique where if the Earth has an extremity to its horizontal surface, then someone would have traversed somewhat near to it by now, and it just doesn't follow. Now they're affirming the consequent. And
no, Gregory, it's a problem.
They don't have a point on this issue.
It's a problem because you're affirming something, you're making a claim, and you don't have proof for it. That's why it's a problem, Gregory.
No, it's not a problem. I just said that it's impossible for a material entity to not have a finite extent.
Yeah, but you don't know at the edge. You don't know that outside of our known universe, it follows the same natural laws that we have here. It might be a different set of natural laws. Same with up in the skies or the heavens or what have you.
Yeah,
that's fallacious.
We don't actually know that it is impossible. The honest stance is to say that we don't have enough information to make a claim on that.
Let me rebut. What you're saying is fallacious. It's not a matter of the applicability of these natural laws. What I just said is a absolute fact of logic and metaphysics. It is not logically possible.
You're assuming universality.
You're just suppressing my voice at this rate. I didn't finish the rebuttal percentage. Stop talking to me.
Bro, you made your point. You're saying it's absolutely necessary.
My point. You're just resisting it for no good reason. You made a rebuttal that wasn't touching what I said to you.
Go ahead, say what you're going to say. We're just going to repeat what you just said.
Because your rebuttal didn't touch what I did say to you. You attacked a straw man. You're missing the nature of the case. The nature of the case is that a material object, if it does exist, necessarily has a finite extent. So it's not at all an error to acknowledge the patently obvious fact that the Earth is a material entity. Material entities necessarily have a finite extent to their substance extending in space. So it's not an error.
It is an error. Again, because how do you know beyond what's known that it is material?
It's not beyond what is known. We're on the Earth. The Earth exists and we're on the Earth. It's in our world.
But you're assuming, but beyond what we know, that it continues. You're assuming universality. That's an assumption. You're affirming the consequent. What you're doing right now is affirming the consequent.
Given the syllogism I just said, you're not tracking percentage.
I am, bro. You're just trying to talk around it.
Steelman the argument. Then
you're saying if it's material, then it's definitely has an edge. Basically, it's finite. And I'm saying it might be material. It might be
material.
Oh my goodness!
Now complete the syllogism.
I did. That's if then, bro.
It has watch. If it is matter, if it's a material entity that has a finite extent, the Earth is a material entity. Therefore,
the Earth that you know is material. You don't know the nature of what's beyond what we know.
Distorting the
You
argument
don't know.
percentage.
By your logic, there has to be a dome. Hold up. By your logic, there has to be a dome.
You're
There has to
distorting
be.
the argument percentage.
I'm not.
Follow the logic
You can't speak to what you don't know.
Material has an end.
By your logic, we have to have a dome because we have gas pressure down here. We have to have gas pressure up there, so we have to have a dome to contain it.
Relax, dude. Exercise some self-control, dude.
Bro, I'm controlled, bro.
Look, hold on, percent. I can't believe I'm going to do this. I'm going to defend Gregory. He is absolutely right. So the idea of a uniform existence, you'd have to. We know a uniform existence. You'd have to demonstrate that the uniform existence doesn't happen, right? There's a non-uniform existence to start postulating that thing, right? Gregory is right.
That's wrong. Actually,
we have reason to believe that a material existence cannot be infinite. That's it. Done.
No, you're wrong again, because if you actually look into like the epistemology of science, the necessary assumptions. Hold up, let me finish. The necessary assumptions that science makes. One of them is the assumption of universality. Okay, it's never been proven. It's by no means supposed to be the default that you prove against. Okay, it's never been proven. It's an assumption from the get-go. It's an axiom that we've agreed upon. That doesn't make it true.
Percentage. Okay, percentage. You're digressing to the problem of induction. You're digressing to the issue of the uniformity of nature, which is really weird for a Muslim. How you would not affirm the uniformity of nature.
You don't have to make attack or go to my character,
I didn't
bro.
attack
Talk.
anything.
Yeah, that's what I said. Or go to my character.
Anything.
And you don't. I don't know how. Yo, you gotta relax, bro. I said or go. I
didn't attack anything.
You're too passionate about this, man.
It's ridiculous. Stop distorting the very clear points that I'm making to you. So you're acting as though we don't have any good reason to believe that nature is uniform. It is not a presumption. You need the uniformity of nature in order for us to know anything, which includes the continuity of our existence and the nature of everything else, including our empirical sensations, so that we can make any inductive inferences and ascertain any facts, which includes also any a priori knowledge. The uniformity of nature is a necessary prerequisite for us to know anything, dude.
That's wrong. That's wrong. You need uniformity of knowledge for science, okay? But you don't need it for empiricism, for observing things. You don't need to know that, whether or not there's an invisible force dragging this ball as it falls down, or if there's little pixies, the invisible pixies that are pushing it down. You don't need to know that stuff. You don't need to know whether or not it's changing because this or that.
The uniformity of nature of everything, dude. You're not well read on this issue, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Now we're ad hominem.
Applies to the nature of everything. So if you don't have uniformity to the nature of everything, then you don't have any good reason to appeal to anything as being reliable in any kind of law whatsoever, so that you can make any inferences according to any rules, aka laws.
Okay, do you need to make inference to know things?
Yes.
So for me to know that the sky is blue, what did I have to infer?
The answer.
It's a follow-up. It's a follow-up, bro.
The answer that you're asking for. I'll finish eventually. It's ridiculous.
You said yes, bro.
Yes, you
yes or no question. You said yes.
You need. I'll finish eventually.
Bro, you're too hot right now. You gotta
a logically sound pattern of inference to justify the conclusion. Yes, percentage.
So for me to know that I'm breathing, I have to make an inference.
If you know it, then you have a logically sound pattern of inference.
Really? What's the inference of me knowing that I'm breathing, or me knowing the sky's blue? What's the inference there?
An inductive appeal to the empirical sensation thereof.
An inductive appeal to empiricism. So observing something is inference now.
That is, when you make the
Come on, man.
God damn it, you're appealing to the sensation. What the fuck is so difficult?
So I'm inferring to my sensation of experience when I observe something, when I observe the sky's blue.
When you justify the conclusion...
Don't try to blind me with bullshit, man.
Just listen. You're obviously conflating two different categories. When you're making an inference, when you know something, you're conflating just detection with making an inference. We're not always doing a discursive pattern of thinking when we detect or recognize something. But that does not mean that when you know something, you don't have a pattern of inference. You need a logically sound pattern of inference in order to know anything, whether you do the discursive line of thinking in your head or not.
Okay. Can you define inference for the audience, please?
in very simple language, a pattern of thinking. You go from one premise to another, supporting premises to conclusion.
Okay, so now if I said I drank water, I saw some water there, I drank it. Where's the inference in that?
Appealing to the experience, appealing to the a posteriori data, the empirical data of your experience, to then get to the conclusion that that event elapsed.
Okay, so where are the premises?
This is my third time answering that.
No, but you're not answering it though. You're just like you're saying nothing with words. Okay, where's the conclusion?
I'm tired of people telling me that.
Bro,
Say an argument.
Where's the conclusion that I'm drawing? What am I inferring when I drink water?
Well, you're inferring.
You're conflating categories now. You said the mouthful question. You're trying to ask me.
No, you said observation and experience was inference.
The act of doing something is not an inference. The
Thank
instance
you.
of doing an act, right? And you're just digressing away from the point.
It's
We're
simpler
talking
than
about
that.
do you need an inference to know something? Now you're digressing attention to is an act.
You don't need inference to know things.
Is an inference. You're just digressing.
No, I'm not. So you said you need inference to know anything. Without inference, we would know nothing. That's what you said. Without assuming universality of nature, we would know nothing.
No, I'm just saying, though, that when you're drinking the water, or when you grab the water, you grabbed it safely knowing that it wasn't poison, or oil that you cooked with, or alcohol, or vinegar.
It could be all those things, and I still wouldn't be inferring.
Well, what if you're... Hold on. I think I know what Gregory's getting at. Now, what if you're clinically brain dead and someone fed you water? You'd be drinking water, but you wouldn't know it, right?
There are instances where you're not cognitively at this level or that level, but the fact of the matter is, when you do know something, you have a logically sound pattern of inference. Now, furthermore, this is a digression from the previous issue.
Well, can I respond to Indio really quickly?
The uniformity of nature in the first place. This has nothing to do with the uniformity of nature question. When I made the earlier point about the logical possibility of there being an infinite material entity, that has to do with the modality of logic and or metaphysics. It's logically and metaphysically impossible for a material entity to have a finite, infinite size. It has no shape, and it doesn't exist. Now he digressed to the issue of the uniformity of nature question.
Unmute. I really appreciate the unmute because I can just say nigger and report the live.
This man is just disrupting
I'm going to
the call.
report this.
Like me, what the hell? So again, he digressed from my my argument concerning the possibility issue to the uniformity of nature. That's a digression.
No, it wasn't a digression. That was the necessary implication of what you were saying. That any material, known or unknown to us, is going to be finite. And I'm saying there could be an unknown material, unknown to us, that doesn't need to necessarily fit that criteria, because you don't know, so you can't judge.
It's not
okay. You have an indeterminate amount of information. It's only possible if you're assuming universality of nature, which you don't have the ground to do.
Given the implications of the premise logically,
logically, it's fallacious what you're doing. It's affirming the consequent. You're saying material here is finite, therefore material there is necessarily finite without you having any experience with it whatsoever. That's affirming the consequent.
Way to attack a straw man. I didn't localize it here. I never localized my
here as in the known world.
I never localized it.
So you know a material about that's unknown?
Right. So acknowledge you attacked a straw man percentage. I never localized the argument. Acknowledge.
Yes, but did you not talk about the stuff that you know, Earth that you know?
You attacked a straw man.
I did not, bro. You're just confused.
You just conceded that you did not attack my argument.
I said I did not attack a straw man. Now you have miscomprehension issues.
Argument percentage. You just conceded that.
Yelling doesn't make you right, bro. Okay? You miscomprehended what I said. I did not attack a straw man. I'm saying you're wrong because you assume
the application of my logic sequence. Correct?
Just interrupt me. Why don't go ahead?
Correct?
I didn't hear you because you were talking over me.
Correct. I did not
localize you're not correct.
The application of my logic sequence. Correct?
Say it again.
Your
you're
logic
being
sequence
obnoxious.
is useless.
I
This has
refuted his
no
critique.
application
He's
in the real
attacking a
world.
straw man. I didn't localize
I'm not attacking a
the location of my logic sequence.
Yes, you did. You localized it to Earth. Did you not?
If it's not possible in this world or in this realm, therefore it's not possible anywhere. I did not say that. You misinterpreted, and you're digging in your heels to defend.
Did you not localize it to the material of Earth? Did you not localize it to the material of Earth?
No, I said any material entity, including the Earth. Track with the argument.
Okay, so do you know any material entity that's outside of Earth?
Yeah, everything that's not the Earth.
Like?
Everything that's not the Earth.
When have you experienced it to know it? How do you know it?
Like such as me? I'm not the Earth, right?
You're part of the Earth, are you not?
No.
Okay, so is a tree part of the Earth?
It's connected to the Earth, sure.
So life on Earth isn't part of Earth, except if it's connected, physically attached.
Are you really going to do this?
You're being ridiculous, bro.
Things that are not the Earth and the Earth, or things that are not touching the Earth and the Earth. You're gonna disregard that patent distinction just to win the argument, dude?
What about the stuff in the sky?
To be fair, when we talk about Earth in the global sense, it includes everything on the Earth. It's not just the soil. You know what I mean? It includes the trees. It includes us.
That's
life,
an instance of
everything.
yes. That's an instance of equivocation. I'm being very strict. We're talking about the material entity itself, not just a realm that we colloquially call the Earth. I'm talking about the entity itself, the Earth. There's the Earth and there's the non-Earth. Right percentage?
You specifically, when you were saying earlier, you specifically used the word
and you
Earth.
agree?
Yo, can you just settle down, man?
Can you agree, dude? Stop whistling past the question.
I can't agree with you because you're wrong.
It's fucking retarded, dude. There isn't non-Earth.
No, you specifically said Earth, and now you're trying to shift the move the goalpost. Not that it helps you whatsoever.
Beat your chest and shit on the chessboard. Is there Earth and non-Earth percentage?
I don't know what's beyond Earth.
Look.
I didn't say what's beyond Earth.
Yes, but your answer is I don't know.
And other material entities that are not the Earth.
I don't know. I don't know if there's something beyond terra firma. I believe that there's the heavens. I believe that there's something beyond Earth, but I don't know because I've never been there. I'm not going to speak from ignorance like you do.
Are you the Earth percentage? Are you the Earth?
I'm part of it.
Is there no distinction between you and the Earth percentage?
Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. I'm part of the Earth, and I'll be
my fucking
part
God,
of it again.
with this goddamn equivocation, dude. This is retarded. You're just beating your chest and shit.
How is a tree that
you think you have a point?
Bro, how is a tree that is planted?
You are not the
Oh
Earth.
my God, you gotta calm down. How is a tree that's planted and grows and then dries out and dies part of Earth, but you're not? By the way, this is a red herring.
What's the part of the Earth percentage?
We're not the Earth. Yeah, he can concede that, right? Percentage. We're like that's not. We can agree that we're not the Earth, but he's.
I disagree with that. Even religiously, I disagree with that.
I get it. At least he's not that confused.
Gregory, don't you believe that Adam was made from clay? Like even you disagree with it.
Are the clouds the Earth? Are the clouds the Earth?
No, I don't think they are. I think they're part of the sky.
So there's non-Earth material entities, right?
Absolutely, but you said Earth earlier.
So now that we got that clear, let's move on back to the real issue. So there's Earth and non-Earth. So when I'm talking about the Earth and any other material entity besides the Earth, and the fact that if it's material, then it has a finite extent to its matter, because it necessarily implies that if the thing doesn't have a finite extent to its substance in space as an infinite size, it doesn't have a shape. And if it doesn't have a shape, then it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, then it's not occupying any space. But obviously, the Earth and non-Earth is existing, extending their matter in space. So to affirm that the material object, in principle, has an infinite size necessarily implies it doesn't exist. It's by implication necessarily absurd.
Okay, so in principle, you said, right? Not in truth. Because in truth, you can only speak on the material that you... Hold up, don't interrupt me. I let you go for a long time, bro. Okay?
No.
So, in principle, not in truth, because in truth... Oh my goodness.
No.
I wasn't done my answer, so settle down, man. Just take it, take
Make up your mind, is it a question or an answer?
Now, in truth, you only know what you know. You only know the material that you know. You can't speak to any material, any supposed material that is beyond the barrier of what you know, beyond the cusp of your knowledge.
I'm not talking about.
So to say any, again, you're interrupting me, man. So to say that the material beyond what we know necessarily has to be finite is affirming the consequent based off of the material that you do know. You can't judge what you don't know. It's as simple as that.
You ever think of this?
Not talking about an entity such as.
Hold on, percentage. You don't understand. If there was something out there, I don't know how you call it, uniformitarianism or universalism, right? Those two concepts, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if there was a place where, whatever it is you think would be different, we wouldn't call it matter in the first place. It wouldn't be in the same category. We define matter in the material world as something with a finite extent. The Earth is part of this, right? As far as we know, it's made of matter. Ergo, it would have a finite extent because that's a property of matter, and that's how we define matter. And as long as Earth is in the matter category, it's going to have a finite extent. That's all Gregory's saying.
I hear him. Okay, if uniformity in nature is true,
you understand that we would call it something else if it had other properties. We wouldn't
you would think
call
so.
It that.
You would think so, but they don't have a special word for God's light or light that angels are made of, or they call it light, and we have the same word level that we disagree on in this server about whether it's curved or flat. So to automatically assume that a new word that will have the wherewithal, the good sense to give it its own unique term, it's not necessarily proven in history. So I agree with you. It definitely would be clearer if we had our own term for the material which is of a separate nature or what have you, if it exists. But you can't just automatically assume that material is finite or has the same properties as this material unless you assume universality in nature or uniformity in nature. And
nobody actually agrees with universality of nature, actually, because. Well, he does at some level, meaning that probably through time he does, but things don't operate the same at all scales, right? So that's one example of behavior of certain things at one scale are not such as a water drop, right? A water drop will curve, but a large body of water won't curve, right? So it's not universal, right? So at one scale it does one thing, and another scale it does another thing, right? And we know this happens all over the place. Anyway, yeah, go ahead, Gregory.
I want to say this clarification without him distorting my position that he's been doing for some ridiculous reasons.
That's dishonest.
I'm not talking about some mysterious, undiscovered entity. I'm talking about matter in general and including the Earth. He doesn't have a reason to say that there is a material entity of infinite extent.
And we wouldn't call it a material entity. We would call it something else.
It's ridiculous. So that's the right there. That's the end of the matter. I have a reason, the deduction I just said, to conclude that if it is material, then it has a finite extent to its substance in free space. So it's necessarily finite in its extent. It has a shape, so it occupies space, so it has limited to its extent. No one has a good reason to believe that there's a material entity of infinite extent. That's it.
It's not like we're the first people that ever asked these questions, right?
Right. So flat Earth is finite then? So there's a perimeter?
God, listen. Do you think anybody can say all of reality is finite or infinite? Do you think anybody knows that? Anybody? I said knows that, not believes one thing or the other. Knows it.
That's a question. You could answer the question.
Yeah, you can answer my question first because it negates your question.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it will when you answer.
Okay, I'll answer your question first for you. What was your question?
Jesus Christ. Do you think anybody ever knows, and I said knows, not believes, that the universe or all of reality, whatever you want to call it, is finite or infinite? Do you think anybody knows that? The answer is no. Okay, you know the answer is no. I know the answer is no. Why do you expect us to have the fucking answer to that question? Is the Earth finite or infinite? In at least my worldview, the Earth is all there is. It's not inside of something. It's all of reality. That's all there is. Whether it's bounded, unbounded, or whether those ideas even have any fucking meaning in this context, maybe our little pea brains can't figure it out because we think in like opposites, right? So hot, cold, black, white, good, bad, right? So we can only conceive of things in this finite, infinite paradigm.
I look at all material and matter that we observe on Earth, and everything is finite. Yeah, why would Earth be the one infinite thing?
Yeah, until you zoom down, right? And at the quantum level, those things don't have any meaning.
Okay.
Right? Well, there's a Heisenberg uncertainty principle, right? Well, I mean, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, right? Nothing has an exact position in space. There's a probability of it having a position. So everything you just said is absolute bullshit, even in your own paradigm.
Are you talking to Callie when you said that?
Yeah, I'm talking to Callie, yeah.
What did I even say? That's bullshit?
That matter has a finite extent because when you zoom in to the quantum level of protons, electrons, and neutrons, they don't have any frickin' extent at all. They're only a probabilistic frickin' smear.
So if it's not finite, then it's infinite.
Yeah, that's the foolishness of that doctrine. So that doctrine, they don't know these things, but that doctrine basically abandons materialism by implication, even if they don't self-consciously realize it and acknowledge it. It boils down to probabilistic, blah blah blah. That's idealism. So matter is subsisting of non-matter. That's patently absurd.
It's not a dot, man. I call it a smear because that's what they say. The atom has an electron cloud. There's the electrons in no particular place. It's just like a fuzzy location that it could be anywhere in there.
Yeah, all matter is subsisting of probability. No, that's patently reifying probability itself. Probability is not matter, and matter cannot subsist of non-matter. That's ridiculous.
You're using an academic understanding of atomism right
now. Atomism is wrong.
Yeah, so why are you using that stuff for?
No, I'm using quantum mechanics, which refutes atomism.
Well, it refutes materialistic atomism. You gotta be precise. It refutes materialistic atomism. With quantum mechanics, it's still affirming atomism, but now it's by implication. If they're paying attention to what they're saying, it's idealistic atomism.
Callie, do you know what
are you arguing? Are you arguing for it being finite or infinite? Which is it?
Say again, India.
No, I'm asking Callie if he knows. Do you know what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is?
I've heard of it. I'd have to read.
I'll just give you a brief overview. The better you know the position of a particle, put the particle in quotes, the worse you'll know its momentum, how fast it's going, where the direction it's going, all those things.
Right.
And the greater you know its momentum, the less you'll know about its position. But you can never know its position with an absolute certainty. Right? It's never in any particular place that you can say for certain. This is here, that's there. Right? So it does not have a finite extent because that doesn't even have any meaning in quantum mechanics.
It doesn't have a position in order to extend anywhere.
It has a field that it can have a position in. So within that field, you can know that it has limits. It doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be in a spot within a certain set of coordinates.
Define field.
Set of coordinates.
Which sport?
A set of coordinates. Coordinates is matter or no?
Coordinates is distances on X, Y, Z. So if you look at, say, an electron isn't in a single point.
Why can't people just answer my question directly? It is matter or it's not matter, Gregory.
I'm sorry.
That's how
Are you having fun interrupting me right now, Gregory? While I explain to you some concept that you don't quite understand.
Shit on the chessboard the electron exists. Cooperating in the dialogue. Is it matter or not? Yes or no?
So the electron exists in a space. It can't go outside of that space.
Just go on with
the lecture. It must exist somewhere in that coordinate.
Okay, so
I'm not going to babysit you through this. I've explained it. Sorry.
So, dogs are gods. Are you claiming right now before everybody the subatomic particles are discrete objects. Is that what you're claiming?
They seem to be, yeah.
My God Almighty. So how?
What do you
Why
think
is
an object is?
quantum theory non-determinate?
What is an object? When you say the word object, what do you think you're describing?
Basically where they can measure some type of influence.
Okay.
So, like,
I mean, it doesn't mean anything. It's really just the result of a measurement. That's all it really is. That's all they're really measuring, or that's all they're really doing is they're making some sort of measurement and they're getting an interaction between their device and some
Action
other
or
device.
reaction.
Yeah, that's all they're getting. So, why is the theory if subatomic particles are discrete objects? How come quantum theory is non-deterministic?
So there is some randomness in quantum theory, but there are certain determined actions in quantum theory. So
yeah, but
if you have
can't use a ballistic theory to describe anything, right? So because of the wave function, right? So it's smeared all over the place in a probability. It doesn't have a particular place. You can't predict where with any accuracy where the particle will end up, the so-called particle that you don't actually know where it is. So it doesn't have.
That doesn't mean the state of the matter doesn't exist.
No, you're wrong about it, Indio. So you can
I'm
predict.
not wrong
it's just
about
that
it,
there's a
believe me.
margin,
That
and
is
that
where you're
margin
born.
will mean. So an electron shell, so the shell around an atom where an electron will
That's the
spin,
Bohr model.
it can't extend that distance, and then it can't contract that distance. It spins at that distance from the proton and neutron. So you know that within that given space, the electron will exist.
That's the Bohr model. And when you say in that given space, what does that even mean? Do you even know
I
what
just
that
explained
means?
it to you. The distance away
didn't.
from a proton and
No, you
neutron
didn't,
of
because
an
you don't
atom.
know what you're talking about. So I'll post a diagram of an electron cloud, right? It's the
Yeah.
hydrogen
No, I
atom.
fully understand. There is a limit to how far an electron can move away from the proton and neutron in an atom, isn't there?
No,
Unless
it's not a real
attracted by
limit. It's
something
a
else.
probabilistic limit because technically there's a non-zero probability that freaking electron could be on the other side of the fucking universe, right?
Nope, that's not true. That's just not true. You can't have a hydrogen atom with the electron on the other side of the universe.
Yeah, you can. It's a non-zero probability.
Oh, I'd love to see that. Could you show me that?
How do you think quantum tunneling works, dude?
Quantum tunneling seems to be that quantum tunneling isn't that the share of information across vast distances and not electrons?
No,
electrons, what happens is you'll have an electron excite the field, and the field will cause a particle to not come into existence, but to be expressed on the other side of that field.
No. So you'll have a barrier. You have a barrier, so you take a particle, photon, whatever, and you try to shoot it through the barrier. There's not enough momentum in the particle to make it across the barrier, but there's a non-zero probability that a particle will be on the other side of the barrier. So if you shoot enough particles at it, some percentage of the particle is going to be on the other side of the barrier. And lo and behold, we do this, and we have LEDs and laser diodes and shit like that, right? So you do it with a PN junction, and we do this now. So the thing is, this wave function, now there's the statistics where, yes, in the electron shell, quantized electron shell, the hydrogen atom, yes, there's the greatest probability that it's going to be somewhere in some so-called distance away. And that distance is basically the wavelength that you can take that shell and put it into a non-stable S2 orbit. But it doesn't mean it's not somewhere else. We're not doing this discretely with individual photons. We're using massive fucking, trillions of photons, trillions of atoms, trillions. So we're only taking probabilities. We're not getting a discrete deterministic models for things. But this is
quantum mechanics is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quantum mechanics is yet another instance in the history of so-called humanistic rationalism that demonstrates that it collapses, not collapses, I have to say that right. It reduces to subjectivism and collapses into skepticism. So they're not going to be consistent, but when you are consistent with their premise, right, like you were describing earlier with the probabilistic, it all reduces down to probabilistic locale, right? That's a reification of the category of probability. Probability does not matter. And then it also implies this sort of idealism, either monistic idealism or atomistic idealism, and either way, that is an untenable position as it concerns ontology, right? They're just defying the laws of logic and the laws of metaphysics, where the material is going to subsist of non-matter. That's patently ridiculous.
So the reason you're wrong about that is that you can have some randomness and some non-deterministic function of a particle or a subatomic particle, and that can still be limited so that its actual influence on baryonic matter, so matter in meat space that isn't subatomic, will be predictable and deterministic. So you can have randomness in subatomic particles, but that randomness will not extend to actual meat space, and that's not a problem with the deterministic world that we live in.
Okay, you didn't touch my argument at all.
You said that it was idealistic and the randomness caused some unknowable collapse of epistemology or ontology. Yeah, so we can't have the universe if we have randomness, but that randomness can still cause deterministic properties because it's a limited randomness.
No.
Which is exactly what I put in a citation in the chat, Indio, if you want to read.
Yeah, Encyclopedia Britannica is not a fucking citation, and it's wrong. If you read what I posted, it specifically says electrons follow the wave function, which Heisenberg or Schrödinger's wave function comes to explain the Bohr model of electrons, right? The wave function is for one electron around a proton. So it's a wave function.
In this citation,
it has a probabilistic thing to it. And it specifically says in the citation I posted, it is not like orbiting a planet. Whereas the citation says electrons cannot be at any arbitrary distance, unlike planets orbiting the sun, right?
So my citation, unlike planets orbiting the sun, electrons cannot be any arbitrary distance from the nucleus. They can exist only in certain specific locations called allowable orbits or allowed orbits. So your citation does not disagree with this, does it?
Okay. Yes, but listen.
Mm-hmm. So can an electron exist 2 meters away from a hydrogen?
I'm trying to think of how to describe this to you so you understand. Okay. You know what a non-zero probability is?
5-second interruption. Heretic, yes. You got to mute your mic, man. You're hot micing like crazy.
Ban him. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, so a non-zero probability, right? So one of the ways you can do this is like you can sum over all the paths that all the locations that the electron be. I can actually post something from Feynman going over this. Any subatomic particle could at any moment reappear anywhere else in the universe in the quantum mechanical model. There's a non-zero probability that can happen. It's not that it will happen. It's not that it should happen. It's that it can happen. Okay? It's just the fundamental idea of quantum.
So you could possibly have an electron removed from an atom.
That's right.
That electron removed just from an atom.
Just spontaneously appear
somewhere else. Yeah, the whole model is a bunch of virtual particles. The whole standard model is based on virtual particles.
I'm skeptical of the whole
distance.
You should
doesn't move.
Crap.
Okay?
I mean, it works, but
the electron doesn't move through the universe.
What does it work?
The electron causes a change to the time space, which can cause a particle to be expressed somewhere else. So it doesn't actually move that distance because it's a physical thing. But around the nucleus of an atom, an electron will exist in a shell. It'll have a finite distance it can be away from that.
That's a model, man.
Move
Don't you understand that that's
it can randomly express anywhere within that shell at any given time. So you can't know the location of the atom, of the subatomic particle, but you can't know the location only within that shell around the nucleus of the atom. That's what I was explaining. Your citation doesn't disagree with it.
Yeah,
and
why is it called an electron
uncertainty
cloud
to the universe?
Why is it called an electron cloud and not a electron sphere?
That's a really, really, really good question because it sounds more fun to be a cloud.
Well, no, because the probabilities, like he said, that's It's because you're
Yeah,
You're saying
well,
they could, yeah.
So it's not a solid shell. It's a something that can be moved through because the particles are always in motion. Subatomic particles are always in motion. So it acts more like a cloud. If we could stop it and freeze it in time, we'd see the electron would be in one spot, but we can't do that. That's impossible. So it acts like a cloud where things can move in and out from the nucleus. That's why we can, split atoms and stuff.
Okay.
Wait, what does it have to do with splitting atoms? We can split atoms because...
I thought it was pressure on the proton and neutron causing them to split apart.
Honestly, don't know.
So that would mean you either bump the electron out of the way, or you have to find a way to move past the electron by shooting incredibly high speed energetic particles at the nucleus.
They do is neutron
Well, I might be wrong about
saturation
that.
with beryllium or boron. And they implode it down on a uranium core. Nowadays with a plutonium core. Or like a neutron chain reaction and a neutron cascade.
Which can only happen if there's subatomic particles called neutrons. Also, protons and neutrons, we know they exist because
I believe in
because we can do like chemistry with them, and we can cause nuclear reactions
molecules,
with them.
all this. Yeah, it's like tons of applications of this.
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking about quantum stuff. Like, what are the applications that we
got
use
an
it
LED?
Because I've heard like quantum computing, but I don't really know what that means.
That's Fantasyland shit. Ain't never gonna happen. Quantum computing's Fantasyland crap. Because they have to deal with something called what the fuck's the name of it? Quantum decoherence. So you can't maintain the quantum state because of whatever. So whatever, like, it's like having memory that just automatically erases itself if you don't use it within a finite point of time. Gotta think of it
There's
like
one.
that.
Hey, there's one thing I've learned not to say. Indio, you're wrong. Yeah, you'll stop saying that. Ha. Indio, you're wrong. Oh, shit.
They like saying that shit.
So the good thing about the quantum realm, quantum physics, is that you can have infinite transference of information. So if you can have infinite transfer of information, then obviously that means anything you can get to work on the quantum scale isn't limited by the physics of the motion of particles. So that's why it's so interesting that we're delving into it.
Right, but that just sounds like a wishful thinking. Like, oh, if I just imagine that this would be applicable in computing in the future or something. But like, what are the actual applications of this like theory, like being applied and like actually like kind of proving itself? Like molecules, like we can do like chemistry shit. Like, you could do it in a fucking lab. Like you could do it tomorrow. Like
true, because they'd be able to do.
You don't even need to do
You'd be able to do certain types of computations nearly instantaneously, because basically you'd be running a simulation, and because you're doing it at a level where you can use many particles at the same time, right? And because it's your qubits, so they're 4 bits instead of 2 bits, right? You can do more computations with less stuff, basically. Because you have more degrees of freedom to do a computation. I'm trying to like dumb it down for you without making it complicated. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just like, it's complicated to explain, so I'm just trying to really simplify it. Basically, you're gonna be making, instead of being on-off gates, they're more complicated than that. There's 4 possibilities, right? And because there's 4 possibilities, every time you do a computation, right, on one particular, in the case of a regular computer, it'd be a transistor. Let's call it a quantum transistor, just for the sake of freaking terminology. You can manipulate it 4 different ways instead of 2, right? And because you can
so
do
it's not
this,
binary.
right,
Now it's okay.
Yeah, it's qubits, right? So it's 4 possible ways, right?
Okay.
So you have different types.
Yeah, that's like so. That you have to kind of start over
emulate
if
the
you do
logic.
that.
So it would take 2 transistors or 4 transistors to emulate the logic of basically 1 quantum qubit, right? So
like, wouldn't you
do
have
this
to
with just
rebuild
1, right?
everything
And
else on top of that, though? Like all the software for binary stuff.
Well, yeah, you'd have
that,
to
right?
program differently. Everything would have to be completely different. Like everything would be different. Like how you actually had to code the shit. That would be all different. How we
So
get
the idea
mathematics.
is,
But it would be able to do. It would be able to
I would say that's like
process.
quantum though. That's just like you're just doing. It's just
The
like a
point is,
different base system, like of
yeah,
a
but
different amount of
it
inputs that you're
happens
allowing
faster.
instead of
The computation is faster. That's the point. The computation basically happens all at the same time. There's no like.
It sounds like quantum's just like a
Indio.
misnomer then, or make quantum like like it's not related to like quantum physics then.
What is the
Yes, it is.
So just hold up for a sec. Just hold up for a sec, okay? Because it is. It's to do with the superpositioning of the particles for a quantum computer. The superpositioning is what allows you to get from the 2-bit to the 4-bit, because it allows the particles to be in their normal binary states, as well as being the superposition of those binary states, which gives it the extra ability. Now, you don't have to completely redesign everything to fit it. All you have to do is redesign whatever is design it so that data fed into it will come out as data that you can actually read, because all it really is going to do is it's going to allow us to work out a whole bunch of data, a whole bunch of equations.
I'm shorting quantum
really
computing.
quick.
That's what it is. Yeah.
The untenable doctrine.
I'm a big doubter in quantum computing.
Yeah, cool. I just want to make sure you actually understood it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. I was just trying to describe it to you. I don't think it'll ever work.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I've been in IT for like fucking 30 years, and I don't think the shit's gonna work. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but just what I know about quantum mechanics, and like they did say they found a way to stop the quantum decoherence problem.
I mean, some
but
algorithms
the people that
aren't
discovered
very
that,
efficient,
it's
right?
just gone nowhere, and so I don't really know how they're ever gonna solve that problem. Quantum decoherence is like what Dogs Are Gods are just talking about, the superposition. That state will devolve and become. It won't be in a superposition anymore. It'll be one or the other state, and how it becomes one or the other state will be random. So you wanted it to be, say, for lack of a bit, spin up, and it ends up decohering into a spin down state. Well, now you got a data fucking corruption, right? So now like everything you fed into there, like that particular piece of fucking computation has an error, right? So now you have a bunch of fucking, say you got 1 million qubits, right? And you have 1% fucking error in that, you're gonna get garbage out, right? You're not gonna get anything that's good. And this is something that's unavoidable because it's just like the probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics. They try to isolate the system from the environment using all super cooling it, vibration free, all sorts of shit. But whether that's actually ever gonna be successful is beyond me.
Not only do they want to
Your question, you're saying that 1% of error you'll get garbage out of if we have 1% error in communication or the signal, whatever.
Not only do they want to special plead for the logical inconsistency and impossibility of their doctrine, they also destroy the possibility of the uniformity of nature.
Indio, question.
Hey,
So
communication is different because you have a priori knowledge of the source. You have like basically a parameter which is going to run it. We're not like in quantum computing. Like you don't have any a priori knowledge.
So Indio, question again. So you're saying that 1%
So you're going to straw man me, even though I just explained it.
No, just say it again, please. I'm sorry. I was confused by what you were.
Okay, 1% error in communication. This isn't communication. This is computation.
Okay, computation. 1% error in computation or signal, whatever you are saying, is going to come garbage. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So I remember when I was like in my 20s, a Pentium 3 had a fucking error rate of something like 1 error in like 400 trillion computations, and they pulled it from the market.
Well, yeah, but that's like the entire system having
maybe
an
quantum
error, not
computers
just
are different.
like an individual.
It has to like equal out. Like
so
computers like just crash if they have an error.
So think about it this way: if you can do twice as much of the calculation speed, and you can redo the calculation like twice as fast, then you should be able to, even with a 1% error, redo the calculation enough times that you can work out what the error was. Because if that error is just random, you can figure out, okay, if there's the same thing happening again and again and again, except for in this one instance where there's not the same thing happening, that will be the error. We'll remove that error from the calculation and we'll use the thing that happened again and again and again.
Yeah, this
and
is one of the ideas. But
exponentially
one of the
reduce
problems
error
with
rate.
that is so that when you rerun the software, right, you get errors in different places. So say so because what they're going to try and model are basically like nonlinear systems. That's what it's really good for. Is modeling the evolution of a nonlinear system like weather or something like that. So it only works better in particular types of computations. So because like the output doesn't necessarily, a small variation in the input can that drastically change the output. If they redo it and they get errors in different places and they just say they just keep doing like, we'll run the exact same thing 10 times, they might get 10 different answers. Right, so you're not going to know which one of the 10 different answers is right. And I guess you can keep running it over and over and over again and get a probability of like what's the correct fucking answer. And like hey, this is the mean right answer. We're going to pull this one. But I mean, they're just not going to do that. I mean, they might. They've sold garbage before. It wouldn't surprise me if they did again.
No, I think
you're thinking about on too small a scale.
Or like Monte Carlo simulations in which you actually have. So the thing is, like you described it correctly, that you will arrive at a correct solution in the mean. So what is like? Why is it still garbage? Like when you repeat it again and again, and you arrive to a mean correct solution, what's the issue with that?
I mean, there's no issue with it per se, and it might work. But you know, as with any probabilistic system, there's a non-zero chance you're going to fuck up big time. Even if it is a mean. As they say, man, garbage in, garbage out.
Indeed. Did you know there's a non-zero chance that all the electrons and particles in your body could line up simultaneously if you just fall onto the floor through your chair?
Yeah, I know. Did you know that you're made up of mostly empty space? We all can get stoned and fucking...
Right.
So the other thing you said that was interesting was the superpositioning collapses in a random way.
Breaking up.
It doesn't. It collapses in a coherent way. That's why it's called decoherence. And the decoherence only happened. Did I break up?
Yeah. No, you're all right now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, the superposition.
No, what I meant was degenerate into either state, right? So it's in a superposition of two states. It could degenerate into either state, right?
Yeah, but it's not random.
Superposition state, but it actually takes a state, right? So it doesn't maintain a superposition. Actually, picks one.
It doesn't maintain a superposition when you actually like look at it, but it degrades into a knowable position in a knowable manner. It's just that any noise will cause that superposition to collapse, which is the big problem you said before. But it's not random. Nothing about that is random. It's all knowable stuff.
I have to look at a diagram. I mean, I haven't looked at this stuff in freaking decades. Hold on. Let's see if they still got this stuff.
India, I was also looking into standard computing where you have like, a significant digits error. Like that error is inherent in everything. And still we, use those.
Yeah, I guess that would have.
Oh, that's because we truncate calculations, right?
Yeah,
you would have to, over time with combining
we do that.
them.
And we still live with it. And now that we already live with systems with error, what's the issue with quantum? I still cannot wrap my head around it.
I just don't think it's ever going to be...
It doesn't sound feasible at all.
Listen, I just don't think it's going to be what they want. I don't think it's going to be like on a practical level. Maybe like some freaking corporation will be able to use it for... Well, what will probably happen is like a bunch of government agencies will hire contractors for big fucking money to build them supercomputers so they can model the freaking mating patterns of fucking dolphins in the North Atlantic or something, right? So beyond that, I don't see any practical purpose.
You could do that now. You just like you don't have the data.
Yeah, but
like
how you make
no
money
matter how
doing that?
Fucking smart the computer is, it can't
Yeah. You have to have the quantum supercomputer to be able to do that, man.
But has to actually
And
have
my brother,
like the
who's a contractor,
observations of the
my brother, who's a
dolphins.
contractor that builds quantum
Like that's what we're
supercomputers,
missing on that.
he really wants the contract. So I have to lobby the government to make sure he gets it. You guys don't you live in this dream where like vaporware doesn't exist and like scams, ripoffs, and grips isn't like America. That's America, dude. Sorry. It's the kleptocracy. In case
I
you didn't
agree.
figure it out.
There are so many grifts.
America's
Fucking Grift
great.
Central over here.
Yeah, America's great. Yeah, if you want to make money, America's awesome. I no doubt about it.
I agree
Or if
with
you
you.
want to live on the
100%
planet Earth, America's pretty good too. You know,
morality not so much.
I wonder why, by the way. I don't think it was that way like a while ago.
No, it wasn't.
The reason I disagree with this. The reason I disagree with this idea that quantum computers will never happen is because we've already managed to get it to work a little bit, and it does do something that's kind of amazing and that we definitely need, which is the increasing the power to run these really big equations. And once we can do that, we can use that to better understand the really, really difficult thing of quantum physics. And it's an exponential growth machine. When you create something that can run the really complicated equations to work out something in quantum physics, that can then allow you to increase the speed of your quantum computing, you can end up with exponential growth like we used to have with
no one can apply a logic.
Now it's sort of slowing down as we reach the limit of what's possible.
And no one can apply a logically impossible method.
You write logically impossible arguments all the time. You believe in a logically impossible God, which is very funny.
No, I don't.
Considering you destroyed
logically
it
impossible. God, that's a fucking new one. You can't even have knowledge without God.
According to Gregory, I believe God.
Here we go.
You can't.
No, I believe God could exist. It's logically possible. It's just Gregory gave an argument for why it can't exist.
Yeah. You can't have knowledge without God.
Look, without God, you can't even have knowledge.
I assumed that God.
Well, that's just incorrect.
That God is required for knowledge. I have knowledge, therefore God.
Congrats,
Gregory. Good job.
Here's an argument for you.
Where does knowledge come from, then?
Knowledge is just the mind interacting with reality, the thing that the mind exists in. That's it. Can you tell me why that's incorrect?
So empiricism. Central experience.
That's not even a refutation.
I'm waiting. So you said it cannot be explained. I gave an explanation. Is it wrong?
No, I didn't say.
Is my explanation wrong?
You can't even have knowledge.
Assumptions are wrong. Is the problem? Yeah, no.
Okay, so I can't have knowledge without God. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's test that. If I have a brain and I live in a reality, would I have knowledge?
So your brain has knowledge, not your mind.
You're down the road. I know how to argue this.
I believe brain and mind can be the same thing. So if I have a brain that is a synonym for mind, I think it's all physical. Why can't I have knowledge?
So what am I talking to? A chemical reaction right now? So the chemical reactions have
two
knowledge?
chemical reactions talking. One of them is just
Chemical
illusion.
reactions have knowledge.
No, the process of chemical reactions we call knowledge.
So if I take a Petri dish and I just dump a bunch of chemicals in there, it can have knowledge.
We just merely call it then, right? No, we call it.
So the process.
We just nominalistically call it knowledge. It's not really knowledge then.
Yes, it is really knowledge because the definition of the word is equal to the word.
Okay, so then you're reifying chemical processes. No, you're reifying knowledge into chemical processes. If you reify knowledge into chemical processes, then you destroy the falsity or veracity or meaningfulness of the so-called knowledge. Matter is not propositional.
Matter can allow you to perform propositions, to express propositions. Propositions are just language.
What is this
so
you're
if
talking
you
about?
have a brain, if you have a brain that is equal to a mind, then your brain, the process of your brain can be, say, an inference. You can put forward an inference, and that can allow you. What refutation was that, Gregory?
This is so funny.
So again, if you call the brain the mind, and the contents of the mind is ontologically identical with the contents of the brain, then you reify knowledge and destroy the universality, the applicability, the veracity, the falsity, and meaningfulness of it, because you're trying to ascribe falsity and meaningfulness and or veracity to
There are several
matter in
words
a
that have
categorical
several
erroneous.
different meanings.
Yes, unfortunately, Gregory, what you did is you just. Unfortunately, Gregory, all you did was assert that it's a reification and that it can't be done. But there's no reason why the brain, which I think is synonymous with the mind, it's all physical, can't have a process that allows for an added ability to understand the world around it through sense experience, thus creating knowledge. So there's no reason that can't happen.
Can you prove the law of identity with empiricism?
So you can prove it insofar as you can come up with no counterexamples, and you can only ever think of things through the law of identity. You can't even come up with an abstract counterexample.
So let me get this
You
right.
didn't
The
answer
brain.
the question.
Well, yeah, we didn't, but that's why I like. There's a point to this.
No, I think
flailing.
I did.
So well, your position is there's a bunch of chemical physical processes.
You said
those physical processes created something called the brain, a mind, and that mind evaluated the law of identity within those same physical chemical processes it exists within. So reality matter evaluated itself, right? But there's nothing actually there. It's just a bunch of chemical processes pretending to evaluate itself.
Yeah, not only that, in the
first so the mind is the mind is the chemical process. The chemical process is the mind. You seem to think that the mind is something extra on top, which there's no reason to think.
I just gave you the reason. I literally just gave
because
you the
anytime we interrupt this chemical process, we interrupt what you would call the thing that is the mind. There's no real process as such to give us the ability to evaluate the world around us. Now, if you think this evaluation is 100%, that's on you. I don't think it's always 100%. I don't think it can ever be put forward that it is.
You have the burden
100%.
You have the burden
but that doesn't mean we can't have knowledge, because knowledge isn't 100%.
Calm down.
An argument for the mind being the brain.
If you're saying the identity theory, you have the burden of proof of establishing how the brain gives rise to the mind. So show us the proof.
Oxidation is
so when you say proof, all I can ever give is inductive arguments.
Give a theory. Give us the theory of how the mind gives rise to consciousness. What is the physical theory of how that happens?
I already
great. So chemical processes.
His viewpoint. Okay.
No, just saying chemical processes is not a theory. Who's won the Nobel Prize? Who wrote the theory? Who are you espousing that says the brain is the mind?
I could find someone. I don't really care about.
Go find it.
Yeah,
so you're just making. You're just. You're going off your layman.
Excuse me, Baked Alaska. I'm going to continue talking over you until you shut up and allow me to finish the sentence. Great. So, I don't really care about the person that posits it. Lots of people are just pure physicalists, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But the brain can be the mind because the brain has processes, and processes can allow for abstractions, or at least what
is
you
the
would call an
scientific theory that supports your claim?
It's all process.
What is the scientific
it can be something
that supports your claim?
that is a physical thing. It's physical.
What is your scientific theory?
Physicalism.
Where is the theory that supports your claim?
Neurology, fMRI neurology, where they've been able to predict.
Neurology is just a domain. Neurology is just a domain of study. It's just a domain of study.
Hey, you go.
Where is the theory? No, you're making a metaphysical claim. You're making a metaphysical claim that's saying that it's like the brain is the mind. Now, I'm asking you, it's a fair question. I'm not attacking you personally. I'm saying, give us the theory, the hypothesis, the mathematical description that supports what you're saying. You could just link us something. It doesn't have. I'm not saying it's an argument from authority. I'm just saying, give us.
Buddy, can you shut the fuck up and let me answer, please? You've asked me a stupid question 10 times, interrupted me every time. Great. So, physicalism is the term for all things being physical. Naturalism, all things being natural. Also, I'm a physicalist. I think the mind is just a physical process of the brain. And the things that I have to support that, because you asked two different questions, Baker Alaska, the things I have to support that are things like neurology with fMRI machines, being able to predict the thought before the thought is expressed by the person, or the answer before the answer is expressed by the person, showing that when you make predictions based on physicalism, when you make predictions based on physicalism, they come true. When you make predictions based on idealism, they don't come true. So, unfortunately, mine has some evidence behind it. Yours has nothing except for badly formed deductive arguments that can work.
Right. The most no. The most you could claim is there's evidence. That's just because there's evidence for something doesn't mean it's true. Just because there's a lack of evidence doesn't mean it's false. Right. So you could point to these studies that have been debunked.
To be true, I'm saying that mine is likely true.
Where is, I asked you a different question. I didn't say, is there evidence in support of your claim? I said, where is the scientific
You said, what is the support?
No, I said, what is the scientific theory or model? What is the scientific theory or model that supports the metaphysical claim? Saying there's evidence for it is not a scientific model or theory. Is there anything approaching an actual mathematical description, a theory in science, that supports anything other than correlation between certain neurological chemical processes and mental activity? Is there anything approaching that? That's all I'm asking you, honestly.
Look, I want to point something out. He also omitted some data.
The same question three
Dogs
times.
are gods. Hold on. You omitted some data.
No, it's okay.
So they also they also did those fMRIs.
Yeah, keep going, Indio. Keep going. Don't let me answer.
I want to talk about your fMRIs, dude. So they also did. They also did.
You want me to stop answering this question? You can talk about it.
Let him answer.
Jesus fucking Christ, dogs. No, I want to point out he made an erroneous statement. He said fMRIs were used to predict.
You can talk about it. The right answer.
Are you gonna just keep
let
fucking
dogs
I'm either gonna mute you both. You got like 5 fucking seconds to shut the fuck up. Okay.
I thought so, Indio.
Yeah. So the fMRIs, I know you don't want this to come out because you probably use this all the time. The fMRIs, they also did a test where they had the person not do something, and when the person made a conscious choice to not do something, they got no fMRI activity. So the idea is that free will is predictable, but free won't is not predictable and has no link to neurological activity.
India may have the space to say this.
What do you mean? So if you have a link... Whoa, guys. My turn now. Big fella, it's my turn now. So I've almost forgotten what Baked Alaska said. So I'm pretty sure you asked what is the theory that supports this. Now, I don't see why I have to give some like fully coherent named out theory. The theory is physicalism, which is a philosophical theory that all of our thoughts, all of our mind, all of our brain are just physical interactions inside of the thing we call the brain with the neurons correlating to reality. Now, the second thing you said is, can I give anything that isn't just a correlation? No, you cannot do that in reality. There is no way to show anything except for your own existence is anything other than corollary, and your own existence is corollary for everyone else around you. So you know this because you've been doing apologetics for a long time. You're just asking questions that you know cannot be answered by anyone in any position anywhere in reality. So, Indio, as for the fMRI thing that you said, the fMRI refutation doesn't actually refute anything that I've said. All it says is that there is a limitation to the predictions we can make. It still validates some of the predictions, and it has not falsified the idea of a purely physical brain equaling a mind.
May I have the floor to say the refutation of Dog's position again? He keeps steamrolling every time I say it.
Yes, let's Gregory speak, please.
Can I predict it? You're going to say it's a refutation, but not give a reason.
Now he has to predict it instead of just not talking, right? So his position is already, when he was answering my initial question. He was supposed to be justifying to believe that knowledge is possible without appealing to the concrete reality of the God and the self-revelation. And so his appeal was to just the mind, right? And usually he's appealing to non-God minds such as ours, and then ontologically conflates the mind with the brain. So in the first instance, he's kicking the can down the road because it just begs the question as to what made that contingent mind, both contingent generatively and well, I can't say the other part like that. It's a contingent entity, so he's kicking the can down the road. And secondly, if he does ontologically conflate the brain with the mind, then it's going to destroy the universality and applicability of any and all abstract concepts, which includes falsity, veracity, and meaningfulness. You can't know anything if there's no such thing as truth, nor falsehood, nor even meaningfulness. So he reduces any and all knowledge to being nothing more than bubble in the soda bottle or neurochemicals in the brain. And matter is not at all propositional, so it can't be true nor false, nor can it be known to be true.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, so you've just confused epistemology and ontology a few
matter
times
being
there.
propositional, not propositional.
Look,
give us some propositional matter. I
Even
don't
if
want it.
So propositions are language, right? So when you say matter can't be propositional, yeah, that's because matter can't create languages unless you're a human being and you have a mind. And then the process is language. The process creates language, so they're not the same. And the idea that me saying the brain is equal to the mind is somehow me just presupposing something, but you're not falling into the exact same trap, is ludicrous. And finally, the idea of brains being contingent, and therefore I need to give something they're contingent upon. Yeah, great. They're contingent upon the reality, the matter we live in, and the physical processes that govern the deterministic outcomes of that matter interacting.
Yeah. So how does the chemical process determine true or false?
Well, let me refute his
Yeah, go ahead.
That was a direct question. Can I answer that first?
I was speaking to you before, and he just yielded the floor
Yeah,
to me.
let Gregory answer. I just
yeah. So I didn't conflate the categories. I explicitly distinguished them. I distinguished matter from proposition, concrete from abstract. So you're attacking a straw man. And secondly, you're just refusing to be logically consistent with the premise with your materialism. You are trying to hold knowledge, any and all abstracts, which is what you need to have knowledge.
Yeah, so first one, did he cut out? Gregory, I think he cut out. You'll have to start with the second point again.
I'm here. Hello? Thank you.
You're good.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
So, the second point is that my mother is calling me.
Oh, he's cut out again.
I'm here again. Trying to get my train of thought. I made the distinction between matter and proposition, so I didn't conflate them. You're attacking a straw man. Secondly, you're not being consistent with the materialistic premise. Either you only have matter, or there isn't only matter. You can't just reify knowledge, all the constituents of knowledge, and all the items of knowledge into being matter, into being ontologically identical with the neurochemicals in your head. Neurochemicals are not propositional, so they can't be true, nor false, nor known.
Great. So the first one, the confusion between the ontology and epistemology you made, was the idea of a process and how the process, such as a proposition, which would be a knowing of something, how that can form within the actual thing itself. So it's the idea of you're conflating us using abstracts to gain knowledge with the thing that is doing the abstracts to gain knowledge. And as for allowing abstracts, I don't think there's such a thing as abstracts, honestly. I think that there's processes inside of the brain that we project outward as abstracts, and that 100% fits my worldview. There's nothing outside of these processes. And the processes aren't the thing itself. The processes are the interactions between the things themselves. So there's no reason why I can't have a process step in instead of using abstracts. Instead, say processes allow us to have this thing. They aren't the thing itself, and there's absolutely no problem with having something express a greater property than what that thing it possesses, so long as it's part of a group of things interacting, like the sun creating nuclear fission, and that nuclear fission being greater than the sum of the parts of the hydrogen atoms.
Are we not going to talk about? Are we not going to talk about the word reify?
Yeah, I can define that really quickly.
He just keeps saying reify, but he hasn't given a reason why it's reify.
Come on, dude, come on. He finished. God.
Yeah, complain harder. Tell me how I reified anything.
Stop talking.
Where?
Stop talking.
Where?
Mate, what's wrong with you?
God,
I'm doing Waluigi noises because he gets upset.
Because your dumbass keeps talking over him.
Yeah, stop acting like a little child, dude.
There just needs to be moderation at this rate. Just trying to prevent me from saying anything, dude. Reification is the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. You're treating things that are not concretely real as though they are concretely real. That's what reification is. And so he's treating knowledge itself, the category knowledge itself, all the constituents of knowledge, everything that needs to be, everything that you need in order to have knowledge, and all items of knowledge, as though they are ontologically identical with neurochemicals, or that they're any type of matter at all, when they're not. And so that's the implication of his materialism. If he identifies all abstracts, knowledge, all the constituents of knowledge, and all the items of knowledge as being ontologically identical with being material entities, then it destroys the universality of them, the logical applicability of them, the veracity, the truthfulness of them, the falsity, the falseness of them, and or the meaningfulness of them. Matter is not at all a matter of matter is not a matter of truth or falsity or meaningfulness. You don't look at the bubbles, for instance, in the soda bottle and say that they're true, that they're false, or that no bubbles are true or false. That's ridiculous. That's a category error. And then lastly, where he's appealing to an ambiguous universe or reality or matter, and he's trying to whistle past the fact that there's an absolute dichotomy between an absolutely necessary entity and those that are contingent entities, and all the contingent entities are contingent upon the absolutely necessary entity.
Baked Alaska, you're hot micing, please. Thank you.
So he didn't actually account for what makes knowledge possible, right? He just kicked the can down the road, appealing to a contingent entity, which is not self-explanatory. Anything that's not absolutely necessary is not aseatus. What does that mean? It means self-sufficient. It's not contingent upon anything else.
So, Gregory, do you believe that I ever said that I think knowledge is just matter?
You didn't say it. I exposed the implications of your premise, which reduced to absurdity.
Uh-huh. So what did I say knowledge was?
Okay. I exposed the implications of your premise. You are trying to
So you don't remember, do you?
I'm going to finish the answer eventually. You said...
But it's not answering my question, it's a different question.
Eventually. I will finish eventually. It's going to happen. You said knowledge is the chemicals in your brain. If you say that, then that destroys the universality and logical applicability of them. Matter is not a matter of truth or falseness or meaningfulness. You don't look at the bubbles in the soda bottle and say the bubbles are true or the bubbles are false, or I know the bubbles are true or false, or that they're meaningful in any way. They're not propositions. You only know propositions. You don't know matter.
Great. So I never said that knowledge was matter, and you just said that knowledge was the chemicals in my brain, which would be me saying that knowledge is matter, which I never said. Knowledge is the process of that matter interacting. Now, what part of the process being knowledge means that there's some problem with me saying knowledge is matter, which I'm not
doing?
It's
an undefined process. You're just hand-waving, dude.
Not only that, he just identified knowledge as being ontologically identical with the process of the material interacting. So he said what I said. He said that he didn't say what I said.
Correct.
Correct. He said.
No, Gregory, you said
you're adding a physical process
was equal to knowledge, and you're adding
a physical process.
And you said, Gregory, because you had your cute little "it's the matter of knowledge" or something like that. That was your
No,
cute
do,
little
do
saying you had. So
molecules do
you agree that
molecules
you said
follow
that.
the
So
laws of
what I
nature?
think is that knowledge is greater than the sum of its parts. Knowledge is the process by which matter interacts within our brain. So any interaction of matter generates information, and when it happens within our brain, we have a way of referencing that information with our sense organs. So we can have sense organs take the information, it runs through our brain, and it outputs some more information to our sense organs. There is no problem with that. It fits every known law of physics. It fits reality, and it justifies knowledge existing, because all you need is the sense organs, the brain, and some reality for them to sense.
Okay, so once again, you made a distinction without a difference. What I said is semantically equivalent to what you said, and to use your exact rhetoric because you're pedantic, you identify knowledge as being the process of matter interacting. So the matter interacting is knowledge. You're identifying knowledge to be material entities interacting. That's again the same problem.
So how is that a problem exactly? Because I just reject
the problem ontologically.
the idea that there is anything other than matter and the interaction with matter, and that can still justify me saying something like a proposition is true. When I say a proposition, a provisional statement, and we have a million examples of this, of people saying, I see a blue car, and that car's not blue because there is some problem with their sense organs or their brain, or the process in their brain.
Your point was not coherent. You need to listen. Your connection is shit. You need to fix your connection.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to listen when I was talked over by two people, but great. Oh, wait, no, that's you. You can't listen when I'm talking because other people are talking over me.
Fix your connection.
Get less mad, you bitch-made motherfucker.
Two people can talk at the same time. It's not your fault.
That just
anyway, so Gregory, did you hear what I said before? The idea that there's no problem with there being a process, there being matter, and the process giving forth knowledge with the sense experience, and that we can have only provisional knowledge.
This process is. What is the process?
The process is the share of energy through neurons.
So energy and matter is knowledge.
No, the process is knowledge. So the way that the pathways are set up inside of our brain is the memories. So those memories are contained in the processes within our brains, but they're not activated until the processes comes through them.
I'm
sorry, Baked Alaska. If you're too stupid to listen, I can't.
Okay, we're smart enough to understand. So
Gregory, Baked Alaska, India, are you guys ready to listen to a full answer without interrupting?
I can actually hear them pretty okay. So dogs are gods. So that means I can map your brain, the chemical process that happens in some portion of your brain, and get your identity out of that. Some like an exact clone of you, with all the same thoughts, all the same ideas, everything. Like I can make an exact clone of you if I cloned all the atoms, molecules, particles, energy identically in the same state. There'd be another you, identically. With the same thought.
It wouldn't be
same memories.
It wouldn't be. Oh my God, Indio.
You know what I'm saying, though, right? Same thoughts, same memories.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was trying to talk after you had stopped talking and you just started to repeat again. So it wouldn't be the exact same in terms of identity. It would just have the same processes and the same brain as me, meaning that we'd output the same information when you give it the same sense data. But it would not be one-to-one because you would have particle A, which is a particle inside my brain, and particle B, which is a particle inside another thing's brain. Even the randomness of the spin of the electrons will be slightly different.
Bro, stop talking gibberish.
But what I said is identical.
I'm sorry if you can't understand it, Ripcord, but that's a failure.
He gave you a defeater. He gave you a defeater, dogs. But I want to ask you something.
What was the defeater? What was the defeater, Baked Alaska?
Let's just accept your last.
What was the defeater, though, Baked Alaska? You claimed a defeater. What was
it's metaphysically impossible what you're saying. But let's just.
How is it metaphysically impossible?
I'm going to concede your answer. I'm telling you, I'm conceding your answer. Now, explain to me.
Fair enough. It's just interesting when you say I've been defeated when no one's defeated.
Okay. So what is a process?
A A process is the movement of energy.
Okay. So energy moves, so you're now just substituting the movement of energy plus matter equals mind. It's no different
what's wrong
than
with
you
that?
just said. It's not any explanation. It's not a substantive explanation. No, it's not.
Yeah, are you aware of the...
It'd be like me saying my chair and the apple create like X, right? You'd be like, what is?
Yeah, there's no problem with that.
What is your no?
There is a problem, like I've already refuted several times.
Yeah, so the reason it's not a problem is it's a problem of composition division. So composition division means that you can have something that is greater than the sum of its parts. So just to use an abstract view, you can have multiple... Shut the fuck up, based Alaska, okay? You can have multiple bricks that create a wall, right? Those bricks by themselves aren't a wall, but together they're a wall. You can have multiple hydrogen particles that create a sun. That sun has more energy output and it has different properties, like it gives off light. And those hydrogen particles don't give off light, they don't give off heat. So you can have something that has an extra property that isn't contained within each of the individual things, but only is expressed as a sum of those things moving through a process. That's what the brain does.
This is not a matter of a composite being made of particular components. You are ontologically conflating two categorically different entities. The brain is not ontologically identical with the mind. The mind and the brain are not synonyms for the same type of material entity. You are destroying the applicability. You are destroying the logical applicability, the universality, veracity, falsity, and meaningfulness of any and all items of knowledge. You cannot sit up here and tell me that the neurochemical is true or false. That's categorically erroneous. That's the implication of your materialistic bullshit.
Preach.
Great. So the problem, Gregory, and all you've just said there is that when we have a proposition and we try to say the proposition is true or false, that we can't know for certain if it's true or false because we could be wrong in some way because of just fallibilism. Now, every philosopher of knowledge that I've read so far that isn't a hardcore Christian apologist will agree that all knowledge is fallible. All knowledge is potentially wrong except for your own existence to yourself. So when you say that I've devolved everything into not being able to tell what is true or what isn't true, I can't come to the truth of a proposition, that's not true. It just means that there's some small statistical chance that my propositions are false,
which means
when all the information leads to them potentially being true. You can still have knowledge that is potentially true, but it can still very slightly be... Alaska, dude, I was trying to finish up, okay? And I was trying to get something you guys don't do, okay? Are you ready, Alaska? Are you ready to shut the fuck up and listen, buddy? Right. If I make a proposition that if I eat onion, that onion will provide me with energy. That proposition could potentially be false. I could be delusional and I eat the onion in my mind, but I don't actually eat it. I don't get any energy out of it. But because I've predicted it, in most cases, that prediction comes true. If you're not a delusional person, well, then that's knowledge about eating onions giving you energy, isn't it?
Okay, great.
So you're distracting from the metaphysical implications of your retort. I wasn't talking about epistemology. I wasn't talking about the probability of knowing anything or the extent or limit of your knowledge. Your metaphysic implies that knowledge is impossible because you are trying to reify that which you cannot justify reifying. So your materialism says there's only matter. You refuse to be consistent. If there is only matter, then there's no abstracts whatsoever, which includes knowledge, which includes all the constituents of knowledge, which includes any and all items of knowledge, which includes falsity, which includes veracity, which includes meaningfulness, which includes propositions, etc., etc. The neurochemicals cannot be fucking true, nor known to be true, nor false. You're dead in the water.
Okay.
So Gregory, when I make a claim about
some propositions, you can know 100%. The three laws of logic we know 100%. They're
incorrect,
100%.
Indio. So Gregory,
so the law. Give me a situation of law of non-contradiction is true.
I can't, but that doesn't mean that it can't be wrong. It's the problem of induction, mate. If you don't understand these basic philosophical problems, then I don't know. I can't help you. It's a problem of induction.
I don't think this proves God.
Gregory.
Yeah, India's right, but dogs, you conceded the point. You said,
"Oh my God, guys! Can you just stop dogpiling?" And I can just have one conversation at a time.
Oh, shut up!
You can finish.
Dogs are gods. You have to dogpile.
Yeah, you said a process is the movement of energy or something like that. So you're just relying back on matter and energy, right? As the
Which you have not
ontological.
debunked.
You
haven't shown us a problem with that.
No, Gregory's saying that ontologically these things are distinct. And your answer was process. But then when I asked you what process was, you said it's just energy and motion.
No,
right? So
I didn't. I said it was the movement of energy. I didn't say it was equal to energy. I'm saying it's the motion of energy or some change to a thing. So time itself is a process, and time is a process that you can track using a clock. So knowledge is just a process.
What is time ontologically?
Knowledge is something.
What is time? What is the
that you can
ontological basis of time?
track
Is that so?
through like fMRI. But Gregory, I just want to go back 2 seconds to what Gregory said. The ontology of
You guys say a lot of shit that's wrong.
Finally.
Sorry, man. This is not the fucking Dogs Are God show. All right.
Thank
you. Don't come in here trying to run this shit. You just made an answer and then you tried to go on to another fucking conversation. Once you give a rebut, let someone else talk. Just keep on talking. You've been talking for an hour.
1 whole hour? Damn.
Yeah,
You guys tolerate him that long?
Back to flat Earth.
Now, let me say this finally, very quickly.
Yeah, please do.
Not only is he reifying neurochemicals, but he also wants to reify the interaction. So whether he says the neurochemicals are knowledge or the process of neurochemical interaction is knowledge, they're both categorically erroneous. Matter is not knowledge, nor is the interaction of matter knowledge.
Right, it's a composite of the individual which determines then what is happening, which determines then the formulation of the knowledge, if he is capable of.
Thank you, Ripcord. Thank you.
You get the W. Information.
Yeah, he ran away.
Oh, he
These are basic things that, like a child, like these are not hard. I know we use like sophisticated level of debate or whatever, or on some level it's like more than the layman, but it's elementary like reason.
Theory of mind is not simple. It is complicated. Okay, don't
Alaska, you did good work. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't think that argument was ever going to come to a conclusion.
He will never concede to anything. He is one of the most bigoted, stubborn persons on the face. I'm not gonna say that in this Discord.
You know why?
He just argues just for the sake of arguing.
Well, do you know why? He told us why. Ain't that right, Alpha?
Hell
he
yeah,
told us
dude.
why. Because he might be schizophrenic. So.
Well, you know what the truth.
Oh, he actually said that.
Yeah, he said the truth of.
He said that.
Here's the real truth. He said there's a problem in solipsism. You know what the problem is? Anybody? You're not a solipsist.
Tell us, Alpha. Tell us.
I said it. You're not a solipsist.
Now, this idea about the theory of mind.
I mean, solipsism is an idea in and
really
of
not that
itself.
complicated.
It has nothing to do with actual proposition of a being itself.
What I'd like to know is where did you branch off of from that particular topic? Where were
I'll tell you why.
How many degrees were you away from the actual premise?
I'll tell you why. So before that, we got onto that because we were talking about quantum mechanics. We were talking about quantum mechanics. No. I'll have to say it this way. We were talking about how he justifies knowledge as possible. Why did we get onto that? Because we were talking about very important metaphysical issues, in particular, the dichotomy between material and ideal, and also quantum mechanics. We talked about quantum mechanics because I was talking with Percentage about the logical impossibility of any material entity having an infinite extent. And so then because we were talking about that, he branched off and digressed into the issue of the uniformity of nature. And so before that, we were on the subject of, in fact, I forget what happened before that, but that's how far back it goes in my recollection.
We were talking about the edge, remember? Because we're all in.
Yeah.
Whether matter was discrete or not discrete, bounded, unbounded, all that crap, and it just bled into...
Yeah, I mentioned that one, yeah.
So it was just a shit show of, and it always goes to like from something stupid like where's the edge? A literal child like, and who brought that up? That girl that's just here to troll. She just fucked up this chat for like 2 hours.
Yeah, it's such a bad question. Where else? People got to listen. Where else is the edge? The edge of any given thing. Where is it? The edge. What else is there to say to that?
Yeah. The edge is at the edge.
Well, where do I begin and you start, right?
How do I
travel? The argument wasn't the edge was there a physical edge?
How do I travel in one direction and end at the same
What
place?
is the shape of a water fountain? Like, what shape does a water fountain have where the water spews out?
What shape is a lake?
Oh my god, what's a chair?
What shape is a
Dumb
lake?
question.
Sometimes some things are defined by their own nature. Like the shape of a water fountain is
Water fountain
constantly
shape.
changing. Yeah, but it's constantly changing. It's in a state of its dynamic change.
So it's a lake.
You can't draw a picture of it and say that's its shape. The instant you try to capture it, it'll change into something else.
Let's see if the room is. Let's see if the room is opened up
to cloud.
to new people that are jumping in right now. Maybe perhaps there's somebody in here who's joined our forum today. And if you're
I
brand
heard
new to
someone say. Sorry, if you want to talk to him, Alpha. I heard someone say, "Why can you go in a straight line and get back to where you started?"
Yeah, who is there still in here?
Who said that? I think it was Truth, wasn't it?
Oh, Truth said that? Is he still on the mic, or is he
the straight
radio
line
silent?
and end up in the same place? Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, so can you give us an instance of where that's actually occurred on the Earth?
Of someone traveling in a straight line? Okay, no.
Okay. Well, hand
How
wave
do
dismiss.
okay.
That was easy. All right, so does
How do
anybody
you
else?
travel on a plane? Okay,
Well, I mean,
whatever.
it's obvious. It's
Sure.
obvious that people
You win.
travel.
I don't care.
I don't. It's just not even a win. It's not even entertained as something to talk about. You don't have an instance of where we can actually point to, or we can speak about something that's been demonstrated. So
Just like an idea.
Yeah, it's a composition of reflecting.
You put it forward. You put it forward, and we're like, well, that's never been done before, so we can just not talk about it, and we can talk about things that have been done, and possibly get into those arguments. But
Okay, a flight
that's not
from
really-
let's say like Los Angeles to Japan to Iraq to
okay. Who's traveled
Portugal
that distance?
and to
who's
New
traveled
York
that
and then
distance? Once
back
again,
to Los Angeles.
Yeah, who's traveled that distance? Can you name me an instance of where that's been done? Go ahead.
You could do that.
No.
You're
That's not
over.
what I'm asking.
Figgy, you're overcomplicating. He
You
doesn't
could
have
look
that.
at all the. You could look at every single all the flight.
Yeah, fine.
All right.
Things I just
fine.
said.
We get it. We get what you're saying, dude.
Yeah,
But,
we got
so
it.
you have no idea how circumnavigation will work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but
Basically,
by an
Hold on,
observational circumstance,
He's a
can
total
you?
noob, bro. Like,
I'm sorry.
hold on, I'll post something in the chat, dude. Okay.
And the reason why I just kind of muted you for a second, Truth, is because not only is Indio going to present something, but at the same time, you're just talking about these hypotheticals. I'd like to entertain the fact that you know something that's actually been done, and that we could point to that and talk about it. But do you have anything in the way of that?
Yes, flights. All those.
No, not flights. That's a generalization. I need you to be specific. In this arena, specifics are important. So, what specific person took what specific plane route to do that? Go ahead.
I'm not like.
Okay, well that's easy enough. Another hand wave dismissed. There's 2 for you. You're gonna go for number 3? It's up to you, man. You can keep going. Go ahead, Truth. You got another one that I'm gonna hand wave dismiss?
You're not gonna win this.
Are you gonna mute me when I start talking?
No,
I'm
actually,
not.
I want you to.
I'm done.
I want you to.
This is pointless.
Truth. I want you to present something that has been done so that we can talk about it. If it hasn't been done, your hypotheticals are gonna get hand wave dismissed. Go on.
Might I
You could even
suggest-
talk about. I'll put it this way. You could even talk about hypothetically that's something that can be done by somebody who
Yes,
can know how
all
to
the
do it.
flights I listed have been done. They're done every
Which
single
one?
day.
Yeah, which one?
From Los Angeles to Japan, and
So
then
who's
Japan to
doing it?
Iraq, and then
Yeah, who's
Iraq to
doing it?
Portugal,
Who's doing it?
and Portugal to New York.
Okay, who is doing it? You keep talking like a blabbermouth. I'm asking a specific question. Who has done it then?
Yo, Miggy, might I suggest that
1 second.
there's
1
other
second.
mods-
Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt.
different people
Well,
will do
I
it.
went in when it was
All
quiet.
right, different people. Who?
I
Go
don't
ahead, Drew.
know the pilot.
You don't know the pilot, so that's where this ends. Attempt number 3,
Hello.
hand wave dismiss. You got something else? I'm gonna
You're
count them.
a moron.
Oh,
Exactly. You're a nigger. You're a nigger. You're a nigger. Nigger.
And you're banned.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Who was that?
So,
man, I
don't worry
would
about
report
it.
you to the server admins. You're gonna get banned off the server.
Mickey, you're never gonna get good results if you keep on mute and monologuing.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually mute you, percentage, if you don't
You probably
pipe
will,
down,
but
bro.
let a different person mod and you engage.
You're not moderating the forum. Thank you very much.
You guys need to be modded, eh? He does a good job of keeping you in check, because otherwise we just listen to fucking retarded shit all day.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
get to
like
the
what
point.
we just listened to 5 seconds ago when
Yeah,
you were
so-
speaking.
Three hand wave dismiss. Okay, so go attempt number 4, Truth. You got something else for us?
Hello, Truth.
I'm gonna give you the mic and the floor, so long as you can present something that's we
you're
can
an idiot.
talk about.
Look up
That's all?
the Rutan Model 76 Voyager.
That's it.
All right, hold on. I got a guy who's piping up. Roboot Gully Daddy,
Hello.
whatever your name is.
I'm just
Primarch
giving-
of the Ultramarines? Holy shit.
I
Hell
don't know
yeah,
what that is.
brother. Arch from
All right.
McCrag.
So
Hi,
we're,
I'm not
we're
here to...
discussing, sir. 1 second. So you know the topic of discussion, right? So
Yes,
it's bring
I've
the
been
evidence.
listening.
Okay, so bring the evidence that the Earth is a globe. What is the best evidence that you have?
Oh no, I was just... Okay. That's why I was trying to say truth, but he's not listening either.
Yeah, but let's not
So look
co-sign
up-
his checks because they're bad checks.
I'm not
so let's do
co-signing his
something.
check.
Yeah, let's do something
Goodness.
where you're
Okay.
actually. Hold on. You need
Hold on,
to,
everyone. It's the
What?
Alpha Show.
You know, the reason that you guys always stumble and fumble upon your words is because you can't be concise. So here's the thing. I'm going to lay it out for you. I need you to bring your best evidence that the Earth is a globe, Roboot. Go ahead. Now the floor is yours and the mic. Please present.
Okay, so as I was saying, you were asking him a question stating...
You don't co-sign what he said. I don't care about what he said.
He's
It's a bad
asking you
check.
specifically.
I'm asking you to present your evidence for the Earth being a globe. You don't need to follow somebody else, okay? You're not sharing one community brain. You have your own individual mind. You can tell us what you think your best evidence is.
Don't be so
Please.
sure.
Please
So,
continue.
anyways, as I was saying, I'm going to just carry forward.
I don't think so. You're not an entitled baby, so you're not going to do what you want. This is our forum. You can think for yourself. But if you want to co-sign after him, go ahead. I'm just going to hand wave. You know, the problem is you don't understand. I just hand wave dismissed what he had to offer. You want me to do it to you too?
God, you scientist zealots are so bad at debating, dude.
I don't think Alpha. I don't think hand wave dismiss means what you think it does.
Yeah,
Okay,
for real.
All right.
My gosh, bro, he's a broker.
Okay, can we stop with the,
I've
can
never
we
talked
stop
to you
with the
before.
peanut
It's
gallery?
like muting everybody, dude. Like
Platypus, relax, dude. All right, so we just want
That was cute.
Scott. All right, so Roboot, go ahead. Your own
Oh,
mind, your
I
own
said
argument.
it, but then I said
Look,
it, and then you
why don't you
muted
just
me.
present the evidence that you were going to present as his evidence, as
I
your
said
own
it. I
evidence,
said
and
it out
then
loud.
like say this is your globe evidence? Why
Sure.
can't you even just do that? You guys can't even fake it.
I said it, but you were too busy listening to the guy yap about continuing an argument.
Okay,
I already
what's your
stated the evidence.
What's your
The
evidence?
Rutan Model 76 Voyager.
Then
And that
continue
is?
the conversation.
Hold on,
It was a
Ripcord, let
plane.
him finish.
It was a plane that
plane?
flew around the world without stopping. It started
In
in
a
one
straight line?
location, went all the way around, and then landed in the same location. It flew
In a
for 9
straight
days.
line?
Let's see, as straight as a line, I guess, as you can get while flying.
Nope, that's not it. No,
I'm not a
that's wrong
pilot. I
answer.
can't use. No, I cannot give the proper.
Okay, so you cannot give the proper. That's an easy hand wave dismiss. So we can just continue forward with another example because it's a. I'm not. We're not going to entertain something that you can't articulate to the point where you understand what you're articulating. Okay, so it's that simple. If you need to present something, please do so in a manner that you can say the point that you understand. Don't
Such
do
a
something
stupid
half-assed.
crybaby. God.
It's not a crybaby, dude. It's you actually not knowing what you're
Said the
talking
stupid
about.
crybaby.
All right, go ahead, Roboot.
So
Try
did you-
again.
How
Use
long do you
another
sit on the
example.
mute?
I told you not to come in with somebody else's example. I told you what was going to happen, and it did. So now can you present something that's not that argument because you couldn't articulate that point? It was demonstrated. You didn't know.
What?
Oh, wait, am I allowed to speak now? Wait,
Comprehending the problem, Roboot.
can I get muted again? Or we got
maybe.
okay,
Hold on,
sweet.
Miggy. Let me explain something. Let me explain it to him. Like, you're not getting it.
Oh, no,
You just
I'm getting
presented
it
evidence
perfectly
that
fine.
you don't even understand. We don't want that. We want your best
Well,
evidence,
you
not
guys don't
something you
understand
Googled.
that
Are you going to interrupt me?
Okay.
We
Yeah,
want something
okay,
you
who
didn't.
cares? Who cares? The world's
Is
a
that your
globe.
attitude? Who cares?
The
Then why are we
world's
having a
globe.
conversation with you if you don't care?
Globe.
Listen to him chant like a fucking vault nutter.
This is what scientism produces.
Indio, he's
This is what
chanting, bro.
scientism
Y'all are
gives you.
so fun.
He's literally chanting.
Autism.
Are you chanting,
Anything.
bro?
You know.
Ooga booga.
And listen,
He's
Thermonuclear
literally
meltdown.
chanting, bro. This is
Dude Googled
this is
from his
insane.
Xbox, tried to present this evidence. That's fucked up.
Oh,
Bro
I'm
started
sorry. Are you on a
chanting
PlayStation?
globe.
Well, yeah, I mean,
What?
I'm going to get muted.
I know. Well, you are now, but but dude, he's just. I can't. Can you imagine this? Chanting globe.
Yeah,
Dude,
keep trying to
imagine
suppress
that.
other people's voices with yours, Robu. It'll make your globe true.
Imagine if we chanted flat Earth, what they would think of us.
While they were
You're saying the same shit. Wouldn't never hear the
Space
end.
is fake. Space is fake. Space is fake.
Imagine a mantra.
No, fake and gay, man. Fake and gay.
Roboot.
Any other takers?
Wow.
Anyone?
Cooper likes to keep chiming in, man. Let's just fucking lay the smackdown on him.
Yeah.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like Miggy spent way too long talking about electrons and not enough time talking about the flat Earth. So now he's got to try and cram all of it in before he goes to bed.
Dude,
This is
how do
like
you know my
rapid fire
dude?
shit.
How do you know my
He wasn't
secret
even
plan,
here for that
dude?
conversation.
The fuck are you talking about?
Fucking GE's got my secret playbook, dude. Give it back, bro. Fucking hell.
Yeah, he wasn't here for the electron conversation. Suffer from that.
Like, what the? Why do people keep doing that? Talking out of sheer ignorance. You know you didn't hear him talk about no damn electrons.
I'm sorry, I was thinking Indio. Indio, he was here for basically that whole thing.
Yeah, to be honest, I think he forgot the question at all. So maybe we give him the same question again.
Can we get Roboot to chant globe again? I think that was pretty cool. Go ahead,
Please go
Roboot.
ahead. Embarrass himself. Embarrass him again.
I was muted.
Say
I'm
globe.
sorry.
Globe. Say
Yeah,
it again.
do you, Reboot, do you
no,
remember
it's
the
okay.
last
Just
question?
keep muting me every time I speak. It's okay. And
Do
I'm
it together, all of this. It'll sound awesome.
No, I'm the
Dude, you're
suppressing
literally
one
being
that's
given the
muted.
floor to do your scientist chant of globe. Go ahead. It'll make the globe doctrine true. Go ahead, chant.
So
I'll join in, man.
How chanting do you want me to do? Do you want me to do it faster, slower? Do you want me to do it more vibrational?
Are you serious? Continue with this fallible.
Get your words out.
I want you to never mind.
This is the mystical
globes do you
scientism.
want me to say?
It's the Pentecostal scientism.
You want me to do three?
What we want you to say. We want you to say your best globe evidence.
Yeah.
With some conviction.
Stand on all 10 toes, bro.
The 1898 photograph of the fact that the world's a planet that they took.
Let's go. Where's it at?
1898. Holy fuck, dude. He's earlier than I thought.
That's not even.
He's back
Did
to
you say the Earth is a
1898.
planet? You think the Earth is a star?
It is pre-internet.
Let's go.
Pre-Soviet Union
But
Russia.
Roboot, I want to hear.
It was pre-internet, but not
true.
that
Let the man.
pre-internet.
Let the
I
man
think it's
chant
fair
on.
enough.
Come on.
Yeah, let him go.
So this is one of my favorite little bits of history, which is so silly. The Russians, they can't feed their people, but they send a little thing up, a hot air balloon with a camera attached, just taking pictures. And it goes all the way up until it can't go any further. And the whole time it's just taking pictures on a timer. And it takes a picture, and it gets all the way up, and you can see the curve. It's
really?
A cute little thing.
How high was it?
Oh yeah,
This is curve, right?
How high
Is the
was it?
y-axis or x-axis curve?
That's a great question.
Well, you got him.
Yeah,
Greg.
you got the answer?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. No,
I'm bringing it up.
No, but seriously, can you post it, Roboot, for all of us so we
Yes,
can see?
I can.
Let's freaking go.
Okay.
Fish Islands.
Oh, boy.
Fish Islands.
That's even pre-Soviets. That's just like
Yeah, it
the
is.
Russian.
He said 1898 or some shit.
You're gonna need the help of Saint Neil deGrasse Tyson.
All right, percentage, you're off.
So I want to ask Ratatouille, whatever his name is. How high do you have to be to see the curve of the Earth?
His name is Gullible Daddy.
Like 100,000
Yo,
feet.
actually, Vivek,
I could do the math.
I'm sorry for
Oh,
interrupting.
answer the phone, get a math.
We've got someone here doing the math.
But this is a historical thing because
I like Well, hold on. I like asking you guys how high because I loved all the different answers.
Is that the Snoop Dogg fallacy?
Yeah, this like
it's like
yeah,
it's like asking a flat
One of the
earther
things
what
they're
do you
not
think the Earth
intuitively
actually looks
uniform
like.
on.
You never know what you're gonna get.
It's like asking
Yeah,
a
one of
flat
the things
earther
they're
what,
not
Cooper?
intuitively unanimous on.
It's like asking us what, Cooper? I didn't hear
No,
that.
It's like asking a flat earther like
you
literally
can see the
anything
curve
about
from
the
an
flat
airplane. It's
Earth.
not
It's like you never know what you're gonna get.
That's not accepted
No,
like
you
on
guys
the
just
model.
don't listen, so
honestly.
you think there's different answers all the time. Okay, Cooper. Steel man, a straw man, a flat Earth sunset. What's our argument?
Steel man, a flat Earth sunset.
Yeah.
Doesn't the
Why?
flat Earth kind of like just travel above
You don't-
the Earth? So it's just it's like an angular resolution thing
flat
on
is
your
flat.
world.
Just like no angle. This you're the second guy just
Steel
said it's just an angular resolution thing, so you don't comprehend it. Basically,
Did I say
It's the
something that
problem.
was wrong there?
Yeah, you hear the
Yeah,
words, but
thing
you
is
don't know
not-
what you're saying.
thing
Oh,
is
so I
not
said all the right
actually-
words, but you're implying that I don't understand what I'm saying.
No,
Okay,
you
I
don't
understand.
understand it. You're just saying buzzwords. So basically,
Oh,
you listen
sure.
to flat earthers say things, and you picked out technical terms and just regurgitated them back, but you have no idea what any of them mean. And
Gotcha.
what
So I
context
said all the right things, but I said them in a way you didn't like. Or
Yeah, you had trouble
just go-
comprehending
or you,
what is
or
being
you guys,
You don't
said.
understand the
you
words.
just
There's
assume I'm
no
wrong.
You don't
comprehension.
understand the words and how they apply. That's the problem.
Did I say anything wrong?
Yeah.
Or are you just assuming that my understanding is bad?
Yeah, when you said angular resolution thing. What does that mean?
It means the way that, like, you know, how when you go up to a higher evolution, higher elevation, you can kind of see more. Your
Evolution,
eyes,
baby.
like your eyes can pick up more. Like the sliver of light gets bigger that your eyes can pick up, so you can see more.
God's sake.
That's a pretty good layman's description.
Requires a flat plane, dude.
No.
Yeah, it was.
I think I just heard a Jedi moan into the microphone real quick. Is Jedi in here?
Fucking flat.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, let Indio reply now.
There is no reply. Everything he said was wrong. He has no idea what the flat Earth argument is. He has no idea what angular resolution is. He has no idea what our argument is. No
Well,
wonder
if you
why he
assert
hears
that
something
loudly enough. I mean, maybe it'll become true.
It hasn't. This isn't about true or false. It's your fucking comprehension.
If you condescend harder, maybe the Earth will become a globe.
India, do me a favor. Let me know when you're ready to get out of the kiddie pool with these kids. I got
kinda
3
fun.
beers in me. I'm ready to go.
It's kind of fun waiting in the kiddie
You haven't
pool
been
right
so
now, man.
ignorant. I ain't touching you.
With that horizontal
he's-
surface of the pool.
Hold on, we got a few guys in here that are brand new.
I'll wait my turn.
Oh, we just want to see like Johnny Maple. We got Johnny Maple in here right now. Welcome, Johnny Maple, to the forum. Lobotomized Condo. Who else we got in here? Roboot Gully Daddy was responding to Truth's answer, but he got it all messed up, so he had
Where's
to
our
reset.
balloon photo?
I don't know. We're waiting on Roboot to post that. 1898, I think he said.
1898.
Let's go.
Sorry. What are we waiting for? Because I heard it was. He wasn't sure if it was left to right curvature or away from curvature, but it's from 18.
Yeah,
1898.
1898.
Yeah, they just got it up.
Darwin Russian balloon pick.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be awesome, dude.
Was it Tsar Nicholas the
Oh,
first
yeah.
or Tsar Nicholas the second that took him?
Can't wait for this. What was the altitude? Or do we not know yet?
I don't know yet.
Yeah,
Maybe it was Catherine. I don't remember who was the Tsar in the freaking 1890s.
Jedi, your PFP makes me think that you're always
I think
sitting in that
Nicholas
position.
was right before the Soviets. So.
Hey, welcome
Wonderful.
Piddle Tits to the forum. If you're here brand new, welcome to the forum.
Okay, and Nicholas II.
Yeah, Nicholas was right before the Soviets. Soviets were like 1918. So he could have been alive or around in 1898. Only 20 years.
There's a hot air balloon, right? I'm guessing.
Yes.
Awesome.
think. Who knows?
I don't know. Roboot's just.
That even more than
We got a little
130
radio
years old
silence
now.
from him. We got radio silence on Roboot.
Houston, we have a problem.
He has technical difficulties. He has to reboot.
Can we establish simple radio contact?
Lost 1 to lost 2. Are you there? Over.
Yo, Piddly Tits, you're talking. It's so quiet that nobody can hear you.
He's got background noise.
Yeah, that's kind of
Watching.
Oh,
that's
it's
him.
not Piddly. It's Piddle Tits.
Oh shit! I thought it was a radio or TV in the background, dude.
You're talking. It's just like underwater and under a pillow.
Yeah, your mic
Cooper,
is.
he said something. What did you say, Piddle?
Unplug and plug it back in or something.
Can't hear me because they don't want.
You can't hear me because you don't want to hear me?
Piddle, you have to turn up your mic a little bit.
I promise you, it's not an obstinance thing. It's a tech thing.
Yes, we're very afraid of Piddle Tits. We can have nightmares about it.
Okay.
Sounds like a type of breast cancer.
It's not any better, bro.
Yeah, leave and come
Just
back,
turn
dude.
your mic up.
Or leave and come back. It's probably an issue from Discord.
Yeah, it is some kind of shot.
Trust me, man. We do want you to give your argument, so we're not.
If you
like,
have
afraid
two
of you or
mics,
anything.
you're on the other one.
Maybe.
Can you hear me now?
It's still just as bad.
Yeah, I mean, we have to turn you up now, basically.
I could help you. Let me just DC you and then just come back in. All right.
What?
Since you don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like a guy
Well, come
on
back.
his
I haven't touched it.
on
just-
check the
just
mic that
come
you're
back in.
using.
They kind of
I'll DC you. Just come back in,
I don't
dude.
get it.
Don't worry, everything is fine. Just come back in.
We'll
He's
DC
like
you and
far
just come
away
back.
from his mic. Or something. Yeah,
If he's on a laptop,
back.
if he's on a laptop, he needs to make sure that it's not trying to use his webcam mic instead of his actual mic. That's what it sounds like he's doing.
Yeah, it sounds like whatever the second mic is operating instead of the one he wants to use.
I DC'd him, so he should come back and it might fix it.
$5 says he doesn't come back.
It feels good.
Any takers? Any
Probably
takers on that?
I just
$5
DC'd
says he
him.
doesn't come back.
I told him I would just DC'd him.
Take it now. Take it now. I'm not going to let you wait.
What is that? Bitcoin?
Going once, going twice.
There.
Nah.
No takers.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
You gotta make it a bit more enticing than that.
Yeah, 5 ain't gonna do. You're going like 20, maybe.
No, if I make it more than $5, none of you will fucking pay me when he doesn't show back
what
up.
the hell you mean? It's the same amount of enticing if you think he's going to show back up.
I think he was
You
saying
shouldn't
something
care
to
about
the
the
effect.
bet side.
He was saying something to the effect that we're afraid of him. That's why he doesn't. We can't hear him or something like
It
that.
sounded like he was talking to his imaginary girlfriend. Like he was speaking in like the third person.
What are you, jealous?
What? No, no.
Bro, I live with my girlfriend and my 3 kids. I'm pretty sure I'm set.
Doesn't mean you're not dude. I bet you his imaginary girlfriend's hotter than your real girlfriend.
Oh,
I think you're right. I think somebody said that he
burn.
was talking to someone else. I think that's actually probably
All right, we got
Okay,
DCI.
yeah, let's stick to the topic, guys. Don't go that route. No.
I can imagine beautiful women.
All right, we got DCI in the chat. He knows about the Earth being a globe. So DCI, go ahead and present your evidence,
It
sir.
feels so good being a.
So you got bad knees or what?
DCI, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and present your evidence that the Earth is a globe, man.
Yeah, no pressure, dude.
Okay. Do you want me to present the same evidence that I produced last time? That I won
Well, you could talk about it instead of presenting it. How about that? Start there. Just present.
Plenty of new people.
So you know
just
how like
start again.
Do you know how like
We're talking to God.
do you know how like Sean White said he's not white? Exactly.
No.
I don't know what that means, man. Can anybody follow that?
No, Sean White isn't white. It's true.
Guy sounds like a fucking idiot. The last
Actually,
guy
Sean
said
White
he
is white.
Still
Wait, what?
talking. Still talking. So the last guy
Sean
said
White
he
ain't
was-
white, therefore the Earth
like,
is a ball.
you know, like Jedi, you're like saying.
Can you
stuff
guys
and
hear
just
Jedi?
mumbling,
He was speaking and everybody just
I
rumpus
heard
the
him.
shit out of
Didn't
him.
hear anything
you're
Jedi
just, like
said.
mumbling. Jedi's just mumbling. I don't know why he's mumbling.
Yeah, rumpus the hell out of him, man.
Because I don't want to raise my voice. I thought you gentlemen would be easier to talk to than that.
I'll hear him.
Okay, you're talking to Jedi, so you have to
Wow,
be
that's
pretty
crazy.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
crazy.
you better
That gotta
be
be
pretty
racist.
patient because he is pretty patient.
That gotta be racist.
Does
I'm also
DCI stand
pretty.
for Director of Central Intelligence?
I'm still convinced, and none of you will convince me otherwise, that Jedi is an alter ego for Nathan Oakley. They sound exactly the same. I still maintain that that's Nathan.
It doesn't matter.
Dude, you need
They sound nothing alike.
I need some Max Wayne.
Yeah, good luck.
It's probably not
No,
Nathan
I'm not
Oakley,
gonna
whoever that is.
Yo, Jedi, just use the Force and tell them you will be quiet.
Yeah,
Listen,
all
I'm not
black
gonna
people look
troll
the
right
same to
now.
platypus too. Like all
Listen,
British
I'm not
people
gonna
sound the
troll
same, all
right
black
now. I
people
don't
look
like
the
you.
same.
Jedi's accent isn't as strong as Nathan's.
But it's strong for him.
More of that.
Calling Jedi weak?
Like this.
Or that's Scottish.
Alright, I've got to ask, when's this
I
Gilly
didn't do
Daddy?
that, so
When's this photograph? Gilly Daddy, you still there because your light's flashing, and I'm sitting here patiently waiting for this 19 or 1800s photographs by the Russian of the Earth curvature. Have you got that yet, dude?
Yes, you're still up to post it. Still.
Mr.
An
Gilly Daddy.
1800.
Yeah,
You
whatever
should-
it
you
was.
should- Hey, Platypus, you should get a wager on that one. See if he's gonna post that shit or not. Nah, don't wager.
1800s.
Yes, you can't gamble. Don't wager. How about a gentleman's bet? He's not gonna do it.
I retired from gambling.
Well,
Yeah, good. I mean, good for you.
That was a good
of
bet.
course.
Anyway, any Globers want to defend champion the globe? Not you, Platypus. You know,
Why not me?
we know you don't know it's a globe because you were underwater the whole damn time. So
Platypus, one
He
of your
was.
AI art looks like a lizard rather than a platypus.
I know it does.
yeah, you're gonna like this this GIF if you haven't seen it of it. Let me post
Is it me sitting in the burning room? Because I love that one.
Why, yes. If my GIF's gonna load, it's not loading. Ah, fuck it. There it is.
that's like the last 5 years of his life.
What's the GP? What does that even mean?
Or Perry never catches a break.
GE stands for Globe Earth.
GP, he said Grand Prix. Grand Prix.
Yeah, you copied SC Montreal.
Sorry. That GP of the sun.
Ground position.
And that's actually called a subsolar point. So whoever's DMing you better tell them to fix their shit.
That's
It's
probably
in the chat here.
Oh no, they're onto me.
That's probably our good friend out there, Colonel Sanders, the poor man's version of Colonel Sanders.
Who's that?
Phil Bell.
Master Phil.
Phil Bellum. Have you seen him?
Yeah, it's actually a
Australian
terrible.
knockoff Colonel Sanders with a frickin' 20-year-old Mercedes.
I was going to say it was probably Scott, but I see he's not in here anymore.
Given sunsets, Earth of the globe. Now come on, get your $5 Philip.
Scott says you can see curve at the beach because you can spin in a circle.
Let's go.
Yeah, he actually said that. Because you can spin in a circle and the horizon must be a circle around you. The horizon's curved. Yeah. That crazy.
I swear to God, if I don't hear somebody else start chiming in, I'm going to start talking. I'm just warning you.
Before that
Anything new? Got anything new, Platypus?
What?
I didn't realize people were being
Have
so
any new
typical
globe
about
evidence?
that.
Something we haven't heard before. Bored.
I've never talked about circumpolar navigation before. It's traveling
Circumpolar
around.
navigation.
It's
underwater
traveling
the whole
around the
time.
world. It's traveling around the world from pole to pole.
Yeah.
Which people do and have done.
So they got. Oh, so you're one of these people that think they got tunnels that go underneath Antarctica? Secret Nazi sub bases. Never heard this? Secret
Nope.
Nazi sub bases under Antarctica making clones or something?
What is
I
that?
just
Hold
don't
on.
know.
Serious. Hold on. Serious, legitimate question. I've heard somebody in this server once or twice mention Nazi tunnels under Antarctica.
Riggs.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Riggs.
What?
He's still in here?
Jewish tunnels.
I don't know if he was in here, but Riggs used to talk about it.
I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about.
Not a flat Earth thing. So after the Second World War, the Nazis went to Argentina, and then some people say they went from Argentina to Antarctica and remained there ever since. I think there's something called Operation High Jump as well, which is an American operation that went to Antarctica and said that they saw, paraphrasing, they said that they saw flying saucers. Some people have put this together saying that the Nazis escaped the Second World War at the end of 1945 and have got bases in Antarctica. It's not a flat Earth claim, though.
It's a Jewish claim. The Jews.
Yeah, this is a Nazi alien claim.
Oh, doesn't this tie into the whole thing that like there's a bunch of people that think Hitler never killed himself and he's like still out there?
Boys from Brazil.
Yeah. He's 100.
How do you relate that to geography?
Yeah, so they went to Argentina, including Hitler.
But I don't know. I'm not the one who obfuscated. I mentioned circumpolar navigation. Somebody had to segue into Nazi tunnels under Antarctica.
I don't know how you. I don't know how you can circumpolar navigate if the pole is on land.
Didn't you say something about tunnels? That somebody mentioned tunnels. What are you talking about?
Well, that's why I had to mention he's in a sub, right? So that means he has to be underwater. And the only way for there to be water under Antarctica is if there's tunnels, right? So that's why I talked about it. That's the only way you going circumpolar in a sub makes sense. So I don't know how you circumpolar navigating.
When did I say anything about a submarine?
Well, do you have ships that go on land?
They do it by airplane, you ding dong.
They do it.
You think they went pole to pole, north-south circumnavigation?
Yeah, they even made a documentary about it and recorded all the shit.
Is this Blue Origin or something? Is this Blue Origin?
No, this is one more orbit.
One more orbit.
Why they use the word orbit, I have no idea.
It's
fake. How come their tracking was lost when they got near Antarctica? Their GPS tracking shut off.
Guys, I'm taking a shit right now and it stinks.
Awesome stuff. You probably
Just
need
like
to get
your
some
argument. They didn't dead reckon it's fake.
I'm actually taking a big fucking spooky dookie right now.
Why did they turn twice 90 degrees at the North and South Pole? Why did they do that? Platypus, that's a question to you.
You think they turned 90 degrees? Hold on, let me go pull up their actual thing here.
According to that chart, yeah.
Well, okay, so their goal was to go around the Earth from pole to pole.
Yeah,
so
I understand what that means, mate.
So they couldn't, when they got to the North Pole, they couldn't do a 180 and go back the way they came because that wouldn't be going around the Earth.
Platypus, they would fly straight over, wouldn't they? They would fly straight over. They would fly.
Is that going to put them?
Listen
is literally. Hold on.
Dude, no,
It's entirely too difficult, Platypus.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So to fly it circumnavigation polar, north to south, you fly straight over the South Pole and straight over the North Pole. You don't turn 90 degrees, which is what they did.
Nearly positive, and I'm double checking myself right now. Nearly positive they did that because once they got to the North Pole, they needed to then head in the nearest direction to an airport.
Yeah, you need to go fact check. Bro. Go fact check.
We had to make an emergency landing because some baby was having a live birth on the airplane.
Go fact check, Platypus.
So check this out.
One more.
There's a difference. So Antonio Subaret, he watched this live. He did a live stream while they were doing it, and they showed the what do you call it? The GPS real time. And then the GPS real time doesn't match what they ended up throwing up on their website. And when they were doing the real time GPS, when they got close to so-called the Antarctic coast, the GPS gave a estimated position and not a true position for the entire time it was around the so-called Antarctica part. And then it picked back up as soon as it got back to like around South America.
Yeah, bad signal.
Of course. Oh,
so when they headed in the hold on, I got a rebuttal for that. So when they headed in the direction of Antarctica, where were they? Hold on, let me ask my question. When they headed toward Antarctica, where were they heading toward it from? What was their point of origin heading toward Antarctica?
If I remember right, it was like
Isn't it down the east coast of Africa? They went down there.
They came like down to South Africa, skirted, and then went back up. They never crossed land. They never went over any pole. They never did any of that shit.
Yeah, they went up from Florida over sort of like Canada-ish towards North Pole, turned 90 degrees, and then come down the east coast of Africa.
Okay, so
why don't you think about this for a second? This topic's going on. Hold on, let me bring something up to you. Just real quick. It'll be 5 seconds.
You know where I'm going with it. That's
no, I don't. I have no idea what you're talking about. But because I'm just going to bring this up. How come you've never heard any other glober bring up this flight in the past 5 years, and this was done like 5 years ago? Why do you think they don't bring it up?
It's been brought up. And
I've
then
never brought up.
summarily debunked.
It's not get brought up. I don't ever hear it.
Yeah, neither do I. They don't come in here
and
and say that.
That's why I don't bring it up, because they know there's problems with it. Because they never actually went over any pole.
Have you heard it, Percentage?
I've heard it. Yeah, that's how I know about it. The one.
Well, yeah, I've heard it once or twice, dude. But like,
I've never heard this one.
See, and that's a glober speaking.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I had never heard about anybody trying to do it until like a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to know about it.
You know about the Pan Am one? Pan Am one?
Okay, so anyway, so they left a place in Africa and moved toward the South Pole, toward Antarctica, right?
I don't know if they landed in Africa.
And then when they okay, but then when they headed from Antarctica toward land again, what landmass did they head toward?
South America.
How in the actual fuck did they go on your Earth from that point on your Earth to that other point, almost on the opposite side of your Earth, without ever landing to
that's the problem. So it's on, and I know what you're talking about, the AE map, when you say, oh, Earth. That's not the other side of the Earth. The other side of the Earth from South America and America, well, that's flying up China and going down to Australia. You didn't go, this is why I pointed out flying straight over the North Pole. You didn't do that. You turned 90 degrees and then come down a quarter of the Earth, not over half of the Earth as you think that you did. You come down the eastern coast of South America, which is split in a circle into a quarter, dude. It's not hard. You've not travelled from one side of the Earth to the other. You've only travelled a quarter to it. The bottom of Africa down to America, and then the bottom of South America where Antarctica is. You want to be on the other side, that's Australia, New Zealand, dude. This is why you didn't circumnavigate pole to pole. You didn't go over the north, you didn't go over the south. When you got there, and like you said, you had to find a fucking airport. Yeah, you turned around 90 degrees.
Yeah, that's why it's weak sauce.
90 degrees isn't turning around.
It's not
180 degrees is turning around.
It's not going straight over the pole. It's turning 90 degrees.
If I walk out my front door and I turn 90 degrees, I'm not going to walk back into my house.
You're not going to rescue this argument, Platypus. You really aren't, bro.
I misspoke, but the point is, you didn't fly straight over the North Pole. You turned 90 degrees and come down the east coast of Africa, which isn't half of the Earth when you say our Earth. Idiot.
You can't. That's why this argument's been weak sauce, and the reason why you don't hear it being talked about a lot in these circles. If you keep pressing, you're gonna find out that it's not gonna. It's a road to nowhere. They don't use this argument. It's pretty weak, to be honest.
Archaic, defunct arguments tonight. Jeez.
Yeah, they're reaching back into like 2015 for these arguments. It seems.
I have never mentioned this one, nor have I. Seriously, I had never heard of anybody even doing this until like 3 months ago. I've never heard about this.
Well, that's the reason
that's my defense.
Although how much you guys don't want to talk about it makes me assume it's a good argument.
Go ahead, Cooper. You continue.
I can't. I don't know anything about. I don't know. It's his. I don't know anything about it. He obviously.
Cooper, you ought to let that go.
Well, hold on. I want to figure out where this is coming from. So, first question: Do you guys think that these guys actually got in a plane and did all of this flying over the surface of the Earth, regardless of the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, they flew.
Okay, so
Hold on, bro.
so your
Like,
argument is this is good news. That means your argument
right.
isn't just they're lying. So we can move on from that.
People do shit, but the problem is that the Earth they're doing it on is not the Earth they think it's a globe. So their idea, or actually, listen, when a pilot takes off on a plane, it doesn't matter what pilot we're talking about now. Doesn't matter. They're not thinking about the Earth as negotiating over any type of curvature. They're just flying a plane over the Earth. Right?
I'm not talking about how people.
Just relax.
No,
relax,
it's a
bro.
non sequitur. It's a
Relax.
non sequitur.
Here's what I'm. You know where I'm going? Is that why you're saying platypus?
No,
Because you're afraid of the answer, right?
No,
You know where
I'm pointing out that it's a non sequitur.
Yeah, platypus
You're
keep
changing the
interrupting
subject.
him. It'll refute him eventually.
But that's not the point. The point is that when people get in a plane and travel anywhere, let's say they were going to attempt to circumnavigate the Earth in the way that you might think so. So when they get in the plane and they start charting their courses, they're doing it over a flat and stationary plane because that's how they have to practically use the Earth. They don't think of it like the Earth that's rotating and it's flying through the cosmos. They're just doing it like a practical way. They're going to go from one place to another and from there to another place. And they're just using headings and you know what I mean? Like they're just going from one place to another. So when you think that that's actually proving something, which Jedi just pointed out because they had to make a 90-degree angle turn. So what's going to happen is that they're not flying in the great circle route that you think they are, which is it. You would have to have it happen that way. The great circle course, my good sir. That's what they say. And
Did I say that they flew? Hey, first of all, one, you are doing exactly what I said you were going to do, which is talk about something completely different.
No.
And two, yes, you are. And two, I would like you to show me a recording of any point where I used the word great circle.
No,
Did I
I'm
ever
telling
say
you-
that they performed
listen.
a great circle flight?
If somebody
You'll have
if
to
somebody
stop
wants
retorting that way.
Yeah, if somebody's
You're talking
wanted
about
to
flights, dude.
yeah,
We're
if somebody
talking about
wants to
flights.
talk about any
Not
course
even
of flight over the Earth, and they say that they live on an Earth that's a globe, they'll be flying a great circle route, right? So any distance that they travel, it's a part of that great circle route. So if let's say these guys were attempting to do what you think they did on a globe, they would have to be flying over the great circle route. And so if they made a 90-degree angle turn, that's going to throw that great circle route off. They're not going to fly that route anymore. It's something else. That's all I'm pointing out to you. So in the case for the Earth being a globe, they're not flying the great circle route. So they didn't circumnavigate as you might have previously thought. That's why it's weak sauce, bro. You can't bring it forth as like they actually did it. So even if they did fly, they weren't doing it like the way it's supposed to be if they were flying on the Earth that's a globe with a great circle route.
Right.
not
We're going to
doing it.
focus on the technicality of it not being a total and complete great circle and ignore all the other stuff like the fact that they were even able to do it, the fact that it didn't take anywhere near the amount of time that you know it would have to take if the Earth was flat. We're going to ignore the fact.
Our arguments now.
We're going to ignore the fact. We're going to ignore the fact that the flight times and flight distances, which they never lost. Yeah, you can point out. Oh, GPS fucked up at one point. Yeah, that's all great. Why don't you go and look up how long they were in the air and how fast they were going, and plot that down on a flat piece of paper and see how quickly that shit crumbles in your hands.
They did that for
and
us.
you know that it will. You know that it will.
They did that for us when they gave us the navigational charts. We
already
know.
seen this, platypus.
Yeah, platypus. I don't think you emphasize that hard enough. Emphasize it again. It'll make your refutation true.
I'm a sailor. I'm law dictors if I want to. Fuck you.
Charts are flat.
Awesome stuff.
I also do not need any other people in here who think the Earth is a globe to come to my aid. Sit and listen and learn.
Yeah, but now it's not
Obey his command, Globers. You heard him speak. Thus saith platypus.
Any globes already in here?
So let it be done.
I just like to participate. That's all. I wasn't trying to save anyone.
I wasn't talking to you, Cooper.
Oh, okay.
But they showed the navigational chart, didn't they, Jedi? This is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I've got it kind of imprinted in my brain. I know the kind of the areas that they landed, because that to refuel for fuel. This is why I spoke about the 90-degree turn. They didn't get to the North Pole, by the way. they turned a good 500 miles before they got to it, if memory serves. So they didn't actually go to the North Pole. They turned before they got there. They turned at approximately 90 degrees because they had to land somewhere in Russia to get some fuel because they hadn't had any since they left Cape Canaveral. I think they refueled in either Mauritius, I think it was Mauritius, or Madagascar. And then they went down to the Arctic, turned again, and then turned again as they came up the bottom spine of South America, back up to, I think it was Houston. If memory serves. So that's not even more modern circumnavigation of a fucking ball.
I'll tell you what, they put the thumbnail on the video for the 3 points that I had like years ago. And the thumbnail of that specific flight route was on the thumbnail for the video for the 3 points video.
Got it posted. Already got it posted in the live stream chat for you, Maggie. It's right there. It's exactly how it looks on a globe.
Let me see.
And my rebuttal for the they made a turn over Antarctica on a globe. If it's a globe, I would like you to show me any point where you can travel over the South Pole in a straight line, great circle line that sends you from one landmass to another landmass before you run out of fuel. Oh wait, you can't do that. It's almost like they made these turns to make sure they didn't crash into the ocean or in the middle of fucking Siberia before running out of fuel. It's almost like that makes sense.
You can even see the images that you've given us.
Retarded shit I've ever heard in my life.
That's
Congratulations, man. Sound like a fucking retard.
You can even see on the images that you've given us on your idea that the Earth is a ball and plotted out what you think was the flight path. If you look at the one where it looks at the South Pole, it's just over a quarter of section of the Earth that's been taken out. It's not a full circumnavigation in the first instance, dude.
That's what I was saying.
And they didn't go to the North Pole. They also didn't go to the South Pole. They had to turn before they got to those locations. If you watch the video, you see them telling you this.
Oof.
Fuck's sake, man.
It's almost as though you're wrong, Platypus. It's almost as though you don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, okay, this is okay. Here's my challenge to you. It's a flight that happened. You can see in the video all the airports that they landed at. I would like to see you show me what those paths look like on anything other than this sphere.
Okay, well, get an AE map or a navigational chart and do it yourself.
No, you know what? The other,
wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. No. Don't you interrupt Jedi right now, Biggie. Did I just get permission from Jedi to invoke the AE map? Is that what just happened?
Get yourself while you're having your orgasm.
Yeah, relax, Platypus. Jeez.
3 seconds. You said anything other than a globe Earth. Okay, well, there you go. You can use that one. You can do this shit yourself. Why do you need us to do it for you?
Oh, Jedi, I will pay you to do it. I will actually Venmo you money to plot this out on an AE map. Please do it.
Dude, you've got the airports there. You can do this yourself. You don't need to waste your money. If you were really,
you can do it too. I'll pay you to do it. I don't have the time.
Still talking. This is really fucking annoying.
You can't Venmo him. He's in the UK.
Yeah, I don't care, man. Whatever. You can do it yourself if you're that interested, Platypus. I don't need to engage with you anymore.
You would happily do it yourself if you knew it would slap me in the face, but you won't do it, and you know why.
I've already done it. I'd done this 4 or 5 years ago when it first came out.
Dig it up then.
Okay,
I'd love to see it.
Fuck me, dude. Do it yourself. It's not hard. You've got the airports. You've got several map projections. Off you fucking go. Why do you need me to do it for you?
Yeah, right there at the bottom of the open chat, Platypus, for your consideration. While you exaggeratively emphasize everything you're saying. Imagine digging your heels for an archaic and thoroughly refuted argument.
Yeah,
If it were thoroughly refuted, then you would show how it was done on a flat Earth, and you can't do that. And you know that.
It's quite easy, dude. I've literally fucking explained to you how to do it.
I don't want you to explain anything, Dad. I want you to show me. Show it to me.
Dude, you can show it yourself, dude.
Do you see at the bottom of the open chat, Platypus? Can you hear me? Can you follow instructions? Are you too busy exaggerating and cheerleading on yourself?
I'm assuming it's something you posted. I'm trying to look for something that you posted.
At the bottom of the open chat, what I posted, the citation, and what Into the Break posted?
Oh,
if you were looking for what you're asking for, perhaps you would actually detect it by now.
Next time, give a timestamp. You're assuming you're at the bottom still, and you're not.
I wasn't talking about the very bottom, but sure, of course, if you would just look, you would see it. Like, you can't really miss it if you're actually looking. And I recommend actually being critically considerate rather than just being a scientist zealot.
No, I like how the thing that you posted to me, when I go to the website, the very first thing I'm presented with is a simple illustration of how all of this is broken down from a globe.
So you're going to whistle past the passage that's quoted?
Yeah, you mean I'm going to whistle? Are you saying that this is a legitimate source and that they know what they're talking about?
Are you answering my question with a question?
You presented me with a source. I'm just inquiring as to how you feel about the source. Are you providing it as a flat Earth proof or a globe Earth proof?
I asked you a question before you asked me a question, when you answered my question with a question, which I said before your question. So I'm waiting for you to answer my question that I said before your question.
I don't remember your question. I was asking a question to get clarification on your question.
Yeah,
so if you want to ask your question again, then ask your question.
Can you both shut the question up?
Engage in good faith.
Shut the question up.
Yeah, that's your problem. You're so determined to talk rather than actually engage in good faith. So, do you see the citation? Do you see the quoted passage in the clip?
Yes, reading the quote. I'm assuming you're referring to the italicized thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, you pulled one sentence from the entire website. Now, since you're quoting this website, I'm assuming that means you feel that this website knows what it's talking about. Otherwise, why would you?
I quoted something that has no epistemic authority at all.
Cool, I hear the sarcasm, which means you do think this is some kind of an authority. Let's go to the website and read a little bit more, shall we?
So are you leading and insinuating that I committed the fallacy of context to me? Is that what you're trying to insinuate?
Today
Hello? Why are you silent all of a sudden?
Today I'll be going over the military grid reference system, which I feel is
I asked you a
not.
question. I asked you a question.
You don't want me to quote?
I asked you a question.
You quoted. I already answered your question. I read your quote.
You didn't answer the last question that I asked you. You're whistling past it.
Yeah, I'm going to read this out loud, but if you want to keep asking questions,
I'd like you to answer my question before you begin reading and whistling past my question, as you've been doing repeatedly.
Ask it again.
So for once in your life, you should actually listen to what's being said to you by the other interlocutor. Are you trying to insinuate that I'm committing the fallacy of context to me?
I would say that, Gregory. You should probably read the rest of that paragraph before you cite it.
Are you Platypus? Do you have an identity crisis? Platypus?
It sounded like you're accusing me of some kind of a fallacy, and I've never heard that word before. So can you please explain what it is?
I'm asking you, are you accusing me? Are you insinuating that I'm committing the fallacy of context to me, aka quote mining?
Okay, I just answered your question. I don't know what that word is that you're using.
Just defined it to you, Platypus, aka context to me, quote mining. Context to me, quote mining.
Oh, cherry picking.
Sure.
Yes, I am absolutely 1000% accusing you of cherry picking, Gregory.
Okay, so go ahead and exegete some other passage in that article that's going to refute what's clearly conveyed in the quoted passage. Go ahead, please.
Today I'll be going over the Military Grid Reference System, or MGRS, which I feel is not only a better representation of our 3D world on a two-dimensional map, but also simple and easy to use.
Just to help you, just so that we're clear and so that the audience is clear, I'm waiting for supporting premises to conclusion, right? I'm not just waiting for just some reply that's being said with the tone of disagreement, but not actually conveying the error, right? I'm waiting for a succinct and conspicuous argument supporting premises to conclusion, just so you're clear.
Well, I'm assuming that you've read all of this before, and since you've obviously read everything on this website before, and you're familiar with the website and your own source, you would know that there is a lot of reading material here. So would you please let me read, and I'll get back to you in short order.
Okay.
Unless are you aware of how much there is here? Not all of us are flat earthers in here. Although I would ask, why did you feel the need to put that one line from all? There are so many paragraphs here. Why did you put only that sentence from all these sentences in all these paragraphs as your quote?
Why not?
Well, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna hold on.
Sentence?
I'm gonna search it. I'm gonna search it.
Not even reading it already.
Hold on.
They're saying they're all flat.
I am reading.
Ridiculous. It's so simple. You say you speak, you let the person reply.
How is he
so simple?
Flat math when it's
Like, did you read the first sentence in the message in the open chat? Did you do that?
The first sentence? Yeah, you can giggle it to yourself if you want, but I gotta guess. I gotta guess that if I search this webpage with my web browser, I'm only going to find one instance in the entire thing that says flat world, and it just so happens to be the line that you chose to put
cool story
attached to your
Are you going to answer my question now?
It is. I'm sure it is a cool story. I'm going to go verify if it's true or not. Hold on.
Are you going to answer my question now?
Another one of your questions?
Guy. So no or yes?
Right. This is like it's even saying that in the first paragraph.
I guess no. I'm giving it silence.
First thing that mentions flat. As your source, by the way.
Hey, Gregory.
Hmm.
The other day, QE was listening back to an old clip of you and I talking about this guy who was claiming to be an absurdism. Absurdism? I was saying it. You remember that guy? Absurdist. Sorry. And he was intrigued by the conversation, dude. He really was liking it towards the end. But I had paused it because I came in and I was starting to talk to him, and then like it went off into another direction. But like when it was playing, like he was listening to it, so he's basically just giving you props.
Oh, well, thank you. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, because it was on the bottom there server, so it was.
Well,
I don't know. I didn't expect it either, but.
Sorry, I thought you were done, Maggie. Keep going.
No, I'm done.
Well, it's difficult to mention Gregor. I'm not that familiar with Discord. Can't mention him because his G isn't an actual G. But tried tagging you in the. Did you scroll down to where it actually talks about MGRS, like the first paragraph?
The subheading MGRS.
Oh, as a matter of fact, lo and behold, the first sentence of this paragraph just so happens to be your quote. Now, I wonder why you don't mention any of the 5 sentences that follow it in that paragraph. Let's see what those say. When you look at your map, you'll notice that the MGRS lines and the latitude-longitude lines won't match up. This is to say that the distance between the two will be different from the top of your map to the bottom. That's interesting. Why would the distances be different? This is because both latitude and longitude lines are drawn on the globe, which is a sphere. One of the key advantages of the MGRS is that it provides a scale small enough to make perfect kilometer-length grid lines by depicting a round world as flat.
Gee willikers.
I wonder how you got those longitude and latitude lines in the first place.
Oh yeah, let's immediately say, oh shit, he just said something. Let's find something else to talk about. Let's talk about the invention of latitudes and longitudes. Good one, Jedi.
Try and obfuscate the scrutinizing question that I asked so that I can whistle past the scrutiny that I know that I cannot defend my position with.
You got a lot of words coming out of your mouth, Gregory, and you still haven't answered my question.
You're doing the same thing right now, Platypus.
I answered a lot of your questions. Will you answer one of them?
We're rebutting your rebuttal, and you're trying to suppress it and trying to distract from it with all your exaggerative rhetoric and tone.
Even though I answered, even though you had to repeat them because I do not hear very well, I answered all the questions you asked me. But now I asked you one question.
You finished your rebuttal, Jedi was asking you a scrutinizing question with rhetorical tone for a reason, and you had to obfuscate past that. So let's back up and go back to Jedi's question that he was saying. Jedi, please say again.
No, it's just a bit within his statement where he says that the longitude and latitudes are wrapped around the ball. My question was how the longitude and latitude lines are actually measured and developed in the first place. Being as the obvious crescendo is you're going to need a flat Earth to make those measurements. That would be the Phoenicians 600 AD using angle measurements to Polaris and the Sun to get longitude, latitude lines of meridian. You can wrap them around your ball at the moment if you want, but that will be secondary to the primary measurement of an angle to Polaris or the Sun. You tell me that's a red herring, it's got nothing to do with what we're talking about, please. That'd be awesome.
Oh shit, it's almost as though your condescending exaggerative tone as you read the rest of the paragraph after the first sentence, which I quoted in the clip in the open chat, didn't actually refute anything that I said in the first place, and you're just filibustering. It's almost as though.
I'm yielding to you. That is the opposite. I'm doing the opposite of filibustering. I am asking you to answer a question, which I know you're not going to answer.
I don't think you can answer it.
I can't even remember what the fucking question was.
So at this point, we're going to wait for him to actually say the question that he's pretending that I dodged or ignored.
See, he can't answer it. He can't do it.
Can't remember.
So let's try again and see if they actually do the task of saying the question rather than pretending and bloviating that I'm ignoring the question.
When you made your post and you gave your quote that talks about a flat world, not a sphere, why did you only use that single sentence and not all of the other sentences that follow it in that paragraph?
Because it succinctly conveys the point.
Oh, you sure about this? So the sentences that come after that have nothing to do with the substance of what this website's talking about?
They're not irrelevant.
You cited that sentence, which means you trust that this source is legitimate and reliable. Correct? Otherwise, why would you cite it?
Correct.
Your source says that this is a system for projecting a round world as flat. What's your rebuttal to that?
What's there to rebut? Is that supposed to refute my position?
Oh shit, welcome to the globe.
No, at the moment, it doesn't refute.
Is that supposed to refute my position? We'll try again. Not to interrupt you, Jedi, I'm sorry. Is that supposed to refute my position, Platypus?
Doesn't at all. You've used the citation, you've cited the beginning of the paragraph, which is completely fine. The rest of it, I mean, what? You're going to turn around and say MGRS is that it provides a scale small enough to make perfect kilometre length grid lines depicting, grid lines by depicting a round world as flat. Is that your killer? Is that it says it depicts a round Earth as flat? Is that it?
Seems to be contrary to Gregory's claim.
It says at the end of the paragraph, it says globe Earth is flat. Wow.
Yeah.
It depicts, does it?
Well, it's definitely in contradiction to the correct claim that was made using the quote earlier up in the paragraph.
What was the claim that was made?
Well, this map is flat because the Earth is flat.
No, let me pose.
That's not what the first sentence of that subheading says. You need to learn how to read.
Cooper, you let them get you. Why'd you do that?
I fucking bid on it. I just can't help it. I'm going to bed. You guys are just awful. Just kidding. I love you.
You'll be back here tomorrow.
I will. You know it, baby. Oh, not tomorrow. I've got like children that need attending to. So.
Well, the day after.
Monday. I'll be back Monday.
They didn't need attending to tonight.
Yeah, it's called sleeping. It's something that children tend to do. Good night.
Refuting something we tend to do to Globers. Good night.
Yeah, we ain't going nowhere, man. We'll still be here to refute your dumb ass when you come back. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I would highly recommend not citing that source or anything within it again.
Hey,
Gregory.
let me post the image. I guess it came from that specific flight that you guys are talking about.
Just so we're clear, because they tend to have they tend to like to have just the last word and make it seem as though they refuted something. But let's be very, very clear. Say your syllogism that is supposedly refuting me.
Give me the definition of syllogism.
The hell?
Premise, conclusion. Supporting premises, very succinct sentences. Supporting premises that go to your conclusion with some rule of inference.
You're not spinning this into anything else, Gregory. You gave me a quote from a citation. I read your citation, and I asked you if you agreed with what your citation or what your blah, 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 losing my word. I asked you if you agreed with what your source says on the subject. And I'm assuming that you do, because otherwise, why would you cite it? Why would you cite this website?
Because nothing.
Why would you cite this website in any way, shape, or form if you didn't feel that the citation helped support your worldview?
Okay, so with all that, right? No refutation to what I said, right? All right.
All I hear is, again, I did you the courtesy of answering your questions, and I can't just get a straight answer to my questions out of you at all.
No, I'm going to make this very clear for you. I already answered all of them.
Okay, let me make this very clear. The source that you cited specifically tells you that this is a system used to project a globe onto a flat surface.
Oh my God.
Let me make sure that's stated perfectly clear.
And that's supposed
to. And like I said, you should, because of that, you should probably never.
Can you stop that? Okay, we're going to make this very clear. All right. That supporting premise. You're then going to go to what conclusion? There, you said that. Therefore, what?
You could say into your microphone all you want, dude. It doesn't change the fact that you're trying to walk me down a path I had no intention of walking down in the first place. You were walking down the path I wanted you to walk down.
Oh, the path I want you to walk down is actually finish saying an argument that refutes me, and you never intended to finish saying an argument that refutes me. Okay.
I didn't attempt to argue with you. I asked you a question about your source. That's it.
Okay.
That's not an argument.
All right. So you answered my question. So you didn't say a refutation of my position. All right, we can move on.
You say a lot of big words there, Gregory.
All right, so moving along, let's see if there's anybody else. We got Sir Henry that just joined our chat. Brand new people that are in here right now. We should give them the floor and see if they want to give us any evidence for the Earth being a globe. Welcome to the forum, guys. Sir Henry, Rick, isn't that AT? Probably is. And we got Dingus Kitty that's in here. Dingus Kitty, welcome.
Ah, there we go. I'm here to listen and learn and fly. Just don't mind me, do your thing. I don't want to disrupt the natural things over here.
Are you under a dose of morphine?
No, I just woke up, man. Barely. I fell asleep yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, welcome to the forum. If you want to chime in or bring some evidence that the Earth is a globe, you may do so.
Thank you very much. I think I will observe, listen, and learn more.
By the way, are you
It's
a pilot?
quite interesting. No,
Are
so
you
I
a
need a
pilot, sir?
coffee and a cigarette, man.
Sure, Henry, are you a pilot?
No, I am just a humble hobbyist. Maybe someday. I'm learning just as a hobby, and
Okay.
one day when to money, I do want a PPO at least, which is a private pilot's license.
Okay, I just said that because you have an avatar that looks like there's a pilot there. So
I'm a avid geek, but a hobbyist for now.
Hey, real quick, Miggy.
Wait, I need to ask him something since he says he's an avid geek. I'll belay that, Platypus. All right, so if you can just speak on this for just a moment. When you before you take off, is there anything that you need to know about the Earth or negotiating over any type of amount of curvature on any flight path that you're going on, or do you just treat the Earth as flat and stationary for practical purposes? Not saying that you think that the Earth is flat. I'm just saying, do you treat it that way for practical purposes? You don't have to think about the Earth as a globe when you're flying.
You don't need to sit and calculate the curvature if you speak of like vertically, absolutely not. But if you're speaking of, say, like you're leaving San Diego and you set 101 degrees towards Kingston, Jamaica, you are not arriving in Kingston, Jamaica. You're gonna curve out in a sense.
Yeah, but is that only due to the fact that you're holding the level steady flight, or are you going to negotiate over an amount of curvature that you know you're going to negotiate over? So what I'm saying is, for practical reasons, do you have to treat the Earth like a globe, or do you have to treat it like a flat stationary plane?
I would say if you're flying a larger distance, let's say more 1,000 miles or more, you will need to keep that in mind. You're not gonna set just heading and fly that heading and arrive where you want. You will curve away. You need some correction. So that is a thing.
All right,
That's why I say if you set 101 degrees from San Diego to Kingston, Jamaica with your magnetic compass, you are not arriving Jamaica, Kingston. Curve away.
Yeah, when you say curve away, do you mean over a specific amount of curvature over the distance of that those 2 points?
Those 2 points, and the thing is, if you look at your map, your flight path, on large distances, you will see them curve out.
All right, so yeah, no, I'm not talking about the flight plan. I'm talking about actually being in the flight during the course of the flight. Over that distance, are you negotiating over any specific amount of curvature? And as somebody
we
who's
need to do correction. You flying in a single heading is not really gonna cut it.
okay,
If it's a large enough distance, it's not gonna cut it.
All right, so let's talk about if you are saying that in detail, what type of amount of distance are we talking about where you have to invoke this specific type of curvature because of a larger distance? What type of distance are you talking about?
This would be eyeballing, but I would say 1,000 miles or past 1,000 miles would be where you can get affected by this.
But before that, before that distance, you don't need to think about the Earth as a globe?
No. On smaller distances, absolutely not. If you're flying in some 100, 500 miles, the Earth might as well be flat, absolutely. But if you're going out across Atlantic, and it's not going to work out, you're better off setting yourself in some kind of a waypoint fix or some fix so that the aircraft autopilot can constantly correct. Because you're not flying a single heading. It's not going to work out.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask you. But thanks for the answers. Huh?
There was something I wanted to ask you guys.
Sure.
And okay, if you don't know it, it's fine. If some of you knows it and has an opinion on it, speak out. I would love to hear it. What do you think about the phenomena called coffin corner?
Say again. You said that kind of low. What was that again?
What do you think about the phenomena called coffin corner?
Coffin corner.
Thing of me to ask, I agree, but what is a coffin corner? What do you think about that?
I don't know what this is.
No, gentlemen, have you heard of this term? Anybody in here? What is that, by the way?
What term?
He said coffin corner.
Coffin corner, yeah. It's a aerodynamic phenomenon, technically.
Sure.
So, anyone know?
Not yet.
Well, coffin corner is basically when you're flying into less dense air. You're, say, climbing and climbing. Every aircraft has a service ceiling. It's basically the maximum altitude at which the aircraft can operate before eating shit and stall. And once you approach that area past the, at or past the coffin corner area, you're gonna get squeezed basically. You have your airspeed that determines how your aircraft flies, its performance handling. And as you come into that absolute limit, you will have your stall speed come right up at you. So that means you need to fly faster to not stall. But right above you is the overspeed limit. Means that flying faster than that, airspeed wise, would basically threaten the structural integrity of the aircraft, since there's so much they can take G-force wise. And of that airspeed, basically, as you overspeed, you put more G's on your aircraft.
That's not what you said.
Pressure, you can basically crush it in midair. Doesn't matter what aircraft it is, they all have a limit. So as you get squeezed when you fly higher, that is a coffin corner. If you keep flying higher, you're gonna overspeed and eat shit. Eat shit equals stalling.
What is the altitude usually where that's kind of the problem?
It depends on the aircraft. Absolutely depends on the aircraft. This little.
Well, let's take the standard airline. No.
Standard airlines would be, and again, they're different, but you would see them at around 40,000 feet. If you pick something like a supersonic airline, like the Concorde, you're going to see it at 60,000 feet. That is basically its service ceiling. You can look up on any aircraft, its service ceiling. It's not gonna fly past that. Well, it can a little bit because everything is made with a bit of a margin. That margin is not that huge. Basically, you're not objectively flying higher than that. The aircraft cannot perform. Also, the jet engines are gonna lose their performance as you climb higher and higher like that. At some point, they will even flame out.
Yeah. You cannot fly faster anyways, so even breaking those points isn't even possible at all for any aircraft who is in public serving.
Hey,
by the way, what I said technically does not contradict your model overall.
How high can helicopters go?
We're talking about aerodynamics more.
Yeah.
Air density.
Sir Henry, I got a follow up to what you said earlier about the 1,000-mile thing. That you have to correct it at 1,000 miles or over. How do you know you're correcting for?
By the way.
Yeah, sure. How do you know you're correcting for Earth's curvature and not for, or like the spin of the Earth or whatever it is,
Man, I didn't want to tell him that percentage.
Not for wind.
Well, if you think about it, when you go out to space,
Hold on, Professor. Or
right?
Miss. I'll let him rebut.
Let him answer.
Okay, can I go?
No, he's gonna rebut percentage.
Oh, sorry.
I think he is. I don't know if he heard him. Sir Henry, did you hear percentage's question?
No.
Oh.
So how do you know you're correcting for like the Earth's curvature or spin or whatever you're, whatever, versus wind? How do you know it's not wind that you're correcting for?
Yeah, wind also affects you all the time. In fact, in our flight sims, even humble ones at home, we have real weather. We constantly pick up meters from all around the world in real time. Everything will be affecting you. But if...
So how are you delineating between wind and the other one?
You can see yourself curve out the map. And keep in mind, we're using latitude and longitude in our model.
Did you say curve out the map? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I kind of need to use the map to not fly away somewhere into the ocean and then sit there without fuel, or rather fall.
Lassie, did you have a question?
To calculate the fuel.
The maneuver that they have to do between like stalling and
you cut out. Hold on, Ripcord.
By the way, actually, you know what? Maybe some of you guys would enjoy this type of hobby as well. In fact, why not instead of games, get yourself a flight sim and check that out.
You're hold on, Sir Henry, 1 second. 1 second. Flatty, you're cutting out, like in and out. So you're not coming through. I think she was trying to come through and but before you get to that, I think percentage was just wanting to finish up is what he was saying to you, Sir Henry. I don't know, maybe.
I don't know if you heard me. I was basically saying, how do you delineate between the crosswind, which you know is a factor that you have to correct for, versus the supposed curvature or spin or whatever.
Oh, he answered that. He answered that.
Here's the thing. Yes, you're absolutely right. Wind will constantly affect you, and I'm here not really that much to sit like and bash battle here. No, I'm here to observe, listen, and learn an alternative. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
And also, what I'm generally gonna talk to you about, if I ever do, right, is gonna be more like practicality, just how to get it done. Okay.
Fine with me.
So, if you're gonna be flying from San Diego to Jamaica, you are not following a single heading. You're gonna use a GPS fix, some kind of a waypoint, so that you can correct constantly. And even if you set it to clear weather in the flight sim, which I generally always have real weather, it's obviously more better than to fly that line like that, more interesting. But overall, if you set it to clear, you still will need to correct.
Do you know that if actually true flights, which would be then military information or basically formulas, which then determine what is being sent to the GPS for the public, which then compensates for the actual flight path you have to go through, that those two intermingle with one and one is correcting one another.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know that?
Yes, hold on, real quick. Sorry, Andrew, before you
note one thing.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. But before you continue, I don't know. Did you get an answer to your question, percentage?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer is just that you don't really know where the delineation between them is.
Yeah, it's what I heard too, but I don't know if you felt comfortable with that. That's why before Ripcord gets in on asking him, I just wanted to make sure.
Quick note, a lot of aircrafts, especially airlines, do not rely on GPS as a primary. They have a thing called inertial navigation system. They basically, the aircraft gyroscope, accelerometer, it's like a module combination of those. But remember a starting position, you need to input that starting position. And after, the aircraft will constantly monitor inertia precisely and make an offset from that set starting position. That's how it knows where it is. So for a note, all these airlines you're flying as passengers, that GPS is more like to check the starting position. It's not really a primary there. It's more like a backup.
Well, you're somewhat right about that. You know, every pilot has to be a co-pilot in the first place while learning their rotation and also remember their flight path they are going to in order to determine, even from using their technological observances which they use. Regardless of this, you have
the process.
yeah, usually most or all of them have to be in a remembrance state. Basically, they have to know the flight regardless of information they receive from their instruments.
Okay, well, practical flying will be a bit simpler. You don't really need to
question or rebuttal. I don't know.
Was calculating the
I don't know.
The freaking the Earth spin or any of that. Just for now, that is hoping not necessary.
Yeah, we from our standpoint, Henry, we already knew this. Like, and the reason why I was asking you too, because you're talking about the very thing that we already, like, for years we've already talked to many pilots over the years, and they basically are saying almost the same thing you are. And I wanted just for people to kind of ask you questions from a standpoint of, you're learning these things, but you're not probably a pilot or anything, but you're on your way, right?
I'm a hobbyist.
You aspire.
However, I do run some aviation communities, and I am mingling at mentor pilot and talk to actual verified pilots. So I do get advisory from them, and a lot of things I say comes from lectures, information you can find online for actual training purposes, even though I'm not going through training right now, right? And also I talk for advisory with pilots and all. And they can help you a lot, actually.
Yeah. Yep.
Especially the airline guys.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I guess if anybody else wants to chime in, and we're just kind of shooting the breeze.
Are you trying to be a pilot?
Yeah, he said he's studying. He wants to be.
Can I go?
Aspires to be.
Yes, you can go.
Yeah. Go.
Okay. It's a pretty multi-layered question. First, I wanna answer the guy with the curvature thing, the ceiling of each aircraft. You're saying that because there's a curvature and a rotation, that at a certain point when you get so high, the aircraft, like, I don't know, can't operate.
Stalls out.
And I think there's a lot of reasons to that. It could be because all the chemicals that are hot or that go up all get condensed at the top of the in between space, or what, a firmament or whatever you want to fucking call it, and it gets not thicker, but it might get. It's kind of like water. When you go to the bottom of the ocean, it squeezes. If you go all the way up, kind of squeezes a bit more. It's more condensed up there. Pressure. Yeah, exactly.
You're kind of a little bit uniting like a curvature issue, right? Let's say you correcting.
I'm not done my question.
Atmosphere.
But it could be that, and then there's also a video of a rocket going up all the way up, and it just like stops. It doesn't even. It slows down so slowly.
Yeah, that's because of the
rockets.
And I think that's what you're talking about. It's that ceiling, or it's that like.
No, it's different.
It's the air
That's very
compression.
different.
It's so hard that
Professor,
it
that's
slows
different
down.
than what he's saying. That's not the same. He was. Yeah, you're talking about a rocket. He was talking about the
jet engine.
The jet engines.
Yeah,
So
a
it's
plane.
not
Yeah,
the
but if
same.
a plane's going
Engines are
directly
reliant
upwards,
on
the same thing
Hey,
would happen, wouldn't it?
sorry to interrupt, but when he said
Then
ceiling, he didn't mean roof of the world. He meant the ceiling of the aircraft, as in how high it can fly.
Yeah.
You basically have the performance of your wing, your lifting surfaces, and then the jet
But
engine
I'm
itself is
asking, is it
reliant
the
on
same? Is it the same
density.
thing in the rocket and the airplane?
No.
Obviously not, dude.
Because it goes from like going super fast to just like literally, it feels like it was going like 50 kilometers an hour. It felt like it was going 20 kilometers an hour. It was going
Felt
super
like.
fucking slow. So
I don't know what that means.
Wait, though.
well, it hit something. It
No, it
definitely
doesn't.
hit.
No, it doesn't.
It definitely
That
hit something that
it
was
doesn't. So would you like me
even
to explain why?
roughly. Well, yeah, because maybe vision, because of the vision.
No,
It's
it's
so high
because of
up.
it's the way that the rocket's designed. When it gets to a certain altitude, it expels kind of barriers, kind of like wings, for example, and this stops the rotation of the object and slows it down very,
Okay.
very quickly.
Okay, I never really understood that video.
Yeah,
You-
this is something that has been chucked into the flat Earth community about 9 years ago,
That's
8
old,
years
dude.
ago. Yeah,
That's very old.
and it's not something I would suggest is hitting a ceiling. It can be demonstrated that it's another reason that causes this object to look like it's stopping from the point of view of the camera.
Didn't they say it was an anti-spin gyro that was used for that?
Yeah, thank you, mate. Yeah, that's it.
Do you guys think the moon is flat too, or just the Earth?
Flat moon.
Don't know. Never measured it. How would I?
That's not an argument though that anybody talks about in here. So.
It's not really
But yeah,
related, but
I need to
like,
start my day off.
But it's good that you ask your questions, right? But no, nobody here thinks that.
we can see. I think it's about 115% of the moon, depending on the moon phase. So like it does kind of wobble.
Say that number again.
I think it's around 110 to 115%. Like at
No.
different times, you can see different sides.
No. You're never going to see. You can't see any more than 50% of a spherical object at any one time. So it's not 100 and whatever percent, because that would be seeing the entirety of the sphere, which you physically can't do.
It would be literally
numbers-
seeing more than the entirety of the sphere. I don't even know.
more.
How do you even see
110.
100? How does that
That's
even
more
possible?
than a sphere.
So the way that works is it will turn at different angles. So like you'll see, you're always only looking at 50%, but you'll see more at certain times. Like it will, you'll be facing it at a different angle at different times.
The numbers when we're talking about the moon waxing and waning throughout its 28-day cycle, we get to see up to about, I think it's 56% of the surface of the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. That's what I meant. Is the surface that we see more than just if you took a snapshot today. So sorry for the way that I put it. You're right.
No, I knew you didn't mean.
Do you mean because you can see it from multiple places on Earth? So at any given moment, it's presenting.
No, that's not what it means. No.
No, I mean like
what's
the
the
angle
technical
that
word for that? It's libration, right?
Yeah, it's libration. Thank you.
Yeah, look up that word, no left turn on Google. Libration.
For a minute there, Jedi, like my brain was like, "What do you mean we don't?" But you're absolutely right. Like we don't. See
I knew you didn't mean it like that, man. I knew you didn't mean it the way that you said it. You're fine.
That's why he corrected you. He just wanted to make sure that you're
right on. Right on.
Right. Yeah. I mean, listen, man. We don't know what the thing is up in the sky, like as to say what type of elemental composition it's made of. Nothing like that. But what we see is what we see, obviously. But we can't see any more than what we observe. So to say that it's like an entire sphere, it's finishing the picture. It's to say like to say that we are saying exactly that, and we don't say things that we can't affirm. So if you can't affirm it, then all you can say is, well, I think it could be. Who knows? Like it might not be. What if it's just like one side that we're seeing and the other side is not what we think it is? So.
Or it's just a light.
Well, but I mean, no. What I'm saying is,
Just
you,
a light.
you could say it's something physical or something that's not physical. There's no real
Yeah.
way to actually
Or a
say what
star.
it is.
Are you describing the moon right now?
Yeah, the moon.
Something
Because
we
the light gives off, the moon gives off light like the sun.
No, it doesn't.
What?
No,
What?
it
Yes,
doesn't.
it does.
Does not give off light like
It
the
gives off
sun,
blue
dude.
light. It gives off blue
Oh
light.
my god. Dude, nobody. I don't think anyone here actually says that except for
The
you.
moon reflects light.
Well, think about it. When you're out at night, you could still see everything because of the
It
moonlight.
doesn't shine like the
There's
sun.
also sunlight.
No.
Right.
I don't know. You're not really on any position, I don't think. You're
They're
just
two
saying
different types of lights, bro.
You
the
said it was the
moonlight.
same.
No, they're not. What?
Didn't he just say that?
Let's
He
see.
said that
What
the
are the two
moon
different?
has its own
The
This
moon
is
gives
painful,
off
guys.
different
This is
colors.
painful. Come on, get it
Okay.
together.
No
A
idea.
different light spectrum than the sun. It's
Dude.
not. It's not a reflection.
Oh, okay. So that's a
It might
claim.
not be. I don't think it's a reflection. I think it's a whole different light source.
But that's better. So it's its own personal light source. That's what you're saying.
Sorry, what?
It's its own light source.
Yeah, that's what
It
I'm
is-
trying to say. I'm saying I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's its own life source. Like from what I can see, from what I can tell, from the different colors you see at night compared to the colors you see in daytime, it's completely different.
Okay.
And it's actually super bright. It becomes like fucking ridiculously bright on full moons.
So how
It
can we
becomes
tell-
like this
how can we tell the
bluish white
difference?
haze.
You are making me think that the education system has completely failed in America.
Well, I think he's either trolling.
No idea.
I'm asking questions. That's all I'm doing.
What's
No,
the
you,
matter?
you make a
It's a
claim.
way
By the
that
way,
we
I'm the king of trolls. I'm an anti-troll, not an actual troll. There's a difference.
That's funny. So yeah.
So someone
Does
asked
anybody else
earlier.
want to talk about the moon before we
Someone
get back
asked
to the
earlier if we thought the moon was, or if flat earthers thought the moon was flat. I think that
No.
we can say
No one said that.
no. Someone asked that. I think we can say that the sun. We know that it's not flat. We can see its rotation. So.
Oh my god.
Well, do you dispute that?
What do you mean by it rotates? How can you tell that? Because ultimately, if
we
you're going to be
see-
pointing to things like sunspots, they just move across the surface. That doesn't mean that it rotates.
Well, it's not just sunspots. We can see all the. I won't say contour because it doesn't have a contour, so to speak. But we see points of reference moving across it, and then they reappear just like a rotating body. I don't think this destroys a flat Earth.
No, I know, but like even saying that, have you witnessed them go from one side to the other and then around and back again?
Well, I have looked at sunspots
No,
myself
I know, but
with my own plain eye.
Cortigo, if you answer
Well,
just
not with
my
my own
question,
plain eye,
but if you answer just my question, I think we could get this a little bit moved along quickly. Have you seen something go across the face of the sun, go around the sun and back again?
Not the part where you say back again, but I have
Yeah,
seen them move
okay.
across the surface.
Yeah, I mean everybody can witness sunspots do that, but like
Have
when
you
you
guys
say-
ever seen? Have you ever seen a flat earther get a job at an engineering company?
Yeah, actually, yes.
What company?
Really? Like one person, maybe.
Yep.
What company? And what about everyone else? What about every other engineer?
Yeah, so every other engineer, exactly. And you know what? I could name every single one, and they would all be flat earthers. You know why? Because everybody's living on a flat stationary plane. You just think it's a globe, bro. You don't know it's one. But this is the problem, right? Like you have like.
I don't
this
think you're making a
rudimentary-
good faith argument. You're
But
basically you just basically just
relax.
spoke for all engineers saying that they're
No,
flat earthers, right? You
Because they
basically
don't know.
just-
Listen, they don't know that the Earth
I don't
is a
have to
globe.
listen to you.
They believe it. You could turn off what we're doing in here, but you don't have a rebuttal to that. If you did,
No, but
you'd
you're
s-
making a ridiculous claim. You just said that
No, it's
all
not.
engineers are flat earthers, right?
No, they live on
That's
a flat
what you
Earth.
just
They
said.
think they live on a flat Earth.
That's
they
not
think
what
the
you
Earth's a
said.
globe. Yeah,
That's not what you
That's what I
said.
said.
You said they're all flat earthers, right? I
Because
said
they live on a flat
99% of engineers.
But I actually measured.
Do you not hear the second part of the statement?
Yeah, he's
That
not
is
hearing.
that is a bad faith.
Not
Yeah,
really.
you're basically saying everybody's a flat earther.
Yeah,
you
because they
believe
live on
they're-
a flat stationary plane.
Yeah, you got it.
So that's like a meaningless statement, though.
No, it's
Here's
not because
something-
you
here's
listen.
something
You
to
live.
think about.
Hold on, not yet, Professor. When you
Sorry,
when
I'm
you
gonna
guys are,
rant,
when you guys are making the claim that these guys are not flat earthers. I'm telling you, yes, they are, because they live on a flat and stationary
Yeah, but
plane.
you have
They just
but
No,
you
that's
have
not. That's not.
schizophrenia,
But
would you
dude.
let me finish? Would you let me finish? Just let me
You
finish.
have you
I
have a
haven't finished
mental
my
illness.
statement. I have not finished my statement. So when I
You
say
don't
they live
even
on a
know
flat,
what you're saying.
dude, because you don't let me finish. If
You're
you
not saying
did,
anything.
you would hear the rest of it. So when I say they live on a flat and stationary plane, they don't think it's a flat stationary plane. They believe they live on a globe. Okay, it's
No,
a belief
you believe.
system.
No, hold on. No, wait. You believe that you don't live on it, and they believe that they do.
I know it's a belief system. Do you understand?
Right. So if they believe that they live on a globe and they're flat earthers,
Yeah.
and you believe that you don't live on a
No,
globe and
no,
you're
no.
also a
It's not a
flat
belief.
earther,
It's not a belief.
so you're
though.
just saying
mine isn't a belief.
You're hold on.
Yeah, you
Right?
projecting onto me. I'm telling you, I'm not.
No.
Yeah. Do you know it's a
You
globe?
are not distinguishing, right? You are not holding yourself to the same standard.
I am. I'm telling you that I'm not saying it's a belief for flat Earth. I know the Earth is flat and stationary. They believe it's a globe. I don't believe that the Earth is flat and stationary. I know it. It's a very big difference.
Alfonso,
Go
what's
ahead.
your name? What's your
Alpha
name?
Veritas.
Alpha, you use science, and Globers use hearsay and confirmation bias.
Well, let's wait. I just want No Left Turn to kind of give me the evidence for the Earth being a globe. I want to prove him wrong.
That's not that's not the question here. You're saying that everyone
You're not
that
gonna
nobody
rehash
who
this, bro.
believes
You're not gonna rehash this. We're not gonna keep going round and round
Okay,
this merry-go-round, bro.
here's my
Hold
question,
on,
though.
Professor. Not yet.
Yeah.
Don't jump in just yet. So what I want you to do, No Left Turn, is to realize that you don't have any evidence for the globe. You dip. Okay. Go ahead, Professor.
So you know, like how a light source can't illuminate, has like a certain distance where it just stops lighting up, like it won't go a kilometer long, or it won't go like 50 meters far, right?
No.
Brother, what are you talking about?
Okay, if you have a flashlight and you point at a tree that's a kilometer away, it's not the tree is not going to get any brighter
It
because that
dissipates
flashlight
according
is
to the
weak,
inverse square law.
right? If you have a strong flashlight, that tree will get brighter.
All right, let me
slightly.
unmute. Hold on, No Left Turn.
Right?
Don't leave, man. Just wait. I'm gonna unmute you. Relax.
If the sun is a
Fucking
flashlight,
hell.
okay?
I gotta stop this.
Uh,
Dude, I don't think anybody's interested in that.
sun's a flashlight. Let's hear
Yeah,
it.
this is no. We're not gonna hear that.
Like, let me just start with like an incorrect premise.
All right, hold on. No Left Turn. There you go. Hey, don't jump out, dude. We're just trying to get control of the conversation. We want to get to a succinct point. We don't like just hopping along.
Yeah, he's spiraling because he could design or engineer something himself and demonstrate how he used the curve or rotation in this. He doesn't need to go like, oh, Brian Mullins, one of the very first flat earthers on the scene, and then say he was not an engineer and an engineer at the same time. Just go right from your lived experience. Jump right into your own pocket. What do you got?
Yeah.
What do you got there? Let's see it.
What's your evidence, No Left Turn, for the Earth being a globe? Just present it, dude. That's all we're asking. Just present your evidence. We can talk about it. We can say, hey, that's good evidence or not. It's not good evidence.
Yeah, and just cut to the chase. It is a belief system. You don't have any evidence. You don't know. You don't know why. Someone suggested the Earth could be a globe, and you just went all in for some other reason that you won't explain or take questions.
Let's hear it.
He's lighting up. I think he's
my
AFK.
my first issue is that I can't even say, right, by your definition, right, I'm a flat earth, right? So why are we even arguing, right?
Well,
Why
it's
do
not
I
an
even
argument.
have to?
It's not an argument, dude. We're saying it's for our standpoint. It's not a debate. We just want you guys to realize that there isn't an argument for the globe. You haven't realized it yet because you've only been told that it's a globe. So you're carrying this belief like heavy weight on your shoulders. But there's no point that you can bring that you actually know it's one, unless you do have something. That's why
I think you think this is the
floor.
first time. Hold on. I think you think this is the first time I've been on a flat earth. Okay.
No.
I have no idea. I don't know you from Adam, dude. So unless you say you're somebody that I know, then of course I don't know you. So go ahead. I mean, no? Well,
generally, how about this? So you got photographs from space, and then work into why they would lie, and then what you did was jump right to number 3 was minority opinions are just stupid. Your first stick here was the education system of America has failed. If that's the case, in the government, the federal government is uniquely disqualified in providing education. How are they also uniquely qualified to explore space so you don't have to?
they got the first part
Do
wrong,
you
second part
do
right.
you drive your own garbage to the garbage
Oh
dump?
my god, dude!
Do
Seriously.
you build your own car's engine? Do you
What's-
build the engines and the planes that you fly?
Can you
What do you
just
do?
answer the question?
I don't fly.
Got to trust the authority, man. Because mechanics fix cars better than you do.
I don't understand, man. These guys come in
If you're
here.
so
with-
sure of yourself that it's a globe, like what is it that makes you think that? That's all the question is.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just got fucking nothing, and it's just a fact.
I can tell you one thing. I'm sure you guys will laugh at me and probably.
Nobody cares. We've heard it a million times.
But
probably.
okay,
Just say
so if I look at the sky,
right,
yeah, and I see Okay,
Is
so
the
I'm not. So
sky
I
there?
can't talk.
Just let
I
him.
can't
Just let him
talk.
get it out, guys. Let him get it out. We've heard it a
So
million
if I
times.
look at the sky, right, and I see 2 large circles, right? I see the moon, and I see the sun. Are those circles or are those not circles?
They're not the Earth. How about that? Let's start there.
But I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, is
you
it
can
the Earth?
cross-examine me.
Is it the Earth? Let's just cut to the chase.
You
Is it
can
the Earth or not the Earth?
cross-examine me, but you have to humor me, right?
Yeah, is it the Earth you're looking at or not the Earth you're looking at?
It's not the Earth that I'm looking at.
There we go.
Right?
So let's look at the Earth.
But I am looking
Let's
at 2 circles, though, right?
Okay, so don't look at those and look back at the Earth.
Okay, so you don't want me to look in the sky? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you're going to make an observation of the Earth, make an observation of the Earth.
I cannot. Okay, so
You're forbidden from looking at the sky.
Let's see if we can link the sky to the floor.
See, it's simply put that you're trying to distract from everything other than.
Listen, I know you like to rant.
Yeah, you're distracting from everything other than the surface of the Earth as your proof of the surface of the Earth is. Try to get back to the surface of the Earth. It's like that black hole, that moon, that star, that all these things in the sky are not the Earth.
Hey, dipskis. That's all right.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's good for people to hear it too, because they come in here and just want to waffle about the sky. Then they know even less about the sky than what they know about the Earth. It's like a literal race to the bottom of how ignorant they can get.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to tell you how the Earth is curving. Let's look at the stars. Like, what the fuck?
Every time.
All they go to. We are going to talk about the curvature of the Earth, but first, let's look at the sun. What is that a circle? Like, what the fuck?
Oh wait, there's more. Yes, for example, how does it we always see one side of the moon and not the dark side, so to say?
Because you don't know the power of the dark side.
I was about to give like the claimed answer. All right.
Yeah. Why is that?
So it's called tidal locking. So we see tidal locking in like the moon Europa, like so it's the kind of flexing of the moon by the gravitational pull of the home planet, like the mother planet. So in the moon that happened, so it's kind of like a tide on the Earth. But here, that tide, instead of being in water, it happened in rock. So
That has nothing to do with why the moon is facing always on one side.
This is
and we always see
precisely
this.
why. This is precisely why.
Shall I help you?
No.
Why is this?
No, let me continue the explanation of tidal locking. If you want to Wikipedia it, so the tides, like on Earth, how the moon pulls the water towards it through its gravitational pull. Well, the Earth has that same effect on the moon, but instead of water, this happens in rock. So that energy depletion happened, and it slowed the spin, and eventually it locked it. It's a phenomenon called tidal locking. So when you just said, "Oh, this has nothing to do with it," that means you're ignorant of the subject.
No, I'm not ignorant. Okay, let me help you. So according to your mass attracting mass kind of thing, according to logic, the moon has to be front-sided in more mass than the dark side, basically, in order to constantly face the orbit of towards the Earth.
That's incorrect.
So
If you spin a top, does one side of the top have to be heavier than the other side of the top to be facing you?
have you listened to what I said?
I listened to precisely what you said, and I refuted it.
What's the point of this conversation?
It doesn't make
He just
sense
wants
at
to be
all.
argumentative.
Still talking about the fucking moon for some reason.
Try to get 10,000 words in, I guess.
It's okay. So why doesn't the moon spin?
It's a top. Why the moon at all? What does the moon? Because the moon if the moon disappears for some reason, it just vanishes. Does that cause the surface of the Earth to curve?
I think it does it every month too.
Of course not.
So whatever the sun does do, or whatever the sun doesn't do, doesn't change the surface of the Earth. So let's get back to the actual topic, which is the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, right.
Crit, somebody's hair's on fire in the chat for you.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
You guys don't understand. Crit actually, that's like you're just throwing fucking wood into the fire, dude. I don't know why you continue.
I mean, we have to
That
play
gives him strength,
something,
dude.
at least. Someone might answer in a stupid way, at least we have something to laugh afterwards, but, no, it didn't happen, so...
Oh, don't worry. The bus will be around again. It's coming
Yeah.
around the bend.
I didn't look. He thinks I'm telling him not to look at the sky. Go look at the sky, but at least know you are looking at the sky. See, your shtick is you want to say I'm looking at the sky while you actually think you're looking at the Earth. This is retarded logic. It's wrong. You're not even looking the right direction. You haven't even made an observation yet. Why not just open up a sky channel? Why would you come into a flat Earth? It's easy. It says right there, flat Earth, and start talking about the sky. Like, and then expect, I'm not sure why I got muted. Were you on topic? Well, no. Okay, so you're off topic and you got muted for being off topic. Now try that in every other channel. Just randomly go to each channel and just start talking about the sky and see what they do.
Proof, you ain't been here too long, man. Come on.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Go out there and just try to talk about something other than the topic of the channel and see how long you last. There's a guy who came in here.
Slurs.
There's a guy who came in here and said he tries to speed run the server, and he quit coming here because he said, "Dude, I can't get muted here." It's the most odd thing. Because his idea for speed run is to stay on the topic and just talk until somebody gets mutes them. He goes, I can talk all day here as long as I'm on topic. He goes, you guys are like the best channel on the server. It's like I can't fuck with you guys. Yeah, you can talk all about me, and my feedback for you is thank God. I thank God I'm not you. Because whatever you say could be, even if it's true, and I thank God I'm not you. Like, imagine being you. Holy shit. You're the guy who left the channel and said other people don't want you there. When you don't want you there, you click the disconnect button and try to blame somebody else for what you did.
You
Thank
just
God
rant
I'm
all
not
day,
you.
or like, what are you?
Oh,
Like,
Dingus is in
what do you-
here. Dingus,
Yeah.
what evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe, man?
I'm not sure if I have evidence.
Come on.
I actually came
I mean,
in.
come
Yeah,
on.
I actually came in here to like learn more about it. I'm actually interested in seeing the evidence that the world is not
Well, that's easy, dude.
round. But
I mean,
but
that would be
but
easy, but like,
also
yeah, we can do that. It's not a problem. No worries. We got you.
okay.
So the Earth is observed. There's three things: observed, measured, and practically used as a flat and stationary plane. Now I know that's a little bit controversial or maybe a provocative, but that's true. It's a true statement.
Wait,
Would you agree or disagree?
Hold on, before you go into that,
Sure.
I'm actually a little curious why this guy was like super like butthurt about the other guy asking a question about other like planetary bodies.
Oh, no. Because, okay, so the topic was the shape of the Earth, right? And so he said, let's look up. And Crit's like, why are you doing that? The topic is the shape of the Earth, not the shape of the sun or the moon or the stars, right?
Yeah, but
It's
I think it's a fair
Dingus.
question. No, I
Fair.
get it, but I think it's a fair question because it could be relative, right? Like,
well, the
like
problem was too,
I can look
Dingus.
at
Yeah, but the problem was he was afforded the way to make the correlation by Jedi. Jedi, I said, well, how are you going to draw the correlation to that? He did not answer. He went back to speaking of his point. So you can't do that. See, when you're trying to get the person to actually relate it and you don't do it, well, that's just disingenuous.
I think the person wasn't
Follow?
answering the question about other, like
Yeah,
I think he asked the question about the moon or
dude,
something like that. I don't remember.
I think you're kind of
But-
like worried about that guy instead of actually
no, I'm
thinking
not
about.
No, I'm not worried about
well,
the
let's
guy.
forget
Actually,
about. Let's
I'm
forget
also
about him.
curious about that question.
Yeah, but let's
which is
forget about him.
I'm not worried
Let-
about him personally.
Okay, so
I'm like
what
more
are you?
curious
What
about
is?
the answer
What
to
would
that
your
question.
evidence be for the Earth being a globe? You.
Would it be the Earth or not?
Yeah,
the Earth?
you're just asking me the question I already answered, right? Like
No,
I don't
you
know if
didn't
I
answer
have
it.
like.
Did you
I
answer
did
it?
answer it. Yeah,
Okay,
I
I
did.
must
I
have
said I don't know if I have
snuck
the
it
evidence.
past me.
I'm
I
here
didn't hear it.
All right.
Yeah, I said I don't know if I have the evidence, but I'm here to hear the evidence about like the world
So
being
you
flat.
don't have evidence.
So
Is
no
that true?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have evidence.
Well, that's fair, I
Ooh.
guess.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes, Dad's got some snacks in the back, but you might have to bring your own beer. So I don't know. Anyway,
I mean, like I'm curious about like why like skirt around the issue, like
skirt?
not really skirt around the issue, like
Hey,
why
let's take it
why
step by
dodge
step,
the
Dingus.
question was actually
Dodge? No, we're not dodging. So what we're doing is addressing what you asked for. You said, I don't know how the Earth is a globe, but can you tell me how the Earth is flat and stationary? And I said, got you. I got you, man. We're gonna do this, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
are you willing to, or are you not
Yeah,
wanting
go
to
for it.
anymore?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm open. I'm hoping.
So remember, I started
Learn
off
about
with
it.
three things. The Earth is observable, measurable, and also practically used as flat. Now, would you disagree with any one of those points?
Practically used as flat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely. What do you think, Dingus?
Yeah.
3 points I'm going to talk about: observation, measurement.
And can you tell me, like, in terms of practicality, like, in what sense practically used
in
as
every
flat?
sense of the way. So if we're going to talk about navigating over the Earth in any way, airplane, boat, car, doesn't matter.
Okay.
So practical use. So how you apply navigation on the Earth in any way. All right. So we can start with the first one, observation. Let's basically your primary experience on this Earth is that one of a topographical plane. So would you agree or disagree with that? Or would you, because there's two, right? The idea that you lived on a curved surface, being that the Earth is a globe. Do you think you live on a globe with a curved surface, or does it appear to you as a flat and stationary plane? Well, topographical. That's more accurate. We got land topography, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you say it looks to you like primary experience, like a topographical plane, or does it look like a curved ball from your primary experience?
From my perception, from my like visual perception.
Yeah, just from Dingus Kitty. Yep.
Yeah, like I mean, I wouldn't be able to view like a curvature because I don't think it's like I can view far enough distance to see the curvature.
Right. So we see the topographical plane. Right.
When you say topographical plane, I'm not familiar with that term. What does that mean?
Oh, land topography means hills and valleys. But it looks like a horizontal plane when you look at it. Is that fair?
So when I look, I see land and valleys.
Extending all about you in a 360-degree field of view, but it looks like a plane. Like it looks like a plane, and you don't see like
my like peripheral, in my viewable instance.
You don't see it like a ball in your primary experience. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Observation covered. Let's move on to measurement. Measurement. Can we measure the Earth as a globe? I'm always given the opportunity for you to think about it as a globe first, because I want to do that due diligence for you and kind of give you the floor to think about.
Like I haven't done the research.
Well, that's
like
cool.
I don't know the science. Like, but you know, I would just assume like the people that have done the research, like the scientists in the field, like would do the calculations and like would come to the conclusion, right?
Any specific field in mind that you think would have the keys to this information?
Yeah, like astronomy or like
excellent.
People in like
and people that do astronomy, what are they doing? Are they looking at the Earth or not the Earth?
No, they're looking outside of the Earth.
Okay, so not the Earth. So wrong category, you think, or do you want to choose a different group of people? Or do you want to stay with that one?
Wait, what? That's the thing is like
the type of
as soon as we look outside of the Earth, it seems like
but hold on a second. No, I'm asking you the question.
Irrelevant information.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm because if you want to, we can stay on that point and we can expound. So do you
sure,
think,
like astronauts or something.
Okay, wait a
minute.
How about
astronauts?
No. We're talking about people that make observations. So if you're saying
astronauts,
okay, you want to talk about astronauts? That's fine.
Because they would be like you were talking about. You want somebody that makes observations of the Earth specifically. That would be like astronauts, right?
Okay, so which astronaut?
What do you mean, which astronaut?
Yeah, which astronaut do you want to speak of? It would be the one for
like
the
one particular astronaut, or
it don't matter. It don't matter. Doesn't really matter.
I don't understand what your question is.
Well, it's important, right? Because if you're going to pick on one astronaut, because the person that you're going to refer to is going to tell
I'm not picking on one astronaut. I'm just saying, like, in the field of like,
what field?
Like, well, maybe not astronomers, because you're going to say like astronomers just look outside of their.
Yeah, not astronomy, right? Dingus. Did we lose Dingus? Dingus, are you there? Come on, Dingus.
Can you repeat the question with astronomy?
I was asking Dingus. I think he got disconnected. What experts would you lean on to tell you that the Earth is a globe? He said astronomers. And after I told him, are astronomers looking at the Earth or not the Earth? And he said, well, not the Earth. But then he said astronauts was his next go-to, which we're going to talk about that, but I don't know where he's at right now.
The astronauts from what I've seen they're kind of just like the guys with the pickaxe. Like they're
dude, let him. Cortigo, he doesn't know this, man. He's new. You know, you got to afford him. You got to give him a little, little room, little space. Pun intended.
Right. I just see astronauts as like they're the workadoos. Like they don't.
I know, dude. Because what's his name? Freaking Don Pettit. I mean, come on.
He's going back.
Is
he's going? Really? Yeah, he's going back to the ISS.
No, Cortigo was right, man. They're like the guys with the pickaxe. You don't really talk to those guys. They're not the ones. It's just they're like a chimp pulling levers and pushing buttons.
By the way, Crit, I haven't said what's up.
Send them for a reason.
Yeah, hey Cortigo, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Anyways, yeah, you said basically they're a chimp pushing buttons and pulling levers, right, Cortical?
I don't want to reduce that.
Come on, dude. You have to. You got to. You're committed.
They all got PhD.
You're committed. No,
they all
okay,
got.
you're committed.
All right. Yeah. They do what they're told.
Okay, there you go.
So when I watch like the YouTube videos of like the tours of the ISS, the first thing they'll tell you is, I don't have any time. I don't have any time to stare out the window. Like, because they're always doing shit. I don't have any time to fucking stare out the window.
You should have let fucking, what's his face come. He ran, didn't he? Fucking hell. Dingus Kitty left. We have to kind of extend this, Cortical. We got so much content, but we can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to allow it to come to fruition. You don't.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt him there.
No, but I'm saying that we all know, like, yeah, they are the ones that are just pushing buttons and pulling levers according to like their station. Now, I'm not saying coming from my perspective that they're actually doing that in the location. I'm just saying they're regarded as that.
No.
Like, really,
it's not just that they're regarded as that. I think that there actually is an element of that. Okay, so in the preparation for these launches, so they have like maybe 100 experiments prepared by 100 universities, and they have to do a crash course on how to set up every single one of these stupid little experiments that they have no investment in, but the University of Michigan, science department, that their physics department sends them up with some little trinket. And they tell these guys, okay, well, you have to do step A on day one, and you have to do step B on. So they have to just go through the checklist, and they have to do all this bullshit. And so they're the monkeys. Like they're they just go do what they're told. They don't understand any of it. They have no idea. They go through a checklist.
You were saying the same shit I was, dude. They're just chimps with the ability to push buttons and pull levers.
Yeah, and
they just put them in a room for a while.
Yeah,
just press this, mate. Press this for a while.
They got that little toy.
You're doing
that's got, like,
things.
they got the toy with the little shapes on it, the colorful little blocks that they're supposed to put into the right.
You must put the circle through the circle.
Pretend for a moment that the globe Earth thought experiment is real, and you have an International Space Station. You want to send up the curious, fucking scientist that just wants to learn more about the world, or do you want to get done with that fucking checklist? Do you want to you want to send up?
You want the yes man up there? We get it, Cortical. The yes man.
Yeah, the people that will do the work. It's just like down here on Earth. Like you don't want the person that wants to, if you want someone to build your house, you want the person that says yes or no, sir. You don't want the person that like is trying to examine everything and learn everything.
You just fucking, how many Globers actually say that though? I mean, from a like a.
I'm a Glober, by the way.
I know, but what I'm saying is from a standpoint of being like that's who they are and their like range of abilities. I don't know if you want to, like they're not really up there like doing a lot of hard science. They're just up there, making sure that they're taking care of business.
I think that happened maybe in the when the IS. Oh, no, before the ISS there was the Mir. I think it happened when there was the Mir that astronauts turned from being like our superstars, like our football quarterback, into being the workaday fucking junkies.
What the fuck is that guy doing?
Fixing the Hubble telescope and shit like that. They're the maintenance crew.
Like, dude, just get to work. Fucking don't ask questions. Just do what you're told.
Exactly.
Fuck, dude, why are you even commenting on that on the microphone, man? Let the guys who are actually know what they say or comment, because they get they push fucking TV cameras in front of these guys, Cortico. You know that, right?
Oh yeah. For press conferences, like for all.
But why are they okay? So why are they fumbling so hard every single time you get one of these guys in front of a camera? It's like, do they know they're getting airtime like that? Because they say dumb shit, dude. I mean, just from the optics point of view. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
I mean, I gotta revert back to what I was saying. The fucking imagine that your sink needs fixing, and you walk up to him with a fucking camcorder, and you're like, "Hey, explain to me what you're doing." And Joe Schmo like turns around and is like, "I'm trying to fucking fix the sink." Like he doesn't. He's not made for TV, man. Like this dude wasn't made for fucking TV.
Well, that's all over what we see. It's almost like there's these clips. Yeah, there's these clips that we have of them saying dumb shit, and it's just like not even the fact that they're for us to be thinking that they're in space or anything like that. It's just the shit that they say. It's like, why are you gonna say some dumb shit? Like when it was asked, we'll give you an example. What happens if you have a leak on the ISS? You know what he said, Cortigo?
Did he do some Joe Biden shit?
Dude, he said, well, you have a leak. I shit you not, dude.
I apologize.
They got to find that fine balance between like intellect and stupidity. If they tell them that they're doing something special, they need to be stupid enough to believe it. And then if they're too smart, they might fucking open their mouths.
Fuck, dude. But okay, what I'm saying is though, if there was a critical problem that happened, there should be a protocol that would solve the issue. I mean, from that standpoint, you would think, well, there's something simple that he could walk them through that would be like, okay, step 1, this is what we do. Step 2, we do this. Step 3, you know what I mean?
You know what step 3 is? Step 3 is fucking jump into the Soyuz. Press the button. Go back to Earth. Go back to fucking Earth. That's step 3.
Yeah, but the problem was it was an interview that was on. Yeah, he was. I guess I don't know if it was JPL or what, but he was speaking to a guy who was interviewing him, or was it a lady? I'm not sure. But they were interviewing him, and he said that shit. I'm like, dude, this is fucking clip worthy. I mean, for our side, it's fucking gold, dude. Like, I mean, it's like a bar of gold. Like, let's go hand this out to everybody else because look who they got going up there. I mean, the idea that you got. So that's what we're dealing with. But like you said,
we're all dealing with it. We all got to deal with it.
But then you got like the guys who come in here and like, dude, let's ask the astronauts because they've made them out to be like these, like you said, football quarterback stars, and they're like, these really looked up professionals, and like everybody's just trying to see those guys are like Buzz Lightyear with all the right stuff, and you know what I'm saying? Like they're just idolize these guys. So then what happens is when they start saying things, it's like, oh my god, it's like a face palm. Like stop talking, dude. Like it's. Perhaps if you hand them the pickaxe,
is these guys were put through 100 different tests to see whether they're space worthy. None of them have anything to do with being fucking good at dealing with a camera, good at dealing with questions. Some of these guys, like this may seem insensitive, but like you got to be on the spectrum to be on the level that some of these astronauts are required. Like I think they're all kind of like on the spectrum.
Well, they have to be some way, but I mean, it's just. But for the time that we've been doing this, Flat Earth has been kind of in the mainstream, like social medias. Like there has been so much shit that they've said that was just like outrageous, dude. Like, I mean, honestly.
Swallow your toothpaste. You know what?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
children,
look at
chug. Remember the chug.
Look at Neil deGrasse Tyson. That guy has been a Flat Earth favorite for fucking years now.
Dude, he doesn't quit. It's like the gift that keeps on giving, dude. I'm trying to tell you something, Cortigo. You need to take my words, bro, because what's happening right now.
Yo, I listen. I respect fucking, you, Veritas.
Listen, fucking optics are a big part of the reason why a lot of people are asking the questions like, dude, is this shit for real? Like, come on, bro. Like, why would you put people like this in front of the camera and have them an audience? Like, fucking giving them an audience? Like, really? Like, fuck, dude, what are we doing? Like, why can't we put somebody like let's put somebody that can articulate points. Let's get them like saying some really technical ideas and to the public that get them to think. They don't do that, and that's amazing to us. We're like, dude, why don't you get fucking the guy who's working on the technology and put him in front of the camera and say, like, let's hear him talk about how this operates. You don't get that shit because really, the rest of the world, they don't got time for that because all they'll hear is technical jargon. They'll be like, fuck, we don't want to hear that. We want to hear the guy who doesn't really know too much, but it's saying, cool shit, like,
I feel
don't
you.
know.
I feel you. Fucking NDT says another fucking flat earth quote every time he fucking lights up his Twitter. And I don't get it. I don't get what this guy's goal is.
It's clicks. He's a shock jock. He's just basically like a scientism
100%.
shock jock.
100%. I have to agree with that. Crit has
he did have to come out and say a phrase that I don't know how I feel about it. Like at the moment, I feel negative about it.
Say it.
He said, "We don't have to debate this. There are people that are really good at debating that can that can show a point that is factually wrong. They can make it look good and convince an audience that is what is true." And he said, if he basically said that debates aren't good because someone who is charismatic can win a debate, but someone who is right can lose a debate. And that's why he doesn't want to debate, is because it doesn't rely on the fact of the matter, but it relies on who is more charismatic. But you can replace that word charismatic with persuasive. And that's why I don't accept what he said. He's basically saying we can have an even debate and someone can win, but I can still win because of a technicality. Like, he's just wrong because the objective fact is I'm right. And I don't agree. I think that all things are worthy of debate. Like, let the best man stand. Let the audience decide.
Yeah, but he doesn't believe that. And so he's going to tell the audience that if the person's charismatic, optically, they look like they won. And so you could have all the right moves being a glober, with your technical ways, but it's the end of the day, it's gonna be the guy who's more persuasive or he's really charismatic. That guy wins optically.
So what he's saying is I can pocket the fact that the Earth is a globe. I can put it in my pocket and say anything I want, and we can have an hour-long debate, and you can show me all these facts. You can show me all these experiments. You can show me all these things. But at the end of the day, in my pocket, I right,
win.
You're wrong, and the debate's over.
Yeah, but how do you feel about that? Like, how do you...
I feel terrible about that. I think he's wrong. I think he's absolutely wrong.
Do you think he should say, you know what? I welcome the challenge. Wouldn't that be better? If he was to really just kind of clean up the language and be like, you know what? I want the challenge. I want people to challenge what they think and to come up with the understanding that the Earth is a globe. Why not? That's the best way.
I think that globe earthers need a better challenge. So there's a lot of flat earthers, kind of I won't say mainstream, but like in the midstream of getting out there and being really good at their craft. Austin Whitsitt, I'll go ahead and shout out. I don't think that there are that many globe earthers that like cut their teeth on kind of rebutting kind of these claims to the same efficacy that I've seen like a Whitsitt do. And one could argue that the persons that are best suited for that, like the astronomers, the astrophysicists, are not interested in the debate.
Do you think that's where they're losing because of the lack of interest? Because I think, think about it like this, Cortigo. The minds that are being shaped right now are only being shaped by the people who are out there and putting themselves out there, right? And saying, hey, you know what? Let's talk about this. When the guys are like, you know what? It's a foregone conclusion. We don't need to talk about it. What do you think happens there?
Well, okay. So I don't think that so if we were to suppose that there is the number one astrophysicist in the world, I don't think that he could stand up to a debate against the number one flat earther. Like, so bring on the with it. I don't think that the number one most published astrophysicist in the world could just hold his own in a debate. I think it is an entirely new set of skills. I think in order to debate the Earth sphericity, the flat earthness of it, requires ingraining
a measurement.
You have to learn more about this conversation. You have to learn more about the argument. You have to do more than what they do on their typical repertoire. You have to get into the flat Earth discussion in order to prepare yourself for these debates.
Can I just say something, mate? Can I just say something on that? Can I just say something? Hiya, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Tyson has got a point because, you know, I don't think debate's the right word for this, what we're talking about, because that's usually like a discussion on a topic and then it ends in a vote. What we're talking about is providing evidence of what's correct and truthful. It's not actually a debate. So Tyson's got a point. If somebody can come across and talk about something and it sounds good, and he can put himself forward in a really good way, then the people who are listening to that will say, well, that sounds great. I'm going to vote for him.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with evidence.
I get what you're saying, one deck, but I would have to disagree, and the reason being is because because I guess, and the way Cortigo put it, because there's like a clip of him actually saying, like, you know, it's not really a debate in that way, because we can have all the facts and they can have a charismatic person, and the charismatic person is going to really take the audience for optics, right? But if the guy who's saying, I don't want to debate for that reason, because you could have somebody that's charismatic and then just for that reason the audience will like that person because of that, but that's not giving the challenge, right? The challenge is it doesn't matter if you think that you have truth on your side. Challenge the world, take everybody on, say, yeah, let's go. What do you guys have to lose? If you have truth on your side, you should be more forthcoming, putting yourself out there, not afraid, being like, dude, take me wherever you want to go. I'll go wherever I want, you know, like, just I'll be in every place that you want me to be, so I can show you that I'm holding on to truth. Not that just because I have truth in my back pocket and I don't want to debate, but I have truth in my back pocket and I want to. That's the difference.
All that a debate does is just fulfill their own biases. Like biases,
right.
If you don't, they just need evidence. That's all they need. But otherwise, you're just waffling on with nonsense. No, I get you, man. It's not a debate.
No, it's not a debate in that sense. But what I'm saying is, like, if you don't want to have the challenge, because when you if they're not wanting, because he's not wanting to be challenged, like let's say in a debate format, so he's not wanting to engage in that challenge. So yeah, you could say that it's not a debate in that way, because both sides can say that they have truth in their back pocket, right? Just what Cortigo was saying. But the problem is, if you're not challenging, you're not getting minds to critically think about the discussion or the points being raised. So yeah, let's say we're holding on to truth right now, all of us in here who are on the 24/7, team or whatever. But if you are not challenging people on it, then are you just holding truth in your back pocket and saying that we don't need to debate? Or yeah, you know what? Let's challenge.
The debate doesn't. The debate doesn't really work in that. Like the format doesn't work because they've already got their backs up against the wall. Like they're not thinking. They're just shut off. That's that cog dis. But like it's interesting because they've already got this predisposed idea of what everything is without knowing what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have someone that can just waffle on bullshit. All that's required is the evidence. That's all it is. Like, it's not a debate.
Yeah, we understand when it comes right down to it. It's all about what you got in your back pocket. So if you say you have truth, put it on the table. I want to see it. So if it's truth, it's going to win the day. You guys know this.
Yeah, well, you would think so if they critically think, but they just cheerlead.
Yeah, and like what I'm saying though, if the person has the truth in their back pocket, belly up to the bar, put that monkey on the table and let's see what you got. Because if it's not the truth, then I'm right and you're wrong. How about that? So it's not like it's not a debate in the sense of like if you're holding on to truth, then it's not a debate. But you have to be afforded the opportunity to challenge people to actually say, let's see what you got. Do you think you have truth? Put it on the table. I put my truth on the
Yeah.
table, and let's see at the end of the day which one's going to stand to scrutiny.
Very
You know what I mean? Like,
you know what's
Dude,
funny?
he's only got just dropping and joining to create some audio chaos.
Yeah, just turn. You can turn that
Right?
off. You can. It's turned off for the live stream. So just on your end, you can turn off the notifications.
Please
just
I'm enjoying it. It's
let
nice.
him,
thanks.
Yeah,
Well
let him spiral out because he's got to get to rock bottom before he can start thinking about this. Because
do you guys
right
know how to do
now,
that?
This guy is one of those pickaxes, just pushing the button on and off.
Crit, do you want to
Send him to space, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, here I'll show you guys how to how to turn that off. So you're gonna go into your settings.
Okay. I'm there.
And notifications. And then sounds, and just turn them all off. You know, unless you want, if there's something you want on, you know.
Yeah, it's the join. Turn join off. Join and disconnect, I think, are the ones you need to turn off.
Yeah, that's a specific one. Yeah, join and leave.
Yeah.
Like, but you might as well just have them all off. Because, like, if you get a message, there's a ping, you know, like, if you deafen or undeafen, there's you know, like, if you activate your push to talk, all that stuff can have sound effects, but you really don't, I mean, from my point of view, you don't need any of them.
Okay.
I just turned to leave and join.
Yeah, I mean, people use them for video gaming, I guess, so sometimes they want to make sure their mic is keyed up or whatever, but for the most part, yeah, user leave, user join.
Oh my god, thank you.
This is a hard
He's
counter.
persistent. I'll give him that. It's persistence.
That's
like
okay.
he's just sitting there on off.
Well,
on, off.
Jedi said he broke him, so he did kind of break him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy's broken. His mind shattered into a bunch of pieces once he realized that he thought looking at the moon was literally looking at the Earth. And once he realized that was not the case, there wasn't a lot left for him to talk about. Other than
what if he really wants to tell us that he's realized that he's wrong?
No, he's still talking
He's
about
spiraling in the chat. Chubbs.
Yeah, he's
spiraling in the chat.
Right. Yeah, fair enough.
But it's an interesting topic, the one we're talking about, because I think that, you know, if you do have truth on your side, then you shouldn't be afraid of a challenge. It's not like you'd say, you know what, I'm not going to debate you or challenge in any way because I have truth on my side. So therefore, I'm walking away. Continue on as you were. Like, you have to at some point engage, right? Let's see what you got. You think you have truth? Let's go. What do you got? And that's what we do. We make it known to them. Like, otherwise, they're going to continue to think that they have truth on their side. That's why we have to do the challenge. Like, we understand where we are. It's not a debate, but you're going to have to show them why it's not. Does that make sense? That's the only thing I'm saying.
No. So, yeah, for as modern recorded history, like we've had, well, I want to call them magicians. They're snake oil salesmen, people that can sell an idea, people that are charismatic and really good at what they're doing, or we're talking about magicians, people that can
mystify.
Yeah, make a person pull a card.
Yeah, it's like what they did with the globe Earth. These magicians come along and they told everybody about 200 years ago, slowly over time, that the Earth was a ball, and they kept getting better at their magic tricks, NASA and so on. So yeah, you're not a flat earther yet, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird.
That's what I'm saying. Is we always got to be on the lookout. Either side, either way you look at it, is for the magician. Look for just the facts. Look for just for when they say factual things that we can corroborate and that we can test. And
That's
and
it.
and that's the only things you need to look for, because people will try to tell you that. So one of the things that Witsit does that I don't like is he I won't say gallop, but he goes from topic to topic to overwhelm his opponent. Like he makes it so you cannot cross check the veracity of what he's saying. Like he goes from topic to topic really fast.
Well, the main key there is that the other opponent opened themselves up to that strategy because their shtick was they can prove the globe because Witsit can't answer questions. As soon as Witsit provides an answer, their globe is done for. They sunk their own battleship because they planted a flag here that this model offers explanations, this model doesn't. And as soon as the explanation, because they didn't know about the explanation, and once Winston educated them, which is why he calls his show Schooling Globies, once they're now educated, they have to hold the contradiction. They got an answer and they didn't get an answer at exactly the same time.
I think hold on, Cortico. I think the important part there too is that when you're doing a debate style that he usually does when he gets in his debates, is that the format is usually 10 minutes to one guy, 10 minutes to the other. So he actually has to go through the points and with the points that were being said to him, and he's got to break them down. So he only has his allotted time to do that. So if he's gonna kind of do what you said he was doing, I think what he normally does is that he has to go through each point and he can't spend too much time on it. So it sounds like to the audience that he's just going through it, nobody fact checking. Well, that's the format. That's why I've always said that those types of formats,
You're right.
They're not designed for the back and forths that we're trying to do here. Like definitely if somebody wants to have, like I always say, I want the guy who has the evidence that the Earth is a globe. I'm gonna give you the mic and the floor. Stick to the facts and stick to what you know how it's a globe. The evidence. Once you start going off to a different place, you might get muted. You might, you know what I mean? Like you have to stick to like just giving us what we're back and forth going to be asking for.
And if I say something like the binocular diffusion intensity ray, like you're going to be like, why don't you break that down? Tell me exactly what you mean by that. And this is something that and by the way, I just made up all of course I made it all up. And we're going to break it down and we're going to figure out exactly what a person is talking about. And in these modern day debates, like we don't really get the breakdown of everything that they're talking about, and oftentimes that's because the interlocutor maybe knows what they're talking about. But
yeah, and too, like I mean, if you give somebody like 7 or 8 points, and then you only give the other person and every point the person's that's gonna rebuttal is gonna have to expound on each one of these points. So they only got so much time. So how much time do you think is going to be given to actually go through each point, thoroughly? It's not, that's why I always say these platforms with the formats that way, they call them like, moderated debates and such. It doesn't give the person the back and forth time to kind of go through each point and, expose where the logic was flawed or you know what I mean? Like it's not, you have to, do you guys get what I'm saying? And that's what you get with those types of formats.
Yeah, 10 minutes to raffle on about something and then somebody else 10 minutes. I don't enjoy that.
No.
You should just.
There's no way to.
Topic.
There's no way to comprehend what they're saying. Like they're just back and forth.
By the time you get
really
to 10
need
minutes,
to elaborate on what your point is, and once you break it down so everyone can understand, then you're on the same playing field. Otherwise, you're just talking shit.
I like
by the time you got to 10 minutes, like you forgot your opponent's first point. And at the end of the day, if we're talking about the shape of the Earth, the point should be how is Earth measured?
Right. I agree. By the way, Veritas,
point.
You got me in big trouble with my video game community. I invited them into this flat Earth community, and I was a little bit snaz, and so they told me that I turn into a flat earther when I get drunk.
Over there?
Yeah. So in my other Discord community, they were like, "You are a flat earther." I'm like, "No, I'm not a flat earther." Like, please believe me. But they
this
told
you I guess because because you're asking questions, and when people that want to be comfortable and just believing what they want without you being okay. So whenever you start challenging the status quo, what's gonna happen is people are gonna be like, "Dude, what's up with you, man? You changed. Why don't you just go along with everything?" And if that's not who you are, they're gonna just because you've been in this channel and you told them about this channel, they're gonna label you a flat earther because of that.
right. So
Not so much of the points, but because you asking like, "Hey, well, how do you guys know? If we're gonna talk about the shape of the Earth," and to them in their mind, you're already a flat earther because that's what they hear from what we do here. It's not so much that you are, but
right.
kind of
So I invited them in because I thought it would be interesting to them because like the flat Earth global Earth debate like probably takes up maybe like 3% of my life at this point. Like I think it's interesting. And so I brought him in, and like I just try to be honest. Like when I'm in here, like the most important thing to me is being intellectually honest. And if a flat earther says like a point that I think is like a decent point, and I'm not going to challenge him on that, and I'll actually be like, yeah, that's a good point. And so I think that happened a couple times, and so I talked with them a couple days later, and they're just like, dude, you're a flat earther. I'm just like, dude, what? Like just because like they said things that are true, like that are undeniable, like things that are absolutely like undeniable, that makes me a flat earther. Like, come on now.
Yeah, we're talking about observations and what people see, right? So if we get, let's say, somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe and a flat earther standing side by side and just doing simple observations, what do you see? And having them kind of both, people say what they actually see and not what they think they see. I think we'd get everybody to agree. You know what I mean? Like that's just what we say in
Not
here
me.
is
Sound like a dumbass. That's what I
what's that?
think. I think you're a dumbass.
Okay, and what's your reasoning behind that?
Mathematics and
what type of mathematics?
I think we should give this guy the floor.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Absolutely. Let's hear it.
So do you think that the Earth is a globe, apropos?
Sure, let's start from the ancients and work our way upwards, and
That's great. I wouldn't have it any other way. So
Carry
we're in
through.
so where in ancient times did they first discover that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. Okay. Great start. So Earth's a globe. I think we've all agreed on that. Right?
No. Where in ancient times did they discover that the Earth is a globe, apropos?
Okay, how did they do that? Curvature. How did they use curvature? Like they discovered it way before Copernicus, right? So there was some kind of calculation based on sundials where they could use pi and kind of just instinctually figure that out. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, so.
So you don't know?
Well, I'm smart enough to believe people that are smarter than me because I'm not.
Okay, who do you believe? Who do you believe?
Vaccine?
Yeah, who do you? Wait, that's not. Who do you believe? As far as them telling you that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, who do you believe? Why would you be such a contrarian? What leads you to care so much that?
So let me just kind of give you
think...
the rundown. Apropos, when a new person jumps into this forum, we just want to know how and why they think the Earth's a globe.
I don't give a fuck what you want to know. I'm like I come in here expecting people who woke up. They go look outside and it looks fat or it looks flat to you. So there's a starting point. Like that's the way to go about it.
Okay.
It looks flat. Okay.
So you agree with that?
I think Pabst Blue Ribbon was the starting point.
Cortical just lit up. All right. So what did you? What did fucking Cortical? All right. So you say that the Earth is observably flat. I propose.
No, I'm saying you woke up when you were 3 years old and you stepped onto the ground and you looked at the world and it looked flat. And the basis for, I guess, your whole worldview thereon was your 3-year-old self, and you've
great starting point.
You've refused to let go of that idea because it was so intuitional for you when you stepped onto that flat Earth when you were 3 years old. Yeah,
All right.
so that's
So
why
do you-
it's true. Yeah.
Do you think? Well, that's great that you're talking about me, but we're interested. All of us here right now. Even there's some global.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the rest of the people as well, not just you. I'm talking about everyone else who's listening.
Everybody
to me.
else. All right. So, including you, is that true about you?
Yeah, I did think that when I was 3. I did.
Okay. So when did you start thinking that it's not flat, observably?
Well, you learn things and you start to trust people.
Compelling argument.
Because you know what? There's so much to learn that you do have to trust in people who do things their entire lives to just focus on one thing.
I propose I got you, man. But like when was the first time that you heard that the Earth is a globe? How you remember the time when you remember that, or
probably
give us a
probably
ballpark.
kindergarten, grade 1. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. So an authoritative person told you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
Teacher or someone. Okay.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? Yeah.
Well, I think that you've been told a story. Now, I want to know how that story is real to you. How did you make that story real? When you said, you know what, they told me the Earth is a globe, but now I know that it's really a globe. When did that happen?
Well, they taught me all about physics and science and mathematical calculation. Well, no, it progressively got better, and I'm not a scientist now. Because if I actually did take science in university, I certainly wouldn't be in here. So
So you think that
but
scientists?
I have done the scientific method, and I've used
the scientific method. What is the scientific method I propose that you've done? Can you tell us what it is?
Repeating, suggesting something like a hypothesis, and then having other people peer-reviewed do the same thing, and then collectively you come to common understanding.
This is like those TikTok videos.
Yeah, where did you hear that from? Like, where did you get that information from?
Well, I've done it. I've actually done it.
I know. You've done it, but where did you get the information on how to do it?
I know. Well, if you want to talk epistemology or how truth should be, so
not really. I just want to know how you've done this.
How is it proven to you? I'm not trying to just flick this back on you, but how is it proven to you that the Earth is flat?
You just flipped it back on me, but I will tell you. I'll happily tell you. But the thing is, you said you could do, that the scientific method that's been done using what you said sounded like.
How do you prove what's real?
Well,
because there's
we could talk about that, but we can't keep moving from topic to topic if I don't know that you know or thoroughly understand what you're saying. Because I really don't think that you know. So, but you have to prove me wrong, right? So how?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Really, you don't. You can say things and then expect that everybody knows.
I have a pretty solid worldview, and you have to prove your worldview.
You have free will. You can do what you like, but we just want to level with you so we can we're on the same page. We need some sort of understanding.
Cool.
So the scientific method is a method that can be used, right, in natural science. But I'm not really sure that you're familiar with it. Didn't sound like you gave us any steps to
I'm more
utilizing it.
Familiar than you are, unless you're
really
a prophet.
You got it, Jedi? You want to get
manipulate it?
All right, Jedi's going to speak to you apropos. So
sure, yeah,
yeah. Okay, so you say that you know more about the scientific method than
no, I didn't say that. I'm just talking about specifics about how I come to know what I know. Yeah.
Okay, but with regards to the scientific method, do you know how many variables are in a hypothesis?
There's no variables in a hypothesis because a hypothesis means you're just posing a question. So
No, a hypothesis isn't a question. The
it
question,
is.
the question, no, a hypothesis is a prediction.
Yes.
Yes, but so not what you said then.
Well, yeah, one thing has an assumption attached to it. Sure.
Yeah, it's a prediction. So within the hypothesis, there are two variables because you're trying to predict what causes a phenomena to happen. Your two
No,
variables.
there's like a million variables. There's fucking infinite variables.
No,
Not two variables.
No,
Not two
dude,
variables. Infinite variables.
Dude, that's also incorrect. Like, in two cases, one, infinite's not even fucking possible. So how can you have infinite variables? That was stupid. Second of all, I know that's hilarious, isn't it? Second
Yeah,
of all,
it is.
there are two variables within a hypothesis. I gave you them. One's the cause, the independent variable, and one's the phenomena, the dependent variable. When you go to, I haven't quite finished. I haven't quite finished. I haven't finished. So when you go to test your hypothesis, which is your prediction, into your cause and effect relationship, you will then bring in control variables. These are the things that you will keep the same, and then you will vary them. Yeah. So when you come in here and said that you knew more about the scientific method than Alpha did, which is what you did say.
I didn't say it. No, I
you
didn't.
did. You did, which is why I jumped in on that specific.
If I did, I wouldn't feel bad about it. So yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think we just need to move on. Like,
I think so as well.
You've made not only your point, but a concise and correct point. A concise and correct point.
Right. So the scientific method that was being utilized by Apropos didn't come out to be that. So he now understands he was incorrect. But does he?
Can you hear me now?
Negative.
Yeah. So you are correct. Is that right? You are correct?
Yeah, I am. I am correct.
All right. So once again, how did you learn the method of the scientific?
Well, if we're going like into personal anecdotal history about how I learned how science works, then that's fine. We can take everyone through
how
the
science works.
method.
No, we're just talking about the scientific method. That's all.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you want a personal anecdote, so I'll tell
No,
you.
you could have just said
nothing personal.
Could have just said school or college or university or I've got a degree. I've answered that question by now.
Well, if there's one person who's listening right now who actually escapes your pure bullshit, I will be very happy.
That's
especially if
interesting.
if there's like an 8 or an 11-year-old here who like grasps on the science, and listens to
all
these
right,
fucking fools.
Okay, I'll placate you.
He's looking for 11-year-olds. All right.
Okay.
That's me. I'm 11.
Using the scientific method, I want you to, whilst using that method, prove to me a shape.
Well, that's more of a philosophy question.
But could you repeat that? A shape?
Yeah. So the difference between me and
that's a
scientist,
question. That's a question.
Post.
Yeah, is that I've thought about how people came to think about science, right?
Can you prove a shape?
Me when I am drunk.
So again, maybe I need to be clear. Using the scientific method, can you prove to me a shape? What's the first step of the scientific method, dude? No. Yeah. Still want to talk to 11-year-old. Would that help you?
Not even the first step of the scientific method.
Wait, by the way, Jedi, like a curiosity, because I would be stumped too. Like, can you help us through that?
I'm trying to help this guy do it. So if you'll at least try and walk along this framework, which is what the method is.
I'm trying to figure out like if you actually like.
I think the test is over.
Emotionally involved in this
Not
idea,
yet.
or
Not yet.
do you
Cortical.
actually believe it? You guys actually believe it?
There's
Like,
a wall that
especially-
needs to come down. That's its
especially
cognitive
the
dissonance.
smart people here.
Yeah, dude. Without that kind of
alcoholism.
feminine insult, I'm asking you a question. The question is, using the scientific method, can you prove to me a shape? I've tried to help you by asking you what
Why
the
is
first
that
step-
relevant?
Because science proves the shape of the Earth, right?
Okay, what, like a circle, or what do you want me to do?
If we're talking about a shape,
Prove a
I want.
circle? Okay,
Yeah,
well, the
use-
Earth's a circle. Okay, Earth, all right, circle.
Okay.
So let's get the first step
Probably
sorted.
the best.
Get to the
probably
point.
best
Get to the
example-
point. Yeah.
Best example of circular reasoning there, my friend. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're talking about shush.
Tautology, it's called. Yeah.
That's awesome. So at least you
Yeah.
do have some level of comprehension.
Topology.
Sure.
Topology.
Good.
We're looking for a shape. Topology.
So
No,
using
it's
science, I'm asking
question
you
of
again.
pronunciation. So
That's the fucking point is that you're drunk. What's the point of talking to a drunk person?
yeah.
Robert, what you need to do, Robert, is become more characteristic, get more character going, and you might win this.
Well, I'm not in this. What are you?
Bring him in. Bring him in. Shove him in.
Shove the champion in.
So using the scientific method, can you prove to me the shape of an object? That's the question.
What have I done to be brought into?
You're the number one subject.
How?
Do you think the scientific method determines the shape?
My brothers in Christ, I don't even see gamertag as the person that you've been yelling.
All right. I'll be the stooge.
Nah, we don't want to do that. We want to talk to the new people, Cortical.
Okay,
See,
fair.
the thing,
All
the
right,
point,
fair enough.
the point of this forum is that people jump into this forum and like he came in pretty hot, calling me, all kinds of names and insults and stuff. But we're finding out as the conversation progresses, he doesn't have what it takes, and that's good, right? Because we like the people that come in with the bravado to realize where they stand.
Very
So like
talented.
this gentleman, gentleman.
I'm very glad you said that because I was trying to rely on like my insignificant like remembrance of like 12th grade philosophy to answer questions.
Just belay that, man. We're doing our work, and the work is.
Why can't I put video on here? Why can't I?
Because we don't want to see that.
Nobody wants to see
okay.
that.
Yeah.
Nobody trying to see that, dude.
None of you want to be on here.
We don't want to see your dick.
You fake fools, dude.
All
right. Are we going to put this call for much longer?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Dude, I've tried to ask you a question several times.
I know. I don't respond to your question because your question is stupid.
Why? Why?
Why?
It's like
how do you scientifically prove
somehow.
a shape? How do you scientifically prove a shape?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Mathematicians do it all day long.
Well, I'm not a mathematician.
Don't feed them the answer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do you prove a shape? How do you prove a shape?
Good question. You observe it and you measure it.
Right.
Ooh, I was right.
Great answer.
Right.
Great answer.
You didn't know it? Yeah. You didn't know it? You didn't know it, dude. You would have said it. That's why it's a great answer.
He's got the science shit out of it.
So I'm still trying to figure out how science would prove the shape of the Earth. Being as science isn't the tool that we would use to do that, that's stupid. That's a stupid question.
Okay, well, there's a picture of it. Okay, here's a stupid answer.
Oh my!
There's a picture of it from the moon. There's a picture of it from the moon. There's a picture of it from Voyager 1. Okay. Oh my God, that's so dumb. It's so dumb that there's pictures of it. Okay. So why was the moon landing faked? Why was Voyager 1?
We're not gonna do that.
You guys, do you even have an understanding of what the?
No, we have no understanding. We have no understanding.
Enlighten us on your understanding. Oh, wise one.
Please, this will be good.
I mean, you just have this like spectacular amounts of wisdom that you're dropping on us. I mean, it's just It's crazy.
I need to know what Buddy does for a job.
Because you don't want to do it, or you want to do it. I don't know. It's all right.
All science buzz. Come on.
Propose, what do you do during the day?
Buzz, what do you do during the day?
I certainly don't think about how to convince people in a flat Earth forum.
My brother in Christ, I'm a glober, but I just want to know what
There's
you
a
do
lot of
during the
globe
day.
earthers here. You've just been acting a fool.
No, I've really not.
Oh
I've
yeah,
really
you've
not.
not.
You have any
purpose for your
life? Globe earthers. Like I'm
You have like single-handedly convinced a lot of like globe earthers that maybe they need to reconsider.
Make me switch teams.
Even if it's just for tonight, man. They're gonna be like, fuck it, dude. Tonight, yeah.
We
Maybe
can't
tomorrow
do
I'll wake
that
up and be a
shit.
glober, but tonight, fuck it, it's flat Earth.
Do you have any redemption? Do you have any redeeming qualities?
Do you?
Yeah, we could allow him. Like
Yeah, I
maybe
think
he's gonna redeem himself.
He allow
You
blah,
didn't
blah,
make him the
blah,
mascot.
blah, 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 blah,
You think that's
blah.
redemption right there, Cortigo? I don't think.
Do you have any
Is that French?
moral? You guys have any moral consideration for like younger people listening to you and
Why
actually
are
trying to
you?
learn
Why
about
are you appealing
things?
to the younger crowd, bro? I don't get this.
Why
You're
was he
absolutely hammered, dude.
Very concerned about what's going on here.
Young people.
Very concerned.
I don't like the idea of warning
I don't
people.
like.
But
I don't like
you
your
did it
fucking
yourself.
idea about anything. So
I like the idea of
got
talking
children.
to kids on Discord.
I think you guys are.
Yeah, why are you so worried
pretty
about
fucked
kids?
up.
Yeah, that's kind
I
of
think
creepy.
you guys
dude,
are pretty
to be
fucked
honest.
up.
We're pretty
Conversation probably doesn't need to go on for much
fucked
longer.
up group of non-homogeneous,
Dumbasses. Yeah, exactly. So hey, kids, don't listen to these.
Oof.
Starting to get a little bit annoying now with the drunk man. I know he's fun to play with,
Not
but
being able to handle some Miller Lights.
Yeah,
Sad,
yeah. That's about right. That's about right.
Yeah, the cringe
He's a little
level was really
obsessed
getting
with
up there.
kids.
I think we ended it right when appropriate. Like, stop it before the blaze.
Oh, he left, or was he kicked?
no, but he left of his own accord, I assume.
He was done. It was done. Like, it was done.
Hey, but we're not going to be putting other people's hairs out on fire that are on fire right now, like the guy in the chat.
Certainly.
He's gonna. We're just gonna let that hair burn, baby.
Well,
we don't. Well, we only have so much buckets of water. You know, we can't.
No, if there's any fresh meat, like, I apologize. Okay, I'll stop.
Yeah, you want to hear the. I don't think there's anybody that's gonna step up. To be honest, it's late, dude. We get the the late night crew. Well,
Dude,
for us.
by the way, late. Like, what does it even mean to be late? For you, Veritas.
It's 4 a.m. where I live.
Oh shit, dude. Well, I mean, define late, like fucking.
I want to define late by your parameter of fucking late. Like it, because you're European, right?
What?
Wait,
what?
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 I thought so. I thought you were European.
Well, you got the wrong.
I got the wrong idea.
Wrong. Way wrong.
All right. I apologize. Veritas. So that means we have a bunch of hours to still hang out.
Well,
we are.
I work the overnight shift, so I'm usually up at this time.
By the way, Veritas, I can get you a job.
Oh, well,
money in the pocket. Money in the.
Am I supposed to?
Pocket.
Am I going to be?
Reapers?
Am I going to be fucking speaking in a public forum?
No, you're not going to be speaking in a fucking public forum. All I'm saying is that like your intelligence meter like is on the fucking rise, in my opinion, and I think that could probably get you like 120.
Really? Oh shit.
We'll talk. All
right. Fuck it. As long as I'm not gonna be talking globe stuff to somebody. Well, by the way, guys, you guys
You're not gonna.
really doing a
You're
great
not gonna
job.
be fucking. You're not gonna pretend to be anyone that you're not. Like, I
gotta be me.
Well, that's one of the prerequisites. Like, it's just talking to people. Like, that is what I see in you, is your ability to talk to people that you know that you have like zero in common, and you're trying to hone in on what you have in common. So you have zero in common, but you're trying to hone in on what you have in common. And
we try. We do what we can, man. I think in this forum, like, you can only do so much, dude, until it reaches a level like that last conversation where it's just too cringe. You can only do so much with that, with certain people.
Cringe is one thing, but like sometimes it's necessary to bridge a gap between what they're talking about and what you need them to be talking about. And being personable is a very important skill. And so, like, that's what I'm talking about. So,
sure.
Like, yeah, like, we'll see. Like, I'll hit you up. Like, I'll hit you up.
Yeah, sure, man. But if there's anybody else in the room that wants to talk about their evidence for the Earth being a globe, you guys can go ahead. We're just shooting the breeze. We're actually enjoying.
Globe.
We got
globe.
No, wait. You want to know something funny? I know that you guys are chanting globe right now, but there was a guy in here who actually fucking chanted globe. I am not shitting you. He came in
That was
here.
me. Alpha, that was me.
Oh, it's Roboot.
Yeah, that's why that's why I started doing it.
Globe, dude.
Globe.
I was like, dude, he was chanting globe. I was like, no fucking way. I thought it was like
globe.
But he was just being facetious, dude. He wasn't really.
I'm just having fun.
It's like
feces, poop,
huh? Roboot is at the bottom.
Poop.
Poop? No, it's Roboot.
Facetious. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't think we got anybody else new in here. It's just the usual suspects. To be honest.
I mean, I'm new. This is my first day. It was fun though.
We got Sir Henry, but he's he was talking to us about his
Wait, he says it's his first day. Like, I'll give you the opportunity. Like, are you a globe earther, a flat earther? Do you want to talk about globe earth or flat earth? Do you want to listen to globe earth, flat earth? Like we can stage.
Listen to Cortico, man. He wants to dish, dude.
Well, what I'm saying is, if there's a person in here who is leaning towards globe earth or flat earth, like I can stage like a globe earth, flat earth debate with Veritas. Like he'll fucking do it with me, where we can talk about like what are the general topics, like what people generally say. We can stage a fucking argument. But if
you ever watched a movie called Nobody?
No.
Yeah, what's his
You
face?
really
Yeah.
should. It's kind of neat. Well, but personally, for those who get the reference, who am I? Nobody. How about that?
That's fucking deep and profound.
Wait.
Yeah, that should be on a T-shirt somewhere. Actually,
By the way, are you like Russian or from like you know what I'm saying?
Come again?
You're living in a shithole part of Europe?
No, fuck that. Like, are you like So one of the first things that I posted in the chat was like, your understanding of the English language was better than mine. Like, you're an eloquent man. Like, and my curiosity is like where do you hail from?
You know what? For all intents and purposes, I'm from Uranus. Far deep.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All I was saying is that you're an eloquent man, and
I'm all right. I'm not exactly like some of these British folk. We
no,
actually
you don't
witnessed
gotta
a
be British
living
to be eloquent.
dude. We witnessed a living clone of Margaret Thatcher, like or whatever her name is, like a living freaking clone. The voice, everything is the same. It was surreal. It was hilarious as shit.
But when you were debating when you were half asleep, it seemed to me
Oh,
that
I
you had
wasn't debating. I'm not
well
here
no
to
no,
debate.
but you had a mastery of the English language, and I think
Yeah,
that.
I do alright. I'm a bilingual. I can speak two languages freely.
But I think you did very
And
very
also I
well,
understand
very
mostly
well.
all of the slang, even some of the weird, obscure British one, but that would be a bit weaker there because they're a bit more specific. They wouldn't understand each other if they're from different regions. Like, for instance, would you ever know, like, when you call someone a pineapple, if it's like British calling you a pineapple, would be them saying that you're overcomplicated generally as a person. Ain't that funny? A
No,
pineapple.
see
Yeah. Look it up. Like, dude, if they call you a pineapple, they mean that you're like overcomplicated. It's kind of funny. You would never guess. You would really
but
I
never
like when
guess.
Gordon
have
Ramsay
you
calls
been called a pineapple?
Uh, rarely once.
Yeah, you've been called a
So I had
pineapple.
to go in and kind of like figure it out. And I also heard it around, and I'm like, what is a pineapple? What do you mean by a slang when calling someone a pineapple?
So you're
I guess it's saying like eccentric,
you're
overcomplicated.
you're worldly. Like you visit the world, right?
Hmm?
You visit the world. Like you've seen the Mediterranean. You've been to the Mediterranean. You've been to France. You've been to Moscow, right?
Well, I've been to Moscow, Black Sea, so the Sochi area. I've been to Cyprus, so technically, kinda yes. But I wouldn't say that I travel a lot around the world. I would actually like to do more of that. Sadly, it's a bit difficult to do when you come from a nutsack of a country, right? And I'm not speaking of
Yeah.
Russia, by the way. I'm currently located elsewhere. So, not
Oh,
sack of Europe right now.
Poland.
No,
Poland.
not Poland. No. You'll be guessing like I'm not gonna like drag you around because I'm just gonna fuck around and drag you around the map. So like if you don't want to play that game, we can call it quit over here. Okay.
We'll call it quit. We'll call it quit.
Yeah, I think that would be reasonable. There's a lot of people who take up airtime. All right. Anyway, I need my cigarette and wake up, and also my devil's
Don't.
lettuce.
Do they have vape where you're
Huh?
from? Vape?
I'm actually a Russian, but funky thing is I'm a bilingual, and also no, nobody in my family or around me spoke English. Just came natural
What I'm
out of
asking
me.
is, can you buy a vape?
No, I just smoke cigarettes. I'm pretty old school. Once you get to know me,
Vapes are
I'm not
better.
into the millennial stuff.
Vapes are
All
better
right,
for you.
be right back.
All right, Veritas, you still here?
Yeah, somewhere. Yep.
Well, I think that was a display. Let me kind of try to summarize. So, nothing in terms of what we're talking about, like for flat Earth. So no evidence on globe Earth. I don't think he intends on bringing evidence of globe Earth. I think that's where we're at. So no globe Earth evidence. Really nothing to speak of in terms of flat Earth.
Well, you know, the forum is people in here right now waiting to see if anybody's going to step up to the mic and say, "Hey, I got you. I know the Earth's a globe." Other than the ones that have been here already, but yeah.
You know, globe, globe, globe. What can I say?
Globe, 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 globe. Yeah, I know.
You're not alone. You're not
No,
alone.
no.
Anyone.
Oh, no, I know.
No, anyone who wants to jump up, you're not alone. Like, I am a globe earther. My thing is my arguments have been heard ad nauseum. So we're not like they're not fun.
And then some. Yeah, but
and then some.
You know, it's weird that when the mic's open, there's like nobody actually coming in, but then when somebody comes in and starts talking, everybody's jumping in. It's kind of a weird phenomenon that takes place in there. It's weird.
Kodakai makes it sound like it's an intervention or some sort of fucking AA meeting. Hi, I'm Kodakai. I'm a glober.
You know what's
I do feel like that a little bit. Like
well, what's
hi,
weird is well, what's weird is not that far from the truth, though. That's kind of what it is. We are intervening. It kind of is. Come on, that's what it is. We're intervening.
Sure. In this space, but this is because of you guys. This is a free space of where anyone can bring on their ideas. Maybe it takes a Flat Earth Sunday to really be like really open, but like this is an open space where people can just say shit. People can say an idea, and yeah, we'll fucking kick it to the curb if it's super dumb. But like, if someone has something to say that has some teeth, that has some bite, that has some fucking sharp in it, we'll listen. Of course, we'll listen. That will catch our attention, and we'll hear it out. And I think that I am the first person that would love to hear like an idea that has some teeth, an idea that has some bite. Like I'll be right there with you. I'm gonna pee, but like I'm gonna be right there with you.
Don't forget to mute your mic, Cortigo. We don't want to hear all that.
You don't want me to bring you with me?
Not really. Just mute up before you do that shit.
All right, I'm muted.
Yeah, but if you guys are brand new, and also guys, welcome for everybody else. Who's in here right now? Is it just me, Crit, and Cortigo, and Roboot? Oh, Roboot just deafened. Anybody else? We got Moop that just joined. Moop, welcome. How you doing, Moop? Are you mooping along?
Yeah, hi guys, how you doing? You alright?
Yeah, pretty good, man. We're just asking new people that jump in. Do you know if the Earth is a globe with any evidence? Kind of a weird thing to ask somebody brand new, but it's the forum, so.
Oh no, I'm a complete flat earther, don't worry.
Oh, FE, he says. Well, yeah, snacks are in the back, dude. So, DJ spinning requests. Yeah, welcome, man. How'd you find us, by the way? Because we were